Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Marvel, a lazy-ass Superman. Chapter 1, Prologue. We're just ordinary folks, caught up in this crazy world. Rushing through life, not a moment to breathe. We're no saints, so stray thoughts are inevitable. Morals. Set those aside, let's talk profit instead. The off-key singing echoed inside a beat-up electric scooter. Not exactly musical, but not bad enough to scare off dogs, either. The driver bobbed his head to his own tune, cruising along under the pale glow of a flickering street lamp. Ever seen the city at 1 a.m.? He thought to himself. I see it every night after work. He figured this was it. Born to hustle, die as a cog in the machine. Just another anonymous worker bee grinding through life. Then, bam. Just as he crossed an empty intersection, a blinding fog light came screaming in from the left. And with it, a bone-rattling blast of a truck horn, deep, guttural, like a bull's roar cranked up to 11. The light and sound hit him all at once. He barely had time to process what was happening. Still gripping the handlebars, he instinctively turned his head left. Ah. Of course. The ultimate ice-guy delivery method, a big-ass truck. Before he could do anything else, the truck slammed into his scooter like a sledgehammer into a landmine. The battery beneath him detonated, sending up a burst of sparks and fire. The truck didn't stop. They were out in the industrial outskirts of the city, no cameras, no traffic, not even a decent dashcam in sight. By the time emergency services arrived, the accident had already gone viral online. The fire was out. All that remained was a charred scooter frame on the side of the road. In the driver's seat, barely recognizable amid the soot and metal, was a single scorched mark, one last trace of a nameless man whose life had burned out without fanfare. The only one who noticed he was gone. His supervisor, furious that someone had skipped work for 3 straight days without handing over the project files. Eventually, a termination letter was mailed to an empty apartment, mortgage still hanging like a noose for the next 30 years. A few months later, when the bank repossessed the place, that letter was tossed in the trash. No one cared the tenant had vanished. / system, transferring consciousness / When our tragic, overworked soul opened his eyes again, he wasn't sitting in his scooter. There were no headlights, no screeching trucks. In fact, he wasn't even sure there were windows anymore. He felt like he was strapped into some high-tech massage chair, padded tight from every direction. Directly in front of him was a curved, translucent panel, his only view of the outside world. He tried to turn his head, but it was difficult. His eyeballs worked fine, though. Limited field of vision, but enough to figure out he was sealed in a small, enclosed pod. Outside the viewing panel, darkness. A vast expanse of stars stretched across the void, glittering like scattered diamonds. Was it nighttime? But then a massive planetary body drifted past, striped with bands of white and brown, a swirling red spot staring back like a cosmic eye. Wait. That looked suspiciously like Jupiter. Which meant, this wasn't just nighttime. This was space. Real, honest-to-God outer space. He stared, slack-jawed, as rings and meteor belts zipped by. It was like watching a planetarium projection, except this was way too real. And way too close. His brain jumped to the last thing he remembered, headlights. The truck. The crash. This felt like a sequel. Tentatively, he tried to move. His limbs were buried under padding, but not paralyzed. With some effort, he wriggled his right arm free and raised it to his face. The arm was chubby. Soft. Skin so smooth it practically glowed. No way this belonged to a sleep-deprived, underpaid adult. In fact, these proportions didn't belong to an adult at all. What the hell? I've been reborn. Did I transmigrate? Or is this some kind of body possession thing? No extra memories popped up. No cheat skills. No glowing system screens. Just confusion. Judging from the view outside, this wasn't a fantasy world or a digital dimension. Looked like space. Deep space. And if that was Jupiter, Then maybe he was still in the solar system. A few moments later, another planet floated by, this one wrapped in majestic rings. Saturn, he guessed. Which means I'm moving toward Earth, or the Sun. He glanced around. No steering controls. No dashboard. Not even a joystick. Whatever this pod was, it didn't seem pilotable. Either it was flying itself, or gravity was doing the job. Option A meant he was going home. Option B meant he was heading into the sun. Fantastic. Just got reincarnated, and now I'm about to get incinerated. Maybe this was the sci-fi version of crossing the river Styx. With a resigned sigh, he stopped thinking about how to escape. There wasn't much he could do anyway. The pod was cramped, techless, and absolutely not interactive. Was this one of those futuristic space funerals? Like burying someone at sea during the age of exploration, except now we launched corpses into orbit. Was he riding a space coffin? Or was this a scion pod? That thought made him smirk. He imagined reaching behind to check for a monkey tail, then realized he couldn't move enough to confirm. Man, Dragon Ball really was a product of its time, he mused. Send a baby to conquer Earth. Dude probably couldn't conquer a bottle of formula. He rolled his eyes, picturing some evil overlord sending his daughter to fight heroes. A one-way ticket to rebellion. But his sarcasm was interrupted when the pod shifted. Outside the viewing panel, a beautiful blue planet appeared, half shrouded in night. The dark side glimmered faintly with lights. Artificial ones. So, civilization still existed. That was a good sign. No cavemen. No medieval witch hunters. Looked like he was landing in a modern world. As the pod began its descent, it passed by orbiting satellites, blinking steadily in the dark. He was too busy ranting internally to reflect on his identity, or lack thereof. Then the pod hit the atmosphere. Flames licked across the viewport as the hull superheated, but the interior remained cool and still. No turbulence. No G-force. Just a smooth, eerily calm ride. This thing was way beyond Earth tech. If it wasn't alien, it was at least next-gen alien adjacent. Or maybe it really was just a coffin. Then, who was he? He braced himself for the worst. What if this was Planet of the Apes? A bunch of hyper-intelligent chimps pulling him from his pod. Please no monkey men. Please no monkey men. To his relief, what greeted him wasn't simians, but a group of burly guys in snow-white parkas, speaking in thick Russian. The pod had landed in the middle of a snowstorm. Somewhere remote. Cold as hell. He opened his mouth to speak, maybe throw out a, but what came out was. Wah. A baby's cry. Yep. No mistaking it now. Short limbs. Chubby body. Tiny lungs. He hadn't just reincarnated. He'd been reborn. As a literal baby. In Siberia. In the snow. Fantastic. Chapter 2, contained in Siberia. Question: do aliens have human rights? A. When they show up in warships, parked in orbit with cannons aimed at Earth. Oh, hell yeah. You bet they do. We'd be talking peace treaties and diplomatic immunity real fast. But if it's just one alien, alone. No backup. Human rights? Nah. Lab rat rights, at best. That's how the one they dubbed NLO Odin, UFO-1, ended up where he was now. A sealed, windowless room buried somewhere deep beneath the Siberian permafrost. No sun. No clock. No doors that open without permission. The cell was stark. One bed, one sink, one toilet. It looked less like a prison and more like the kind of hospital room you'd see in a Cold War-era biolab. A Soviet take on minimalist chic, white walls scrubbed sterile, chrome fixtures polished to mirror shine. Ironically, the cell was actually larger than the tiny apartment he'd worked 30 years to mortgage in his last life. But there was no decor. No partitions. Just an open, soulless box. And he didn't even control the lights. Those were managed externally, probably by a guy in a white lab coat, watching through a one-way mirror. His wardrobe options. 2 states, naked, or wrapped in a clinical white gown that looked like something between a hospital smock and a toddler's onesie. The only difference. No exposed butt. In the early years, when he was still a literal infant, someone would at least feed him formula. But once he was weaned. Nutrition paste. Bland, barely edible, and never enough. He was constantly hungry. Not starving, just perpetually unsatisfied. The room was too clean to even find a bug to snack on. No cockroaches. No rats. No lizards. Just spotless emptiness. The only thing he could grab. Yeah, sometimes what was still in the toilet. But no. He hadn't sunk that low. Not yet. At least the flush button still worked. One of the only things they let him control. There were no clocks, no calendars. His only way to track time was by the rhythm of lights turning on and off. Meals came 3 times a day, sometimes. But no seasons, no weather, no natural cycles. Temperature. Always the same. No spring chill, no summer heat. The sterile kind of climate control that made you forget what nature ever felt like. And the weirdest part? He never got sick. Not once. No colds, no fevers, no flu. Not even a sniffle. But he wasn't healthy either. He was stuck in that gray zone, malnourished, exhausted, surviving on fumes. They rarely spoke to him. Doctors, scientists, whatever they were, always kept their distance. The only times he was physically handled were during blood draws and exams. Even then, they were silent, cautious. Hell, the room was only ever cleaned when he was taken out for testing. Left a crumb. It vanished. Hid a bit of food behind the toilet. Gone. Probably dissected. Eventually, he stopped trying to leave messages or stash things. No point. At first, he didn't understand the isolation. Wouldn't they at least try to talk to an alien? Try to get some kind of intel? But then it hit him. They didn't expect him to have any. He'd landed as a baby. How much critical intel could a damn infant possibly know? What were they gonna ask? How does it feel to ride a spaceship while still in diapers? What's your planet's tech level? Any plans to invade Earth? He wasn't even sure how he got here. No memories. No knowledge. So really, the only things of value were his body, and the pod he came in. No wonder they treated him like he was radioactive. Anyone who came near him wore full hazmat suits. Even the guys in lab coats only observed him from behind thick glass. He'd once considered shouting something like, "I come in peace. I was raised under the red flag of socialism." Just to break the silence. But honestly, he wasn't even sure this was his Earth. Yeah, the people looked Slavic. Not chimpanzees or aliens. The language sounded Russian. Not English, not Japanese. Definitely not German. But if he said something too familiar, too specific about Earth, they'd wonder, how the hell does the alien know that? And once that question pops up, yeah, that's how you end up on an autopsy table, regardless of your answers. He wasn't about to gamble on whether these guys would dissect him for fun. So he stayed quiet. He knew better. In this world, or any world, the only good alien is a dead alien. And the only way to stay alive was to play dumb, stay passive, and never challenge the system's cold, steel boot. No French revolutionary spirit here. He wasn't gonna rise up, break chains, and scream liberté. He was a career desk jockey. A veteran of 990 SIXS-007 schedule, worked to the bone, paid in peanuts, emotionally numb. His dream of being adopted by a rich cougar never panned out. He just existed. Now. No games. No anime. No memes. No soda. No fried skewers or junk food. No phone. No music. No escape. He thought this was it. He'd grow up in isolation, poked and prodded until he died of old age in a sterile prison. But then something changed. The moment his body hit a certain stage of development, puberty, maybe, the white coats ramped things up. Hard. The first injuries were small, scratches, bruises. Controlled tests. Then came lacerations, punctures, burns. Electrocution. Blunt force trauma. Fractures. They broke his arm. Deliberately. Just to study bone regeneration. They weren't trying to torture him. Pain wasn't the point. Data was. They wanted to know how fast he healed. How strong his immune system was. How much voltage it took to knock him out. How much skin could burn before his vitals spiked? And it only got worse. The lab rat life had turned into something far more brutal. In his old life, his suffering was mental, stress, exhaustion, burnout. He thought that was hard. This was a whole new category of hell. A rotating buffet of injuries. Endless pain. No recovery time. No mercy. He couldn't even guess what came next. Would they amputate a limb? Remove an organ just to see what happened? Inject him with pathogens? Parasites? Eventually, he'd just be a specimen. A display. Maybe a few labeled slices in a freezer somewhere. And the worst part? He didn't even know which was harder, the years of isolation. Or this. At least Castaway had a volleyball. He didn't even have Wilson. If not for the memories in his head, movies, anime, stories, music, a lifetime of cultural clutter, he would have cracked long ago. Now, though, he was circling the drain. Mentally shot. Physically mangled. Hope. Gone. So this is what karma looked like. He worked himself to death in one life, got reborn in a cage in the next. He had no idea how long he'd been here. But he knew one thing: the end started when the lights stayed on. They never turned off again. No meals were delivered. No doctors came. It was like he'd been forgotten. The faucet still worked, but food. Nothing. The starvation was sharp and cruel, clawing at his insides. His arm was still in a splint. He could barely move. The lights weren't searing, but constant. Sleep became impossible. Exhaustion built up like poison. In a bitter twist, he found himself missing the experiments. The pain, the trauma, it had at least meant he was alive. That someone still cared enough to hurt him. Now, he was just fading. He wanted to scream in his native tongue. Just kill me already. Give me a last meal, damn it. But even if there had been grass to chew or bark to scrape, this place had none of it. He was starving in a sterile box, with no way out. Eventually, he considered the unthinkable. Eat his own flesh. But there wasn't enough of him to go around. He couldn't even lift his arm, let alone bite into it. The last thing he felt was his body shutting down. Heart slowing. Breathing shallow. Vision dimming. No fanfare. No flashing lights. Just, I'm so hungry. And then, darkness. Chapter 3, Director's Log. Top secret, research site 40120191, Siberia. Director, Pyotr Roslov. April 20, 1970. Several days ago, a meteor was reported crashing deep in the Siberian wilderness. Upon investigation by the local military garrison, the object was confirmed not to be a natural meteorite, but an artificial construct. A spacecraft. Of no known Soviet or American design. Inside it, a child. An infant. Orders from Moscow were clear. A containment and research facility is to be built around the impact zone immediately. The craft and the infant are to be studied in absolute secrecy. The subject is now designated Extraterrestrial 1. June 26, 1974. Some imbecile had the gall to suggest dissecting our only living specimen. What kind of idiot gets assigned to my facility? Who let their illegitimate son from a Kremlin brothel sneak onto my team to play scientist? Let the bastard rot in hell. He wants to blow our one lead on extraterrestrial biology before we even get results. He's either an American spy or a lunatic. I've filed a report to the KGB. I want his background scrubbed, his lineage sterilized, his family tree set on fire. We don't need that kind of stupidity infecting the gene pool. August 14, 1976. Subject 1 is now 6 years old. Physiology appears largely human. Normal growth patterns. Bone structure. Internal organ placement. Vital signs. All normal. Too normal. Except one anomaly, the appetite. It's unclear what his metabolic baseline is. Some researchers proposed increasing his nutrient intake to test physical growth limits. But others warned, what if he changes? Evolves. Becomes unmanageable. We've already had enough problems with mutants. Until we have a guaranteed containment method, I'm siding with the conservative camp. Growth will remain restricted. We only have one specimen. I'm not risking it for hypothetical results. This isn't 1944, after all, when Tsarist rebels and Nazi mystics tried to summon a demon off the Scottish coast. That farce gave them a horned infant, one the Americans now parade around as some supernatural weapon. Using demons to fight monsters is one thing. But I've got an alien. I can't gamble that he's equally useful. Train him as a soldier. Let whoever proposed that bring me funding from the Winter Soldier Program or the Red Room. Without resources, it's madness. February 19, 1980. Headquarters is dissatisfied with our progress. No breakthroughs in reverse engineering the spacecraft. The materials alone are beyond replication. And the child? Still no significant genetic anomaly. No superhuman strength. No enhanced intellect. No regenerative serum in the blood or spinal fluid. Not even potential for it. X-rays suggest a typical juvenile skeleton. Blood work. Malnourished, underdeveloped. Without context, any doctor would diagnose him as a neglected orphan. If I didn't know he fell from the sky inside a starship, I'd believe it too. I pulled strings. Re-interviewed the soldiers from the crash site. Their testimony was consistent. This was the child they recovered from inside the craft. So what am I looking at here? A human born on another planet? Is panspermia real? Are we the alien life? That kind of metaphysical crap doesn't help me justify 15 years of funding. I need results. September 30, 1983. The Cairo incident changed everything. A mutant battle erupted in Egypt, terrifying displays of power. Telepathy. Fire manipulation. Flight. The Americans and Israelis got all the footage. Now Moscow is panicking. All superhuman research programs are under pressure. And our site? Labeled unproductive. What do they want from me? A spell to keep young forever by bathing in virgin blood? Maybe they'd like me to drain our specimen dry and see what happens. Idiots. If they're so eager to study bloodsuckers, they should take a trip to Transylvania. I still believe Subject 1 holds secrets. The resemblance to humans can't be coincidental. Maybe he is a step ahead of us in the evolutionary chain. But our tools are too crude. We need to go deeper: genetics, cellular structure. We may be missing the very data that matters. No species builds a ship capable of interstellar travel without first mastering its own biology. If his body is the key, not the craft, then we've been studying the wrong thing. I agreed to surrender the pod. It was a calculated compromise. Headquarters wanted it for military R&D, especially after the US announced their Strategic Defense Initiative in March. Let them tear it apart. Now that it's out of my hands, the budget cut didn't hit us as hard as I feared. What remains? I'll invest it all in Subject 1. December 8, 1986. Policy shifts. New leadership. New direction. On paper, it sounds promising. In practice, a death knell. Programs deemed unproductive are being shuttered. We're officially under review. The clock is ticking. The boys reached adolescence. I can no longer delay more extreme testing. The body must be pushed. Pain tolerance. Damage thresholds. Regeneration rate. Yes, the methods are unpleasant. But science requires sacrifice. I have no other choice. January 7, 1988. Economic instability is hitting everyone, even the Eastern Bloc. Budgets are shrinking. Rations that were once delivered are now sold to us. Prices are skyrocketing. If this continues, we'll be trading rubles for black bread and bandages. I've started pulling favors. Old comrades. Shadow networks. It's risky. But necessary. Because I'm finally seeing something. Subject 1 heals faster than normal humans. Not like a mutant, no instant regeneration, but still notable. Clean healing. Minimal scarring. Accelerated tissue recovery. His genome remains unreadable. Every known sequencing method fails. That's how I know he's not from Earth. Our tools simply can't decode him. The higher-ups don't care. They want results. Military applications. Super soldier serums. Weapons. Cloning programs. They talk about more winter soldiers, finishing the Foxfire Initiative, as if any of that's simple. But I can't give up now. I'm so close. I can feel it. He's right there, on the edge of revealing everything. A goddess lifting her skirt, just a glimpse of something divine. All I need is one spark. One discovery. November 9, 1989. The wall is falling. East Germany is collapsing, and so is the illusion of stability. Even civilians now question the party's promises. The veil is lifting, and no one seems to know what to do. I'm not a politician. I'm a scientist. But someone has clearly made a mistake along the way. I pray someone with vision takes the reins, soon. I can't afford distractions. I'm on the verge of something monumental. August 1, 1990. Damn it. Damn them all. I've been told the KGB is watching me. Me. A loyal son of the revolution. Every test, every scar, every sleepless night, it was for the glory of our nation. And now I'm the liability. There's talk of restructuring. Of cleaning house. No. I won't run. This place is my life's work. I will not abandon it. Not when I'm this close. Chapter 4, The Explorers. Summer in Siberia could hit over 30 degrees Celsius, if you were lucky enough to be in the southern parts. But up in the Arctic Circle, it was still cold enough to require winter gear just to walk outside without freezing your teeth off. Still, for locals used to it, a long-sleeved shirt and jeans were enough. A group of young men, home from the city, were trekking through the ruins of a recently abandoned research base, one buried deep in the northern frost. The site wasn't particularly large. After about an hour of cautious exploration, they'd pretty much covered the whole place. Whoever evacuated hadn't taken much with them. Teapots, cups, a gas stove, lamps, desk lights, even searchlights. Clearly, they'd only taken the essentials and left the rest behind. But to these boys, from a supply-starved village in the Arctic Circle, this was a gold mine. In the Red Empire, those things might be scraps. But here, they were treasure. Wooden filing cabinets, metal lockers, kitchen cupboards, stuff like that could be put to real use. The sturdier pieces could replace the rickety furniture back home. The weaker ones. Firewood for winter. There were even a few rifles lying around, and an old Jeep that wouldn't start. The jackpot. A storage room filled with food. It wasn't overflowing, but still, flour, canned goods, dried supplies. Half a warehouse was nothing to sneeze at. And the place still had power and heating. Honestly, even if you ignored all the leftovers, the base itself was a valuable structure. The only real disappointment was the total lack of documents, files, records, anything. As if they'd been systematically erased. Everything inside was a mess. Drawers pulled out, cabinets ransacked. Either someone was in a hurry, or they wanted to make sure nothing usable remained. The deeper they went into the base, the more it began to feel like something wasn't quite right. And then, they found it. A door. Big. Heavy. Reinforced. Different. It wasn't labeled, no warning signs, no bright red letters shouting danger or do not open. That gave the group a false sense of safety. They looked at each other. Shrugged. Decided to open it. There was a valve wheel mounted in the center, looked like the kind that controlled a locking mechanism. They took turns turning it. Sure enough, it released a series of internal locks, and the door creaked open with a metallic groan that echoed through the hall. Inside was a large room, bright, white, sterile. Not a shadow to be seen. The steel toilet and sink were cold gray and polished to a shine. But in the middle of the room was something else. Someone. A figure lay collapsed on the floor. Wait, is that a person? Is he dead? Who the hell is that? Questions tumbled out of their mouths like a burst dam. No one had answers. The tension rose like steam in a sealed room. This place was supposed to be abandoned. Empty. Dead. But here was a body. Finally, one of them mustered enough courage to step forward. He crouched down, eyeing the figure on the ground. Male. Long limbs. Gaunt, emaciated, almost skeletal. His skin was deathly pale. Hair shaved down to a patchy black fuzz. His eyes had rolled back. Only the whites were showing. No rise or fall of the chest. No obvious signs of life. The boy touched the body's nostrils. Then the side of the neck. Nothing. He shook his head. Dead. Do we just leave him here? Someone asked. The others grimaced. I was thinking we could turn this place into a hangout, one said. Not with a corpse lying around. Eventually, the boldest one in the group spoke up. Come on. Help me carry him out. We'll bury him somewhere. Properly. None of them were particularly sentimental. But burying the dead was still practical. Efficient. Cremation would require too much fuel. Building a coffin or a mausoleum. Way too much effort. A shallow grave was faster, easier, cleaner. It wasn't about respect. It was about avoiding rot, stench, and disease. Besides, in a world where people whispered about mutants, vampires, werewolves, even zombies, a corpse was honestly the least scary thing you could stumble on. Just as long as it didn't get up. They moved quickly. 2 grabbed the arms, 2 grabbed the legs, and the last pair steadied the torso. 6 young men, lifting one emaciated body. He was heavier than he looked. Maybe from dehydration. Or maybe it was dead weight, literally. Either way, they were panting by the time they reached the surface. And none of them noticed the subtle change that began the moment the body hit sunlight. Up here, in Siberia's brief summer, the sun was a rare luxury. Warm. Precious. So the boys didn't avoid it. They marched straight across the compound, aiming for the woods beyond. The above-ground portion of the base had been disguised to look like a regular village. Satellite surveillance, aerial flyovers, they would have seen nothing but a small rural settlement. Even the vehicles used during the site's operational years had been civilian-grade. Nothing military. Nothing suspicious. Like any proper village, it had a small church. And beside it, a tiny cemetery. The boys figured it was as good a spot as any. Whoever this guy was, burying him in the fake graveyard of a fake village built on a fake research base somehow felt poetic. Besides, it's not like the government would notice an extra plot. But what they didn't see, what they couldn't have seen, was the way the body began to twitch under the sun's golden glare. Slowly. Delicately. As if life was returning. Chapter 5, A Sudden Awakening. Somewhere deep in his cells, buried within strands of DNA that defied human understanding, a dormant sequence flickered to life. Bathed in the golden light of Earth's yellow sun, that mysterious genetic code began to work. It didn't just revive him. It set him on fire, from the inside out. Imagine pouring ice water into boiling oil. The explosion, the chaos, the agony. That's what his body went through as the solar radiation was absorbed, converted, and redistributed, flooding every inch of his broken, starved frame. But this wasn't just a simple boost in strength. The energy tore him apart and rebuilt him at a cellular level. Every nerve, every fiber, every fragile corner of his senses was yanked into overdrive. A breeze brushed his skin, and it felt like a battering ram. Wind became a weapon, slamming into his hypersensitized nerves, reverberating through his organs, his bones. His ribs cracked. His liver spasmed. Then healed. Fast. And when it healed, it came back stronger. It was a brutal cycle, pain and repair, destruction and renewal. Over and over. A process of violent rebirth. Even frequencies beyond human hearing, ultrasound, infrasound, began hammering at his ears like jackhammers. Every faint vibration amplified to unbearable levels. His eardrums screamed, then adapted. Nerves rewired. Senses expanded. Smell, sight, touch, pain. All surged to incomprehensible acuity. And the brain. It had to keep up. His neurons fired like wildfire. Synaptic pathways overloaded and restructured. His mind was evolving just to process the torrent of raw sensory data. The truth is, no body, no matter how strong, could handle such input without adapting. A human frame would crumble. You don't slap an F1 engine into a bamboo go-kart and expect it to drive straight. It would tear itself apart. But his body didn't tear apart. It changed. Hardened. Adjusted. Each reinforced cell brought with it new potential, capabilities he didn't yet understand. His frame was becoming more than human. Something faster. Something stronger. If this transformation had been gradual, maybe it wouldn't have hurt so damn much. But this was instantaneous. Brutal. Like a system update downloaded with a sledgehammer. And worst of all, his brain hadn't caught up. The hardware was evolving, sure, but the software, still running on factory settings. His thoughts were still his own. Still human. Still slow. It was like trying to run a next-gen game on a Windows 95 rig. The power was there, but the interface was busted. Glitched. The data flooding in had no filters. Signals crossed. Sensory wires misfired. Vision bled into sound. Smell tripped memories. Emotions crashed against instinct. He couldn't think. Couldn't focus. His brain was just another victim of the chaos. Fortunately, his body knew what to do, even if he didn't. Muscle memory. Survival instinct. Reflex. The corpse wasn't a corpse anymore. It just hadn't told anyone yet. The switch flipped when the young men finally reached the cemetery. They dropped him unceremoniously onto the ground, joking about where to dig the hole. That drop. That final jolt. To him, it was like setting off a bomb beside his ear. And that did it. The dead men shot upright with a scream that shattered the quiet. The boys screamed back, except theirs were the screams of terror. The kind that made grown men piss themselves. Zombies were the worst-case scenario. You could shoot a vampire. Run from a werewolf. Bargain with a witch. But a corpse that just got up? Nobody knew how to kill something that had already died once. Get the shovel. Shoot it. Run. But before they could even decide on a plan, the resurrected man bolted, so fast he left a gust of wind in his wake. He wasn't running from them. He was running towards something. The sun. His brain was still scrambled. Thoughts incoherent. Instinct in the driver's seat. But the light, warm, golden, alive, called to him. Like a starving man chasing the scent of bread. Like a drowning man clawing toward the surface. He didn't run through shadows. He avoided them without even realizing it. His route curved with the light, not because of strategy, but because his body refused anything that would dim his fuel source. He didn't smash through trees. Didn't crack boulders in his path. He didn't need to. He was gone before the air even realized he'd passed through it. And by the time he reached the edge of the land, the very brink where soil turned to sea, his hospital gown was long gone. Torn to ribbons by air friction. He didn't stop. He leapt. Off the cliff. Into the ocean. He hit the water like a missile. No hesitation. No splash. Just velocity. The shockwave split the waves like a sonic boom. A rolling wall of white water exploded outward, as if a warship had crashed down from orbit. But the farther he went, the slower he became. The glow of transformation dimmed. The borrowed strength faded. Eventually, the water won. He drifted. Floated. And finally, collapsed on a frozen beach, cold and breathless, half submerged in icy surf. Alive. But only barely. Chapter 6, Rescue. What does it feel like to wake up from hunger? Like someone clamped a wrench onto your gut and twisted. Over. And over. Until it felt like your insides were being wrung dry. The kind of pain that makes you curl up like a boiled shrimp, teeth clenched, fists buried in your stomach. He didn't think he was lucky to be alive. He didn't think anything, really, except that everything hurt, and he was definitely not dead. New bedding. New air. A ceiling that wasn't metal. His brain registered all of it, but didn't exactly process. It was like information was flowing in but not sticking. Just static. Welcome back, stranger. The voice was old. Gravelly. Belonged to a wiry man with a head of white hair and a mustache that looked like the only thing on him that had ever been trimmed on purpose. He sat by an unlit fireplace, a half-filled glass of cheap amber whiskey in hand. So, that guy was talking to him. The thought sparked a flash of pain in his head, like someone drove an ice pick straight into his temple. The hunger twisted again in his gut, but the headache somehow drowned it out. Still, something had changed. His mind wasn't the mess it had been. The flood of chaotic signals from his enhanced senses had, somehow, been sorted. Not quiet, but manageable. He blinked. Wait a minute, was the old man speaking English? He'd studied it in school. Barely. Just enough to fail the entrance exam and cry about it. In a normal conversation, he'd maybe catch one word in 10. But this. He understood it. Every word. Wait, how? The thought barely formed before another spike of pain punched through his skull, like his brain didn't appreciate being questioned. The old man raised an eyebrow, watching the play of expressions across his face. Confusion. Realization. Pain. Panic. Grimace. The whole show. Jesus, the old man muttered under his breath. Did I just rescue a lunatic? He shifted slightly, his hand drifting behind the chair, where a shotgun rested in the shadows. Just in case. But then the man on the bed moved. Not to attack. To eat. He saw the food, cold fries, a dense roll of bread, sitting beside the bed, and lunged for it like a starving wolf. And truly, he was starving. His body demanded fuel. His cells were screaming for energy, every fiber still riding the wave of solar charge transformation. Any normal human, after prolonged starvation, would have retched from that kind of solid food. But his digestive system. Forged in fire. He could have eaten rebar and probably broken it down for protein. Still, even eating wasn't easy. From the first bite, his senses kicked in again, hyper-responsive, hypersensitive. Every crunch, every grain of starch, every trace of oil triggered 1,000 reactions, every one of them fed back into his brain like diagnostic reports. He didn't just eat the food, he experienced it. In frames. Like someone had paused time and annotated every molecule. It wasn't just a meal, it was data. And his brain struggled to parse it all. The fries tasted of starch, yes, but also dozens of trace elements, oils, and flavoring agents he couldn't identify. It was like staring at a half-completed puzzle, glaring at all the missing pieces. Frustrating. Maddening. But strangely, grounding. The confusion, the irritation, it helped. Like a tangled knot finally being tugged into clarity. His mind, once overwhelmed, began to thread itself into something resembling order. To the old man, it probably looked like nothing more than a few seconds of twitchy chewing and twitchier blinking. Then, calm. Then, realization. The man on the bed looked down at himself. He was completely naked. He yelped like a kicked puppy and grabbed the blanket, pulling it up to his chest in a panic. The old man just stared, unimpressed. "Don't get all modest now," he said, dryly. "You were face down on the beach yesterday, but naked and half dead. The surf was washing you like you were laundry on spin cycle." He took a sip of whiskey. "I figured people don't usually bathe like that. Took me half an hour to drag your freezing carcass to my truck and get you back here. Dried you off, dumped you on my only bed, and passed out from the effort. You're welcome, by the way." He gestured lazily to a bundle of clothes nearby. "Didn't see any luggage. So, that's what I got. Don't complain." The words came through clearly. Crystal clear. And the man on the bed couldn't explain how he understood them, but he did. No subtitles. No guesswork. Just comprehension. He didn't waste time overthinking it. Just grabbed the shirt and tried to pull it over his head. Right. The shirt tore like paper. He froze. Looked down. His arms. His chest. His strength was still out of whack. He and the old man locked eyes. Awkward silence. "Okay," the old man muttered, rising from the chair and pulling another shirt from a nearby pile of clothes. "Try this one. Maybe don't hulk out this time." The new shirt was at least clean, sort of. Smelled like it had been washed, if not folded. That was good enough. This time, he moved slowly. Deliberately. Carefully working the shirt over his head and onto his arms without shredding it. The pants followed. He stayed under the blanket as he slipped them on, because modesty wasn't dead, apparently. No underwear. No socks. No complaints. The clothes were a size too small, but his frame was so thin they still fit. Just barely. Sleeves short. Pants riding high. But it was something. And for the first time since the crash, the chaos, the blackout. He was warm. He was clothed. And he was awake. Chapter 7, A New Life. Henry eyed the empty plate beside him. Next to it sat a glass of water. This time, he was careful. He lifted the glass slowly, steady hands cradling it like it was made of glass, because, well, it was, and downed the whole thing in one go. The water wasn't exactly clean. Tasted weird, like iron and something floral. But it was cold and wet, and his body craved it more than reason. The old man finally spoke again. "Name's John Brown," he said. "You got a name, stranger?" The question hit harder than expected. Who am I? Back in the cell under those cold, overlit sink mirrors he'd seen his face change. He wasn't the black-haired, black-eyed guy he remembered from his past life. His hair was still black. But his eyes? Crystal blue. His skin? Pale. Not the rosy kind, this was the death-white, melanin-challenged European kind. He wasn't the same person anymore. And if he wasn't, did his old name even matter? The Russians had called him Nlo Odin, a cold, bureaucratic codename that sounded like a bad sci-fi parody of Norse mythology. No way he was sticking with that. He figured, new face, new world, new name. In halting English, he muttered, "My name is Henry." Keep it simple, he thought. He didn't want attention. He didn't want to stand out. He picked something forgettable. A name you'd lose in a phone book. Henry. Why Henry? No idea. Felt right. Maybe because it sounded plain. Maybe because it didn't sound like a lab rat. Henry what? John asked, brow raised. Last name. He hadn't thought that far. Hell, he didn't even want to think that far. Just Henry, he said, shaking his head. John didn't push. Suit yourself. He switched to Russian. Asked something with a slow cadence. Henry just stared blankly. That earned a grunt from the old man, who shifted back to English, this time, even slower. You got anywhere to go? This time, Henry understood. He shook his head. Didn't think so, John muttered, grabbing the shotgun leaned beside his chair. He didn't hold it by the grip, just lifted it lazily from the middle like it was a walking stick. Well, you can stay. Couch in the bar's yours. The bed's mine. You'll work for your meals. Booze costs extra. He walked toward the door, pausing just long enough to toss the words over his shoulder. If you decide to leave, the food and clothes are my gift. But don't expect more. Got it. Then he was gone. Henry sat there, still holding the cup. Go. Where the hell would he go? Even if he somehow made it back to his old country, if that country even existed in this version of Earth, he didn't have his face, his ID, or his name. That life was over. He hadn't even figured out if that past life still happened. For all he knew, the guy he used to be was a ghost in a world that didn't exist anymore. He remembered Area 51 rumors. War in the Middle East. Mass looting in American cities. But nothing had prepared him for this world. A world with alien pods, Soviet mad science, and, well, apparently, a guy who kept Captain America's shield on his bar wall. And he'd been here for decades. That number appeared in his mind again, unbidden. 7,427 days. He hadn't counted them. Not consciously. But his brain, rewired, supercharged, had logged everything. Every test. Every wound. Every word spoken in Russian, even if he couldn't understand it. He remembered their faces. Their voices. Every moment of pain like it had just happened yesterday. And suddenly, that enhanced memory didn't feel like a blessing. He shook his head. Tried to push it all away. So what now? If he was right, he'd spent nearly 20 years trapped in that place. 20 years of his life. Gone. His entire youth, eaten alive by isolation and needles and cold metal tables. 30% of an average human lifespan, wasted. Jesus. He didn't even have the will to rage about it. Just another unlucky roll of the dice. Another shitty save file. No point trying to go back. That life was gone. But maybe this one could be different. The only thing he regretted. The D drive. The collection. The, private archives. No one had cleared his browser history. If someone found that folder. Well. Rest in peace, past life. New face. New name. New start. Fine. Let's try this again. Henry stepped through the door into the next room, and found himself in a bar. Not just a room with a liquor shelf. An actual bar. There were 6 battered wooden tables scattered in the center, with booth seating lining the edges. The kind with torn upholstery and sticky tabletops. 2 pool tables sat under dusty lights. 3 dartboards clung to a wall riddled with holes that extended way past the targets. And then there was the wall. One wall, different from the rest, lined with faded photos of soldiers. Black and white snapshots of younger men in uniform. And in the center of it all, a replica of Captain America's shield. Henry blinked. Behind the bar, John was already arranging bottles, cleaning glasses like nothing was out of the ordinary. Henry walked up to the counter and pointed at the shield. "You got a grandson or something?" John froze. He turned slowly. "What?" "The shield," Henry said. "That decoration. You have a kid into superheroes or something." His English was clearer now. Smoother. It didn't even register how fast it was improving. John stared at the shield. Something flickered in his expression. Nostalgia, maybe. Or loss. "I bought it," he said quietly. Henry squinted. "You bought that?" John nodded. "Back in the war. I almost made the cut for the Howling Commandos. Never did. But I fought alongside them enough." He reached for a glass, gave it a quick wipe, and poured himself a drink. "Serving with a man like Steve Rogers," he said, voice low, reverent. "You don't forget that. Hanging the shield on the wall is the least I can do." Henry stared at the shield. His brain started connecting dots he didn't want to connect. Aliens. Superpowers. Cryolabs. Mutants. And now, Captain America. The real one. Holy SH. Where the hell had he landed? Chapter 8, Where Am I? Old John's bar wasn't exactly a hotspot. On most days, one man behind the counter was more than enough. Still, he kept Henry around. Let him crash on the old couch in the back and put him to work bussing tables, sweeping floors, taking out the trash, whatever needed doing. In return, Henry got 3 square meals a day. Which surprised even him. He'd always known he had an appetite. But this was next level. Most folks measured steak in ounces. Henry ate in pounds. Whole pounds. Mashed potatoes, the kind everyone else saw as filler or pig slop. He'd down an entire pot like it was gourmet. Maybe it was the years of starvation. Maybe it was just biology catching up. Either way, the moment he had access to food, it was like a switch flipped. Eat now. Question later. And yet, John never said a word. He just kept the meals coming, same gruff silence, same tired shrug. Eventually, Henry started feeling bad about it. Sure, he had no shame, but he wasn't a freeloader. Not completely. So he worked. Even if the bar was a dusty ghost of its glory days, he made sure it stayed clean. Tables wiped. Ashtrays emptied. Wood floors swept. He didn't complain. And strangely enough, the longer he stayed, the easier things got. Language, 4-1. Back home, English was that subject you passed by memorizing vocabulary and praying for multiple choice. He'd been terrible at it. Now. It flowed. Reading, writing, speaking, it all came as naturally as breathing. Like the language center of his brain had received a God-tier firmware update. Sure, he still had a weird accent. But even those were fading, fast. Between John's grumbling and the local townsfolk's idle bar banter, he was blending in faster than he expected. And he wasn't exactly hiding, either. In a place like this, a nowhere town in the middle of Alaska, every stranger was noticed. Working in John's bar made him practically family. No one asked too many questions, but introductions were inevitable. And Henry didn't resist them. He figured it was safer to blend in than act suspicious. As for the powers? Yeah. He still had them. Strength. Reflexes. Hypersenses. He was aware of every enhanced ability inside his body, but he never flaunted them. Years of being a corporate cog in his past life had taught him the ultimate survival skill. Stay invisible. Don't stand out. Don't draw attention. Just show up, do your job, and make sure no one ever learns your name unless it's on a paycheck. Even now, with strength that could probably rip through steel, he moved with careful, deliberate restraint. No broken chairs. No bent doorknobs. No one ever saw anything unusual. He walked softly, kept quiet, smiled when necessary, and always let others go first. That wasn't just habit anymore. That was strategy. His hearing could pick up whispers through walls. His vision could read receipts from across the bar. His sense of smell, sharp enough to catalog every customer's shampoo. But he ignored all of it. Because real survival wasn't about power. It was about knowing when not to use it. As for taste, well, that was a mixed bag. Every bite was now an experience. He could tell what oil a fry was cooked in, how long it had sat under a heat lamp, and whether the ketchup had been watered down. Sometimes that sucked. But hey, could be worse. And speaking of worse, there was the question he hadn't stopped asking since he woke up. What the hell am I? He wasn't human anymore. Not really. Sunlight made him stronger. Much stronger. The more he soaked in, the more alive he felt. He could practically feel his cells humming, like batteries charging. Hair still black. Eyes now a brilliant blue. White skin like fresh snow. No tail. No full moon transformations. So, not a scion. Damn. But alien. Definitely. Probably. He'd come from space, after all. Crashed in a pod. Strength tied to solar exposure. The more he thought about it, the more one name echoed in his brain. Superman. Or more accurately, Kryptonian. Which begged a horrifying question. Did I end up in the wrong franchise? Because everything so far pointed toward something else entirely. He'd heard the locals talk. About the super soldier. About a man named Steve Rogers. About Captain America. And they weren't just rumors. They had photos. Old news clippings. Trading cards. John had even shown him a yellowing photo, grainy but unmistakable, him in uniform, standing beside a tall, square-jawed figure in red, white, and blue. No way that was fake. This world, this was the real deal. This was Marvel. And not just Marvel with spandex and Saturday morning cartoons. No, this was the dark, gritty, Cold War shadow ops Marvel. The kind where mutants existed and people disappeared into underground labs. He'd read the papers. Listened to gossip. The Brotherhood and the X-Men were real. He remembered the Cuban Missile Crisis getting tangled up with mutant sightings. The Egyptian Mutant War in '83. Headlines twisted by politics. Rumors dismissed, but never denied. People talked about vampires and werewolves, too. Not the sexy Hollywood kind. The kind that leveled entire towns, left fields full of bodies, and never made the evening news. Or only made the weird news. The government's response? Vague denials. Half-truths. Carefully crafted ignorance. They weren't trying to suppress the truth. They were managing panic. Gun debates raged every year, and never went anywhere. Not because of the usual politics. Because in this world, guns were the only thing between civilians and monsters. Henry took it all in. Piece by piece. He didn't panic. He adapted. This was Earth. Marvel Edition. And just to put a cherry on top, the year was 1990. The location, some no-name Alaskan town. The country, United States. And just for fun, when Henry asked John where exactly they were, the old man had looked him straight in the eye and said, Alaska. Earth. Just in case. Whether it was a joke or not, Henry didn't know. Didn't care, either. John wasn't dumb. Far from it. The man had buried 2 sons, outlived 2 daughters-in-law, and seen more war than Henry could imagine. He didn't care what Henry was, or where he came from. He just made sure Henry got fed. And reminded him, every once in a while, that he wasn't invisible. Chapter 9, Old John's Way with Words. John's bar wasn't exactly a booming business. Not because it was bad, just because the town itself was dying. Most of the young people had left for the cities long ago. Those who remained were gray-haired, stiff-jointed, and one Miss Snowfall away from calling it quits. Which meant the bar had a very specific clientele. Locals. Regulars. Familiar faces. Everyone knew each other by name, by voice, and often by the sound of their boots coming up the porch steps. John didn't even bother bartending half the time. He'd be fixing something in the back or asleep in his chair, and the regulars would help themselves. Grab a glass. Pour a drink. Pop a beer. Drop a few bills in the tip jar. Business as usual. That was the kind of place this was. That was why John could run the whole joint solo, and still have time to cook, smoke, and mutter obscenities about the weather. Of course, if someone got too comfortable behind the counter, John would toss a string of curses their way just to keep the hierarchy clear. Meals. That was someone else's gig. There was a diner 2 blocks over. John didn't do entrees, just drinks and the kind of greasy finger food that paired well with alcohol and heart disease. Most nights, the regulars showed up after sunset for a quiet drink, a smoke, and maybe a few half-hearted rounds of darts. No one got plastered. No one made a scene. Unless something big had happened. When someone drank alone, and drank hard, it usually meant bad news at home. A death, a divorce, something they didn't want to talk about. When 2 or more old men started drinking like fish. That meant good news. A wedding, maybe. A baby. Or just a deer hunt that went unusually well. In either case, people gave space when space was needed. And if help was required, they pitched in. Quietly. Without asking for anything back. It wasn't about being polite. It was just how things were done. No fuss. No drama. Just a kind of worn-down kindness that only comes with age, hardship, and the certainty that life doesn't owe you anything. That said, there was one thing Henry had gotten very, very wrong. He used to think old folks didn't know how to cuss properly. That was deeply incorrect. These old redneck bastards could swear like poets. Maybe the younger generation had gone soft, always pulling guns instead of pulling punches, but the elders. They'd grown up with roast battles before anyone knew what stand-up comedy was. And in this bar, roasting each other was practically a second language. Henry had witnessed scenes like this more than once. Well, look what the cat dragged in. I thought you were dead, you slippery bastard. I was about to start charging rent for the stool you left empty. And yet here you are, still breathing. Must have been a clerical error at the morgue. Give me a beer before your ugly mug makes me lose my appetite. $10. 10. Are you robbing me or paying off a bar mitzvah? You Jewish now, John? Same price it's been for 10 years, you tight-fisted Scottish son of a bitch. You should be paying me to drink here. I'm what keeps this dump alive. I'll take your money and donate it to the church, to reserve you a grave plot. That kind of banter happened daily. Sometimes hourly. It was less trash talk and more ritual. A verbal handshake with a bit of spit in it. Racist jokes, sexist jabs, fat shaming, age shaming, you name it. Nothing was off limits. This was 1990, after all. The world hadn't gone full political correctness yet, and these guys weren't about to start now. And somehow, it worked. Henry didn't understand half of it at first. Cultural context, timing, delivery, some jokes flew right over his head. But he learned. Quickly. Because not learning meant standing out. And standing out? That wasn't part of the plan. He wasn't trying to be some streetwise black kid with attitude. He wasn't trying to be the polite, deferential Asian guy either. This place wasn't gonna respect a guy for being quiet and humble. They'd just call you soft. Or worse, effeminate. And that Henry couldn't stomach. Being the lazy underachiever. Fine. Being mistaken for some delicate flower. Absolutely not. One of the town's old women had already started referring to him as that sweet, shy boy with the big shoulders but the soul of a little girl. He almost choked on his fries when he heard that. Nope. No way. Not happening. So, he adapted. The jokes. The slang. The way people ribbed each other with a half-smile and a middle finger. He watched, learned, and practiced. And when he wasn't soaking up insult etiquette, he watched the bar's one form of entertainment, the beat-up old CRT television behind the counter. There were no premium channels. No cable. Just whatever the rabbit ears could pick up, mostly public access news and endless reruns of black and white war movies or 70s soap operas. Didn't matter. Henry devoured it. Not because he wanted to learn English, though it helped, but because he was starved. Not for food. For noise. He'd been locked in that Russian bunker for nearly 20 years. No entertainment. No conversations. No books. No music. Nothing. Even silence gets unbearable after long enough. So now, even the corniest black and white film felt like gold. And no, there were no Cokes. No chips. No anime. But John fed him 3 meals a day without complaint. That was more than Henry had dared to hope for. Meanwhile, his body kept changing. He didn't go to the bathroom. At all. Nothing in. Nothing out. Every calorie was being converted with 100% efficiency. No waste. No mess. And with every meal, his body grew. He was filling out, fast. Shoulders broader. Frame thicker. Muscles dense and hard. It was like watching a balloon inflate in slow motion. Every day, he looked less like a gaunt lab experiment and more like someone cast from iron. Anyone paying attention would have noticed. But John didn't ask questions. Henry could sense it. John knew something was off. But the old man had lived too long and seen too much to care about things that didn't matter. Young people were the future. He was just a man waiting out his final days behind a bar. If Henry needed help, he'd help. No lectures. No judgment. Just one grizzled hand resting on the shotgun, and the occasional reminder that he wasn't as senile as people thought. Chapter 10, A Passion for Film. You really like old movies, huh? The question came from behind the bar, where old John was polishing a glass more out of habit than necessity. His eyes were on Henry, not the TV. They hadn't known each other that long, but John had seen enough to get a feel for the kid. Maybe Henry had secrets. Maybe he wasn't normal. But John didn't care. He was an old-school kind of man. You lend a hand to the next generation, sure, but what they do with that help. That was their story. All he asked was honesty, humility, and a willingness to work without whining. The kind of values his generation clung to like gospel. And Henry? For all his quirks, he passed the test. So when John saw something he didn't understand, he didn't pry, he asked. Simple as that. Like now. Henry had been glued to the tiny CRT TV more than usual. Not the news. Not the weather. The old movies. Black and white classics, grainy reels from decades ago. And not just once. If something replayed, he'd watch it again. A third time. Still with the same rapt attention. When John asked, Henry didn't answer right away. His eyes shifted slowly, first one, then the other, like a camera panning away from a scene. Then he turned his head, almost reluctantly. As if waking from a dream. They're beautiful, he said finally, voice low. And he meant it. To a man raised on 21st-century anime girls and high-def Instagram filters, black and white films should have felt like ancient fossils. At best, outdated. At worst, unbearably cringe. He'd seen clips online back in the day, over-the-top silent films, Chaplin pratfalls, exaggerated acting that felt more like mime than cinema. He used to laugh at it. But after nearly 20 years in a sterile, lightless lab, with no music, no books, no color, no people, even a scratchy movie on a busted TV screen was a revelation. At first, it was just something to fill the silence. But now, it was everything. He wasn't watching for film school aesthetics. He didn't care about camera angles, lighting, or editing. What hooked him was simpler. Purer. The women. The actresses of Hollywood's golden age. Their elegance. Their mystique. Their faces. No filters. No heavy contouring. Just raw, natural charm. He'd been without beauty for so long, his eyes starved for softness, for warmth, that even grayscale radiance felt like sunlight. And one woman in particular stole his breath every time. Audrey Hepburn. At that moment, she was riding shotgun on a Vespa through Rome, her laughter ringing out in glorious black and white. Roman Holiday was playing again, and Henry didn't even try to hide the dreamy look on his face. She's what real dreams are made of, he muttered, gesturing at the screen. John snorted in agreement. Golden Age actresses aren't like the plastic ones we got now. Not every woman who pouts at the camera is a Monroe. Monroe, huh, Henry said, with a raised brow and a half smile. No offense, but I'll take Audrey over Marilyn any day. He wasn't dissing Monroe directly, but his tone made it clear, class over cleavage, every time. That got a rise out of the regulars. A chorus of old man groans and soda-can hisses erupted from around the room. Kids got no taste, one of them grumbled. You ever tried cuddling a stick? Bones'll poke your ribs. Monroe had curves you could drown in. She was America's sweetheart, another added. Audrey looks like she'd vanish if you sneeze too hard. You fools, someone else cut in. Garbo. Greta Garbo was the real goddess. Cold as ice, but worth burning for. Bah, you all lack vision, said a gray-bearded man by the jukebox. Hedy Lamarr, that woman was pure lust in human form. I saw her once, and I never stopped thinking about her. Not once. Henry leaned back, blinking at the bickering chaos. Wait, all of you have different top picks. Like, that different. The men chuckled. Son, it ain't about who's best. It's about knowing what real beauty used to be. Back when every face on screen didn't look like it came out of a Botox factory. These days, anyone with a nose and two eyes gets cast. There's too much choice, another chimed in. Too many options make you forget what good looks like. Honestly, someone muttered, I think you lot just argue for sport. Better than talking about cholesterol. Hey, let a man dream. At our age, it's all we've got. Dream all you want, a voice called from the back. But keep it PG and make sure you're home before your wife finds your search history. Then one particularly crusty old-timer added, at the rate Hollywood's falling, we'll probably get some square-faced, wide-mouthed goblin as the next leading lady. Big enough to eat the camera lens whole. The entire bar burst into laughter. Except Henry. Henry had his head in his hands, groaning softly. Oh God, he muttered. Don't give them ideas. Just, don't. You guys joke now, but in a few decades, you'll see. He didn't elaborate. Didn't explain. But his tone sent a ripple of unease through the laughter. It was all in good fun, until someone asked. Say, Henry. If you're that into movies, why not go to Hollywood? And just like that, the room went quiet. Dead quiet. Chapter 11, The Next Step. One of the reasons there weren't many young people in town was simple. The old folks wanted them gone. Not out of spite. Out of hope. They knew this place had no future. It wasn't a town, it was a waiting room for the grave. No jobs. No opportunities. No purpose. This was a place to retire, not start over. So when Henry showed up, young, strong, and clearly not from around here, they welcomed him without question, but also assumed he wouldn't stay. Today's question wasn't random. It was a test. A nudge. If he wasn't running from the law, and wasn't hiding from some broken heart, then he had no business wasting his best years in a dying town full of dying men. He should be out there. Somewhere. And if he didn't know where to go, well, these old-timers had plenty of ideas. That was just what bored old men did, matchmake careers like their wives matched up grandkids. But Henry, ever the smartass, brushed it off with a smirk. How am I supposed to get there? Swim to California. John, wiping down the bar with his usual gruff patience, didn't miss a beat. If it's money you need, he said evenly, I've got a stash. Henry blinked. The comment wasn't a joke. And it wasn't casual, either. There was something in John's tone, firm, unshakable. No pity. No hesitation. Just an offer. Plain and honest. Henry turned toward him, the sarcasm dying in his throat. Every instinct in him said to decline. Years of struggling had taught him that handouts always came with strings. Favors meant debts. Gifts meant leverage. But when he met John's eyes, clear, steady, impossible to read, something told him this wasn't that kind of offer. The old man didn't pity him. He respected him. And that made it even harder to say yes. Still, Henry tried to joke his way out of it. Come on. What kind of paycheck am I getting here? I've eaten my weight in food since I got here. If you paid me minimum wage, I'd still be in the red. John huffed, glaring. This is my bar, and I'll decide what you're worth. I've got more saved up than you think. I could drop it all on some college girl and still have enough left to bury your sorry ass in style. Henry grinned. Better save it for a coffin with a decent lid. If the coyotes have to dig you up and you're just bones and gristle, you'll be screwing them out of a decent meal. The bar erupted in laughter, John included, though he looked like he wanted to throw the nearest whiskey bottle at Henry's head. And just like that, the tension faded. That's how things worked in this town. Banter was how they talked. Teasing meant you belonged. Then someone called out from a corner booth. If you want money, why not try the crab boats? What, is it that time again? Yup. Season's opening soon. Word is, captains are already looking for greenhorns. Didn't someone try to sell their boat last year? Sell it? Hell no. He just wants a sucker to be captain while he collects the cash. You don't sell a boat that brings in gold, just hire someone else to do the dangerous part. That kicked off a whole round of local gossip. Henry barely followed half of it. He turned to John, brow raised. Wait, crabbing. Like, real crab? That pays. One of the older guys leaned in. Not just any crab, kid. King crab. The kind with legs that stretch taller than a man. Worth a fortune. King crab. Henry repeated, stunned. He'd never tasted it, couldn't afford to, but he'd seen the price tags. Enough to make a broke man cry. If that was what they were fishing up here, then yeah, he could see why people risked their lives for it. John, however, looked unimpressed. It's tough work. And dangerous. But honest, someone else cut in. No worse than construction, and way better pay. You get a full haul, a good captain. You're looking at 30 grand for 2 weeks' work. Even rookies walk away with 5. Henry went quiet. He hadn't handled the bar's finances, but from what he'd observed, the dollar had roughly the same value as back home. Beer, $1 or so. A steak dinner, maybe 5 or 10. Rent. You could buy a house for under 10 grand. Own a bar like John's for 30. Small town prices, sure, but that only made the math more tempting. One good run on a crab boat could pay for a house. One trip. Henry wasn't dumb. That was a hell of an opportunity. Still, he didn't jump at it. Not yet. Instead, he glanced at John again, searching the old man's face. They hadn't said it aloud, but Henry knew they were alike. Low risk. Low profile. Survive first, dream later. So he waited for the verdict. John didn't dodge it. If you want to try it, he said, I won't stop you. It's an honest job. But make no mistake, men die out there. Every year, boats go down and never come back. You're not just risking sore muscles and bruised pride. Henry nodded. It was more than fair. It was the truth. King crab season only lasted a few months, but it was one of Alaska's biggest industries. Everyone knew someone who'd tried it. Everyone had heard the stories. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't romantic. It was dangerous, brutal, and paid in blood and bone. But it paid well. And Henry needed money. Desperately. Not just for survival. For a future. For freedom. He'd spent nearly 20 years as a lab rat, a prisoner with no choices. Now, for the first time, he could choose anything. And in a world like this, money wasn't just power. It was protection. Stealing from the town wouldn't help. There wasn't enough cash in the entire bar to fund a one-way trip to Anchorage. But the crab boats. That was real. And real was all Henry wanted. Chapter 12, The Interview. Technically, Henry's little town had a dock, but that was mostly for tiny freight boats hauling in supplies. If you wanted real ships, real work, you had to head south, to the next town down the coast. That's where the crab boats launched. Fortunately, the two towns weren't strangers. Everyone knew everyone, or knew someone who did. So when Henry said he was serious about getting on a crab boat, the local old-timers made a few calls. Put in a word. Passed his name along. Old John even drove him there himself. John took the driver's seat. Riding shotgun was the Pole, a grizzled old fisherman who used to run with one of the local captains. Henry. He rode in the truck bed, bundled in an oversized coat, soaking in what little sunlight October had to offer. Technically, it was fall. In Alaska. It felt like winter had already arrived. But Henry didn't mind. The chill air didn't bite as sharply as it used to. Not anymore. If anything, he welcomed the sun. Just sitting there, arms folded and face tilted upward, he felt charged. He wasn't stupid enough to sunbathe like a lunatic in front of everyone, just in case his Kryptonian theory turned out to be true, but that didn't mean he didn't enjoy it. And riding in the back like this. It felt familiar. John had told him, after he found Henry unconscious on the beach, he tossed him in the truck bed just like this and drove him back into town. Full circle, in a weird way. Not far, they said. Which, in Alaskan terms, meant 3.5 hours of doing 70 on half-frozen roads. Henry now understood that close meant something very different up here. Maybe it was measured in dinosaur spinal cord lengths or some other impossible metric. When they finally pulled into the harbor town, Henry caught his first real glimpse of what crab season looked like. The docks were alive with noise and motion, grizzled men hauling gear, welding equipment humming, crates being loaded, ropes coiled and uncoiled with practiced speed. Boats lined the wharf in long rows, hulls stained by rust and salt. This was crab season. October to November. The only time of year when hundreds of boats launched into the freezing waters of the Bering Sea to catch king crab, the kind of beast you paid top dollar for at fine restaurants. 2 months. $500 million. That was the scale. People made their year's wages in weeks. Some lived like kings off a single run. But others never came back at all. Which was why the right boat mattered. Some captains would take anyone with a pulse and a death wish. Others ran a tight ship, staffed by veterans. Nobody wanted to be on a rookie boat, the kind that sank because no one knew what they were doing. That's why the old guys back home hadn't just sent Henry to any boat. They sent him to the Annie II, captained by George Jefferson III. Name sounded like a presidential merger. But around here, the man was legend. George had inherited the boat from his father, who'd inherited it from his father. He'd been on deck since he was old enough to tie a knot, and every fisherman on this side of the state knew his name. You wanted to learn the ropes. You went with George. You wanted to survive your first season. You begged for a spot on his crew. Which made this interview something of a big deal. As they pulled up beside the Annie II, Henry could already see a storm of movement on deck, men repairing gear, loading supplies, checking hydraulics. The whole vessel looked like it was preparing for war. The pole didn't wait. He leapt onto the deck like a man half his age, shouting, "Hey, old bastard. You remember I said I'd bring you a greenhorn?" A voice shouted back from the engine room. Moments later, a mountain of a man emerged, shirtless despite the cold, wiping grease from his hands. George Jefferson III looked like he'd been carved out of ship steel. His frame was all bulk and calluses, not gym-built muscle, but the kind that came from decades of hauling rope and slamming steel. What little hair he had left was white, and his beard stubble matched. But his eyes were sharp, like seawater and sky mixed together. He stepped onto deck, squinted at the truck. Then he saw John. "Look who it is," George barked. "Unless you brought a bar to my ship, old man, I ain't paying a damn dime for whatever overpriced swill you're pushing." John fired back instantly. "And here I thought your eyesight was only good for spotting crab. Can't you see the human I brought with me? Or do I need to swing by your house and check if your wife's still alive?" George grinned, hands raised in mock surrender. Same old bark, same old bite. Then he turned, finally sizing up Henry. Up close. The kid was tall. Solid. Not gym sculpted, but dense. Like he was built for impact. "Name?" George asked, voice gravelly. "Henry, sir." Just Henry. Still figuring out the rest. George circled him once, then gave his shoulder a heavy smack. Henry didn't budge. Felt like the guy had just slapped a concrete wall. George nodded, impressed. "You'll do." Then, turning to the others, he said, "He's in." To Henry, he added, "Don't get cocky. This ain't a joyride. It's cold, it's wet, and it hurts. Once we leave port, you're stuck. No backing out." Henry nodded. "Understood." John chimed in with a smirk. "Just make sure you've got enough rations on board. This one eats like he's prepping for hibernation. Don't come crying when he starts boiling the catch for lunch." George laughed, deep and rough. "Long as he doesn't puke it back up mid-storm, we'll be fine." Chapter 13, Life as a Greenhorn on the Annie II. Nobody called him Henry. From day one, the crew followed Captain George's lead and gave him a new name, Greenie. Short for Greenhorn. New guy. Rookie. Or in plainer terms, the guy who knows nothing and has to earn everything. There's an old saying. Old hands give orders, mid-timers wait their turn, greenhorns shut up and survive. And on this boat, Henry was the greenest of them all. The other men, even the least experienced, had sailed with George last season. Henry didn't even know how to tie a proper knot when he came aboard. But he wasn't here to prove how strong he was. That would have been easy. Too easy. Sure, he could lift a steel crab pot one-handed or crush a frozen latch without blinking, but why? To make people suspicious. Draw attention. If he wanted an easy life, he would have stayed back in the bar. This was the real world. And here, respect had to be earned. Captain George didn't tolerate hazing, but he didn't coddle, either. That first day, during the calm sail toward the Bering Sea, was the last moment of peace anyone would get. After that, it was hell on water. 21-hour workdays. That was the average. And no, that didn't mean a straight 3-hour break to sleep. Those 3 hours, scattered across the day in 5 or 10-minute slices. Maybe an hour and change, if you were lucky. Work ran in shifts, 2 or 3 hours per rotation, with tiny breathers in between. Enough time to piss, wolf down cold food, and collapse on whatever flat surface you could find. Lunch and dinner. Those were the only 2 real breaks, maybe 20, 30 minutes tops. If the cook was feeling generous, you got hot stew. Otherwise, crackers, jerky, and hope. The work. Brutal. Dangerous. Non-stop. Each steel crab pot weighed over 750 pounds. Henry's job was to stuff bait sacks, usually bloody chunks of meat, into the cages, then help haul and prep them for drop. And once a pot hit the water, no break. Because there wasn't just one pot. There were dozens. As soon as one dropped, it was time to winch up the next. Rinse, repeat, reset the bait, and send it back into the freezing black below. Then came the ice. The sea spray didn't just soak the deck, it froze on contact. Every surface became slick, deadly, and top-heavy with jagged ice buildup. If too much ice collected, the boat would list. And then capsize. So even when the pots were in the water and the lines coiled, no rest. Out came the sledgehammers. Time to smash ice. Again. Greenie didn't get near the winches, those were for seasoned crew only. He worked the deck. Helped prep the gear. Helped sort and haul the catch. And when they finally winched the cages back up, well, those crabs didn't come out politely. King crabs were armored nightmares, giant, spiky bastards with claws like bolt cutters. Even hauled from deep sea, they were fast, aggressive, and damn near weapons grade. The claws could take a finger if you got sloppy. So everyone wore gloves. Even Henry. Sure, his skin could probably tank the damage, but he wasn't out here to be Superman. He was out here to be a man. Just one of the crew. But none of that, not the workload, not the danger, was as bad as the weather. The Bering Sea in October wasn't just cold. It was lethal. Freezing salt wind ripped straight down from the Arctic, laced with sleet or snow, often slamming into the boat like a freight train. Waves towered over 10 meters high. Wind gusted over 16 miles an hour. And the Annie II was not a cruise ship. Every step was a fight for balance. A wrong move could send you flying off the deck and into the ocean. And while this wasn't the Navy, George would order a rescue if someone fell overboard. Nobody was under any illusions. In seas like this, going overboard meant maybe a 60-second survival window. If someone didn't spot you fast enough, you were just gone. The real test for greenhorns wasn't guts. It was whether or not you puked your soul out. Seasickness wasn't optional, it was a rite of passage. But if you couldn't get it under control, you were useless. Every crab season, dozens of boats lost crew to dock walk, newbies who bailed after a single day, puking their guts out and begging to go home. That's why so many boats were always hiring. Henry had considered pacing himself. Taking it easy. Saving energy. Then he lived through one full shift. Between the ice, the crabs, the constant movement, and the hellish cold, he got it. Nobody here worked slow because it was a choice. You worked fast because the faster you worked, the sooner you went home. Every hour on deck was gambling with death. Better to be done in 5 days than risk dying on day 9. That's why a good captain was everything. And George? George knew the sea. He couldn't see the crabs on sonar, but he knew how to find them. Years of instinct. Gut feeling. Maybe luck, too. When he dropped the first set of pots, they came up full. Again and again. With a lesser captain, you'd be out there for 2 weeks praying for a half load. With George, 5 days in, they were halfway to full. And Greenie. The crew loved him. Sure, he didn't know a damn thing at first. But once he learned something, he never had to be told twice. No ego. No whining. No slacking. He took orders, worked fast, asked smart questions, and never, ever complained. When he made a mistake, he fixed it. Fast. Hell, even the old hands were impressed. And best of all, he wasn't trying to show off. No posturing. No macho bullshit. No, look what I can lift, nonsense. Just a guy doing his job, better and better, every shift. 5 days in, he was already helping with advanced tasks. Only thing he hadn't touched was the helm. But everything else, from gear maintenance to crab sorting, he was in the rotation. And no one had a bad word to say about him. Chapter 14, The Incident. Rough seas weren't just an inconvenience, they were the #1 cause of accidents aboard a crab boat. It didn't matter how experienced the crew was. On the Bering Sea, all it took was one rogue wave to throw everything and everyone off balance. Even with Captain George at the helm, even with every deckhand running at full alert, chaos had a way of crashing in without warning. Out here, you looked out for your crewmates. That wasn't a suggestion, it was survival. No one on the Annie II operated with the mindset of every man for himself. The unspoken rule of the ocean was simple. Out here, you've got each other or you've got nothing. That kind of mutual reliance had a way of getting under your skin. And while Henry worked hard to keep his powers on the down low, the truth was, the longer he stayed aboard, the harder it was to stay detached. Sometimes, a helping hand was just a reflex. As long as he didn't overdo it, no ridiculous feats of strength, no obvious impossibilities he could pass. Mostly. But then came the moment where instinct nearly blew his cover. They were mid-haul pulling in another full crab pot from the icy black deep and spirits were high. After several disappointing drops, Captain George had finally hit the jackpot. Pot after pot was coming up brimming with writhing, spiked king crabs. A few more like this, and they'd be headed home. Fast. One of the younger deckhands freshly promoted from his own Greenie status this season was guiding the pod in with the tether line, helping swing it in toward the deck. That's when the wave hit. Not a towering monster. Just a side snapper. But it was enough. The boat lurched hard. The pot swayed out, metal groaning as tension shifted. One of the crane lines snapped. The entire cage dropped back toward the water, still tethered, but now swinging dangerously. And worse, the tether had looped around the young guy's arm. The pot lurched outward with brutal force, threatening to drag him overboard or tear his arm clean off. It all happened in a second. Henry moved faster. He caught the pot with both hands, digging his boots into the slick deck and bracing against the rail. Muscles tensed, arms straining, jaw clenched in a performance of effort, because pretending to struggle was harder than actually holding the thing. He couldn't look too strong. Just strong enough. The younger deckhand hit the deck hard, yelling out. A second later, crew members swarmed in, one slicing the line off the guy's arm while another dragged him back to safety. With the rookie clear, the rest of the crew turned their attention to the crab pot now dangling precariously over the edge, supported only by Henry's makeshift brace. They had two choices: cut the rest of the lines and let it fall or salvage it. It wasn't an easy call. That pot was heavy. It was also full. Letting it go would mean dumping thousands of dollars back into the sea. But could the kid holding it hold on? Before anyone made the call, Henry gritted out, teeth clenched for effect. Can you reattach the snapped line? That was all the motivation they needed. Hold tight, Greenie, someone barked, already rushing to grab a spare cable. Two crewmen climbed up onto the rig, anchoring themselves with harnesses while another clipped the backup line into place. Within seconds, experienced fingers tied the new line with practiced ease. Now, someone shouted. Henry released his grip. The tension shifted. The new cable took the weight. The pot dipped slightly, but held. Cheers broke out across the deck. Together, they reeled the cage in and dropped it onto the deck. Safe. Intact. Loaded. And then finally everyone exhaled. Henry slumped against the railing, sucking in air like he'd just run a marathon. His gloved hands hung limp, and no one questioned it. Why would they? You couldn't see strain through padded gloves, and no one expected superhuman endurance out of a guy who looked like he'd just aged 10 years in 10 seconds. The injured deckhand sat slumped against the wall of the wheelhouse, pale and wide-eyed, cradling his arm. It wasn't broken, but it was badly pulled. He'd be lucky if he didn't need a sling. Captain George emerged from the cabin just as the last of the chaos cleared. He'd seen it all from behind the glass. But before he could give orders, his crew had already handled it. He gave both young men a once-over. First the rookie shaken, but alive, then Henry. No lecture. No grand speech. Just a heavy hand on Henry's shoulder and a gruff. Good work. You saved his arm or worse. No one asked how Henry had held the pot steady. Technically, he hadn't taken the whole weight. The other 3 crane lines had held most of it. It had just tilted dangerously. For all they knew, he'd just kept it from swinging off. In crab boat culture, weird saves weren't unheard of. People did crazy things when adrenaline hit. Miracles happened. Sometimes. George barked new orders. Swap that snapped line for a new one. Let's clear this spot fast. We're heading back as soon as these pots are up. We've got enough to call it. One of the crew called out, surprised. Already? We're heading in early. George shrugged. 8/10 full. This batch looks good. You want a bigger paycheck or a body bag? That shut everyone up. Henry clapped his gloves together and stood straighter. I'm good. No rest needed. The rookie didn't answer. He was still shaking. George pointed at Henry. You're taking 10. That's not a suggestion. Head below. Grab a bottle of whiskey. One for you, one for the kid. He looks like he just saw God. Aye, Captain. Henry headed inside. No arguments. The warmth and the drink would do them both good. The rest of the crew didn't gripe about the break. They just got back to work. After all, the faster they loaded up, the faster they got paid and the faster they got the hell off this floating death trap. Chapter 15, The Hall. The kid who'd nearly lost his arm still trembling as he clutched the stainless steel cup of whiskey wasn't exactly your average deckhand. He was a mutant. Not one of the flashy, headline-making types with laser eyes or metal wings. No, this one had discreet gills along the sides of his neck like a shark. Made him useful for underwater recon, especially when it came to spotting king crab migrations. Useful, in theory. But like most mutations, there were drawbacks. The Bering Sea's freezing waters didn't care if you had gills, hypothermia still hit the same. And while he could breathe underwater, getting back on board in rough seas took time, effort, and often risk. Because of that, the kid rarely went down. In 5 days at sea, he'd taken the plunge all of twice. Most of the time, it was still up to Captain George's decades of experience to track down crab clusters. And if Henry was honest, the kid didn't exactly scream, crab boat material. Thin. Frail. All nerve and no muscle. For a job built on raw endurance and teamwork, he sat in a weird space too useful to ignore, too fragile to fully rely on. Was there discrimination against mutants on crab boats? Not here. Not under Captain George's watch. Not when every hand counted. His words were gospel aboard the Annie too. You've got hands and don't eat your crewmates when rations run low. You're welcome aboard. Out on the water, the only thing that mattered was whether or not you pulled your weight. Everything else, mutations, politics, race, got tossed overboard. Well, unless you were lazy. Then a fall into 10-foot waves might just be an unfortunate accident. The mutant kid sat there nursing his whiskey for a solid 20 minutes, eyes glazed and still pale. Can't really blame him, he'd come inches from losing a limb. Or his life. When he finally stood and rejoined the crew, no one gave him grief. Hell, in this line of work, just getting back up earned respect. Henry, on the other hand, had knocked back his own drink and gotten straight back to it. By now day 5 the crew operated like clockwork. Even Henry, the greenest of the green, had settled into rhythm. A nod here, a glance there. They barely needed to speak anymore. And though none of the old hands were saying it out loud, every single one of them knew the truth. This rookie was punching way above his pay grade. By sunrise on day 6, the Annie II was headed back to port. They hadn't even cleared the last crab bed. The hold was just too damn full. Packed to the brim with writhing, oversized crustaceans. At that point, staying out any longer was just asking for trouble. Docking meant more than just tying off. The crew still had to unload the crabs, pack them in ice, weigh them, and prep them for sale. The harbor wasn't some slick, high-end auction block like in the big cities, but it had its own rugged system. Buyers from fisheries were already waiting, guys with clipboards, checkbooks, and cold eyes. They scoped out the first few crates, gauged size and quality, then placed their bids on the whole haul. Whoever won the bid would write a check on the spot payable to the captain, or in this case, to Captain and owner George. Then came the payout. Most of the crew were on fixed contracts. A few of the more senior guys had profit shares, getting bonuses tied to how big the haul was. If the captain and the ship's haul were solid, everyone got paid real money. Henry was, naturally, the last in line to get his paycheck. The others left the captain's small office with wide grins and folded checks, already tossing around plans for bar crawls and weekend benders. Even the mutant kid was bouncing on his heels, flicking his check like it was a winning lottery ticket. "Drinks on me tonight," he shouted, high on adrenaline and the smell of shore. When it was finally Henry's turn, he glanced down at his check and froze. "Captain, you sure this isn't a mistake?" George didn't even look up. "No mistake, kid. But this is way more than the rate you quoted me." "Yeah," George said, setting down his pen and leaning back in his chair. "I checked that freight hoist line myself. It was a maintenance screw-up. My screw-up. I should have caught it before we left port. You saved that kid's arm and saved me from an insurance claim. That extra cash. Consider it hush money from the universe." Across the room, the mutant kid's ears perked up. "Wait, I could have gotten insurance money." He was immediately rewarded with a sharp smack to the back of the head from one of the veteran deckhands. "You want a check or your arm, dipshit?" The kid glanced down at his still-attached limb and cradled it sheepishly. "Arm's great. Never better." Henry chuckled and tucked the check into his coat pocket. "Thanks, boss." He'd already peeked at everyone else's amounts, one of the perks of having supervision. Even with the bonus, he'd still earned the least. Same as the mutant kid. But for a rookie, it was more than fair. Actually, it was generous. With checks in hand, the mood turned rowdy. Plans were made. Bars were chosen. And a few of the older guys just wanted to sleep for 3 days straight and pretend their backs didn't hurt. Captain George didn't join the party. Once docked, he was back to his usual no-nonsense self. But when he noticed Henry still hanging around the dock, he paused. "You need a ride?" Henry nodded. "If it's not trouble. Thought I'd head back to John's bar. Maybe hit the bank on the way." George jerked a thumb toward his truck. "Hop in. I'll get you there." Henry hesitated. Then asked, "Captain, will there be another run?" George gave him a sidelong glance. "You asking for a spot?" "I want back in. I want to work." Most people ran from the crab boat life the minute their feet hit dry land. Henry. He wanted another ticket back. It wasn't just about the money, though the money helped. It was the feeling. The rhythm. The focus. The clean weight of exhaustion, earned. And yeah, the sunlight helped too. His body drank it in like fuel, burning away fatigue as if it never existed. Captain George studied him for a beat. "You're serious?" "Dead serious." "Good." George smiled faintly, like he'd expected as much. "I'll keep your bunk warm." Chapter 16, Patching the Paperwork. Captain George wasn't surprised in the slightest by Henry's question. Some guys joined a crab boat for one trip and ran screaming back to land the moment they touched dry ground. Others. They stuck with it. Made a career out of it, even if just for a few years to stack some cash while they were young and unbreakable. "Here's how it's gonna work," George said, rubbing the bridge of his nose like he was already thinking ahead to the next trip. "Once I'm home, my wife'll handle rotating in the next crew. The Annie II will rest one day in port for refueling and maintenance, then she's heading back out." He gave Henry a measuring look. "I don't know how long they'll be gone. Could be a week, maybe more. If you still want to come with my crew, best bet is to show up here in about 7 days and check in. Pays the same as this run and no more rookie discount. You earned your stripes. Henry nodded gratefully, but George wasn't finished. If you're feeling restless and want to get back out sooner, get in touch with the Polish guy. He'll know who's looking for deckhands. I can probably find you another reliable boat. But for now, your job is to rest. At least 3 days. Got that, kid? Henry nodded again, more solemnly this time. Even if he felt fine better than fine, really he wasn't about to argue with George. No captain in his right mind would take a guy back out who hadn't even changed socks since docking. But George's tone shifted suddenly, sharpening. And while you're resting, I better not hear a damn thing about you picking up anything harder than a beer. I don't tolerate junkies on my boat. If you show up stoned, twitching, or even thinking about being a liability, you'll cool off in the Bering Sea before I ever let you on again. You read me. Henry raised both hands like he was facing down an arresting officer. Loud and clear, boss. Crystal. As a Kryptonian or whatever he really was, Henry figured he was immune to most Earth-made substances anyway. But he wasn't eager to test the theory. Especially not with heroin or meth. George stared at him for a beat longer, then clapped a hand on his shoulder, satisfied. Good. Now take that check straight to the bank. I've seen too many dumbass lose their pay after passing out drunk, soaking it through, or getting it lifted by some barfly with fast hands. Bank, Henry repeated, patting the pocket with the folded check. Right. Is there a place I can cash it instead? George paused. You don't have a bank account. Henry just shrugged. The captain didn't press further, but the way his face pinched said he'd seen this before. Too many nameless kids with no paperwork, no trail. Just trying to exist between the cracks of the system. I'll get you help, George said. I know a guy. He's a little rough around the edges, but he knows the ropes. He'll help you sort out the boring stuff: bank account, ID, whatever else you're missing. Name's Tom. I'll give him a call. You just wait in the office over there. Appreciate it, Henry said sincerely. Seriously. George nodded once, then handed Henry a cup of coffee on his way out. It's sludge. But it'll wake you up. It did. The moment the bitter brew hit Henry's tongue, his enhanced senses went into full panic mode. It tasted like ash, salt, and despair. But it sure as hell knocked the fog off his brain like someone had jump-started his nervous system with a car battery. 10 minutes later, a dusty, light brown land yacht from a bygone era rolled up to the office, tires crunching on gravel. It didn't park so much as lurch to a stop just outside the waiting area. The passenger side window creaked down, and a raspy voice barked, "Hey, kid. You Henry." Henry leaned forward. Tom. In the flesh. And looking good, I might add. You see another man around here with this much swagger driving a museum piece. Tom was colorful. Late 50s, maybe early 60s. Tan as a boot, hair a half-baked swirl of brown and silver, and sporting sunglasses that hadn't been fashionable since the Nixon era. Henry didn't hesitate. He opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. You reek, Tom said immediately, nose wrinkling. Smells like you marinated in crab guts and diesel fuel. Only thing worse I've smelled is expired herring. Henry gave himself a sniff and winced. In my defense, we lived in raincoats and oilskins for 5 days. The smell sort of soaks in. Tom groaned and rolled down his own window, despite the cold. Jesus wept. First stop my place. You need a shower before I let you near a camera. A camera? You want ID, right? Gotta look halfway human in the photo. Right now, you look like someone Homeland Security's already watching. Henry caught his reflection in the rearview mirror and couldn't argue. His hair was wild, his face scruffy, and the general vibe was vagabond in a wind tunnel. All right, he said. Fair point. But I don't have any clean clothes. I've got spares, Tom said, already shifting into gear. If you don't mind wearing something from the Reagan years, we're golden. If you want new clothes, we can swing by a store. Spare clothes are fine. I just need something not crusty. Tom snorted and peeled out of the lot. As they drove, Tom kept the conversation moving. Here's the deal, he said. I run a placement agency. Connect folks like you drifters, out-of-staters, whoever with crab boats that need bodies. I also help sort paperwork permits, social security, tax filings, whatever needs patching. Henry glanced at him. So you're legit. Strictly legit. You won't catch me running fake IDs or laundering cash. George vouched for you, so I'm helping. But fair warning, this stuff isn't free. Filing fees, admin costs, you'll owe a little for the hassle. That cool? Fair's fair. Good man. And once it's done, you'll be able to walk into any bank, any hiring office, and not get tossed out the door. Henry gave a faint smile. For someone trying to build a life from scratch, this felt like the first real step. Maybe for the first time since waking up on that beach, things were starting to come together. Chapter 17, The Shaving Problem. Wait, you can actually do that? Henry blinked, genuinely surprised. He didn't know the full scope of how identity documents were forged or, in this case, retroactively assembled, but one thing was obvious: he didn't have a legal identity. No birth certificate. No social security number. No driver's license. Hell, no last name. Getting official paperwork, even fake, felt like black magic. Tom grinned, like he got this reaction a lot. Kid, this is Alaska. As long as you're not on a federal wanted list, it's all just paperwork. He paused, then leaned in and dropped his voice like they were in a spy thriller. And even if you are on that list, well, let's just say I've seen worse. You're not, right? Henry raised both hands. No. Definitely not. Good, Tom said, instantly reverting to his laid-back swagger. Makes my job easier. A few turns later, they pulled into a small office building with sun-faded signage that read, Tom's Employment Agency and Consulting. We make you legal, in smaller print below. Inside, a middle-aged woman was shuffling papers behind the front desk. She didn't look up, didn't say hello, just gave off that seasoned government worker with zero patience energy. Her desk was scattered with a few odd, gold-toned coins. When George's name came up, though, she wordlessly swept the coins into a drawer and finally acknowledged them with a disinterested grunt. As Henry passed her desk, she gave him a sharp side eye, then theatrically waved a hand in front of her nose. Geez. Where'd you drag this one out from, Tom? A sewer. George's crew, Tom said casually. Just got off the boat. Oh. Her tone shifted, just a bit. She knew what just got off the boat meant: crab blood, diesel, and desperation. She didn't smile, but she didn't kick them out either. In Alaska, a wallet full of fish season money had a way of covering a lot of social sins. No matter how ripe you smelled. Henry didn't take offense. He looked and smelled like hell, and he knew it. Besides, the woman's snark wasn't aggressive, just habitual. The kind of sass you earned by surviving too many years in a small-town office full of weirdos and strangers. And she wasn't wrong. Henry's Kryptonian body didn't sweat like a normal human's, but he had marinated for days in sea brine, crab guts, and wet wool. Add freezing wind and engine oil, and the smell was a Frankenstein of funk, somewhere between old anchovies and burnt rubber. Tom tossed him a clean set of clothes and pointed to the back. Showers in the corner. Use as much soap as you want. You're gonna need it. Henry made his way through the cluttered office toward the bathroom. As he passed a room with a single, saggy mattress and a mirror with a crack down the middle, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A bed in the office. Classy, Tom. He resisted the urge to comment, though his imagination painted a picture of Tom playing HR consultant by day and hopeful bachelor by night. Judging by the dust on the sheets, though, that bed hadn't seen action in a long time. The shower was small but hot, and Henry took full advantage. He scrubbed like he was trying to erase the memory of the Bering Sea from his skin. The dirt came off easily enough. The hair, though, that was a different problem. The beard growth on his chin had gotten unruly, and his hair was halfway to covering his eyes. He grabbed a pair of scissors from the sink and tried trimming it. The scissors didn't cut. He pressed harder. Still nothing. Well. That confirmed it. His hair was just as invulnerable as the rest of him. Which meant. Henry groaned, closing his eyes as a ridiculous memory surfaced. In some old Superman animated series, Clark Kent would shave by bouncing laser vision off a mirror to trim his beard. It was played off like a cute gag, but now Henry realized it was probably canon. Do I even have heat vision? He muttered to himself. He hadn't tried. Hell, he hadn't even known he could fly until recently. To play it safe, he raised his palm and aimed at his own hand. If it worked, at least he wouldn't burn a hole in Tom's office wall. He focused, narrowed his eyes, and nothing. He clenched like he was trying to pass a kidney stone. Still nothing. I want to shoot heat vision, he muttered like a lunatic. Nada. Then he remembered something. In Smallville, young Clark Kent's first brush with heat vision came during an unexpected rush of hormones, specifically, while ogling a hot teacher. Henry sighed. No way, he said to himself. That can't be it. Still, for science. He closed his eyes and dredged up old, long-buried mental files, the kind filed away under, definitely clear your browser history. His superbrain helpfully replayed vivid scenes, complete with dialogue, music, and, for some godforsaken reason, video resolution metadata. A familiar tingle started to climb up his spine. Then his neck. Then. Wham! A sudden surge hit his eyes. He gasped and instinctively opened them, just in time to see a flash of red and feel a sudden sizzle in his palm. Whoa, he yelped, shaking his hand. It stung. Not badly, but it stung. The first real pain he'd felt since waking up on that beach. His palm had 2 faint scorch marks where the beam had hit. Henry stared at them, awed. He dunked his hand in boiling water before without flinching. This left a mark. It felt like flipping a switch. He could feel the power now waiting just behind his eyes, ready to surge again at will. All he had to do was think the right way, like flexing a mental muscle. So. Heat vision check. But now came the hard part. How the hell was he supposed to shave with it? Using heat vision on hair that was tougher than steel was one thing. But bouncing that same beam off a mirror at the perfect angle, without melting the mirror or your face was another. Superman made it look easy. But the more Henry thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Sure, he muttered, glaring at his reflection, because that's realistic. Just point a laser cannon at your own face and hope for the best. He examined the cracked mirror in Tom's office bathroom and laughed. Yeah. This'll definitely reflect a sun-powered death ray. No problem. It was official, physics in the Superman universe didn't make a damn lick of sense. If anyone ever tried to explain how laser vision plus cheap glass equals perfect shave, they deserved a Nobel Prize in fictional science. But hey, if Clark Kent could pull it off every morning, so could he. Eventually. Chapter 18, The Biofield. To avoid melting someone else's bathroom, Henry had no choice but to keep experimenting on himself. After some trial and error and a bit of low-stakes bodily harm, he finally started to understand how it all worked. The secret wasn't just his supercharged Kryptonian cells. It was something extra. A field. A biofield. If the sun altered his body, it didn't use all its energy just to make him strong and invulnerable. A chunk of that energy got stored throughout his body, right under the skin, wrapped around every cell like an invisible layer. That invisible sheath was the real reason his hair, his skin, even the stuff outside his body like beard stubble was so damn hard to cut. His indestructibility wasn't just tough tissue. It was this energy membrane. Once he learned how to control it, even a little, he could do things that felt downright magical. Like, say, shave using a laser beam. It sounded insane, but it worked. Henry focused his heat vision, newly unlocked thanks to some extremely questionable mental imagery, and bounced it off the cracked bathroom mirror. It ricocheted back at just the right angle, skimming the surface of his chin. He flinched, expecting third-degree burns. Instead, the laser seared off the stubble like a hot knife through wax, without even touching the skin. He checked the mirror. No red marks. No singeing. Just a smooth jawline. He grinned, amazed. The mirror should have shattered. The beam should have sliced him open. But it didn't. Because he didn't want it to. The field had responded. It shaped itself around his intent. It wasn't that he was burning hair, it was more like he was telling the energy what he wanted, and it made it happen. Honestly. It was freaking cool. But also terrifying. Because this wasn't just strength or speed. This was reality bending. Sure, it followed some kind of energy conversion rules. His battery drained a little when he used the laser vision, or when he focused the field to let certain things through, but still, it felt like he could will the universe to bend if he concentrated hard enough. And that wasn't even the scariest part. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Just for fun. A little flame sparked at his fingertips. Real fire, dancing like a lighter's flame between his thumb and forefinger. Magic. He wanted to laugh. The amount of energy it drained was enormous compared to heat vision. Just maintaining the flame for a few seconds siphoned thousands of times more from his internal reserves than burning off stubble ever had. Superman had never bothered with magic because, frankly, it was inefficient as hell. Why conjure fire when you could move at Mach 5 and cause enough friction to light a campfire with your bare hands? Trying to play wizard with solar energy was like fueling a nuclear reactor to toast a marshmallow. Possible. Sure. Worth it. Not remotely. Henry let the flame flicker out and shook his head. No wonder Superman never became Doctor Strange. Still, the fact that he could do it made his head spin. And it raised another question. Was he really a Kryptonian? Because there was another race that looked just like them. Daxamites. Descendants of Kryptonians who'd intermingled with other species. They also absorbed sunlight and had the same powers, but with one key difference. They were allergic to lead. Lead, as in everywhere on Earth lead. A Kryptonian might fear kryptonite. A Daxamite. A single bullet could put them in the morgue. Henry stared at his hand, which was still wrapped in a strip of damp cloth torn from his old shirt. The flesh underneath was healing, slowly knitting together with soft crackling sounds. It hurt, but not much. Pain, after the horrors of the research facility, was basically just background noise now. If he could survive human experimentation, he could survive a burned palm. Still, he didn't like not knowing. Kryptonian or Daxamite? What exactly had he been reborn as? Had he encountered lead recently? Paint, bullets, water pipes. No obvious reaction. But that didn't mean much. He'd have to find a way to test it carefully. Once he'd washed off the last of the salt and crab stink, and made himself presentable, minus the bandaged hand, Henry stepped out of the bathroom and into Tom's cluttered office. The old man was reclined at his desk, legs up, aviators still on, looking like a character who'd been cut from the Big Lebowski for being too sarcastic. The moment he saw Henry's bandaged hand, Tom opened his mouth, and then shut it again. A long pause. Then, with a glint in his eye and a voice thick with implication, he said, "Look, kid. I get it. You've got energy. You're young, full of hormones. You just spent a week at sea with nothing but smelly dudes and frozen seafood. Hell, if you need a little release, there's a strip club just outside of town. Real discreet. Cleanish. You slip the right girl a few extra bills, she'll treat you like a king for a night." He pointed lazily at the bandage. "But come on, man. Don't go beating yourself bloody. Literally. That's not a private moment, that's masochism." Henry stared at him. Speechless. Of all the explanations for his injury, that was not the one he'd expected. And honestly, of all the things Henry wanted to test his heat vision on, Tom's skull just jumped to the top of the list. Would it melt like butter? Explode like a microwave potato? He squinted at Tom's smug face. So tempting. But he didn't fire. Barely. Chapter 19, Cashing Out at the Bank. Old Tom had no idea he'd just dodged a bullet. After snapping a few ID-style photos of Henry against a blank white wall, click-click, he escorted him straight to the local bank. First National Bank of Alaska. One of the most recognizable banks in the state, and a 5-star rated institution nationwide. Solid, reputable, boring in all the best ways. It was founded back in 1922 by a guy named Winfield Irvin Sr., riding the railroad boom through Alaska's frontier days. Since then, the bank had become a cornerstone of the community. Reliable. Discreet. Adaptable. So when Tom walked Henry through the door, the bank manager's slick suit, practiced smile was out of his office before they'd even reached the front desk. "Tom. As sharp as ever, I see," he greeted, offering a handshake. Tom didn't bother sugarcoating his response. "Franklin's still Franklin. Won't change in 100 years. Right." The manager chuckled politely. "He's been with us since day one, so I suppose he's earned his permanence." He then turned to Henry. And this would be Henry. Crewman on old George's boat. He's here to cash a check. Welcome. You've come to the right place. Our bank prides itself on the fastest, most trustworthy service in the country. Will you be depositing to an outside account, or would you like to open a new one with us? He wants cash, Tom cut in. Straight up. Ah, I see. The manager's expression didn't falter. Cash withdrawals carry a 0.6% fee. Standard processing for checks is usually 0.4%, but if you open an account, we can drop that to 0.2%. Would you consider opening one today? Tom added delicately, he's missing a few documents. If you're willing to be flexible, maybe we can discuss other options. Then he turned to Henry. Your call. Tom wasn't about to make the decision for him. Some guys get picky over a few bucks difference in fees, but more importantly, he'd subtly let the manager know that this transaction might not check all the regulatory boxes. Best to be prepared. Henry didn't hesitate. I'll take the cash. The manager got the message loud and clear. He didn't press. Sure, working around red tape might earn him a quiet commission on the side, but if the client didn't want to dance, better to stick to the script. Still smiling, the manager slid a polished wooden tray across the desk. Please place the check here. I'll get the transaction started. Henry blinked. That was fast. He'd half expected to get stonewalled for asking for a pile of physical cash. Wasn't that usually how it went in movies? Tom saw the look on his face and smirked. Crab season. Lot of newbies take their pay and vanish. Banks around here prep for that, keep plenty of cash on hand. Nothing unusual. That explained why, despite being in a small town, the bank had more armed guards than Henry had seen in some airports. Not that robbing the place ever crossed his mind. He wasn't about to screw things up when he was finally making honest money. He placed George's signed check onto the tray. The manager glanced at the numbers and confirmed, cashing this for 80 grand, correct? Yep. Very well. One moment. He took the tray and headed out. Just then, a sharply dressed assistant with legs for days walked into the room and offered politely, coffee or tea, gentlemen. No hot chocolate. No whiskey. Henry grumbled internally. Out loud, he said, coffee, thanks. Tom waved her off. Instead, he helped himself to the manager's liquor cabinet and poured a healthy glass of whiskey. You even legal to drink yet? He asked. Henry shrugged. Depends. What's the age in this world? 21. Then nope. I'll stick to coffee. Too bad they don't have milk. Tom took a sip, grimaced slightly. Kid, you're missing half of life's pleasures. He kicked back on the couch and got comfortable. So, how'd you end up on George's boat? Henry raised an eyebrow. What, you do background checks now? You with the CIA or something? We've got time to kill, Tom said. You want to just sit here and stare at each other? Or admire this fine, completely tasteless office decor? I can guarantee you, none of this art cost more than $100. Henry glanced around. Yeah, cheap framed prints, a fake plant, and a faux leather sofa that had definitely seen better days. Still, he wasn't here for the interior design. I met a guy they call the Pole at a bar up north. Old John's place. You know it. Ah, that crusty World War II vet still kickin'. Whole family's full of patriots. He's the only one left now. Henry didn't rise to the bait. Tom might be rough around the edges, but he didn't seem malicious. Tom took another sip. That still doesn't explain how you got George's attention. He doesn't usually give a damn about rookies. You must have done something. There was a situation on the boat. I handled it. Helped out where I could. I pick things up fast. Work hard. The rest, you'll have to ask George. Fair enough, Tom said, letting the matter drop. Their conversation paused as the bank manager returned, now carrying a larger tray stacked with neat bundles of cash. He placed it in front of Henry with a practiced flourish. After deducting the $480 cash handling fee, that leaves $79,520. That's 7 full stacks of hundreds, 100 bills per bundle, and the remainder's been exchanged into smaller denominations. Please verify. The assistant reappeared, this time wheeling an accounting machine. She moved with precise efficiency, feeding the bills through the counter, tallying the total on a calculator, and confirming it matched to the cent. Henry watched but didn't recount. He picked up a couple bundles, the thick, rubber-banded stacks feeling almost surreal in his hands. The manager noticed his dazed expression and signaled to the assistant, who returned with a small branded tote bag. "This one's on the house," the manager said with a grin. Henry took the bag, stuffing the bundles inside, still slightly stunned. 80 grand in cold, hard cash. It was real now. Chapter 20. Consultation was still at her desk, typing away like nothing had happened. Tom led Henry inside and motioned for him to take a seat. He rummaged through a battered old backpack, dumped out some papers and who knew what else, and pushed it across the desk toward him. "Put your cash in this. The bag's yours now." Henry frowned. "Why switch bags?" Tom leaned back in his chair. "That bank. Anytime someone walks out with cash and no bag, they hand out the same exact tote. That tote basically screams, 'Hey, I'm carrying a lot of money, please rob me.'" Henry narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying the bank's in on it?" Tom shook his head. "Nah, they're not that dirty. But no matter how many times they try to change things up, someone on the outside's always watching. Only clueless rookies walk around flashing those branded bags." He gave Henry a pointed look. "You're one of George's guys. I'm not about to let you walk out of my place and get jumped half a block later. That'd make me look bad." "Got it." Henry didn't argue. He stuffed the bank's tote inside the old backpack, zipping it up tight. As long as the flashy logo wasn't visible, he didn't care what held the cash. Once Henry was packed, Tom tapped his fingers on the desk. "All right, now that we've got your payday handled, let's talk business. Getting you proper documents and licenses, that'll run you $2 grand. 2,000. Henry blinked. "That's way less than I expected. These are real documents, right? Not fake ones." Tom cracked a small grin. "Believe it or not, it's cheaper to get legit papers than to fake them. The only reason most people don't is because they don't know the right people, or the people they do know don't know what they're doing." He poured himself a splash of whiskey. "The law has more loopholes than a block of Swiss cheese if you know where to look. Thing is, people who know don't usually share. Why should they? They're not obligated to help anyone else for free. There's a saying, all the best ways to make money are written in the criminal code. It's true. And it isn't. It's true because crime does pay right up until you get caught. But it's also false, because the real high-level players don't bother with small, dirty jobs. Robbing a bank? That's pocket change, and way too messy. What, you think an average crook can hit a score for millions and not end up on every law enforcement radar from coast to coast?" Henry wasn't shocked. Not anymore. He'd seen enough of the world this one and his last to know how things really worked. He still wasn't sure how much of Tom's competence was smoke and mirrors, but if George had recommended him, that counted for something. That old bastard wouldn't point him toward a scammer, at least not one stupid enough to shortchange his own crew. Without further hesitation, Henry reached into the bag and pulled out a crisp stack of hundreds. Still wrapped in the bank's band. He dropped it on the desk and slid it forward. Tom raised an eyebrow, picked up the stack, and gave it a slow twirl in his fingers. "Oh, so I'm counting this myself, huh?" "I've got a few questions too," Henry said. "If you can help, great. I hear you run a consulting firm, after all." Tom set the money back down, pushed it to the center of the desk, and leaned in slightly. "Shoot. Can't promise I know everything, but I know a lot. Is there a car rental place in town?" Tom snorted. "Not unless you count the airport over in Hooper Bay. There are a couple private outfits near there that rent to tourists, but the prices suck. Why not just buy one?" Henry shrugged. "I'm not planning to stick around. Once crab season ends, I want to try my luck in Hollywood." "Oh, chasing the star dream, huh?" "Not exactly. Maybe I just want to see what the world looks like. Either way, buying a car just to sell it a few weeks later feels like a hassle. Plus, I don't have anyone to store it if I leave." Tom raised an eyebrow. "If you're open to some advice, I'd still suggest buying. Especially if you're planning to head out more than once." He pointed toward the backpack sitting beside Henry. "You really want to drag that bag of cash through airport security without a bank account? Good luck with that." Henry hesitated. "Domestic flights would be a problem too." Tom gave a weary shrug. "You never know how a person with a badge will choose to use their authority. Trust me, smart people stay away from attention. Ferries are simpler. No scans, no guards, no x-rays. You drive onto the boat, you drive off. Done. Hell, you could be hauling a truckload of dynamite and no one would care, as long as you don't blow it up mid-crossing. He leaned in further, elbows on the desk. The only downside is the travel time. Takes longer. If that's a deal breaker for you, I won't argue. I just give the advice. What you do with it's your call. Henry nodded slowly. All right. Help me buy a car then. Or at least tell me where to find a used lot. Tom perked up. Any requirements? 4 wheels. Runs on gas. That's about it. That got a real laugh. Tom reached into his pocket and pulled out a key ring, tossing a set toward Henry. Used car lots around here are full of junkers. Just take mine. Henry caught the keys, then stared at them, and then at Tom, who looked a little too pleased with himself. That's a Cadillac DeVille, Tom said proudly. A 1965 classic. Anyone who doesn't love that car has no taste. And let me tell you, there's a perk to driving that thing. Henry raised an eyebrow. Tom leaned back smugly. See, the cops around here? They see those plates, they wave you right on through. Even if they do stop you, just tell them your paperwork's with Tom. No one's going to hassle you. Ah. So the real value's in the registration. Henry quietly slipped the keys into his pocket. Tom grinned. Anything else I can help you with? Hard to tell if he was thrilled about making a solid profit or just happy to finally have an excuse to upgrade his ride. Chapter 21, The Road Back. Henry slid the stack of cash across the desk again. If you think there are any other documents I might need, he said plainly, go ahead and get them done. License too, obviously. I'll need to drive. He wasn't pretending to know how things worked around here. Hell, even before waking up in this world, he hadn't known much about America beyond pop culture and what made the news. This wasn't the time to play smart, best to trust the local fixer. Tom scooped up the cash this time without hesitation. 10 grand in neatly wrapped hundreds. He gave it a sniff, fanned the edges like a car dealer, and smiled in quiet satisfaction. All right. I'll bundle your ID stuff in with the car's title transfer. Next time you're in town, swing by and pick it up. If you're in a rush, I'll need at least 3 days. No rush, Henry replied. I won't be back for about a week. But are you sure that's enough money? For now. More than enough, big boss, Tom said, then leaned forward with a serious look. But now it's my turn to ask something. Henry, what? What? Last name. You can't just go by Henry on a legal document. That's a red flag begging for a background check. Fair point. Henry paused. What name should he use? Kent? Wayne? Stark? Owen? Maybe just keep it simple, no need to borrow from comic book royalty or try too hard to be clever. After a moment, he said, Henry Brown. It was old John's last name, the first person in this world who'd shown him kindness. Borrowing it felt like a quiet nod of respect. He wasn't asking to be adopted or anything. And it wasn't like Brown came with some noble title or inheritance. Works for me, he added. That okay? Totally, big boss, Tom said with a smirk. Hell, you could have said Charlie Brown and told me you had a beagle named Snoopy, I wouldn't have blinked. Henry stood and shouldered his backpack. Then we're good. See you in a week. Tom gave him a lazy wave, ready to let him walk out. But just as Henry reached the door, Tom stood up, grabbed an empty box, and followed. Henry glanced back. What now? Just clearing out my personal stuff from the car, Tom said. Didn't think you'd want to be cruising around with my trash. It's not a deal breaker, right? No complaints here. Henry knew the universal law, free stuff often came with hidden garbage. He needed the car, not whatever random crap had been marinating in it for the last decade. Tom went to work. He pulled out crushed soda cans, sticky bottle caps, a few rogue coins, and unsurprisingly a pack of questionable-looking condoms stuffed between the seat cushions. But the real eye-catcher was in the glove box, a shiny snub-nose revolver, gleaming like it had been freshly oiled. Tom casually holstered it in the box. No gun permit needed in Alaska. Just proof of purchase so the cops can trace it, if needed. So don't blame me when your license shows no firearm record, it's not my fault. State law. Henry raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. I'm good. Don't need it. Tom tilted his head. If you're driving through Alaska, I'd recommend a shotgun at least. Last thing you want is to meet a bear and have to wrestle it. That made Henry pause. Are bear encounters common? Tom shrugged. Only when you're unlucky. Which is, the worst kind of luck, because you never see it coming. Henry considered it. Honestly, a bear didn't scare him. The idea of one. Sure. But physically, he had resources. He gave a nonchalant wave. I'll manage. Just as he climbed into the Cadillac and was about to turn the key, Tom flagged him down again. He jogged over and handed him an old, beat-up road atlas. Outdated, sure, but Alaska hasn't changed much in the past few decades. You'll want this. Henry tossed it onto the passenger seat where he could grab it easily. Appreciate it. Then he rolled off. The old Cadillac DeVille coughed a bit, but the engine turned over smooth enough. Manual transmission. Henry had practiced on one years ago but never owned a car of his own. Between that and his enhanced senses now, driving was second nature. And out here in Alaska, with these wide-open roads, you'd have to try to hit something. There weren't even enough cars around to make traffic a concern. Before heading back to Old John's, Henry made a quick stop at the general store to stock up. The place was a family-run operation, husband and wife team selling everything from winter coats to lawn mowers, soda to aspirin. Not a wide selection in any one category, but if you needed it, chances were they had it. Only the older woman was behind the counter today, but she greeted him like an old friend. Well, hey there, sweetheart. Back already? Was it a good haul? Henry grinned. The captain's happy. Which means we all got paid decently. He wasn't lying, but he wasn't bragging either. Everyone in town knew he was still the greenhorn on the boat. The fact he came back in one piece already put him ahead of some. Go ahead and take what you need, she said warmly. You get 20% off today. My gift to you. Old John's been talking your ear off these past few days. You should head back and let him see you. Henry nodded, grabbed some fresh clothes and underwear, a few snacks, and wandered over to the freezer section to stock up on food. He didn't feel great about freeloading off Old John every night. He briefly considered picking up a gift, something to say thanks. But John wasn't the kind of guy who appreciated sentimental junk. His bar was fully stocked and well-maintained. Nothing needed replacing. No clutter. No junk. Henry knew the type. Lived like that himself once. For people like them, a poorly chosen gift just became another item to store, move, or trash. Real sentiment wasn't in the stuff you gave, it was in the small, absurd things that made someone smile. Like a stupid meme, a perfect stick, or maybe a pretty woman walking by on the street. Actually, considering Old John's history, if Henry could gift wrap a Nazi or a Japanese officer for the guy to beat the hell out of, that might get a reaction. Henry chuckled at the thought as he loaded his basket. Chapter 22, Cooking. I'm back, Henry called as he pushed open the bar's side door. Yeah, I see that, came the dry reply. No emotional reunion. No tearful hugs. Just two men acknowledging each other in the most unceremonious, perfectly normal way. They hadn't known each other long, maybe a couple of months, and neither of them was the sentimental type. They weren't going to start sobbing over a fishing trip. Behind the bar, John didn't even glance up as he wiped down a glass. You just get off the boat? Docked this morning. Had a few things to handle before coming back. John, a man well versed in the grueling rhythm of crab fishing, did the mental math and grunted in understanding. He didn't ask for details. If you're tired, go crash in the room. Don't pass out in the bar like some goddamn vagrant. I don't run a shelter. He slid a glass of whiskey across the bar without asking. Legal drinking age? Irrelevant. Got it, Henry said. He tossed the shot back in one gulp and ducked into the back to sleep. He could have pushed through, but there was no point in drawing attention to how inhuman his stamina was. Better to play it normal, blend in. And truth be told, he was tired. Crab fishing in the Bering Sea had been a brutal grind, days of non-stop labor in freezing weather. Even with Kryptonian-level resilience, it wore on him. Sure, the constant daylight helped like charging a battery while working. But food energy and sunlight were two different things. Sunlight didn't repair muscle tears or replenish nutrients. His body could keep going, but the moment his mind relaxed, the exhaustion hit like a sledgehammer. He didn't know how long he slept. Long enough that he woke up desperate for a bathroom, that was for sure. Ever since his body had stabilized post-transmigration, all his natural functions were back online, bladder included. Shivering in the cold room, wearing nothing but a tank top and boxers, Henry sprinted to the bathroom. When he stumbled out, bleary-eyed and barely awake, the bar was dark and closed. John was slouched on a couch against the wall, shooting him a withering look like he'd just stepped on his lawn. "You sleeping out here?" Henry asked, and immediately realized how dumb it sounded. Predictably, John's sarcasm was locked and loaded. "When you first showed up, I could have dragged your sorry ass across the floor with one hand," he said. "Now I'd need a damn forklift. I'm starting to think I fed you pig steroids." He pointed toward the back room with a thumb. "You take up the whole bed like a damn tree trunk. I couldn't roll you over if I tried. And for the record, even if you washed your ass properly, I still wouldn't be interested. I'm not into men, you walking linebacker." Henry smirked. "Well, hey, next time I'll clean up real good, let you judge for yourself. Might change your mind." He waved it off, then turned to the fridge. His stomach was growling. He'd brought back groceries earlier from town, and now was the perfect time to make use of them. "You want something to eat?" he asked without looking up. "I'm starving." John sat at the bar, arms crossed. "Nah. Eating this late's hell on an old man's digestion." Henry didn't argue. He focused on cooking. Back in his original life, he'd lived alone. He wasn't a master chef, but he knew his way around a stove. Not for nutrition. Not to save money. Just because sometimes, when you wanted something done right, you had to do it yourself. He'd once watched a European indie film, half family drama, half softcore art house, with a scene featuring red wine braised chicken. While everyone else remembered the emotional complexity, Henry walked away craving that damn dish. Couldn't find it in any restaurant nearby, so he tried making it himself. Same with golden fried rice from a favorite anime. He didn't just want to eat it, he wanted to recreate it. Bought a wok. Practiced flipping. Results were mixed. But the passion stuck. Over the last month living here, Henry had cooked a few times. He wasn't magically transformed into some culinary god, but he had the basics down. And now, with his enhanced senses and processor speed brain, he was evolving. The spices were basic. This was Alaska, not Southeast Asia. Fancy imports like star anise or five-spice powder were luxuries, not staples. Most households relied on salt, garlic, or whatever herbs they could scrounge from the woods or buy at a premium. And the local economy? Built on fishing and oil. Meaning fresh produce was rare, and quality meat depended on shipping schedules or getting lucky with local farmers. Still, America's food culture leaned heavy, bold flavors, bigger portions, rich sauces. That gave him some wiggle room. Thanks to his enhanced smell and taste, Henry could sniff out bad meat from 20 feet away. Rotten. Chemically treated. Tainted with some weird freezer burn flavor. He could tell instantly. So tonight's steak. Perfect cut. Marbled just right. All it needed was a cast iron pan and salt. Maybe a touch of pepper. As the meat sizzled, he boiled some elbow pasta on the side. Carbs were a staple here, and the only real choices were pasta or potatoes. Pasta won out tonight. With every flip, sear, and pinch of seasoning, Henry let his instincts and his overclocked brain work in sync. Cooking, for him, had become a kind of science experiment, optimizing taste, texture, aroma in real time. Somewhere out there, if scientists knew a guy with near-infinite memory and sensory precision was using his powers to perfect steak, they'd probably cry. Or try to dissect him. Henry didn't care. All his power, all his skills, they existed for his benefit. Not to save the world. Not to chase glory. Just to make life a little more enjoyable. That whole, suffer now, rise later, crap. That was just corporate propaganda. In real life, you suffered while your boss bought a new Mercedes. As the steak finished and the pasta hit al dente perfection, Henry plated everything up and brought it to the table. John hadn't gone back to bed. He'd opened a bottle of California Red and was already pouring 2 glasses. "Figured we might as well do this proper," the old man said, handing Henry a glass. Henry took a sip. Not bad. Smooth. Balanced. Cheap, but decent. John stared at the wall of framed photos and dusty medals behind the bar, the so-called Wall of Glory. His eyes softened a bit, glass in hand, as if the past were whispering just loud enough to hear. He didn't say anything Henry could make out. Just murmured to himself. Chapter 23, The Sheriff Drops By. It was a universal truth that old men loved to talk about the past, but even so, John didn't often bring up his war stories. When he did, it usually meant he was in an especially good mood. He never told those stories expecting a response. Didn't want validation. Didn't need feedback. He was used to talking into silence. Years of living alone had made conversation a one-man show. Sometimes he'd talk about the heroes he fought beside, how many fascists they took down, how many lives they saved. Other times, it was about meeting his wife during the war and marrying her after. He'd speak of her with quiet reverence. The little moments, the quiet days, the warmth she brought into a time when the world was falling apart. Henry didn't interrupt. Didn't chime in with questions or nods or the usual listener cues. Just sat there, eating, occasionally getting up to cook more, then returning to listen. John, half drunk and drifting in and out of memories, kept rambling like he was dreaming out loud. It was almost peaceful. By the time he passed out, slumped over like a collapsed tree, it was already after 7 a.m. But in an Alaskan winter, it might as well have still been midnight, pitch black outside, the bar lit by nothing but soft interior lights. Henry carried the old man to bed, tucked him in, and then got to work cleaning the place. John did clean up after closing each night, but dust had a way of accumulating faster than you noticed. And the old man's philosophy was, if it ain't completely broken, don't fix it. Henry disagreed. Preventative maintenance, tightening screws, oiling hinges, patching up things before they failed, was just common sense. John's avoidance was less about laziness and more about age. The kind of physical upkeep Henry took for granted just wasn't viable for someone pushing 70 with a bad back. Once everything was in order, he flipped the bar's front sign from closed to open, even though everyone in town knew it didn't actually mean open. No one came to drink in the daytime. Not unless they wanted a verbal gut punch from John. Like. Only drunks and dirtbags drink before noon. Even leeches know to hustle in daylight. You show up here day drinking, you're doing your dad a disservice. Or. The only people I served before dark either got cheated on last night, or walked in on it. If that's you, drink away. Otherwise, take your sad ass back to work. Or his personal favorite. Gotta be a special kind of idiot to get drunk this early. Oh hey, it's you. Makes sense now. Basically, John had shamed the entire town into not day drinking. With everything ready and no real customers to serve, Henry made himself comfortable by the window, where the winter sun finally peeked through. He turned on the TV, flipped to a classic movie channel, and soaked up some rays while enjoying the peace. This was the life. At least, until the front door opened. A blast of cold air cut through the bar like a knife, making Henry shiver involuntarily. He looked up, expecting some clueless tourist. Instead, a large, bear-shaped man in a police uniform stepped inside. Big shoulders. Bigger gut. Standard-issue mustache. Sheriff. Henry recognized him immediately. Small town, not many faces to learn. Well, John might have gotten away with cracking jokes at this guy, but Henry wasn't planning on testing his Second Amendment immunity just yet. He stood. Morning, Sheriff. The man wandered casually toward the bar. Just water, Henry. Coming right up. Technically, the water was lemon water, meant for rinsing after drinks, but no one ever paid for it. Henry poured a glass and placed it in front of him. Word is you were out at sea, the sheriff said, eyes scanning the bar like he expected contraband to jump out at him. When'd you get back? Docked on the 16th, came back that night. Henry shrugged. I'm not sure how long I slept, but I'm guessing a while. Today's the 18th. So yeah, over a full day. Good thing I didn't miss much, then. The sheriff chuckled. What about John? This is about the time he usually stumbles out front. He's still asleep. He woke up when I did. Talked with me for a while. Then crashed again. You want me to wake him? Nah. The sheriff walked toward the back without waiting for permission. Mind if I check on him? Henry gestured toward the hallway. Be my guest. The sheriff eased open the bedroom door. And immediately slammed it shut again. Jesus, John, he barked. That man could clear a room with that one. Henry winced and offered a helpless shrug. He wasn't exactly in a position to preempt a surprise nap fart. The sheriff returned to the bar and pointed out the window. That Cadillac out front. Yours. Sort of. Got it from old Tom. He said I could use it until the paperwork's finalized. Tom. Which one? The one from the next town over. Runs a consulting gig. Real loud guy, likes to pretend he's subtle. Ah, that Tom, the sheriff said with a knowing nod. I thought I recognized that car. He gave Henry a sideways glance. You were on, which boat, again? Old George's. Annie too. Got the gig through the pole. Right, right. That's a rough run. I worked the Bering once, years ago. Winter season. Froze my balls off. Never went back. Henry grimaced. Yeah. The boat never stops rocking. I thought I'd be able to squeeze in a nap here and there to stay sharp. Turns out, no one sleeps. Everyone just powers through like lunatics. Exactly. The sheriff grinned. Misery loves company, I guess. Then, more casually, he added, heard you're planning a trip to Hollywood. Henry blinked. News travels fast, huh? In a town this size. There's no news, just shared gossip. Henry laughed. Well, yeah. Thinking of going to see the place. Not chasing a dream or anything, just want to see what all the fuss is about. You and me both, the sheriff said with a faraway look. When I was young, I had this fantasy, red carpet, flashing lights, every starlet begging for my attention. Henry's eyes lit up. Anne. Didn't even make it past the bus station, he said flatly. Spent 2 weeks fighting for dishwashing gigs, sleeping on a couch that wasn't mine, and blowing through every cent I had. Came back with less hair and more regrets. Oof. Okay, that definitely makes me want to squeeze in another crab run before I go. Smart man. The sheriff finished his water and stood up, brushing imaginary lint off his jacket. Time to get back on patrol. You know how to reach me if anything comes up. Got it, Sheriff. Take care. Henry walked him to the door, watched him disappear into the cold. Then he went back to his seat, sunlight still pouring in, movie still playing, the peace settling again like snow on the windowsill. Chapter 24, 7 days later. 7 days passed in a blur. Henry was ready to head out solo this time, no one driving him, no one making introductions. He'd earned his place now. Behind the bar, John was doing what he always did, fiddling with something that didn't look like it needed fiddling, like he was allergic to stillness. He glanced up. You sure George is setting out again? Might want to give him a call first. No point in driving down there for nothing. Doesn't matter. I need to swing by and grab my paperwork from Tom anyway. Even if we're not heading out, I can check the lay of the land. Henry didn't need to pack much. No one on a crab boat gave a damn about clean clothes. 3 minutes on deck and you'd be soaked in seawater, fish guts, and regret. Rain gear was for wind protection, not staying dry. Dry was a myth. The boat had everything they needed in terms of tools and equipment. So, preparation, for Henry, really just meant showing up. Before leaving, though, he dug into the old backpack Tom had given him and pulled out the bank's money bag. He fished out a few small bills, then set the rest on the bar. John, this is the payout from last run. Stash it somewhere safe, will ya? If you need some, use it. John looked at the cash like it had personally offended him. Jesus, why the hell didn't you put this in a bank like a normal person? Last time you found me, I was butt naked and half frozen. You think I had an account? Or any papers? I'm grabbing those from Tom today. John grumbled. So put the damn money in the bank after you get your paperwork. I already cashed it, and they took a fee. Why would I hand it right back so they can charge me again when I want it later? You think I look that dumb? Let's not pretend you're some genius, sunshine. You can't even tell scotch from bourbon. Hey, first time tasting shit, how was I supposed to know that's what shit tastes like? John snorted. Keep your fish stink money. I don't want it. Yeah, well, it's king crab stink, expensive stink. What, you want me to bring it on the boat with me? Or leave it in the car so some bottom feeder from the docks can help himself? That got John to grunt in reluctant agreement. The southern dock town saw a flood of strangers every crab season. Not all of them were there to fish. Some were hustlers. Some were thieves. A few didn't even bother pretending and just flat out mugged people. Fine. Leave it by the register. I'll drop it in the safe later. Appreciate it, Henry said, shouldering his now empty bag and heading out the door. Late October in Alaska wasn't for the weak. Even with thermals and a heavy coat, the cold hit like a punch to the gut. The kind of weather that made your lungs contract and your balls hide. Not that Henry needed the layers. His physiology could handle extremes just fine. But there was no reason to broadcast how weird he was. Best to look normal, feel normal, even if normal felt like stuffing himself into a cotton oven mitt. Once on the road, Henry didn't bother with posted speed limits or defensive driving. He focused, fully locked in, super senses dialed into the road ahead. No traffic, no cops, no surprises. The Cadillac DeVille, an old 65 model, was ancient by any standard. But Tom had taken care of it like a jealous lover. No major wrecks, no lazy fixes. It ran smooth, even with ice patches along the shoulder. Two-lane blacktop stretched ahead like a promise, and Henry kept the needle around 100 kilometers per hour without breaking a sweat. The tires gripped like claws, and the engine purred its approval. 2 hours later, faster than last time, he rolled into the southern fishing town that served as the seasonal launch pad. First stop, the docks. If the boat was leaving soon, he'd let Tom know to hold the paperwork until they got back. If not, he'd swing by Tom's office and pick it up in person. Outside the dockmaster's station, a loose crowd of familiar faces loitered, fishermen, deckhands, and George himself. The mutant deckhand Henry had saved on the last run was there, too, along with a few others. But one crewmate was conspicuously missing. In his place stood someone new, someone massive. The guy had to be pushing 7 feet, easily over 400 pounds. A walking brick wall. Mutant, for sure. His arms were absurdly out of proportion, thicker than his legs, practically hanging past his knees. No sleeves, just raw skin exposed to the cold, like it didn't bother him at all. Henry could feel the attention shift as he walked up. He was the last to arrive, technically, but still 10 minutes early. George didn't seem to care. The old captain stood and addressed the group. "All right, couple quick things," he said, voice loud and gravelly. "First, got a ping from the Annie, 21. They're behind schedule, slow on the haul. Docking in 2 days." No one groaned. Everyone nodded. They were used to delays. "So we meet here, same time, 2 days from now. Once they unload, we hop on, do gear checks, restock, get ready. Any problems?" Murmurs of "nope, all good," and a "roger that" passed through the group. "Second," George continued, "we've got a new greenhorn. Big guy strong, saw him lift a full crab pot by himself. He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, so keep an eye on him." The usual chorus of lazy welcomes followed. "Hey, welcome aboard. Strong's good. Saves us the hernias." No one asked his name. On a crab boat, rookies weren't people yet. They were just the new guy until they proved themselves. The fact that he was a mutant. Nobody cared. Not here. Not on the deck. Because when you're hauling a half-ton crab pot and the wind's trying to shove you off the side of the boat, the only thing that matters is who can hold the line and who can't. Truth be told, Henry could have lifted that pot one-handed and jogged laps with it. But he looked normal. Human. No reason to out himself just to show off. So he stood there with the rest of the crew, hands in his pockets, and gave the new guy a polite nod. Another day. Another greenhorn. And 2 days from now, another trip into the unforgiving, freezing hell that was the Bering Sea. Chapter 25, A Strange Kind of Worldview. George wrapped things up with a few quick words, and the group dispersed without much fuss, each man peeling off to handle their own business. As Henry was about to leave, the guild mutant he'd saved last trip slung an arm over his shoulders. "Hey, since we've got the day free, wanna hit the strip club with us?" Henry blinked. "This early? There's someone already shaking their ass on stage." The young mutant grinned. "During crab season. Those clubs never stop. Day or night, there's always someone working the pole. And if you want a private show, there's no shortage of dancers happy to oblige." Henry laughed, tempted for a moment. But buried beneath the Kryptonian muscles was the soul of a wage slave. And that part of him whispered the same thing it always had: build your war chest first, enjoy later. He wasn't just broke, he was a broke alien. If he wanted to survive in this weird hybrid of Marvel canon, he'd need savings. Blowing cash on lap dances felt like throwing $100 bills into a drain and hoping for a happy ending. Besides, he wasn't naive. Tourist-heavy towns always had one thing in common: tourist traps. And right now, crab fishermen had money, which meant every club, bar, and sketchy backroom would be doing their best to separate the dumb from their dollars. Still, Henry didn't shut him down outright. He put on a show, hesitating, sighing, pretending to be torn before giving a regretful smile. Not that I don't want to, he said, but I've got some personal stuff to deal with. You know, that whole legal identity situation. The mutant got the hint. He nodded in understanding. America was a land of immigrants, sure, but not all of them were documented. Everyone knew someone who needed fake papers or found creative ways to slip through the system. Fair enough, the guy said. You need help, let me know. I got a cousin who knows a guy. I've got a few leads already, Henry replied. But if they don't pan out, I'll come find you. Deal. They weren't best friends. Not exactly ride or die. But a shared crab boat was basically combat duty. You worked, you risked your life, you pulled each other out of the ocean if things went sideways. That built a bond, even if no one wanted to admit it. With a wave to George and the crew, Henry headed back to his car. Tom's office wasn't far, nothing in this town was. Honestly, he spent more time parking than driving. As he pulled up, he noticed the lot had more cars than usual. A quick tap into his super senses confirmed it: Tom had company. Multiple people inside, none of them panicking or shouting. Business, not trouble. Behind the front desk sat the same woman as always, calm, composed, unbothered. She looked like she could crush an IRS audit without blinking. Henry stepped in and offered a polite, "Morning. Is Tom around?" She didn't even look up. Just pointed to a sofa in the waiting area. "He's with someone. Take a seat." "Thanks." As Henry walked past her desk, something shiny caught his eye: a handful of gold coins scattered across the surface like loose change. They weren't ancient or worn. No, these were pristine. Modern minting quality, high relief, fine detail. But they weren't in protective casings, which was odd. Legit collector coins usually came sealed in plastic to avoid smudging, bending, or scratches. These had none of that. They looked used. Even stranger, the designs didn't seem to match any recognizable nation. No American eagle, no Queen's head, no obvious country of origin. Private minting. Souvenirs? Local currency. Alaska had a history with gold rushes, sure, but carrying unprotected gold coins like pocket change was something else. He stared a little too long. The woman finally looked up, and shot him a withering glare. Without saying a word, she opened a drawer and swept the coins in with one clean motion. Like they were pennies, not precious metal. Which meant either they were fake, or she just didn't care. Right. Moving on. Henry took a seat and grabbed a magazine off the side table. It was a real change of pace. John's bar had a TV permanently tuned to the Classics channel, and the only paper he subscribed to was the local weekly, which barely counted. Tom's office was better stocked. Old, but quality, fashion mags, economic reports, a couple of national news weeklies. He picked up a Time magazine from the top of the stack. The cover featured an older white man in a tailored three-piece suit, sharp as a scalpel, with a crisp white mustache and the kind of confidence that practically radiated from the page. Henry had stopped for the picture, but it wasn't attraction. It was the bold headline that got him. The world's smartest man, engineer, visionary, war hero, billionaire. Howard Stark. CEO of Stark Industries. The article praised the man to the skies. Born a genius. Founded one of the most powerful industrial empires in America. Pioneered aerospace, military weapons, and cutting-edge tech. Collaborated with Obadiah Stane to grow Stark Industries into the behemoth it was today. It went further, highlighting how his patents shaped modern warfare, how he contributed to the Manhattan Project, and how Stark Industries was involved in nearly every major American operation from World War II to the Apollo missions. The article had the tone of a self-help guru mixed with patriotic myth-making. If it had mentioned him carving fire out of stone or inventing democracy, Henry wouldn't have been surprised. Reading it gave him a weird, grounding feeling. Yup. This really is the Marvel Universe. He'd suspected, of course. But this felt like confirmation. Solid, irrefutable, printed in glossy color confirmation. Only something felt off. The world didn't seem like the MCU he remembered. There were too many mutants walking around. Too many powers out in the open. It felt like some hybrid of the comics and the films, maybe with a few extra ingredients tossed in just to make things complicated. And that made everything unstable. Because Marvel continuity wasn't exactly known for its consistency. Characters got retconned weekly. Timelines rewrote themselves on a whim. And just because he knew something now didn't mean it would still be true tomorrow. And then there was him, the wild card. A Kryptonian in the wrong sandbox. The kind of anomaly that usually made someone up there in the cosmic hierarchy pay attention. Henry flipped the page, pretending to read, but his thoughts were already moving in a different direction. No flashy entrances. No epic speeches. No messing with gods. Let other people chase the power fantasies. He just wanted to survive, and maybe, just maybe, enjoy a decent steak and some quiet. Chapter 26, A Legal Identity. Henry didn't have to wait long. Whatever meeting Tom was having inside his office wrapped up soon after Henry arrived. Granted, they might have already been deep in conversation when Henry walked in, but from what little his delayed superhearing caught, he only managed to catch a phrase like, "Just find the target quickly." If he really wanted to, Henry could have mentally rewound the ambient sound from memory, analyzed the vibrations stored subconsciously, processed them through his superbrain, and reconstructed the entire conversation word for word. But honestly, he just didn't care that much. He wasn't here to play secret agent. Sure, gossip was human nature, but unless it involved sex scandals or celebrity meltdowns, it wasn't worth tuning in. Two guys talking shady business. Boring. A moment later, the office door opened and two men stepped out. They didn't linger. Just a curt nod to Tom and then straight toward the exit. Henry didn't try to look busy, nor did he make it obvious he was watching. Like any normal guy sitting in a waiting room, he glanced up when he heard movement, then casually returned to his magazine. Still, he noticed the looks. Both men had sour expressions, like the world owed them a refund. As they passed him, one of them stared a little too long, trying, perhaps, to burn Henry's face into memory, make a connection. Henry didn't return the stare, but his senses clocked everything. Especially the creepy part. The guy's eyelid flicked open vertically, like a bird's nictitating membrane. It blinked sideways, just once. Henry didn't flinch, but internally. Okay, another mutant. Cool. What is this world, an X-gene convention? As the two strangers exited, Tom's familiar voice rang out from behind the office door. Hey, Henry. About damn time you showed up. Get in here. He set the magazine aside and walked in. Tom was clearing two empty glasses off the desk. He handed Henry a steaming mug of coffee and gestured for him to sit. Henry didn't bother checking if the chair was still warm from the last guy. This wasn't a five-star lobby. Nobody cared about details like that, except maybe Henry, who still carried a few neat freak habits from his past life. Tom reached into a drawer, pulled out a thick, worn-looking manila envelope, and slid it across the desk. Here. Everything's in there. Check it over. If anything looks off, speak up. Henry emptied the contents across the desk. There were documents, lots of them. Some of them he recognized. The passport, for instance, looked familiar enough. It had the same format he remembered from his old life, just a different color scheme. But the rest? He recognized the letters, sure. But the actual function of each document? No clue. Tom smirked at Henry's obvious confusion and began sorting them into neat stacks, explaining as he went. You recognize the passport. Good. This here's your social security card and supporting documents. That birth certificate makes you a full-blooded American citizen. Congrats. He pointed to another form. And this is the fun part, taxes. You've got a legal identity now, which means the government expects its cut. You'll want to hire a CPA. Someone who'll tell you how much you owe and how not to end up bankrupt. Tom took a sip from his own coffee before continuing. Don't blow all your cash. IRS agents are scarier than the FBI. They won't shoot you, but they'll bleed you dry and sell your bones to make up the difference. Henry raised a brow but kept listening. This stacks your work permits and employment history. I figured you cashed your check directly, so I had George write you a proof of income statement. Next time, make a copy before you cash anything. You'll need it when tax season rolls around. He pointed to a laminated card. That's your driver's license. Plate transfer and registration are here too. All squared away. It's legal, FBI proof, even. So don't go robbing banks with it or anything. Henry narrowed his eyes. That's it. Just like that. Doesn't this feel a little too easy? Tom shrugged. Welcome to Alaska. This place, and a few other flyover hellholes, Hawaii, Saipan, are soft spots. Tourist traps might get more scrutiny, but up here, no one gives a damn. The federal government gives us incentives to keep these remote territories staffed. Paperwork is real. But enforcement? Sloppy at best. He leaned forward. The docs are legit, make no mistake. But if someone really wanted to pick apart every line of data, sure, they'd find something eventually. So maybe don't go flashing them around at Langley. Understood, Henry said, carefully organizing the documents back into the envelope. Tom leaned back. So, you planning to bring all this with you next time you head out with George? Not a chance, Henry replied. Already talked to him this morning. The Annie 21 won't be back for another 2 days. No work today. And I'd rather stick with George's crew than roll the dice on someone else. Tom nodded approvingly. Good call. Working for the right guy is more important than making a few extra bucks. Most kids don't get that. Yeah, well, Henry said, sipping his coffee, it's only good advice if that right guy isn't dangling future promises just to squeeze free labor. Loyalty doesn't pay the bills. Tom laughed. Exactly. At the end of the day, it's all about that sweet, stupid paper. He paused, then added, you free today? I've got a quick job for you. Real simple. In, out, little extra cash. Henry tilted his head. What kind of job? Just go check on something. A quick drive out, have a look, report back. You can be back before dinner. Does this have anything to do with the 2 guys who just left? Tom raised an eyebrow. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Henry set his coffee down. Then I'll pass. Call it a gut feeling, but getting tangled with guys who blink sideways doesn't sound like a great career move. Tom didn't press the issue. He lifted both hands in surrender. Fair enough. Your call. Henry smirked. Didn't realize you were moonlighting in the information business, Tom. Tom chuckled. Out here in the boonies, you do what you gotta do. Can't crab fish, I get seasick just thinking about it. If I didn't hustle like this, I'd be broke. Henry shrugged. You could always buy a boat. Hire someone you trust to run it. Tom gave him a half smile. Kid, that game's deeper than it looks. Trust me, you're not ready for how dirty that water gets. Chapter 27, The Celebration Party. Curiosity kills the cat. Henry had known that long before he ever got thrown into this weird new universe. Back home, people sticking their noses where they didn't belong ended up on the news, ruined, arrested, or worse. Getting too curious was just asking for trouble. He wasn't about to forget that now. Especially not when his first 2 decades in this world had been spent locked inside some underground research facility. He'd barely been in Alaska for 2 months. There was no way he'd manage to piss anyone off that fast. Sure, the town's sheriff kept a watchful eye on him. But the guy was measured about it. Suspicious, yes. Hostile? Not really. As for those shady guests Tom had entertained, Henry figured the odds of them being after him were less than 1 in 10,000. And in that case, it wasn't paranoia to keep your head down. It was common sense. Poking around would have been textbook horror movie logic, the kind where the only black guy decides to split off from the group and ends up the first one gutted by a serial killer. Curiosity wasn't noble. It was stupid. Especially in a world where mutants blinked sideways and secret organizations probably monitored your coffee order. So Henry did the smart thing. After wrapping up his chat with Tom, he got in his Cadillac, cranked the heat, and drove back north to the little town and the familiar bar run by old John. The next 2 days passed quietly. No mysterious visitors showed up, no strange disappearances. Life went on as usual. Locals came to drink when the sun went down, and Henry went back to his favorite pastime, binging classic movies on cable. Before the king crab season wrapped up, Henry joined George's crew for 3 more trips out to sea. The last one was a quick turnaround, just a few days on the water. Not enough time to fill the hold, but it was a hard deadline. The crabbing season officially ended on November 30th, and missing the cutoff meant massive fines, or worse, losing the boat's license altogether. This last haul was paid out differently. No fixed wages, just a cut of the profits after expenses. Fortunately, the market price for king crab was still high. Everyone walked away with a decent chunk of change, even if it was less than a full trip. The upside: way fewer hours. Nobody complained. And while the king crab season ended in November, that didn't mean the boat stopped working entirely. Next up was deep-sea armored crab in a different zone, but most captains chose to wait until January. The Bering Sea could start freezing over in December, and ice was hell for the smaller ships. Captain George wasn't one to chase the armored crab runs anyway. He stuck with king crab, and he made enough each season to support his family for the entire year, with plenty left over for good bourbon and worse decisions. Which brought them to tonight. The final haul was in, the season was over, and George had dragged the crew out to a local gentleman's club to celebrate. A proper send-off for a profitable, injury-free season. Not every boat had been so lucky. A few drinks in, George got extra sentimental. He wrapped an arm around Henry's neck, half hugging, half leaning for support, and slurred, "You were smart not to stick around this business long. Crabbing's going downhill, man. Getting harder every damn year." He waved his glass in frustration. "The old bastards are cutting down our season, and now they're talking about individual quotas. Oh no, overfishing. Oh no, the ecosystem. Please. If it weren't for the Bering Sea freezing over, the damn crabs would have taken over the planet by now." Henry sipped his drink, watching the stage lights flicker in the background. Most of the crew had migrated toward the dancers. Henry had opted to stay behind with the drinks, mistake number 1. He was now George's emotional support animal. "Maybe it's because too many people are jumping into the game," Henry offered, playing along. "You ever think about what it'd look like if every boat in the state showed up at the Bering Sea at once? Just crab traps from one end of the horizon to the other." George blinked. Then shuddered. "Fuck. Don't say that. I've had nightmares like that." Still, he wasn't done ranting. "People think it's easy. Buy a boat, grab some buddies, rake in the cash. They don't see the danger. They don't understand how fast things go sideways out there." Henry nodded. "Yeah. That's the thing about humanity, we're really bad at learning from history. Doesn't matter how many people die, there's always someone who thinks they'll be the exception." George let out a bitter laugh. "Exactly. And when we do tell them the truth, they call us heartless when someone dies. Like we could have done something. Like we should have jumped into the fucking water and dragged them out ourselves." Henry shrugged. "Best we can do is call for an airlift. Only way to get help in those conditions is a heavy-duty chopper. And those aren't exactly parked around every corner." George leaned in, lowered his voice like he was sharing state secrets. "Between you and me. The rescue team's out here, total window dressing. No one lasts long enough in that water to get picked up. You hit the sea, you're gone. This season alone, 3 boats lost. 10 men didn't come back. And that's just here." Henry raised his glass. "All the more reason I stuck with you, Cap. You run a tight ship." George beamed at that. Clearly, the compliment hit home. He grinned, then slurred something that might have been English. Henry's superbrain tried to parse it, gave up halfway, and just smiled and nodded. Eventually, George's wife showed up to collect him. The way she marched through that club. She made a WWE entrance look tame. George tried to play drunk and cute. She slapped that right out of him. One firm smack, one death glare, and she half-dragged, half-lifted him out the door. The rest of the crew made themselves very small, very fast. Nobody stepped in. Nobody was dumb enough to think this was their business. Even the bouncers gave her space. The dancers? Gone. Like shadows. They knew better than to be collateral damage. Once the captain was gone, the party thinned out. No more free rounds. A few guys stuck around, hoping to charm a dancer into some after-hours entertainment. The rest scattered like beer-fueled pigeons. Henry left too. Drinking wasn't all that fun when you literally couldn't get drunk. And the girls? Let's just say, supervision had its downsides. Chapter 28, Departure. So he left. Standing near the ferry's railing, Henry watched the churning waves of the Bering Sea slam against the side of the vessel. The ferry wasn't exactly a cruise ship, but compared to the glorified bathtub he'd been crabbing on the last 2 months, this was luxury. At least it didn't feel like the ocean was trying to beat the boat into kindling every 10 seconds. Still, it brought back memories, none of them particularly pleasant. He'd thought about leaving some cash for old John before heading out. But the old bastard wasn't having it. The second Henry brought it up, John had torn into him with a profanity-laced rant that could strip paint off a battleship. So instead, Henry left his mark the only way he could, fixing the bar. He didn't bother asking John what needed repairs. The men thought the place was perfect the way it was, right down to the wobbling stools and mystery stains. Anyone who complained got a faceful of spit and a profanity-laced sermon on how real bars don't have *****ing feng shui. So Henry asked the regulars instead, old drunks with more opinions than teeth. Some of the suggestions were reasonable. Others involved razing the place to the ground and rebuilding from scratch. That got the same reaction from the locals as it would have from John, a middle finger and a muttered, "Get the F*** outta here." So Henry stuck to basic stuff. Quiet repairs. Leaky plumbing, patchy wiring, rotting floorboards. He paid out of pocket, did it himself, and didn't say a word. Would he ever come back? Hard to say. Because truth be told, this place, this frozen corner of nowhere, wasn't home. No one came to see him off. Old John gave him a hug, patted his back once, then went right back to wiping glasses like nothing happened. Like he was sending his sons off to war again, same expression, same silence. The ferry was headed to Los Angeles. His Cadillac, the one he'd bought from old Tom, was parked below decks. No private cabin, no first-class service. If you wanted to sleep, you either squeezed into the communal passenger lounge or curled up in your car like a raccoon in a dumpster. The journey was a little over a day and a half. Not quick, but not hellishly slow either. Getting on the ferry, though, that was the hard part. First, he had to drive across half of Alaska to reach Juneau, the state capital. That was where the long-distance car ferries ran during this time of year. And that drive? Hell. Snow, ice, no plows, no gas stations. No roadside diners or motel signs offering hot coffee and warm beds. Just you, your food, your water, and the long white nothing stretching from horizon to horizon. If you got stuck, you froze. End of story. At some points, he could see the road on the other side of a river or gorge, but to actually get there, that meant looping around for dozens of miles just to find a usable bridge, or some patch of terrain that didn't scream, "Here lies the frozen dumbass who thought his sedan could handle this." Eventually, Henry gave up and tried flying. Literally. With no one around and nothing but snow to cover his tracks, he figured it was the perfect time to test his Kryptonian side. He wasn't expecting much. The show he grew up watching back on Earth, Smallville, took 10 seasons before their version of Superman figured out how to fly. The idea was practically engraved in pop culture: flight is hard. You need training. You need a character arc. You need wind machines. Apparently, all that was bullshit. A couple of test jumps, and boom, he was airborne. Lifting himself, lifting the car, navigating snowdrifts and icy hills like a walking cheat code. Flight turned out to be one of the easiest things to learn. The hard part was not overdoing it. Strength was trickier. Lifting the Cadillac was no problem. Not crumpling it in the process. That took finesse. But between heat vision for melting snow and flight for skipping over impassable terrain, Henry basically bulldozed his way across Alaska like some cosmic UPS delivery truck. By the time he reached Juneau, he looked half dead but satisfied. The port workers assumed he was just another local hauling his car down for the winter. None of them guessed he'd come all the way from some forgotten fishing town in the middle of nowhere. Funny thing was, the crabbing port he left behind did have ferries. Even planes. But this time of year, the sea iced over. Ferries were cancelled. Planes were weather-dependent. And getting a car shipped by freight? Good luck. That wasn't happening until spring. He could have made it easy on himself. Ditched the car, booked a flight from a small airport, caught a connecting jet to LA, and been sipping coffee in California in 12 hours. But no. He bought Tom's car. Tom, that smug bastard, sold it like he was doing Henry a favor. "It'll be useful," he said. Reliable ride. Reliable trap, more like. The real reason. Tom wanted to offload his old caddy, probably make a quick buck and stick the rookie with the headache. And Henry, being the trusting idiot, bought it. Hook, line, and snow-choked sinker. Lesson learned: your friend's friend is not automatically your friend. It was a rule Henry had known before, the kind of lesson you forget until the universe slaps you with it all over again. In hindsight, it wasn't lethal. He'd survived. But if he hadn't had Kryptonian powers, he might have frozen to death, run out of fuel, or just turned back with his tail between his legs. Back in town, people had taken bets. How long would it take before Henry came crawling home? 7 days passed. No word. No return. Most assumed the worst: crashed car, frozen corpse. Only old John held out hope. He told the others, "That kid's still pushing forward. He's not the type to give up." Even so, no one went looking. Too cold, too risky. Their version of a search party was asking around at the next fishing town over. Beyond that, they said their prayers and stayed indoors. If Henry hadn't had his powers, he might have been one more name on the list of people who underestimated Alaska. Instead, he used the entire journey as a glorified training arc. Heat vision. Flight. Strength modulation. All in the frozen wilderness with zero witnesses. It was almost poetic, like Mother Nature personally handed him a Kryptonian jungle gym. By the time he flew his way over the final stretch and rolled into Juneau like some icy road warrior, the only thing he felt was cold toes and mild vindication. Nobody expected a guy from a middle-of-nowhere crabbing town to make that trip. Not in that weather. Not driving. But he did. He made it. And he still had gas in the tank. Chapter 29, the start of the next step, Bonus 1. The ferry wasn't exactly a cruise ship, but it did have a small shop on board. If you were hungry and hadn't packed food, you could buy the usual survival rations: packaged sandwiches, stale cookies, instant noodles. The most popular items: hot coffee and alcohol. Of course. At night, most people claimed a row of seats in the public lounge, wrapping themselves in their coats and pretending they could sleep through snoring, body odor, and the gentle symphony of creaking steel. But the smart ones, the ones who brought their vehicles, just curled up in their cars. No socks in your face, no strangers talking in their sleep. Privacy, warmth, dignity. Sort of. Henry sat in the front seat of his old Cadillac, sipping cheap ferry coffee. It wasn't about staying warm, he didn't need warmth. It wasn't about a caffeine habit either. No, he was training. Specifically, training his enhanced senses. Coffee, with all its bitterness and complexity, was perfect for that. It had depth. Layers. Subtle chemical signatures. A great way to tune up a Kryptonian palate. Red wine came close, but the ferry's wine selection tasted like someone blended expired grape juice with regret. Even cheap coffee beat that. Tea. Out of the question. Whatever passed for tea in Alaska tasted like someone boiled lawn clippings in dishwater. Henry refused to ruin his fond childhood memories of tea with that kind of trauma. So there he sat, letting the bitter notes of over-roasted beans hit his tongue, while his mind worked through a much bigger problem. Now what? He could hide out in Alaska forever, sure. Live cheap. Work the crabbing season. Enjoy the quiet. But he hadn't spent 2 decades as a lab rat in a Russian hole just to die in a fishing town no one could spell. He was in America now. The land of the free. The home of the supersized. If he didn't at least see the country, it'd feel like a wasted second life. The problem was, he had no plan. Superpowered or not, Henry had no diploma, no resume, and no network. The classic Clark Kent route, reporter by day, superhero by night, was off the table. Journalism required credentials. And Henry didn't even have a high school transcript. From what little intel he'd scraped together in Alaska, the only confirmed Marvel-ish figures in this world were Captain America and mutants. No sign of Gotham, Metropolis, or Central City. Which meant, no Batman, no Superman, and, thank God, no psychotic billionaires or brooding orphans throwing batarangs. In other words, no Justice League. Just Marvel. That raised the world's survival odds dramatically. But back to real problems. Even if he wanted to go normie, the options weren't great. America's working-class landscape was shifting. Globalization was sucking up manufacturing jobs. If you weren't in tech, finance, or a massive corporate machine, you were getting left behind. Which meant even something as humble as factory work was a gamble. And Henry? He was technically an undocumented extraterrestrial immigrant. Even with forged paperwork and an official identity, he wasn't fooling the IRS or Homeland Security forever. The truth was, most jobs he could get weren't worth it. Retail? Not a chance. Low pay, high stress, and Henry had a short fuse for the customer is always right types. He wasn't a people person. Never had been. Not before the abduction. Not after. He'd never even had a girlfriend, much less experience dealing with the public day in and day out. Anyone told him Smile More was getting launched into orbit. That also ruled out anything in healthcare, teaching, hospitality, or public service. Which left, what, exactly? Lab rat. Yeah. That was probably the most viable option, signing up for clinical trials. Get poked, prodded, and studied by scientists. At least they'd feed him. But then again, the risk of getting dissected, by accident, was a little too real. Especially for someone not technically human. Joining the police or military. Please. The second they ran a loyalty test, he'd be flagged, detained, and locked in a cell so fast it'd make the raft look like summer camp. So. Bank robbery. God, no wonder the US had a gang problem. For a country built on dreams, it sure didn't leave many paths open unless you already had money, status, or an Ivy League daddy. Even gambling wasn't a real option. Casinos let you in just enough to keep you hopeful. Try walking out a long-term winner and you'd find yourself blacklisted, or worse. Okay, fine. That left money. He pulled in some decent cash from crabbing. First trip, $80,000. Then 2 more at $100,000 each. The final short trip netted $50,000. All in cash. After a brutal 6% withdrawal fee, plus costs for the car, paperwork, and supplies, he was sitting on about $300,000. Before taxes. And taxes were a thing. The great American government always got its cut. Once he filed, he'd be lucky to have half of it left. But even $150,000 wasn't bad. In a country where a steak dinner cost $10 and a beer was barely $1.50, he could stretch that for a while, if he lived smart. No drugs. No investments. No buying flashy toys or chasing trophy girls. Just low-key living. Maybe take a few more crabbing gigs next season to top off the bank account. Live like a ghost. Boring. Maybe. But stable. Still, stability wasn't enough. Not for him. People without purpose rot. Henry knew that firsthand. He'd already spent 20 years wasting away in a lab cell. Even when he was doing nothing back on his old Earth, he at least had anime, video games, movies, a job, something. But this world. It was the 1990s. Apple was just starting to matter. The internet was still in a college dorm. Gaming meant 16-bit cartridges and Game Boys. Cute for nostalgia, sure. But compared to AAA games and cinematic universes, it was like trading steak for cardboard. And again, no qualifications. So getting into the tech industry? Off the table. That left one oddball possibility. Hollywood. Yeah, he'd set his first real destination as Los Angeles. Subconsciously, maybe he was chasing the lights. The cameras. The fantasy. Hell, after everything he'd been through, maybe he just wanted to stand on a soundstage, throw a fake punch, and scream. I'm gonna take all 10 of you sons of bitches. Corny. Sure. But kind of badass, too. And if it didn't work out, well, he could always go back to the Bering Sea. Chapter 30, Nothing But a Pretty Face. Bonus: if Henry was serious about stepping into the entertainment industry, the first question was simple: on screen or behind the scenes? Behind the scenes meant skills, real ones. Audio, camera work, color correction, depth of field, lighting, production design, editing. Sure, some of it came down to talent, but you still needed the foundation. Without a solid understanding of film theory, You weren't getting anywhere near a Hollywood set unless you were holding someone's coffee. And then there were those system-breaking stories he'd read back in his old life, Chinese fanfics where the MC wrote a killer script, got discovered, and suddenly became the next Spielberg. Cute idea. In reality, that route was a crapshoot. See, most Hollywood scripts didn't come from unsolicited submissions. They'd been sitting in studio vaults for years, sometimes decades, waiting for just the right moment. And even when those scripts got greenlit, they were rewritten so many times, the original authors would barely recognize them. Take Forrest Gump, for example. A box office hit in '94. Heartwarming. Inspirational. Quintessential American dream story. Except the source material. A brutal political satire. A man with below-average IQ stumbling through major events in U.S. history and somehow becoming rich. Yeah, not exactly subtle. If you squinted, it was practically the author flipping off the American public while saying, "It's not personal, I just think y'all are idiots." But after Hollywood got its hands on it, poof, satire gone. Welcome to inspiration porn, America. The script didn't just get rewritten, it got a full-on identity transplant. The only thing left intact was the basic human anatomy: 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. So yeah, Henry wasn't betting on breaking in as a screenwriter. That left acting. At least with acting, the first barrier to entry was pretty straightforward, you just needed a face. Unfortunately, everybody had one. Which meant competition was brutal. Thousands of hopefuls flooding Hollywood every year, all thinking they'd be the next Brad Pitt. That's how you ended up with casting couches and networking that looked more like softcore blackmail. Still, Henry wasn't aiming to be an A-lister. He had savings from his crabbing gigs. If he kept his expectations low, blend into the background, work as an extra, chase niche roles, he could make this work. Hell, maybe even fund a weird side project, like nostalgic video game collecting or retro TV binging. No expectations, no disappointments. That was the motto. He didn't need to win an Oscar. Didn't need to buy a mansion in Beverly Hills or a Bugatti for every day of the week. He wasn't trying to outpace some silver spoon Wall Street baby or become a tabloid god. All he wanted was a quiet life, lived on his terms. Of course, this was still America, the land of freedom where school shootings were more frequent than snowfall. Good thing he was bulletproof. As long as he stayed out of New York, he'd avoid the really weird stuff. No Avengers Tower. No S.H.I.E.L.D. drama. No purple aliens looking to erase half the universe. And if Thanos really did show up one day with his rock collection, snapped his fingers, and sent half of existence into the void, Henry's odds were 50-50. Big deal. If he survived, cool. If not, well, it wasn't like he had a family. No one was waiting for him. Death wouldn't be some great tragedy, it would just be quiet. Honestly, people overhyped the snap. A quick death was better than being slowly eaten alive by disease, debt, or despair. Henry had already lived through a different kind of hell. 2 decades locked up in a Soviet black site, poked and prodded until he didn't know where his body ended and the test tubes began. Every inch of him had been someone's experiment. They'd sliced, injected, scanned, and broken him in every way except mercy. If they'd had a little more time, they probably would have started amputating, an arm here, a leg there. Hell, maybe even taken his brain apart just to see what made it tick. So no, he wasn't afraid of dying in some intergalactic balancing act. He'd faced worse. Let the Avengers save the day. Let the gods and mutants and tech billionaires punch each other across skylines. He'd be over here, in his lane, living slow and quiet. He wasn't here to carry the world's problems on his back. He wasn't out to rescue kittens or stop meteorites. He didn't give a damn if someone's house got robbed or their toilet exploded. Not his circus. Not his planet. Hell, the fact that he hadn't gone full supervillain was already a win for humanity. He wasn't plotting revenge on the world. He wasn't blackmailing governments or starting cults. He wasn't even trying to rewrite history. You know what he was doing? Letting Russia collapse without lifting a damn finger. The Red Empire was about to crumble, and Henry wasn't getting involved. What would be the point? What would he even gain? Robbery. He was a Kryptonian, for crying out loud. If he wanted money, he could rob any bank, anytime, anywhere. Walk into the Federal Reserve, melt the vault doors with heat vision, and walk out with gold bars hot enough to fry bacon. No one would even know where they came from. Stock trading. Arbitrage. That was for desperate hustlers, not god-tier aliens. Could he buy up Russian state assets for pennies on the dollar? Maybe. If he had capital, connections, and a ruthless streak. But all he had was 300 grand and a car with bad shocks. Revenge on the scientists who tortured him. Yeah, no. It'd be poetic, sure, but where would he even find them? It's not like they handed out business cards in the Gulag. And let's be honest, most of them were probably about to suffer more than he ever could dish out. The Soviet collapse would chew them up and spit them out. But if they somehow crawled out of the rubble and made something of themselves, then it'd be worth showing up, just in time to ruin everything. Just for the fun of it. After all, death isn't always punishment. Sometimes living is the real curse. Chapter 31, First Impressions. Turns out, old Tom, the man who nearly earned himself a Kryptonian punch, was right about one thing. Nobody checked a damn thing when you rolled off a ferry from Alaska into the port of Los Angeles. No inspections. No bag checks. Not even a bored glance under the hood. Just show your ticket when you get on, and drive off like you're coming home from the grocery store. Pre-9/11 America, land of paranoia abroad, but blind confidence at home. If trouble happened, it was always somewhere else. Never here. Henry guided the Cadillac onto the streets of LA with the steady hands of someone still trying to convince himself this was real. The highways stretched wide, the buildings grew taller, and every few miles, the landscape changed just enough to make him question where he was. When he hit the coast, he slowed down, expecting golden sunlight, warm sands, and an army of bronzed beach bums in bikinis. What he got was wind. Cold, biting ocean wind that whistled through the window and slapped him in the face. Even with his Kryptonian resistance to cold, it still felt dumb, driving with the window down in December. Like owning a convertible in a rainstorm and refusing to close the top, so you just sit there in a poncho holding an umbrella. He passed a few lunatics on surfboards, full wetsuits on, carving through winter waves like they'd made a deal with Poseidon. Gotta admit, they were good. You'd have to be, to ride waves like that in weather like this. Farther down the beach, a film crew was shooting something. Cameras, lights, the whole circus. In the middle of it, some models, tan, lean, and plastic perfect, smiled like it was mid-July, lounging around in swimwear that did nothing to hide the fact that they were freezing their asses off. Behind the camera, everyone else was bundled up like it was the Antarctic. Showbiz, huh? Watching that ridiculous little production, something in Henry finally clicked. Yeah. I'm really here. Now what? He'd spent plenty of time on the ferry thinking through big-picture stuff. Where to live, what kind of life to build, whether to punch Thanos in the face if it ever came to that. But now it was time for logistics. Pulling over near a street-side newsstand, he killed the engine, stepped out, and made his way over. $5, he said, pulling a wrinkled bill from his coat. One copy of the Los Angeles Times, and, do you have a city map? The middle-aged vendor barely looked up. Tourist map, or you need something detailed? Detailed, Henry replied. I'll be living here for a while. The man nodded and handed over a folded map. Here you go. Change is right there. He dropped a few coins into Henry's palm, then added, where you from? Alaska, Henry said without hesitation. The vendor gave him a once-over. That explains the snow gear. I was starting to think LA was about to get hit with a blizzard. Henry looked down at his heavy-duty coat, windproof, waterproof, the whole package. Not your average LA winter wear. God, I've seen enough snow for 5 lifetimes. Does it ever snow here? Rarely, the man said with a shrug. Only if it gets real cold. If you're into skiing, try Big Bear Lake, east of here. Great slopes. No thanks, Henry said dryly. I see snow, I get flashbacks. Last thing I want to do is slide down a mountain for fun. They shared a brief laugh, the kind strangers swap when they both know life's been stupid lately. Henry nodded toward the decorations strung up on nearby poles. Holiday season coming. Yep. Christmas, then New Year's. Same crap every year. No surprises. If one year did have surprises, Henry said with a smirk, that'd probably be bad news. The vendor chuckled. Ain't that the truth? Henry waved, heading back toward the car. Thanks. Take care. Merry Christmas, the man called. Merry Christmas. Back in the car, Henry realized he hadn't eaten since the ferry docked. The sun was past noon, and his stomach was putting in a formal complaint. He cruised around until he found a family diner that didn't reek of fryer grease and bad decisions. Nothing fancy. Just clean, warm, and open. He parked, grabbed his map, his newspaper, and most importantly, his overstuffed backpack. That pack held his entire net worth, nearly 300 grand in cash, packed into tight rolls of hundreds. Not the kind of thing you leave sitting in the car on the streets of LA. Not unless you want someone breaking your window and disappearing with your life savings. For casual spending, he had smaller bills stashed in various coat pockets. If anyone watched him dig around for change at a register, they'd think he was flat broke. A skill he'd mastered in his old life: never let them know you've got money. Play dumb. Play poor. Play dead, if you had to. Inside, the diner was half empty. Perfect. He slid into a sunlit booth, placed his bag on the inside seat, and shed the heavy coat. A waitress approached, a squat, no-nonsense woman with tired eyes and a coffee pot. "Hot coffee?" she asked. "Please," Henry replied. "Bless you." He flipped over the empty mug on its saucer, letting her pour as he warmed his hands. "Need anything else?" she asked. "Yeah, sweetheart," he said, flashing a crooked smile. "I haven't eaten lunch yet." "What's cooking?" She rolled her eyes in a way that said she'd heard it all but wasn't entirely offended. "We've got bacon, sausage, eggs any style. Or I could fry you up a steak." "Hit me with everything," Henry said, tossing back half his coffee in one go. "And sweetheart, if it's no trouble, just leave the pot." "Sure," she said, leaving the half-full carafe behind before heading off to the kitchen. Even though her face said don't try anything, her steps as she left were just a little lighter. A few minutes later, she returned with a plate piled high with bacon, sausage, and sunny-side-up eggs. "Steak's coming," she said. "You want toast or biscuits?" "Toast's fine, thanks." She glanced at the map Henry had spread across the table. "So, what are you? College kid? Tourist? Or chasing the Hollywood dream?" Chapter 32, News from 1990, Bonus 4. Henry folded the map and set it aside. "I'd like to try a bit of everything," he said with a crooked grin. "Though chasing the dream? That one's a long shot, depends on luck." The waitress gave him a slow once-over, eyes flicking from head to toe before landing back on his face. Her lips curled into a sly smile. "With a face like that, hon," she said, "you'd do real well up in the valley." "Ah. The valley. San Fernando Valley. Known for a few tourist attractions, and about 300 adult film production companies." Henry chuckled. "Let's hope I don't hit rock bottom that fast." He speared a strip of bacon with his fork, rolled it, and shoved it in whole. No cutting. No ceremony. Just hunger and meat. He gave a thumbs up between chews. "Damn good bacon." The waitress smirked, proud. "Take your time." Henry took the more civilized route with the sausage, slicing it up instead of risking what could easily be misinterpreted as certain skills better suited for casting couches in Van Nuys. Despite the banter, he meant what he said, the food was good. He'd picked the place by smell, after all, and his Kryptonian senses weren't wrong. With his meal sorted and the map now committed to memory, Henry turned to the newspaper. Front page, political drama up near the Arctic Circle. The Red Empire was starting to crack, at least according to the American press, which was practically drooling at the thought. Henry knew better. This wasn't analysis, it was wishcasting. The US media had a long tradition of talking big and hoping reality followed suit. But hey, sometimes enough yelling did bring down an empire. The rest of the news? Mostly fluff about Christmas events, charity drives, celebrity statements, everything bland enough to numb your brain. He skimmed it until he hit the entertainment and sports sections. NBA, the Bulls were on fire. Michael Jordan was starting his rampage. If Henry's memory served, 91 would mark the dawn of a dynasty. The 90s belonged to Black Jesus, and the rest of the league was about to get baptized in LS. MLB, off-season. Nothing to see here. NFL, now that was America's real religion. Preseason in August, full season in September, and the Super Bowl in February. But unlike basketball or baseball, football was very much a homegrown obsession. The rest of the world didn't care, and neither did Henry. More interesting was the movie section. Christmas meant awards season. Gold statues, rigged campaigns, and self-congratulation in high definition. Harvey Weinstein hadn't started bribing the entire academy yet, so at least the scandals weren't daily headlines. That was still a few years off. Right now, the talk of the town was Dances with Wolves. There was also Ghost, Pretty Woman, and Home Alone for lighter fare. The year had been packed with sequels to The Godfather 3, Back to the Future Part 3, Gremlins 2, The Exorcist 3, and a third installment of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because why not? But the real surprise? A film called Captain America. Henry blinked at the synopsis. Apparently, this version of Cap never sacrificed himself in World War II. Instead, he fought a cartoonishly evil crime family that hated environmental laws and, for reasons unknown, had kidnapped the president. It was basically a Hallmark special in spandex. That said, in a world where Steve Rogers actually existed, it was bold of Hollywood to turn him into tabloid fan fiction. Sure, Cap didn't have any surviving family, but the guy was still technically military property, and the military didn't usually take kindly to people playing fast and loose with their icons. Then again, this was the same military that had ridden the Top Gun hype train straight into a recruitment surge back in '86. They and Hollywood were in bed together, spooning with a budget. Letting a movie Cap save the president. Yeah. Uncle Sam wasn't going to complain. Oddly enough, the movie had gained traction. Maybe it was the nostalgia. Maybe it was respect. But a bunch of major names, Kevin Costner, Whoopi Goldberg, Scorsese, even Coppola, were publicly praising it. Though, Henry noted, most of their compliments were directed at Steve Rogers the hero, not the film itself. Smart move. Never insult the symbol, even if the product was garbage. Hell, the old World War II recruitment posters had already swapped out Uncle Sam's pointing finger for Cap's clean-cut jawline. The man was more myth than soldier now. Henry flipped past the puff pieces and found the entertainment gossip, celebrity scandals, divorce rumors, probably 40% true at best. Not a single preview for next year's films. Probably because the press was too busy slobbering over the upcoming Golden Globes and Oscars. His steak arrived just as he hit the final page of the paper. A hefty slab, seared to perfection, with a side of golden fries. The toast was already gone. He carved the meat like a savage, fork in one hand, newspaper in the other. No etiquette, no pretense. This wasn't fine dining, it was a diner. No one gave a damn. By the time he swallowed the last bite of steak, the newspaper was folded and done. He poured himself another cup of coffee and raised a hand to flag down the waitress. "Hey, sweetheart," he called. "You got a Yellow Pages?" She pointed toward the payphone near the door. Underneath. Big fat book. Henry got up, retrieved the directory, and brought it back to his seat. He flipped it open like it was a treasure map. Because in 1990, if you wanted information, you didn't Google it. You either asked a bartender, paid some shady guy in an alley, or you cracked open the goddamn Yellow Pages. Published by the phone company, funded by ads, this prehistoric search engine listed everything from mechanics to magicians. Even private numbers, organized by last name. 20 years from now, someone would sue the hell out of a company for leaking personal data. But in this era, totally normal. Sure, it only updated once a year, but for now, it was the best tool Henry had. Chapter 33, First Steps in L.A., Bonus 5. The waitress came by to swap out Henry's half-empty coffee pot with a fresh one. "You lookin' for something specific?" "Yeah." "First thing's a cheap motel," Henry replied, flipping through the Yellow Pages. "Otherwise, I'll be sleeping in a public park tonight." She leaned over, flipped past the page he was on, and tapped an ad with a painted finger. "Try this place. Not the Ritz, but it's safe enough." Henry raised a brow. The address was up north, closer to Hollywood than downtown. That meant she was probably giving him a genuine tip, not trying to steer him toward a place where she could claim a referral kickback. Smart. If she wanted a cut, she would have picked one down the street. He jotted down the name and address. "Appreciate it." After fishing through various pockets like a broke college student, he scraped together enough bills and coins to cover the meal. He left a generous tip on the table. That finally got a real smile out of her. Turns out sweet words and charm were nice, but cold, hard cash still had the stronger magic. Henry returned the Yellow Pages to its stand, slung his worn-out backpack over one shoulder, and headed back to the car. Inside that pack sat the bulk of his earthly possessions, and tens of thousands of dollars in cash. Not exactly the sort of thing you leave in a car window like a "rob me" sign. Sure, bullets couldn't hurt him, but dealing with break-ins and petty thefts would be a massive pain in the ass. Renting a place would take time, and buying one. Not unless he wanted a shack in the desert. A motel would have to do for now. He headed north. The drive was uneventful, and, more importantly, the neighborhood around the motel looked decent. No sketchy guys hanging out in wife-beaters and bandanas. No women tottering around in miniskirts and fur coats that looked more like roadkill. No one working the corner in broad daylight. In other words, passable. Henry pulled into the lot of the squat little roadside motel. Not seedy, not flashy, just anonymous. Perfect. The reception area looked empty at first glance, but as he stepped in, he spotted a heavy-set woman parked behind the desk, mostly hidden by the high counter. She was propped up in a chair, sipping Coke, munching on potato chips, and glued to a soap opera blaring on the tiny TV behind her. Henry tapped the bell. Twice. She didn't even pretend she hadn't seen him. "Whatcha need?" she called without looking up. "One person, one room." "How much a night?" "$20, she replied, still eyes on the screen. Henry pulled a crumpled $100 bill from his chest pocket and slapped it on the counter. 5 nights. "Key, please." Like a machine, she reached with one hand for a key off the wall hook and slid it onto the desk, then used her other hand to snag the bill and shove it out of sight. Only when the money was in her fingers did her eyes flick down to check the denomination. Not once did she question its authenticity. Not even a glance under UV light or a pen stroke. Just blind faith in the almighty dollar. And why not? America had always assumed its money was untouchable, even though half the world's counterfeit cash was in US bills. But unless you were dumb enough to hand fake money to the IRS, most people wouldn't risk blowing up their own shady operation by reporting it. She slid over a paper guest book. "Sign here." Henry looked at the scrawled names already in the log. Half of them might as well have been ancient runes or doctor's prescriptions. Even with a superbrain, he could only decipher a few. He hesitated for a moment, then, on a whim, scribbled down the name, Clark Kent. Not because he wanted to be cute. It just felt safer. Leaving his real name here felt wrong, like using your personal email to sign up for a sketchy website. Old instincts kicking in. She didn't blink. Didn't ask for ID. Didn't care. He took the key and slouched out with a sigh. Honestly, the whole no ID thing made him a little uneasy. Sure, it was convenient, but it also meant anyone could check in under a fake name, do God knows what, and no one would question it. He turned back. "You got a Yellow Pages?" She cackled at something on the TV. "One in every room. Right next to the phone." "Hey," at least she answered. For $20 a night, he wasn't expecting concierge service. The room was exactly what you'd expect from every low-budget motel in every crime movie ever made: tacky wallpaper, low lighting, and furniture that had seen better decades. But it was clean. Sheets were fresh. Floors vacuumed. No visible bloodstains or mysterious smells. The detergent on the sheets was strong enough to sting his Kryptonian-enhanced nose. His sinuses might never recover. He dropped his coat on the wall hook and tossed his backpack onto the bed, his entire net worth in a single duffel bag. The Yellow Pages was right where she said it'd be, under the rotary phone bolted to the nightstand. The cover said it was last year's edition, but that didn't matter. He wasn't looking for pop-up startups, he needed long-standing operations. For a second, Henry stood in the middle of the room, just breathing. This was it. No more crab boats. No more snow. No more quiet Alaskan mornings with old John yelling at him from the bar. Now it was cheap motels, Hollywood pipe dreams, and a city that chewed people up for sport. He flopped back onto the springy mattress. The difference hit him instantly. This wasn't a lumpy couch in a freezing bar. Wasn't John's creaky guest bed. Wasn't the front seat of a car under 1,000 Alaskan stars. This was Los Angeles. Loud. Gritty. Alive. He didn't feel hopeless. Not quite. But there was a weight in his chest now, one he hadn't noticed before. Because now it was real. He'd made it. And now came the hard part. Having powers doesn't guarantee success, he thought, staring at the ceiling. It just means dying is harder. Chapter 34, A Real American Dinner. Dinner that night was a delivered pizza with a complimentary 2-liter bottle of soda, good old high-fructose happiness. Looking at the greasy box and the oversized soda, Henry couldn't help but think, no wonder Americans keep getting bigger. It wasn't just a stereotype, it was practically engineered. Food here was cheap, dense, and designed to hit every craving center in the brain. And it wasn't like the rest of the world didn't have shut-ins and couch potatoes, but America had a unique breed that can't leave their bed level of sedentary. Guys tipping the scales at hundreds of pounds who had to be lifted by crane or fire department assistants just to see daylight. Of course, on the flip side, this epidemic had been a goldmine for gyms, personal trainers, and wellness industries. Rich folks especially, the ones who had time to sculpt their bodies between stock trades and yoga classes, kept the fitness economy humming. Then there were the gym rats, the kind who lived for reps, protein shakes, and questionable steroids. A whole separate evolutionary branch. Henry suddenly remembered that one Avengers film where Thor let himself go and turned into a beer-gutted, sweatpants-wearing shadow of a god. The memory made him glance down at his own stomach. Does Kryptonian physiology prevent obesity? He wondered grimly. But the hunger was real. After years in that Russian black site, where he'd once been so starved he nearly considered scraping plaster off the walls for a snack, Henry wasn't about to let a hot meal go to waste. He took a bite. And immediately regretted it. Now, Henry wasn't picky. Never had been. As long as food was edible, he'd eat it. But this pizza tasted like it had lost a fight with a tire fire and been drowned in regret. The cheese was rubbery, the sauce suspiciously sweet, and the crust had the texture of wet cardboard. He swallowed out of principle. There were now 4 categories of food in his mind. Delicious. Edible. Inedible. And now a 4th, edible but emotionally damaging. This pizza belonged squarely in that 4th category. Throwing it away felt wasteful. Eating it felt like betrayal. And with his heightened Kryptonian taste buds, it was even worse. The flavors were too vivid. Every rancid oil and fake tomato tang was dialed up to 11. No wonder they gave you 2 liters of soda with this crap, he thought, chugging the cola like mouthwash. From now on, one thing was clear, wherever he rented, it needed to have a kitchen. If eating out was going to taste like this, he'd be better off cooking for himself. If Yelp existed in 1990, Henry would have rage-reviewed this place into the ground with a solid 1-star rating and a scathing paragraph. To distract himself, he pulled the motel's yellow pages out from under the phone and flipped through, looking for tomorrow's to-do list. No internet. No reviews. No ratings. Just bold names, addresses, and hopeful ad slogans. Trial and error, then. He sighed. Well, if you're going to play in a new city, you've got to be willing to lose a few games. As long as he played it smart, no greed, no unnecessary risks, he could pull out before anything got too messy. And if anyone tried to solve problems with violence, he grinned. Let them try. He was Kryptonian, after all. The next morning, Henry stepped outside into the crisp LA winter sun. The rays weren't as harsh as in summer, gentle, warm, almost coaxing. Unlike summer's blazing death orb, winter sunshine invited you out. Made you want to follow it. Unfortunately, LA also came with industrial smog and years of being an urban jungle. Deep breaths weren't refreshing, they were a gamble. Every inhale came with a question mark, is that a lungful of oxygen or exhaust fumes? He cleaned himself up, threw on a fresh shirt, and hit the street. Breakfast came from a hot dog stand run by a grinning old black man who handed over a loaded dog drowned in mustard. It wasn't gourmet, but it did the job. He even offered a soda with it, which Henry politely declined. The stuff looked like it came straight from a bacteria petri dish. He'd seen less alarming fluids in alien experiments. Stomach settled, Henry's next priority was the money. He'd been walking around with tens of thousands in cash on him, most of it crammed into that small, overstuffed backpack. Not ideal. Not safe. Not sustainable. Stashing it in a motel room or a future rental wasn't smart either. Too easy for someone to break in, or for the whole place to burn down in one of LA's charming little structure fires. No, he needed a bank. He hadn't opened an account in Alaska for a reason. The local banks up there were mostly isolated. Sure, they'd take your money, but good luck accessing it once you hit the lower 48. And converting a check from an Alaskan bank into cash on the mainland. That was a roulette wheel of fees and red tape. Now that he was aiming for something real in LA, maybe even stepping into the Hollywood circuit, he had to play the part. Cashing checks or handling payments without a real bank account would turn into a headache fast. Small banks. Too sketchy. Too many of them were traps, dressed up with high interest rates and personal touch marketing, but once you signed up, you were at their mercy. Hidden fees, nonsense policies, impossible customer service. And the big boys. Not exactly trustworthy either. He remembered all too clearly the news headlines from his old world: Barings Bank, Lehman Brothers, Silicon Valley Bank. All massive institutions that crumbled spectacularly, each collapse sounding alarms even for people who didn't know a bond from a baguette. If you weren't in the system with insider knowledge, you were just another sheep lining up for shearing. But today, driving through the streets, he spotted a Citibank branch. Big. Visible. Predictable. Sometimes, that was all you needed. He parked, grabbed his bag, money still weighing it down like bricks, and stepped out into the morning sun. Time to get his name, well, a name, on the books. Chapter 35, Deeper Ties. Henry didn't exactly look homeless, but he also wasn't dressed like someone expecting red carpet treatment. His jacket was decent, the beard clean-shaven courtesy of a quick heat vision trim, but his hair. Wild, unkempt, like a man who'd fought a windstorm and lost. The old backpack on his shoulder didn't help matters. Well, at least it looked full. If it had been flat and empty, he might have looked more like someone planning to rob the place than open an account. As expected, none of the bank tellers at Citibank rushed over to greet him. That was fine. He walked straight to the info counter and asked plainly, "Hi. I'd like to open an account. What's the process?" He was quickly directed to a consultation cubicle, where a sharply dressed black man in a too-tight suit and an expression that screamed "I don't get paid enough for this" waited behind a desk. "Good afternoon, sir. How can I assist you today?" the banker asked, with the kind of customer service tone that tried a little too hard to mask the disdain underneath. He had the air of someone eager to distinguish himself from the background he thought Henry belonged to. Henry didn't care. He dropped the backpack onto the desk and unzipped it. Inside were stacks of cash. Neatly bundled, banded, and resting like a miniature treasure hoard. "Open an account. Deposit this." "Thanks." The banker's smile faltered. "We don't accept unverified cash deposits," he said flatly, eyes narrowing. "Especially not of this nature." Henry wasn't surprised. In a country like America, where laundering dirty money was a national sport, banks had to be cautious. Sometimes they took the money, smiled, and then froze the account the next day with a shiny little court order. "No problem," Henry said, reaching into his jacket. "Here's my paperwork." He laid it out calmly: proof of employment on an Alaskan crabbing boat, pay stubs, a scanned copy of the original check, a letter of verification from the issuing bank, and finally, a legitimate-looking social security card. The banker took the documents, brows lifting ever so slightly as he read through them. Then he noticed something else: the money wasn't just thrown together. It was banded with an Alaskan bank seal. Not street cash. It either came from a bank, or from robbing one. Still, his tone softened. "How much are you looking to deposit today, sir? And what kind of account are you opening? Would you like to hear about our investment portfolio options?" The sales pitch was automatic. He probably saw dollar signs in his head. Hell, with a commission-based bonus system, who could blame him? Henry didn't hesitate. $290,000. Open a checking account with $20,000. The rest goes into savings. I want a checkbook and a credit card application. That's it. The man blinked, then nodded, already reaching for forms. Of course. We'll need to make copies of your documents, if that's all right. Go ahead. As the banker disappeared with the paperwork, a colleague wheeled over a bill counter, equipped with counterfeit detection, naturally, and began counting the cash. It took time. But no alarms were raised. No surprise fakes. No drama. Henry didn't expect any. He wasn't here to make a scene. He was just a guy with some money and a Kryptonian tolerance for bureaucracy. The account itself was free to open, as long as the minimum deposit was met, and Henry more than met it. The checkbook and credit card required fees, of course, but he had a few thousand in walk-around cash and made the payments easily. His method of paying, though, digging into every pocket, pulling out random bills like a disheveled magician, earned him a few long-suffering sighs from the banker. Keep pretending, Henry thought with a smirk. You don't know the half of it. Once the final form was signed and the debit card handed over, Henry stepped out into the sunlit LA street, stomach rumbling. The credit card would take a couple weeks to process, assuming the bank's background checks went smoothly. Since he didn't have a fixed address yet, the banker had told him to come back in 2 weeks to check on it in person. And no, just because he deposited a small fortune didn't mean the bank was going to bend over backward for him. This was America, after all. And 290 grand in cash might raise eyebrows, but it didn't open doors. Not unless you were already someone, or knew someone. Still, walking out of that bank, Henry felt something strange stir in his chest. Connection. Like another tether had been tied between him and this new world. A sign that he wasn't just drifting through it anymore, he was settling in. For better or worse. The past 20 years of his existence were a blur of isolation and silence. Sometimes, it was easy to forget he was human at all. He had no one. No roots. No purpose. Sure, he could have turned bitter. Could have gone full supervillain and nuked a city just to watch the world burn. But what was the point? He'd been a nobody before he crossed into this universe, and he was still a nobody now, just one with heat vision and bulletproof skin. He wasn't born to rule. He didn't want to rule. He just wanted a life. Maybe that was why he'd spent so much time in Alaska binging old movies, classics that existed in both worlds. Trying to find fragments of his old self hidden between film grain and end credits. Even in the middle of Bering Sea storms, that sense of unreality never fully left him. The cold didn't bite. The waves didn't shake him. The crab traps may as well have been made of foam. Like a max-level character stomping through a beginner's dungeon. Too strong. Too numb. Part of him had wanted to stay at sea forever. If the captains had allowed it, he might have spent every crab season out there. A machine in a man's shape. But then came Los Angeles. Here, the cheat codes didn't mean anything. Being bulletproof didn't help you land a role. Having X-ray vision didn't get you a meeting with a casting director. Kryptonian muscle wasn't worth jack in an audition room. He was really starting from scratch now. He briefly wondered, should I pivot? Use my powers more directly? Rob a bank? God, why did that idea keep circling back? Honestly, the thought of being a superhero had never appealed to him. Too much responsibility. Too much misery. Look at every caped crusader on screen: trauma, guilt, dead parents, existential dread. No thanks. He didn't have some noble dream of self-sacrifice. He wasn't a martyr. He was just a guy trying to get by. If someone else wanted to play hero, they could knock themselves out. Let Spider-Man swing through New York. Let Cap punch Nazis. Henry just wanted to sleep in, eat real food, and not get shot at, unless it was funny. Unless the Marvel Universe completely went to hell and he was forced out of his laid-back lifestyle, he wasn't changing a damn thing. If being lazy was a crime, he was guilty as hell, and proud of it. Standing on the sidewalk, feeling the warmth of the midday sun on his skin, Henry took a deep breath. Smoggy, yes, but it was his smog now. Los Angeles. Phase 2. His new life had officially begun. Chapter 36, the photo studio. After wrapping up the bank visit, Henry headed to a nearby photo studio. In the 2020s, these places were nearly extinct, relics of the analog era. But back in the early 90s, they were still everywhere, especially in Los Angeles, where Hollywood's shadow loomed over everything. Every storefront had glossy sample shots on display, airbrushed beauties, shirtless hunks, sultry headshots bathed in dramatic lighting. Some studios even showcased prints of real celebrities, either current stars or their younger, more glamorous selves. Tourists wanted mementos. Dreamers wanted a shot at the big time. And in a town like this, a good photo wasn't just a keepsake, it was currency. Henry didn't care much for glamour shots. He wasn't here to strike a pose or make a scrapbook. He just needed a proper ID photo. The last set he'd taken, courtesy of Old Tom in Alaska, looked like something ripped from a police lineup. Bad lighting, grainy film, and an angle that made him look like he crawled out of a sewer after losing a fight with a cinder block. The kind of photo where if you smiled, it'd still end up as your mugshot. He didn't even bother asking for the negatives. But now that he was in LA, with plans to register with the Screen Actors Guild or apply for legitimate work, he needed something cleaner, something that wouldn't immediately scream serial killer. At minimum, a halfway decent headshot. This wasn't the future, where you could take a selfie, slap on a filter, and email it to a casting agent before lunch. Digital cameras were still the size of toasters, and image quality was garbage. If you wanted photos, you went to a photo studio. He picked one not far from the motel, convenient for pickup, and stepped inside, only to be greeted by a rotund, greasy-haired white guy who waddled up with the enthusiasm of a car salesman spotting fresh meat. "Welcome, welcome. What can I do for you today?" the man grinned, belly jiggling under a stained dress shirt. "Wedding packages just $6,600. Family portraits, $4,200. Actor headshots, $3,800. Personal artistic series, just $2,200. Outdoor shoots cost extra, but you'll get 3 full rolls of film to choose from. And hey, bring a friend, and I'll knock 20% off both of you." Henry stared blankly. What the hell is this, the Ferrari dealership of photo studios? It was like walking in to buy a scooter and finding out they only sold Lamborghinis. "I'm just here for an ID photo," Henry said, still trying to process the sticker shock. "Ah, come on, kid. Don't you want to capture your youth while you still have it?" The guy's sales pitch never missed a beat. "Nope. Just an ID photo. Listen, when you're old and wrinkled and eating soup with a straw, you'll regret not letting me preserve your prime." "Buddy, I've lived through 2 puberty cycles," Henry thought. "Pretty sure I'm good." But he didn't want to start an argument, and this certainly wasn't the only photo studio in LA. So he turned to leave. Wait. Fine. ID photo it is. Can't believe I'm wasting my talents on this, but all right. Henry paused. Maybe if the guy dropped the extortion-level prices, he could deal with a little theatrics. "I need 12 2-inch and 12 1-inch prints," Henry said. "What's the price?" "Flat rate, $60. Henry didn't even argue, just turned back toward the door. Whoa, hang on. Not good enough. Name your price, then." "30. I'll pay half up front." "Jesus, are you part Jewish?" the man snapped. "Go ahead, try finding another studio with a deal like that." Henry rolled his eyes. "Wish I were. I'm actually an alien, thanks." 50. Final offer. 30. Come on, man, 40. That's cost, I'm practically losing money. Henry turned again, not playing the haggling game. All right. 30 it is, the man barked. God damn it, I hope you are Jewish, at least then I could say this was cultural. Hell, maybe Hitler should have tried harder and we'd have avoided this whole back and forth. Henry raised an eyebrow. Wow. Casual Holocaust joke. Stay classy, L.A. Still, the dude folded. Which meant Henry probably still overpaid. He fished around his pockets, pulled out a crumpled 15, and slapped it on the counter as a deposit. That's when something on the desk caught his eye, an old-school, CRT monitor with a massive rear end, the kind that looked like it could double as a microwave. Below it sat a clunky tower, proudly stamped with a logo Henry recognized instantly. Stark Industries. Hey, he said, pointing. Is that a Stark system? What kind of CPU's it running? The man's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas. Oh ho, someone knows their machines. This baby's running Intel's newest i4-86 processor, 4 megabytes of RAM, 120 megabytes hard drive, VGA display. Not CGA, not EGA, VGA. That's 256 colors. Full floppy support, 5.25 and 3.5-inch drives, plus a CD-ROM. Stark quality. You can't beat it. Dell, IBM, they can't compete. Stark's personal computers are top tier. Henry nodded slowly. Yeah. That's incredible. I'm overwhelmed. He said it so flatly, even the guy didn't notice the sarcasm. Truth was, for Henry, who'd lived through advanced alien tech, survived Soviet bunkers, and watched Tony Stark's future genius unfold in real time, this glorified microwave was little more than a toy. But hey. Let the man have his moment. Chapter 37, Overlooked Futures. Henry couldn't stop staring at the relic of a computer on the counter, an honest-to-God 486. It was ancient by his standards, but instead of writing it off, his mind started spinning. Sure, he'd grown up on AAA games and cutting-edge tech from the 2020s, but that didn't mean the stuff from the 90s was worthless. Some games weren't about graphics or grind, they were about concept. Look at Tetris. Even on a toaster with buttons, that game slapped. Good design never aged. But a computer wasn't just a game console. Its real strength was in processing power, in connectivity, in the foundations of the digital age. All the stuff you could build on top of it. Back in his old life, Henry had been just another basement-dwelling nerd. Games, anime, pirated movies. A cliché. But now, with a Kryptonian brain riding shotgun. The idea of hacking didn't feel far-fetched. It felt inevitable. Superman might have let Batman play the genius role on the team, but the guy wasn't dumb. In Brainiac's intelligence ranking scale, Supes clocked in at a mind-bending level 12. The entire human race, by comparison. Level 6. Combined. Even Lex Luthor, his ultimate nemesis, barely kept pace intellectually. But Clark's raw power often overshadowed his brains. Especially when Bruce was in the room, monologuing like Sherlock Holmes on a caffeine bender. Henry wasn't delusional, he knew he wasn't that Superman. Hell, his version had crash-landed in a Russian hellhole and got tortured for years. No loving Kent family, no sweet Kansas upbringing. Just isolation and Soviet sadism. But still. If he had even half the brain power of Clark Kent, wasn't it smarter to develop the mind, not just the fists? He didn't want to end up being the guy in red tights deflecting bullets for YouTube views. Or worse, some idiot people point at going, "Look, up in the sky." It's a dumbass with a cape. The key to hiding in plain sight wasn't punching everything into submission, it was blending in. Building tools. Understanding systems. Especially in a world that was racing headfirst into the information age. If he waited for tech to catch up to his memories of the 2020s, he'd be sitting around for decades. But software. Concepts. Systems. Those evolved year by year. You could build on them. Take the Y2K panic, for example. Banks had thrown mountains of cash at retired old coders just to keep the world from burning down because no one else understood the ancient systems their infrastructure ran on. All the new kids with slick degrees were useless when it came to legacy code. Old tech didn't die fast. If it worked, it stayed. So, standing in this dinky photo studio, eyeing a computer that most people wouldn't look twice at, Henry felt the gears in his head turning. He leaned over the counter. This thing have a modem? The greasy photo guy, his new best friend, apparently grinned. Modem? Nah. Only connects to a couple college BBS boards anyway. But I use this beast to play Ultima 6. Way better than those dumb consoles. And it runs MS-DOS 4.01. Didn't bother with PC-DOS, clunky as hell. I've got DOS/V running 2 color-coded file types. Real sexy stuff. Henry smirked. You ever hear of Linux? Lee, what? Thought so. He chuckled. Right around now, somewhere, that Finnish kid should be about to start writing it. Open source was already bubbling under the surface college campuses, mostly. Too many engineers and students building niche tools for niche problems. Most commercial software didn't meet their needs, so they rolled their own. But up until now, they were all just making applications on top of existing systems, MS-DOS, Unix, whatever. Linux would be the game changer. An open-source operating system. A new foundation, free to build on. No surprise it started in universities. The motto was basically, as long as you're not selling it, build whatever the hell you want. Even later, when companies would slap a price tag on Linux servers, what they were really selling was service, not the OS itself. Henry couldn't stop himself from grinning. This was the beginning of something. Something massive. And he wanted in early. Forget waiting for hardware to catch up, this wasn't an RPG where you maxed out before leaving the tutorial zone. If you hung around too long grinding levels, you'd just get stuck. The only way to grow was to move. The photo guy must have noticed the glint in his eye. You like that rig? He asked. I got a buddy who can hook you up with one. Newest model. Fast. Not like those other jokers trying to unload junk stock. Henry was tempted. Radio Shack had some stuff, but most of it was hit or miss. If you wanted rare components, you either had to get lucky in a warehouse store or know a guy who knew a guy. Still, he looked around, eyebrows raised. This is a photo studio, right? Yup. And you also sell computers? Yup. Like you said, also. Why not make a buck if I can? You're sure you're not Jewish? I'm Italian. F*** Mussolini, the man said proudly. Henry shook his head. Thanks, but I gotta find a place to live first. Unless you can get me one I can use in my car. The man grinned. Hey, I can help you find an apartment too. Henry let out a long sigh. He stared at him, speechless. Chapter 38, Italian lunch. America prided itself on being a melting pot, but let's not kid ourselves, people here still sorted themselves into hierarchies, even among the so-called white crowd. Just being white didn't mean much when the descendants of the Mayflower looked down on anyone who didn't have tea with the Queen. And so, people banded together. Ethnic groups formed tight-knit communities, complete with their own languages, rules, and invisible walls that kept outsiders out. You couldn't break into a conversation held entirely in rapid-fire Italian, for example. That alone told you how thick the bonds ran. After the photoshoot, more of a quick mugshot with lighting than anything artistic, the greasy old white guy at the photo studio pulled some strings. Next thing Henry knew, he was being introduced to a warm, mustached Italian man with a booming voice and a personality big enough to fill a stadium. Key detail, not Sicilian. That calmed Henry's nerves a bit. The last thing he needed was to end up face down in an alley with one less kidney. Though, to be fair, he was Kryptonian. Let him try. Still, it was better to have someone show him around than keep wandering LA like a clueless tourist. And thanks to Tom's paranoia rubbing off on him, Henry had picked up some useful tricks like reading micro-expressions and micro-sweats, tracking pulse rate, breathing changes, and eye movements. The usual, is this guy lying to me, toolkit. For now, though, the Italian guy just wanted to squeeze a few extra bucks out of him. Nothing sinister. Henry even caught the photo guy whispering to his friend about making back the cash he lost earlier. Which, thanks to Henry's Kryptonian hearing, was basically the same as saying it directly to his face. Nice try, amateur. If these guys were trying to play him, they weren't doing it very well. It was nearing noon, and Henry's stomach reminded him it had a say in things too. In his world, skipping meals was never part of the plan. Know any good places around here where we can talk and eat? He asked. The Italian smiled knowingly. You got any dietary restrictions? Any special habits? Smart question. Ever since the hippie era, the US had been flooded with all kinds of weird dietary philosophies. Veganism was the least complicated of the bunch. Religions, cults, and pseudo-health trends had made ordering lunch into a minefield. No restrictions, Henry said. As long as it's not people or poop, I'll eat it. But if the food sucks so bad it ruins my mood, that might affect our negotiations. The guy laughed, slapped Henry's shoulder, and twirled his impressive mustache. We're not British, kid. You know what their best local dish is? French cuisine. Can you believe it? The bloody English got conquered in the kitchen. Us Italians. Our culinary history goes back to Caesar. The men conquered east to west for the sake of good food. Then came the Papal States. The Renaissance Italian cuisine is the best in the world, hands down. No contest. Caesar conquered half the world just to get better food. Henry raised a brow. I feel like that's not what my history teacher said. Still, the guy was charismatic as hell. Like a one-man Broadway show. Every sentence came with hand gestures, body language, passion. By the end of the spiel, Henry found himself nodding along, stomach growling louder. The restaurant was just 2 blocks away, no car needed. A small, family-owned Italian joint. Cozy, modest, and filled with the kind of mouth-watering aroma that could knock a man out cold. Inside, a husband and wife duo ran the kitchen and tables, both of them round-faced, round-bodied, and radiating warmth like a brick oven. They were busy lunch rush but managed to squeeze Henry and the Italian guy into a quiet corner booth. After a rapid-fire Italian exchange between the host and his friend, the woman turned to Henry. So, what do you have? Pesto linguine with clams, 1 pizza, and an arancini, he said. Oh, and a bottle of white wine. The Italian and the woman both gave him a look, half amused, half impressed. Henry shrugged. Everything smells amazing. I want to try it all. Don't worry, I'll finish it. Big appetite. Then he turned to his new guide. And hey, let's split the bill. I'm not about to eat you out of house and home. That got a chuckle. The woman gave a dramatic wave and grin before heading back to the kitchen, chatting in Italian with her husband as she went. Henry made a mental note. I should probably learn Italian someday. Hell, while he was at it, might as well add French, German, Swedish, Danish, Greek, Spanish, and Portuguese to the list. You heard all of them eventually in a city like LA. The Italian guy ordered a bowl of penne and leaned back with a smile. If you've got the stomach for it, this place won't disappoint. A moment later, the woman returned with the wine, a crisp white from somewhere in Italy, and poured them each a glass. Henry sipped it slowly, letting it wash over his taste buds. It had a bright, dry finish and a sharpness that tickled the back of his tongue. Not bad. Kryptonian physiology meant he couldn't really get drunk, but that didn't mean he couldn't appreciate the pairing. In European cuisine, wine wasn't a luxury. It was part of the meal. Like the French concept of mariage, the idea that wine and food should complement each other perfectly. But food wasn't the only thing on the table. Henry set down his glass and looked at the briefcase resting beside the Italian man. I assume you brought info on the rentals. Easy there, kid. First, let me ask you a few things, the guy said, clearly slipping into real estate mode. Why are you in LA? How long are you staying? Got a budget? Willing to share a place? All fair questions. Henry nodded. I'm looking for opportunities in Hollywood. Could be a year, maybe longer. I'm not looking for anything fancy, definitely no Beverly Hills mansions. And as for roommates? Sure, splitting rent would save him money, but it also came with risks. He had secrets to keep and cash to protect. The last thing he needed was a nosy roommate, or worse, a would-be hookup with ulterior motives. I can afford to rent solo, he said finally. A bit of space would be nice. He took another sip of wine, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. His new life in Los Angeles was just getting started. Chapter 39, The Apartment Hunt. Fabio, the not-so-slimy Italian real estate liaison Henry had picked up via a photo studio detour, was, in fairness, not entirely out to fleece him. The guy actually had legit listings. After digging around in his leather briefcase, Fabio laid out several sheets on the table, spreading them out like tarot cards for a future yet to be determined. These ones here, he said, tapping a stack, are near Hollywood, but renting solo isn't cheap. Most people co-rent or sublet to save on costs. If you're open to roommates, there are more options. He motioned to the second stack. Now, these are a little farther out. Near the edge of the city. There's one in Santa Monica, top floor unit, right near the beach. You look out the window and boom, the Pacific. Gorgeous view. Henry noticed that the listings were clearly divided into two piles. What's the difference between these groups? He asked. Fabio leaned in like he was letting Henry in on some big industry secret. One stack is property management. We handle everything: rent, maintenance, complaints. You deal with us. The other stack. That's direct landlord rentals. We just connect you. After the lease, you talk to the owner. Or pay us extra to mediate, if you really want. So that's why one pile was placed more prominently. It was all about recurring commission. With managed properties, the agency probably took a cut every month. The landlord listings. One-time commission, and that's it. Less money in the long run. Still, the fact that Fabio laid it all out so transparently earned him a few points in Henry's book. No sleight of hand. No sales speak. Just facts. As Henry skimmed through the printouts, their food arrived first: the pasta and baked penne, piping hot and drenched in the kind of aroma that made a man believe in God. The pizza and arancini were still in the works, but the smell already filled the room. The older Italian woman who had taken their order lingered beside the table, practically glowing with anticipation. Henry twirled a forkful of pasta and took a bite. Bam! The burst of garlic, olive oil, clam, and fresh basil hit him like a tidal wave. Rich, savory, and borderline illegal levels of delicious. His eyes went wide, and before he could stop himself, he made that classic Italian gesture: fingertips pressed together, hand exploding from his mouth. Buono, he exclaimed, half for show, half from the depths of his Kryptonian soul. The woman beamed, chattered excitedly in Italian, and waddled off to the kitchen with the kind of satisfaction only true culinary praise could bring. Henry blinked and turned to Fabio. What did she say? She said she's thrilled you liked it. She's starting on your other dishes right away. Made sense. Italian wasn't too far removed from other Indo-European languages. Structure and vocabulary could be guessed with a little mental acrobatics. Fabio's translation might not be word for word, but it was close enough. Henry didn't waste more time. He devoured the plate like he hadn't eaten in days, pausing only to sip the white wine and breathe. The wine itself seemed to change flavor with the food, less sharp, more full. Either the cook was a genius or the wine knew how to perform under pressure. Then came the pizza, thin, charred edges, molten cheese, proper sauce, and the arancini, golden, crisp fried rice balls stuffed with gooey mozzarella. Henry had never tried fried rice balls before, but one bite convinced him it was a crime against cuisine that this wasn't globally mandatory. The rice was short grain, firm, and perfect for frying. The outer crust. Crisp perfection. The inside. Melty, cheesy heaven. He crushed the entire pizza by himself, an enormous one, too. By the time he was done, other patrons were staring. One guy dropped his fork. Another whispered to a friend. Kryptonian metabolism, Henry thought, unapologetically licking a bit of sauce from his finger. Don't hate me because I'm superhuman. Between bites, he was still scanning the rental listings. Some had photos, interior shots, exterior views, even angles out the windows that showed sunlight falling in just right. Who took these pictures? Henry asked, impressed. You. Fabio chuckled. Nah, I get Giovanni to do them. He waits till I have a few listings, then goes out with a full roll of film and knocks it out. Guy's got an eye. Photos help a lot when we're showing places. Giovanni. Of course. The pushy photo studio guy. Henry had to admit his camera work was damn good. The pictures balanced light and shadow with a surprising level of care. In this pre-Photoshop era, that took real skill. But that didn't mean Henry was ready to forgive the man's hard sell antics. Just remembering it made him want to laser eye a hole through the guy's neon sign. Still, back to the task at hand. He picked out a few listings. If I want to check these out, when could we go? Fabio flipped open a well-worn notebook. Some are managed properties, those we can see today. The others, I gotta call the owners. Earliest would be tomorrow. Then let's hit the ones we can see now. They settled on a plan. Fabio would drive them around, knocking out the viewable properties in one loop. The first place. Total bust. City center, low floor, right on a major road. Traffic noise bled in like the windows were made of paper. Horns. Yelling. Sirens. And don't even start on the building itself, old pipes, mystery gurgles, and questionable plumbing that made Henry's Kryptonian hearing twitch like a nervous tick. Hard pass. The Santa Monica unit looked better on paper. A top-floor unit near the beach, technically in a well-off neighborhood. Great view of the ocean, sure, but that also meant high humidity, salty air, and relentless sun exposure. Top floors in older buildings. They got hot in summer, cold in winter. And salt in the air meant metal corroded fast. Any iron or exposed steel left untreated would rust in weeks. He didn't need a physics lecture to know it, he could already smell the oxidation. Plus, Henry planned to use electronics. Lots of them. Computers, likely. This wasn't going to cut it. The view was nice. The vibes were wrong. Pass. Chapter 40, House Hunting. Bonus: when Henry first landed in this world, he figured his standards for housing would be rock bottom. A roof, 4 walls, and running water. What more could a Kryptonian in exile ask for? Turns out, quite a lot. The more places he toured, the more he realized, every apartment had something wrong with it. Some were too loud, others too damp, too dark, too sketchy. In hindsight, it made sense. If a place was actually decent, it wouldn't have landed in Fabio's lower-tier real estate listings. Fabio, for all his charm and salesmanship, wasn't exactly operating at the top of the LA real estate food chain. He specialized in helping broke 20-somethings chase pipe dreams in Hollywood. Henry, on the other hand, had a little cash stashed away, and more importantly, secrets that made shared living a potential nightmare. So while he kept saying, "I'm not picky," the truth was, he was extremely picky. Not unlike those overly selective dating app users who claimed to be chill until they met someone who wasn't 6'2" with a law degree and a pet-friendly landlord. The good news? Fabio was a pro. He'd seen all kinds: starving artists, down on their luck dreamers, borderline fugitives. So taking a few extra days to drive Henry all over LA didn't faze him. In the end, Henry settled on an older apartment building on the fringe of a Portuguese neighborhood. It wasn't high-end, but it had a few things going for it: the surrounding streets were quiet, there weren't any obvious drug dealers or working girls on the corners, and the place had a certain low-key charm. That said, areas dense with one ethnic group often came with an unspoken rule: if you weren't part of the tribe, you were on your own. But Henry's Kryptonian status gave him the confidence to ignore those politics. He just needed somewhere safe and semi-private. The landlord, as it turned out, lived on the ground floor. He insisted on meeting every tenant personally. No exceptions. If he didn't like your vibe, you didn't get the keys. Simple as that. Fabio gave Henry the rundown on the drive over. The landlord wasn't Portuguese, he was a longtime LA native whose family had been here since Hollywood's golden age. But now, he was all that remained. Divorced, child in custody with grandma, and apparently halfway into his post-societal norms phase of life. When Henry met him, he immediately understood why Fabio had sounded hesitant. The guy was bald, short, well into his 60s and wearing lipstick and eyeliner. Fabulous. Henry instantly understood why the landlord's kid preferred grandma. He tensed slightly, already mentally warming up his Kryptonian right hook, just in case this guy mistook him for someone interested in a different kind of lease. But to his surprise, the man Gary was all performance, no predation. His campy aesthetic didn't come with any sleazy undertones. No predatory leers. No awkward brushes. Just a man living his best life, consequences be damned. Henry had seen weirder stuff back home, and that was before he woke up on this earth with Superman's DNA. Fabio, darling. Gary greeted the Italian with a cheek-kiss-adjacent hug. You brought me another bright-eyed hopeful. Let me guess, actor? Filmmaker? Failed magician seeking a second chance? Henry stayed cool. Just looking to see what the big city's about. If I don't like it, I'll go back to Alaska. That wasn't a line. It was the honest truth. The moment life in LA got too crazy, what with mutants, metahumans, and the occasional cosmic death god, Henry had zero shame about retreating to the Alaskan wilderness and making money mining gold with his heat vision. Alaska, Gary repeated, circling Henry like he was sizing up a mannequin. You from the West? Henry caught the real meaning behind the question. West was Cold War code for, did you defect from the Soviet Union recently? Technically, sort of. But Henry wasn't about to explain interdimensional body hijacking from a Russian black site. So he just shook his head. Just Alaska. Gary seemed satisfied. All right then, Mr. Alaska. If you're serious about renting, come take a look. He grabbed a ring of keys off his belt and opened the stairwell door. Fabio gave Henry a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Gary's cool. A little eccentric, but harmless. Henry smirked. As long as he's not trying to convert me into a drag show understudy, I think we'll be fine. He followed them up to the third floor. The unit was on a corner, which meant 2 windows, decent lighting, and just enough space for someone who didn't want to go full hermit but still valued privacy. Kitchen, fridge, bed, desk, closet, washer, and dryer check. Clean, well-kept, fully furnished. Everything a superhuman masquerading as a broke 20-something could ask for. Gary stood by the door, arms crossed dramatically. You've probably already heard the basics from Fabio, but let me make this clear, no pets. Guests are fine, but this isn't a rave den. No blasting music, no drugs, no chaos. If you get high and start banging on doors, I will evict you. Personally. And unceremoniously. Sounds fair, Henry said with a nod. No arguments from me. Chapter 41, Merry Christmas. Henry had finally moved into Gary's apartment building. They say having an old man around is like having a treasure, and while Gary was only pushing 60 and not exactly someone you'd call wise, he did have one thing going for him. He was old school Hollywood. Not from some elite family of directors or A-listers. Not the kind who could name-drop their way into a studio. But his family had lived near Hollywood since before it became Hollywood. And in a town where proximity often counts for more than pedigree, that gave Gary a kind of local expertise, or at least a convincing illusion of it. To Henry, new guy, partial amnesiac, and just Kryptonian enough to know he should be skeptical, it was still useful. Even if half of what Gary said was probably made up. The old man liked to talk. More importantly, he was surprisingly flexible when it came to house rules. Once Henry explained he needed to make some minor kitchen upgrades, Gary just shrugged so long as Henry didn't burn the building down. The reason? Simple, American kitchens weren't built for smoky cooking. Anything involving actual flavor too smoky. And let's be honest, most restaurants in LA at the time. A tragedy. Now that he had his own place, Henry couldn't stop craving real food. He wasn't about to risk burning down his apartment, though. So he played it smart. With Gary's approval, Henry hit up the local hardware store, loaded his car with supplies, shut the door behind him, and with Kryptonian speed transformed the kitchen like it was a scene from Extreme Makeover, Intergalactic Edition. Once the work was done, he invited Gary up to inspect it. And to prove his culinary chops, Henry whipped up a proper 3D-ish, one-soup kind of meal, Westlake vinegar fish, pork, and broccoli in oyster sauce. By evening, the table was set, the dishes were hot, and Henry raised his glass. "Merry Christmas," he said. Gary clinked bottles with him. "Merry Christmas. You know, I really didn't expect this. I was starting to think you had a thing for my old ass or that you were getting desperate. Gotta say up front, kid, I'm not that kind of guy." Henry rolled his eyes. "Shut up, you Irish bastard. Just because it's Christmas doesn't mean I won't knock you out and toss you in the snow. Landlord or not." Henry gave up and handed him a proper spoon and fork. "Try not to embarrass yourself." Gary took a bite and nodded, impressed. "First Christmas I've ever had with this type of food. Not bad." Henry was already working through his own plate. "I told you I needed to modify the kitchen for cooking. You didn't believe me. Said you'd make me tear it down if the results didn't impress. Well, today's Christmas. And I'm a man of my word. You could have just dropped off some leftovers in a Tupperware, you know," Gary said. "Didn't expect a whole invite. Is this an Alaska thing?" Henry paused, then shrugged. "I'll keep that in mind next time. Honestly, I figured Christmas Eve was for couples and awkward office parties. Christmas Day's more of a family thing. Doesn't your son come visit?" Gary's expression soured like spoiled eggnog. "Maybe at my funeral. He and his sweethearted mother will probably be fighting over my will before the casket's even closed." Henry winced. "Should I say, congrats on the divorce, or, sorry your family sucks?" Gary waved him off. "Don't say anything. Let me pretend this meal isn't depressing." Still chewing, he pointed his fork at the pork. "Damn, this stuff's good. I get it now. You made the kitchen work." "Told you," Henry said smugly. "You said you had questions. Ask away." Henry handed him another Heineken and waited for the first one to disappear. "Fabio said your grandfather used to work with Charlie Chaplin. Carried his camera or something. That true?" "Hell yes, it's true," Gary said, straightening up. "More real than the Queen's chastity. I've got photos of Grandpa and Chaplin together. Whole crew shot after filming The Kid in 21. Want me to show you sometime?" Gary, now a little buzzed, started to sound less like a flamboyant landlady and more like a grumpy old man, which, to Henry, was a welcome shift. "And it wasn't just my grandfather. My dad worked in one of the Big 8 studios after the war. Lighting, set construction, grips, real crew work. Knew half the big names from back in the day." "What about you?" Henry asked, curious. "You ever work in the industry?" Gary puffed up with the pride of a forgotten supporting character. "Hell yeah. I was in props. Did a lot of work in the 70s. I even helped build sets with Harrison Ford before he was Harrison Ford. That guy and I were both doing carpentry. Then George Lucas, that blind son of a bitch, goes and picks him to play Han Solo. Left me behind like yesterday's news." He shook his head, pretending to be bitter. "So I said screw it. Came back, took over the building, and started renting to the next generation of dreamers." Henry blinked. "So this is the real-life version of, I didn't become a star, so I inherited an apartment complex instead." The building wasn't tiny. 6 stories, 10 units per floor, each nearly 800 square feet. Some units were split, others rented whole. First floor had a laundromat and a small convenience store. The rest? Gary's property. No way that kind of real estate came from just working behind the scenes in film. Henry didn't press. He wasn't here to audit the guy's taxes. But now that he had Gary talking. "So," Henry said, keeping his tone casual, with all that background, "I bet you know a thing or two about how Hollywood really works, huh?" Chapter 42, A Little Guidance, bonus. Gary didn't even try to play it humble. He smirked, leaned back in his chair, and said, I know a thing or two. If you're trying to make it big, that's mostly luck. But if all you want is to survive in this town, yeah, I can help with that. Well, that's refreshingly honest, Henry said, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to give me a whole motivational speech right now? You know, talk about believing in myself, chasing dreams, yada yada. What the hell would I gain from lying to you? Gary snorted. I'm not a talent agency. I don't get a cut of whatever you make. If I tell you I can make you a star and it doesn't happen, you'll just come back and break my jaw. I'm old, not stupid. Henry laughed. Relax, I'm not trying to sign my soul away. I just figured I'd ask someone who knows the lay of the land. Gary waved a hand. Then ask away. Henry leaned forward, arms on the table. I was flipping through the yellow pages and noticed there are 2 different actors' guilds, one for film, one for TV and radio. If I wanted to get into acting just as a side thing, mind you, where do I even start? If you're serious about acting, step 1 is getting a decent agent, Gary said. A real one, not some dude with a fax machine and a headshot fetish. If you get lucky and find someone willing to invest in you, even better. Henry rolled his eyes. Right. Because this is totally a Hollywood rags-to-riches story. He was in the Marvel Universe, for Krypton's sake. Even if he did win an Oscar, S.H.I.E.L.D. could still pull some classified red tape stunt to make his life hell. He wasn't worried about Thanos or Dormammu. Interdimensional threats were weirdly simple: show up, punch things, save the day or die trying. No, the real nightmare was Hydra. Bureaucratic cockroaches with tentacles in every government, media outlet, and tech firm. They couldn't kill him easily, but they could ruin him, and that would be worse. I'm not trying to be famous, Henry said. I just want to play a few extras, walk on a couple sets, see what Hollywood is like from the inside. Maybe meet a few celebrities so I can one day sit in a rocking chair and say I met so-and-so before they overdosed in a hot tub. Gary stared at him. You serious? Dead serious. Huh. The old man scratched his shiny scalp, trying to make sense of it. I've heard weirder reasons, I guess. Gary was old enough to have seen the dark side of Hollywood and not the fun, TMZ side. He'd seen the real rot. Drug-fueled parties, predators in tuxedos, the whole machine devouring bright-eyed kids with dreams of stardom. Hell, groupies in rock and roll at least got free concert tickets. In Tinseltown. You were lucky if you got a callback after the casting couch. Gary squinted. You sure you're not just looking to bang a few actresses? Henry's expression twisted in horror. Jesus, no. I'm here to experience life, not catch every STD in the California zip code. It wasn't just paranoia. This was the early 90s, and HIV was still an incurable death sentence. Add in syphilis, gonorrhea, and whatever else was floating around backstage, and you had yourself a real-life horror movie. Gary actually looked impressed. Well, you've got more sense than most of the starry-eyed idiots that wander through this town. Henry gave a half-smile. I'm not interested in selling my dignity for a casting call. Just want to be in the background, keep my head down, see how the sausage gets made. Gary nodded slowly. You got rent money? That came out a little harsh, so he added, just saying we agreed this was long-term. If you miss a payment, I don't care how nice your kitchen smells. You'll be sleeping on the curb. Henry smirked. No worries. I'm not broke, and I don't do drugs. You'll get your money. All right then, Gary said. If you're just trying to blend in and catch the vibe of the place, you've got 2 ways to go. 1, you find an agent. They'll hunt down roles for you, real ones, not just man number 3 standing in line. Some of those roles never even hit the public listings. But agents take a cut, and trust me, they'll keep trying to push you toward bigger gigs whether you want them or not. That's how they get paid. Henry nodded. Makes sense. Gary went on, second option, join the union. Either way, it's a good idea if you plan to do any acting for real. Even agents'll tell you to get your union card eventually. I've heard you can get gigs without an agent if you're in the union, Henry said. You can, Gary replied. But those gigs, well, let's just say they're not exactly Oscar bait. Don't let the studio numbers fool you. Only about 50 movies a year make it to major theaters. But Hollywood pumps out over 700 films annually. Henry raised his brows. Wait, what? Gary grinned. You heard me. Most of them are low-budget, straight-to-video garbage. Half are made by wannabe auteurs who think they're the next Scorsese, but can't even afford decent lighting. And a bunch of those movies are just made to sell off international rights, tax shelters, whatever. Unless those producers have a deal with a big agency like CAA, which does happen, they'll avoid agents entirely. Agents drive up costs. And when your movie's being filmed in a garage on a budget of $20 and a pizza coupon, you're not looking to spend extra. And those guys use the union to find actors. Exactly. They'll post casting calls to the guild directly. If you're a card-carrying member, you'll get notified. It's better than nothing, but don't expect glamorous roles. It's mostly background stuff, walk-ons, fake commercials. You'll get paid, though, and not get scammed, which is more than I can say for Craigslist. Henry leaned back in his chair, mulling it over. He didn't need fame. He didn't want to be on talk shows or plastered on magazine covers. All he wanted was a way to exist in this world, stay under the radar, and maybe leverage a few Hollywood connections later on when things inevitably got weird. Because this was the Marvel Universe. Weird was coming. One way or another, being a nobody might be the smartest move of all. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Path. Gary took another swig of beer, cleared his throat, and kept going. What I just said, that's mostly for film. TV and radio. Even simpler. Bigger volume, smaller circle. Henry leaned in, intrigued. Most of the time, Gary explained, all the actors' leads, extras, even background nobodies are handled in-house by the production company or the agencies backing the main cast. So, if you're hoping to land a TV gig through union listings, forget it. Henry raised an eyebrow. Then how do you even get in? You can still go to the big talent agencies and get on their roster. They've always got some poor intern handling the grunt work, keeping tabs on open slots for background actors, filling bodies in crowd scenes. You never know when your mug might end up behind someone more famous. There's actually an agent for that. Gary chuckled. Nah, it's not one person's job. Usually falls to the rookies. Interns. Whoever's lowest on the totem pole. Still, those extras are usually attached to a real agent on paper, because a lot of productions have specific needs. He ticked the list off on his fingers. Age range, gender, height, weight, hair color, ethnicity. You need a platoon of background soldiers. You're not casting scrawny kids who look like they'll pass out holding a gun. Ah, Henry said, connecting the dots. So even extras get filtered like that. Damn right. When casting puts out a request, the agency filters their stable and pitches the closest matches. If you're lucky and fit the type, you might land a gig in a big-budget flick. Of course, those are usually non-speaking parts. Set dressing. Living wallpaper. And I'm fine with that, Henry said, swishing the beer around in his mouth before taking another sip. But Gary suddenly lowered his voice and leaned in, eyes narrowed. Can I ask you something? Off the record. Henry blinked. Shoot. You one of those people with special abilities? There was a pause. You mean a mutant? Henry asked, brows rising. Then, catching on, he quickly added, I'm not. Which, technically, wasn't a lie. He wasn't a mutant. He was a Kryptonian. Totally different species. Gary gave him a long look. Just wondering. Why? Would it matter? Hollywood discriminate. Gary scoffed. No. Opposite, actually. If you've got powers they can use, they'll love you for it. Sure, some mutants look weird. Maybe only fit for horror or fantasy flicks. But if your abilities are practical, man, the studios will fall over themselves to hire you. He leaned back, eyes scanning the ceiling like he was rifling through memories. There's this one guy I know, mutant, probably. Can mold wood like it's clay. He's a sculptor. Works props and set design for major blockbusters. The guy's a freaking wizard. Directors love him because he can reshape or fix props on the fly. No tools. No waiting. Just bam, done. Henry blinked. And people are okay with that. They're not scared their jobs will get replaced. Gary snorted. Please. Like that's easy. Powers like his are 1 in a million. You think there's a whole army of woodwarpers waiting to take over set design? Nah. Besides, this is Hollywood. It's all about value. If you're not saving money for producers or delivering exactly what the director wants, you're useless, mutant or not. But if you are saving time and money, if you can nail a shot in one take instead of 20. He raised a hand in mock solemnity. Hell, you could be a goddamn Martian. They'll still write you a six-figure check. Henry tilted his beer, thinking. So being a Kryptonian could actually be useful on set. It was a weird thought. He hadn't really planned on turning his powers into a side hustle, but it did open some doors he hadn't considered before. And now that he thought about it, something else felt off. People in this world didn't seem as paranoid about mutants as he expected. Sure, there were rumors and stories. The X-Men were active. Magneto and his Brotherhood had made headlines. But there wasn't that boiling hate you'd expect. No anti-mutant legislation. No sentinels patrolling the skies. Was it just a calmer moment before everything went to hell? Or was this world, this version of the Marvel Universe, a little more tolerant? Hard to say. Gary didn't seem to notice Henry drifting into thought. Or maybe he did and just kept rolling with it. Now if you don't have powers, then it comes down to nerve and skills. Henry snapped back. You mean like stunt work? Exactly. Stuntmen are the backbone of action movies. Car chases, explosions, getting punched through a window, those aren't CGI, kid. Someone actually does that stuff. Henry nodded slowly. That might work. He could take a hit. He could fall from insane heights. Hell, he could probably walk out of a building collapse and only complain about the dust in his hair. The only tricky part was not overdoing it. If he sold a hit too realistically or didn't sell it at all, people might start asking questions. Especially if he no-sells a punch from some juiced-up actor and walks away without a scratch. But if he picked his stunts carefully, he could make a career out of this. 1 foot in Hollywood, 1 foot in the shadows. Are there stunt agents? He asked. No dedicated agencies, Gary said. Most of it's word of mouth. You do one job, leave an impression, and people start passing your name around. You can also mention your stunt skills when registering with the union or an agency. But it's a small circle, you'll need someone to vouch for you. Henry nodded, mind spinning. Union gig. Background actor. Maybe stunt work. Use his powers just enough to make a living, but not enough to raise red flags. No fame. No headlines. Just exist. For now, that was enough. By the time they finished the last of the beer, Henry had more clarity about his options but also more questions. The path ahead wasn't exactly clear. It twisted and forked in ways he hadn't expected. But it was a path. And for a Kryptonian trying to keep a low profile in a superpowered world, that was more than enough. Chapter 44, A Glimpse of the World, bonus. Somehow, without even noticing, Henry had stumbled his way into 1991. He didn't even remember the new year starting. After finally settling into his new place, life had been a blur, one jam-packed task after another. No breaks. No downtime. Just the relentless grind of carving out a life in a city that chewed up dreams and spat them back out as cautionary tales. He'd hit up both acting unions just like Gary suggested. And, just as Gary warned, the results were underwhelming. The Screen Actors Guild had a handful of scraps, mostly low-budget productions run by first-time directors with shoestring funds. Half of them wanted their lead actors to pay for the privilege of starring. Henry couldn't tell if it was indie filmmaking or some Hollywood-flavored scam. The American Federation of Television and Radio Artists was worse. No listings, no auditions, just a blunt, go find an agency, from the staff at the front desk. You couldn't stumble into gigs there. You needed connections. Still, Henry wasn't here to chase stardom. He just wanted a foot in the door. He made himself a straightforward actor resume, printed out headshots and full-body stills, then mailed packets off to any production that seemed remotely interested in a warm body to stand in the background. That meant dealing with Giovanni again, the oily Italian guy who ran the local photo studio. He developed another batch of passport-style photos, plus a set of basic full-body shots. Gary had told him not to overdo it. Casting directors didn't want glamour. They wanted proportions. Clean, plain photos that showed what you looked like, period. Henry had 100 sets printed. 4 photos per set. $300 in total. A deal that nearly brought tears to Giovanni's overworked, pizza-stained eyes. Still, Henry had one more ask, a computer. Specifically, a Stark i4-86 personal computer, complete with keyboard, CRT monitor, and a bleeding-edge 28.8 kbps modem. Yeah, you read that right. Modem. Mouse. Not standard. And even if you had one, using it felt like trying to draw with a soap bar. If you know, you know. The reason he went to Giovanni wasn't just the photo work, it was access. Most electronics stores in LA only stocked IBM and Dell machines. DIY PC building wasn't common yet, and if you wanted Stark Industries hardware, you needed connections. Especially the high-end, boutique gear. Giovanni claimed he had a supplier and promised delivery in 2 weeks. Henry wasn't holding his breath. Still, his trip to the electronics store wasn't a total bust. He walked out with a decent TV set, a VCR, and a telephone answering machine. He even snagged a vinyl record player and a sizable collection of vinyls for a shockingly low price. Tapes were king now, CDs were rising, and vinyl was considered trash. Nobody knew it'd come back in a couple decades like some kind of hipster phoenix. The answering machine was practical. Henry didn't want to miss calls. He considered getting a mobile phone, but one look at the brick-sized monstrosities of the era had him backing away like it was radioactive. The thing looked like it belonged in a Batman utility belt. Besides, pagers and home answering machines were still the standard. He could live with that. As for the TV and VCR, Henry used them to dig into the film history of this world, classic movies, Golden Age legends, whatever he could get his hands on. This was a pre-streaming world, after all. No binging shows, no anime rabbit holes. Just good old-fashioned cinema, one tape at a time. But most of his time, that was spent somewhere else entirely. The Los Angeles Public Library. It started as curiosity, then became obsession. Everyone says perspective is everything. That what you know defines how far you can go. Henry had come from a world of red flags and state-controlled textbooks. Dropping into this version of America, the Marvel-flavored one, was like being tossed into a shotgun blast of freedom, madness, and mystery. And he was woefully underprepared. Sure, his old world's education system gave him a few nuggets of useful knowledge. But most of it, garbage. Useless trivia. He couldn't rely on any of it if he wanted to understand this new realit or survive in it. So he leaned on his Kryptonian advantage. A brain built for optimization. A memory that never forgot. A mind that processed data like a supercomputer and could learn at speeds that would give Einstein an existential crisis. He wasn't just going to punch things. That would be a waste. It'd be like buying a high-end gaming rig, prepped to run AAA games at max settings, and using it to browse Facebook and pirate old sitcoms. No. He had to put it to work. Even if he didn't have Tony Stark's resources or Bruce Banner's lab, he could still evolve. Learn. Adapt. If he was going to survive in a world full of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., and cosmic-level threats, he needed more than fists. He needed to think smarter. So Henry didn't just focus on tech. He read everything. Science, history, engineering, literature, philosophy, art. He cleared the public sections of the LA library like a human Roomba with a PhD. Sure, there were restricted sections, rare first editions, ancient manuscripts, but those were just collector items, not secret grimoires or forbidden knowledge. He didn't bother sneaking in. Most of the time, he just stood in front of a shelf, made sure nobody was looking, and scanned it at inhuman speed. Pages turned with a flick of his thumb. One book down. Next. Repeat. Sometimes he slowed down to avoid suspicion. Once or twice, he even got flagged by staff. His reading habits looked off. But after a few rounds of, pick any page, I'll recite it, the librarians stopped asking questions. He became known as that weird guy who reads too fast. Which, honestly, in this world, not the weirdest thing. Within 2 months, Henry had absorbed every single accessible book, magazine, and archived newspaper the library had. That included the latest scientific journals. Armed with those and his pre-existing knowledge of the next 30 years from his old Earth, he began to mentally map out a personal roadmap of innovation. Was he a Tony Stark? No. But could he develop near-future tech that looked like Stark magic in the early 90s? Absolutely. He didn't claim to master every corner of human science, but he understood most of it. Enough to recreate future technologies and maybe even nudge this world's tech tree ahead of schedule. Still, the biggest revelation wasn't technological. It was societal. This world wasn't quite like the one he remembered from the comics. Mutants existed, yes. But they weren't being hunted. Not yet. The Brotherhood and X-Men were active, but their conflicts mostly stayed under the radar or among themselves. No giant Sentinel programs. No Mutant Registration Act. No government-mandated purges. Why? Because the country's main focus wasn't on mutants. It was still stuck in the middle of racial tensions, black and white, civil rights, systemic inequality. Ever since Martin Luther King Jr., America's biggest cultural fault line had been race. Mutants were still a side concern. For now. Henry had a bad feeling that would change eventually. Someone, someday, would realize they could distract the masses from systemic issues by turning mutants into scapegoats. All it'd take was one visionary with a PR team and a thirst for control. But for now, he had time. Time to learn. Time to prepare. Time to build something for himself quietly, carefully before this world spun off into chaos. Chapter 45, Blending In. Spring had arrived in Los Angeles, and the beach was back to being a postcard fantasy. Bikini-clad sunseekers lounged in the sand. Tanned, chiseled dudes flexed like walking steroid ads, their muscles glistening with baby oil and questionable choices. The air was thick with heat, hormones, and the distant whir of opportunity. For Henry, spring wasn't just a change in the weather, it was a shift in momentum. 2 weeks after registering with the actors' unions, he finally landed his first job. 1 scene. 0 lines. If it even made the final cut, it'd be a blink and you miss it moment. Still, it was something. He spent an entire day on set. 8 hours, paid the minimum union wage of $10 an hour. No overtime. No stunt work. Just pure, entry-level Hollywood. Lunch was on the house, no lavish buffet, of course. Just a boxed combo, burger, fries, and a choice of soda or bitter coffee. Still, for a small-time shoot, it wasn't bad. The scene he filmed. Done in under 15 minutes. But with setup, lighting, and endless reshoots, that quarter hour dragged into an hour. And when you weren't in front of the camera, you were expected to help. Small productions ran lean. Everyone pulled double duty. So when the gaffer needed an extra set of hands, or the director's assistant needed props lugged across the set, guess who got volunteered? That's right, the nameless background extras. Forget what people said about American workplace boundaries. Whether you were in Burbank, knowing how to read the room and play the game mattered. A smile and a willingness to do grunt work could be the difference between getting rehired or never getting the call again. People think America doesn't grind. Henry knew better. Even those velvet sofa social climbers clawing their way into fame through shady casting sessions were still hustling, just a different kind of hustle. Was Henry expecting to see his scene on the big screen? Hell no. The whole shoot felt more like a con job to impress investors than an actual production. The producers barely hid their disinterest, the director phoned it in, and the crew looked ready to unionize and protest. If not for the union contract, Henry might not have even gotten paid. Still, that one day on set. It was a door. Not wide open, but cracked. And once you were on the other side, things got easier. Soon, Henry was getting more calls. One-day gigs, mostly. No lines. No fame. But each one meant another paycheck, another line on his resume. For most people, living like this meant picking up side jobs to survive. The rent alone would kill you if the acting gigs didn't. Henry. He was fine. Kryptonian perks, after all. On his days off, he alternated between the Los Angeles Public Library, Caltech's archives, and the Blockbuster near his place. He wasn't just binging classics anymore. He'd added cult B-movies to the mix, cheesy, weird, sometimes brilliant in all the wrong ways. Occasionally, he'd even catch a flick in theaters. Nothing beat the big screen for soaking up style and narrative. But most of his time spent at home. In front of a custom-rigged StarkTech i486 PC. This wasn't just Henry messing around on forums or writing basic programs. He wasn't content being a power user. He was rebuilding computing from the ground up. Using his superhuman processing ability and memory, Henry began writing his own OS, something lean, efficient, and brutally optimized to squeeze every ounce of power from the i486 architecture. He referenced Linux, reverse-engineered existing shell environments, built custom compilers, rewrote libraries. He didn't just want control of the machine, he wanted it to submit. And while the early 90s were filled with edgy hackers writing worms and boot sector viruses to ruin people's systems, Henry had different ideas. He wasn't in it to destroy. He wanted access. So he started scanning IP ranges. When a system responded, he slipped in a silent worm, opened a backdoor, and watched. Not for malice. For knowledge. He even developed custom encryption protocols to cloak his movements and built isolated runtime environments inside compromised systems, basically his own hidden ecosystem within other machines. He wasn't a virus. He was a parasite, quiet, invisible, everywhere. And no, his I-486 couldn't pull off something like the NSA's PRISM program. Not yet. But with time. Maybe. Kryptonian subtlety offline, full-blown chaos god online. By all modern definitions, Henry was committing dozens of felonies. Hacking government servers, sniffing data, building quiet failsafes in major agency systems. But he had rules. No stealing. No data leaks. No financial harm. Just eyes in the dark. Just understanding. That was his excuse, anyway. Still, modems in this era were delicate beasts. Too much use. They overheated. Thunderstorms. A voltage spike could fry the whole thing. And don't even get started on ISPs playing dumb when your connection randomly dropped. Henry, ever the tinkerer, decided enough was enough. He dove into electrical engineering, looking to optimize and bulletproof his hardware. This was, after all, the age of American industrial dominance. Spare components weren't hard to come by: resistors, capacitors, logic chips. If guys like Jobs could build Apple in a garage, Henry could certainly trick out a modem. With his heat vision and Kryptonian micromanipulation, soldering was a joke. His steady hands made circuit adjustments like threading a needle in 0G. Eventually, he started wondering. Could I build my own chips? The X86-80486 had a manufacturing process between 1 micrometer and 0.6 micrometers, too small for purely manual construction. But with a few tools. Some clever shortcuts. Not impossible. Sure, it wouldn't be cost-effective, and mass production was out of the question. But a handmade chip, customized for his personal OS. Yeah. He could do that. And that's when he realized. His mind wasn't just a powerful tool, it was designed to innovate. He didn't need to memorize existing schematics. When he pictured a result, the entire process unfolded in his head. Step by step. No blueprint needed. If he had access to arc reactor schematics, he could probably cook up a Mark I suit in a garage with duct tape and a car battery. But for now, he had something better. Momentum. The acting gigs were picking up, too. Still no major roles. Still the guy who got punched, fell through a table, or stood behind the lead in a crowd shot. But that's what made him stand out. He wasn't afraid to get messy. To look stupid. To fall flat literally. He didn't care about image. He was a young white guy with a strong chin and no ego. And in a town where everyone was trying to be the next Brad Pitt. That made him weirdly valuable. Chapter 46, the Actors Guild. Spring mornings in Los Angeles had their own kind of magic: sunlight soft and golden, just warm enough to push back the lingering bite of early season chill. Henry drove with the windows down, one arm resting casually along the open edge of the car door. The streets were surprisingly calm. LA's infamous traffic didn't really hit full swing until rush hour, which gave him time to cruise leisurely toward the Screen Actors Guild office. Breakfast joints weren't fully open yet, most cafes and fast food places were still prepping. If you wanted something to eat this early, your best bet was one of the street vendors already set up at intersections or gas stations. And after 3 months in the city, Henry, thanks to his hypersensitive Kryptonian nose and a solid work ethic, had already scoped out most of the hidden gems tucked across greater Los Angeles. He'd learned not to underestimate the food carts. Sure, they weren't glamorous, and half the vendors probably didn't have the paperwork to be here legally, but some of these folks were culinary warlocks with recipes from back home that could knock your taste buds into orbit. And Henry? He didn't give a damn about immigration status or Michelin stars. Good food was good food. As for sanitation, well, Kryptonian digestion was weird. Unless he actually saw something horrific like raw meat being chopped with a tire iron or someone prepping tacos shirtless over a garbage can, he was fine. You could pour him a shot of filtered Ganges water and he'd gulp it like spring water. But show him a cockroach crawling over an unwashed cutting board. Instant gag reflex. He wasn't that invincible. The place that had made the cut this morning. A weather-beaten taco truck with a weathered old senora and a killer recipe for spicy carne asada breakfast burritos. 3 burritos, blazing with enough chili to offend half of Southern California, were tucked neatly into his passenger seat. And for coffee. None of that sugar syrup swill from Starbucks. Henry had a standing deal with Paul, a French expat who ran an obscure cafe and was one of the few people in LA with access to small-batch estate-roasted beans. Paul didn't do American-style breakfast, just croissants, baguettes, and a few pastries, but Henry came for the coffee anyway. Today, he'd ordered 2. 1 for him. 1 for someone else. Of course, he wouldn't be a monster and eat his burritos inside Paul's cafe. That would be rude. Especially since the old man took his coffee as seriously as the French take war and wine. So here he was, back in his parked car outside the Screen Actors Guild, sun on his face, burrito in one hand, and a worn paperback copy of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar in the other. He read fast, superhuman fast, but literature wasn't just about speed. It was about texture, cadence, human emotion. The poetry of grief, betrayal, ambition, things that no superbrain could truly compress into raw data. Reading Shakespeare, cooking a proper meal, these were sacred acts. No matter how powerful he was, some things required patience. Waiting for a roux to brown or a monologue to breathe weren't things you could fast forward through. He was mid-soliloquy. Cowards die many times before their deaths. When a loud rap against the windshield snapped him back to the real world. The window was already down, so whoever had knocked hadn't even tried to tap the side. They'd gone right for the front glass. Henry glanced up. "Morning, Marianne," he said with a grin. "Is that Chanel NM on your lips today?" "Ha. Wrong again, handsome. It's N12. Took me 3 months and a miracle to find a shade that actually works for me." The woman standing outside was probably in her 50s, laugh lines around her eyes, a sharp sense of style, and the kind of confidence that made men in their 20s lean in a little too close. Henry reached over to the passenger seat and handed her the second coffee. Paul's latest roast. Black. Strong enough to put a dead man in a good mood. "Oh, bless you," Marianne said, taking a dramatic sip. "If I don't get caffeine in me before 9 a.m., I basically become Satan in heels." She led the way toward the front doors of the Guild building, Henry falling in beside her. "Checking for new casting calls again?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Of course. Any new productions pop up yesterday?" "Sadly, no. But rumor is the Big 8 are gearing up for some heavy shoots. You should really think about getting a proper agent." Marianne worked the front desk at the Screen Actors Guild. Filed the paperwork, kept the casting bulletin board updated, and acted as an unofficial gatekeeper to half the unrepresented actors in Los Angeles. Henry had been dropping by daily ever since he arrived in town. And somewhere along the line, a free coffee had turned into a morning ritual. Marianne didn't play favorites, but for Henry, she made an exception. "Any word back on the casting sheets I submitted?" Henry asked, hopeful. She winced dramatically, then gave him a pout. "Sorry, sweetheart. If anyone had reached out about you, I'd be blowing up your phone." Radio silence. They stepped inside, and Henry glanced up at the bulletin board. Nothing new. Exactly as Marianne had said. Not that he didn't believe her, but building rapport had started with him checking that board religiously. Back then, Marianne had just been a curious woman wondering who the handsome kid was reading War and Peace between call sheets. Now, she was practically his morning co-conspirator. Behind the front desk, Marianne started sorting through her planner and paperwork. Then she paused. "Huh. Aren't you supposed to be on set today?" Henry checked the time and smirked. "Yeah, but it's a street scene. They're filming just a few blocks away. I've got time." This new job was part of a bigger production, well, bigger by B-movie standards. It was destined to go straight to VHS shelves in a blockbuster somewhere in Nebraska, but it was still more organized than the backyard film sets he'd been on before. And unlike the last time, he was officially on the call sheet. Since the location was close, he'd parked at the Guild to avoid LA's hellspawn known as metered parking. From here, he could just walk to set at his own pace. He didn't even use superspeed. Henry strolled through the city streets at a lazy, human pace, burrito-fueled, caffeinated, and oddly content. He had no name in the industry, no agent, no lines in any of his scenes. But he had a reputation. The kid who showed up on time, didn't complain, didn't mind getting thrown through breakaway tables, and never said no to a job. He was still a background extra. But he was an employed background extra. And in this town, that was enough. Chapter 47, Chaos on Set. Henry strolled onto the film set at a relaxed pace only to find absolute chaos unfolding around him. This wasn't the usual morning hustle he'd come to expect. Normally, at this early hour, crew members would be setting up shots, actors would be in makeup chairs, and costumers would be herding people into outfits for the day's scenes. Makeup went in priority order, leads first, then supporting roles, and finally the background extras like him. But right now, no one was in makeup. No one was getting dressed. Instead, nearly the entire crew was gathered around the main filming location, all talking over each other, shouting in frustration. Henry spotted a few other extras, already on standby and clearly watching the drama unfold. "What's going on?" he asked, walking up with a half-empty coffee in hand. "I thought today was a big action sequence." "It is," one of the guys replied, not taking his eyes off the argument ahead. "That's the problem." "What do you mean?" "The stunt team just walked. Said the safety prep was garbage and they're not doing the scene." Henry blinked. "Wait, they can do that?" Another extra, clearly a veteran of the Hollywood grind, gave him a sideways look. "You must be new." "Well, I got here Christmas last year. So yeah, pretty new." The guy who had been gearing up for a snarky remark hesitated, then shrugged. "Huh. Fair enough." A third man, older, with a bit of a teacherly vibe, stepped in to explain. "Stunt performers usually have similar contracts to ours. Same base clauses, same union protections. But they've got one extra line that matters a lot in situations like this." "Which is?" Henry asked. "They have the right to refuse a stunt if they think safety protocols aren't sufficient. Full stop. No penalty, no questions." "Seriously?" Henry said. "What, they couldn't write a more airtight contract? This is America, right? I've seen lawyers make poodles sign prenups more ironclad than that." The older man chuckled. "It makes sense if you think about it. These people risk their lives for a paycheck. If the studio cuts corners to save money on safety and someone gets hurt, the lawsuit would be massive. And trust me, someone on the team will testify." He went on. "Plus, you can't force someone to do a dangerous stunt if they're mentally not in it. That's a fast track to real accidents. You think anyone wants blood on their hands just to save a few bucks?" Henry nodded. It added up. After all, this was Hollywood, where everything was fake, except the danger. Sure, they wanted stunts to look real. But nobody was actually out here committing manslaughter for the sake of cinema. Not unless they wanted to trade Oscars for orange jumpsuits. At least, that was the theory. In practice, Henry had a sneaking suspicion that Hollywood had pulled off a few real horrors in the name of movie magic. Just not enough to become the norm. Yet. As Henry watched, the situation ahead reached a breaking point. The lead stunt double-dressed in the same weathered denim jacket as the film star whipped it off and flung it at the director's face before storming off set. The set went quiet for a beat. Then all hell broke loose. The producer, a balding man in a cheap suit trying his best to look like someone important, turned beet red and began shouting at the director. "If this shoot's dead, we go back to the soundstage. I'm not signing off on another goddamn permit extension. You know how much it costs to shut down a city street." The director, fuming, turned and began unloading on both the producer and the stunt coordinator. "I'm not compromising on this scene. This is the money shot, the climax of the entire damn movie. I don't want plastic dummies and CGI fireballs. I want real explosions and real people in the frame. If you won't authorize another shoot day, then fine, just let me film what I came here to film today. I don't care who steps in. I'm not filling my final cut with rubber mannequins and sparklers." Meanwhile, the stunt coordinator, caught squarely between a furious director and a budget-strangled producer, looked like he'd rather vanish into the concrete. Most of his team were gear haulers and prop handlers, not trained performers. The only guy he had who could actually do the big stunt had just pieced out in a blaze of denim and middle fingers. Normally, this guy's crew specialized in disposable thug roles, goons who took a punch, flipped over a railing, or got squibbed with fake blood to simulate a gunshot. Occasionally, they'd rig a prosthetic limb to explode or yank someone backward through a glass pane with a harness. But today's shoot? Car crashes. Explosions. Pyro-heavy chaos. This was the kind of job that, if pulled off correctly, could seriously raise their profile. A stunt team that delivered on a big set piece could start getting bigger and better gigs. Hollywood didn't reward ambition. It rewarded proven experience. If you couldn't point to the last time you nailed a complex scene, no one cared what you said you could do. They had a shot. A real shot. And now it was falling apart. The stunt coordinator's face turned blotchy with frustration. He'd worked hard to get the director to approve their plan, collaborated with the effects guys, rehearsed every beat, and now it was all going to hell because one guy bailed. And it wasn't like he had stuntmen sitting around on call, waiting to be summoned. Most of his team were booked solid on other sets. Nobody was just lounging around at home, twiddling their thumbs and praying the phone would ring. Then, out of desperation, he had an idea. What if? The coordinator began, cautiously, what if we just let the lead actor do the stunt himself? We could pitch it as, all stunts performed by the actor himself, in the marketing. Silence. Then, instantly, he was swarmed metaphorically by verbal gunfire from the director and producer. The suggestion was dead on arrival. And so, the grizzled stunt coordinator, a guy who'd been in the game long enough to know better, shrank under the pressure looking like a beaten dog, shoulders hunched, trying not to flinch with every shouted word. Chapter 48, Chasing a Shot. Beneath all the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, the machine that actually powered the entertainment industry was built on a brutal mix of money, hierarchy, and survival of the fittest politics. You could be a black belt, an amateur boxing champ, and still get reamed out like a rookie intern. Just ask the stunt coordinator currently getting yelled at like a dog in front of half the crew. Henry watched from the sidelines as the poor guy Channing, his name was, took a verbal beatdown from both the director and the producer, neither of whom had any chill left to spare. The director wanted his explosive climax shot. The producer didn't want to spend a dime more on permits. Channing. He just wanted to avoid getting sued or fired. Eventually, even the furious director realized he had to cut Channing loose at least long enough to hunt down a warm body willing to do the stunt. Otherwise, the entire shoot was going to collapse. It wasn't about blame. No one really cared who screwed up. They just needed a scapegoat to scream at so they could pretend it wasn't their fault. And Channing knew exactly how this worked. Even though he was the team leader, technically a small business owner contracted by the studio, he still had to eat it. Because in Hollywood, if you pissed off a producer or a director, your team stopped getting jobs. End of story. Which is why, 30 minutes and a half dozen unanswered phone calls later, Channing looked ready to either have a stroke or throw himself off the set scaffolding. That's when someone tapped on the glass of the phone booth. "Can I help you?" Channing snapped. "If you're looking to use the phone, find another booth, I'm working here." "Hey, easy there," said Henry, giving him a lopsided grin. "I'm just here to offer a solution, not steal your quarters." Channing narrowed his eyes at the guy. He recognized him kinda. Tall kid, scruffy, mid-20s maybe, always in the background of crowd scenes. Never said much. "Look," Henry said, "if you really can't find anyone, give me a shot at it." "You?" Channing blinked, genuinely unsure if this was a prank. "Yeah. I know I'm just background filler, but I've got a solid build, no fear of heights or fire, and I know the scene. All I'm asking is a chance to prove I can do it." Channing hung up the phone, stepped out of the booth, and gave Henry a once-over. Kid was maybe an inch taller than their lead actor, decent proportions, right skin tone, too. Could pass on camera if they didn't do a close-up. "Don't call me boss," Channing said finally. "You're not on my team." "Not yet." "Name's Channing." "Henry. Henry Brown." Channing crossed his arms. "Got any stunt experience, Mr. Brown?" "Nope. Just extra work." "Union member?" "Yep." "Registered with the Screen Actors Guild?" Channing grunted. That helped. Union meant insurance and at least a sliver of liability coverage. "And what exactly makes you think you can do the stunt?" Henry shrugged casually. "The scene's just a car-to-car leap, right? One vehicle explodes, the lead jumps to another one mid-drive. I say let me do a dry run first. Cars parked. No pyrotechnics. Just see if I can make the jump. And if that works, then try it with the cars moving. Slow speed. Still no explosions. Once you and the director are convinced, we go full take with all the effects." Henry paused, then added, "Unless you're gonna say we don't even have time for a trial." In which case, yeah, I guess you're just gonna have to bet on me. Channing gritted his teeth. The truth was, he had already burned through his list of emergency contacts. Even the reliable veterans he knew either weren't answering or were locked into other gigs. This was the worst kind of Hollywood problem, a public screw-up, under a ticking clock, with no good solutions. So when some unknown kid volunteered for the job with a pretty logical testing plan, it felt less like desperation and more like destiny throwing him a rope. Channing didn't hesitate. He grabbed Henry by the arm and marched him straight to where the producer and director were still in mid-meltdown. "I've got someone," Channing announced. Both men turned, incredulous. "Who the hell is this?" the producer snapped. "He's one of the background actors. Wants to try the stunt." "The stunt?" the director scoffed. "Is he insane?" Channing held firm. "He fits the lead's build. Wants to do a dry run before the real take. No risk to gear or budget. Just let him show you." The producer raised a skeptical brow. "Is he contracted? Does he even have a rep?" Hollywood law, unwritten but enforced, was that all acting contracts went through agents or managers. No agent, no deal. Period. Channing looked to Henry. Henry gave a practiced, charming shrug. "No personal agent. But I'm registered with the guild. They have in-house reps who handle freelance sign-ons like this. Everything's legit." That seemed to calm the nerves a little. The director, meanwhile, didn't care about contracts. He just wanted someone to jump from one moving car to another so he could finally blow one of them sky high and wrap the damn scene. Henry could feel the moment shift. This wasn't just a lucky break, it was a turning point. A foot in the door, through a window, via flaming car wreck. Hollywood, baby. Chapter 49, The Death Trap Shot, bonus chapter. On paper, Henry's situation wasn't that complicated. In Hollywood, most rules existed more for appearances than for enforcement. Where there's a regulation, there's a workaround. And people like Channing, grizzled veterans of the stunt business, knew every loophole. "I'll sign a temporary agent contract with Henry," Channing said quickly, "and then I'll handle the production side paperwork. We'll get him insured and on the books. Everything will be above board." The producer gave a disinterested nod. He didn't care who signed what as long as the paperwork covered liability and budget stayed intact. As for Channing, he wasn't investing in Henry just yet. This was a test run. If the kid pulled it off, maybe there was potential. If not, no harm done other than a few bruises. Henry, meanwhile, knew exactly where he stood, bottom of the food chain. He wasn't about to argue. Worst case scenario. He'd take a hit literally and write it off as experience. It's all resume fodder in the end. Once the signatures were done, Channing dragged Henry over to the shoot zone, where he broke down the stunt plan. "See that brown sedan?" Channing said, pointing to a dented, retro-looking muscle car. "That's the villain's car. You're supposed to be trapped in the back seat. That's also the one we're blowing up." Henry raised an eyebrow. Channing continued, unfazed. "The red convertible will be driven by the female lead. It'll line up alongside the sedan as both cars roll at about 40 miles per hour. The brown car's been rigged with a timed throttle. We control its speed remotely." He pointed at two nearby trees with yellow paint on them. "You jump when the first marker passes. You've got to get from the window of the sedan into the back seat of the convertible. That's your landing." "And the second marker?" Henry asked. "That's the cue for the explosion. The rig will detonate and flip the brown car, launching it up from the rear while flames shoot out." Henry blinked. "That's dramatic." "We've tested it with models," Channing said, as if that made it better. "It'll give the director exactly what he wants. Now your safety rig." He gestured to a third vehicle, an open-frame pickup truck with camera mounts. "There'll be a tension safety wire tethered to you. If anything goes wrong, the crew yanks it, and you get pulled up and out of the blast zone." Henry nodded slowly. In theory, the plan might work. But only if nothing went wrong. Which, considering Hollywood's track record, was basically saying good luck, sucker. The wire wasn't even tensioned at the start, meaning if Henry missed the jump, mistimed the leap, or got tangled, he could get cooked, crushed, or dragged like a rag doll. The more he listened, the more Henry understood why the previous stuntman had rage quit. But all he said was, "Understood." The director stepped forward, stress lines etched deep across his forehead. "You sure you can do this? We've got one shot." No reshoots. No second takes. Henry smiled. That's all I need. The producer wasn't worried. If the shot failed, he'd just cut the scene altogether. Less footage, fewer risks, and more budget left over. No skin off his nose. Henry had no illusions. The setup was reckless and barely legal. But he had a secret weapon. He wasn't human. As a Kryptonian, Henry could survive the blast, the jump, the crash, and probably even the bad coffee on set. But the trick wasn't surviving. It was doing it believably, without exposing his powers. There's plausible human capability, and then there's bending steel with your bare hands. He had to stay within the realm of lucky stunt guy, not alien god. So he didn't suggest changes. He didn't ask for tighter safety. No one would greenlight extra gear or more budget anyway. The producer looked like the kind of man who'd rather kill a stuntman than cut into catering. Henry went through the motions, checked the rig, inspected the cars, nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Channing. How about we do a dry run first? Channing nodded. Good call. Let's see how you move before we light the fireworks. They prepped 2 of the cars, neither rigged with explosives. One was the red convertible. The other, a twin of the brown sedan, had no doors, no seats, just a camera skeleton frame. The third brown car, the one loaded with explosives, sat parked a safe distance away. They'd only touch that one if Henry passed the test. Channing brought the test cars within a meter of each other, the closest safe range before the explosion radius became a problem. During the real shot, they'll be moving at speed, Channing warned. But for now, they're stationary. Just show us the mechanics. Henry asked the director, where does my sequence start? You're already halfway out the window, the director explained, gesturing dramatically. The fight scene's been shot inside. We cut to you hanging out the window, mid-escape. Then, jump. Got it. Henry climbed into the sedan and positioned himself halfway through the window, legs still inside, torso dangling out. He shifted his weight, braced on the roof, bent his knees, and launched. Clean arc. Controlled momentum. He landed neatly in the back of the red convertible, barely shifting the upholstery. No good, the director barked immediately. Henry blinked. What? The director scowled. Too clean. Too calm. I need panic. Desperation. Like your life's on the line. I want to see you barely make it. Sweat. Fumble. Scramble. Henry raised a brow, then forced a grin. Oh, you want drama? Next take, he'd give them a show. Chapter 50, First Stunt Job. Even with his face buried in the leather seat of the convertible, Henry could hear the director shouting in frustration. He pulled himself up from his sprawled position and hopped out of the car, expecting a critique. Sure enough, the director marched over, flailing his arms. No. Not like that. You didn't leap, you just dived. I need a full flip in the air, like you barely made it, like the explosion blew you into the other car. Henry blinked. Seriously? He glanced around, catching the yep, called it expressions on the crew's faces. No wonder the previous stuntman bailed. This wasn't just dangerous, it was borderline suicidal. They wanted him to jump from a speeding car during a fiery explosion and do a flip. If he weren't a Kryptonian, Henry would have murdered this director in his mind 10 times already. But he wasn't about to pass up the chance he fought to get. So, swallowing the urge to punch someone, he mustered a pitiful, sure, I'll try again, expression and climbed back onto the car window. Under the director's over-the-top encouragement, Henry performed the forward flip into the convertible's backseat flawlessly. Yes. Yes. That's it. That's the one, the director whooped like a man possessed. Channing, head of the stunt team, quickly stepped in to douse the fire of enthusiasm. Hold up. Let's do a moving test first at speed, with the safety wire in place. Director, you'll want to get in the chase vehicle to monitor the framing. Oh, right, the director coughed, momentarily regaining his senses. Yeah. Good idea. For the moving test, the director climbed into the chase truck's bed where a camera rig had been mounted to film the jump. Henry got fitted with the steel safety line, and the rigging crew tested it by tugging to simulate an emergency pull. The brown sedan, the villain's car, would be driven by Channing himself, while the red convertible would be steered by the female lead stunt double. No one trusted the actual actress with that level of precision driving. In fact, the woman behind the wheel now was a pro, a member of Channing's team who specialized in high-performance stunts. She could drift, spin, and parallel park at 80 miles per hour in high heels if asked. Compared to some studios that dressed up short male stuntmen in wigs to sub for female leads, Channing's crew at least tried to do things right. As for Henry, he nailed the test jump. A smooth forward flip from the moving car, landing squarely in the red convertible's back seat. Everything looked perfect, except for one thing. The safety wire. Because it was slack at the beginning, it flailed unpredictably in the air. Henry had to hesitate for a moment before jumping just long enough to dodge the swinging cable and avoid getting tangled midair. Channing caught that hesitation. And while the director practically danced with joy, Channing pulled Henry aside, a hint of concern in his eyes. "You hesitated," Channing said in a low voice. "You good?" "I'm good," Henry replied with an easy smile. Channing nodded, but kept his voice serious. "Listen, if you're not confident, screw the flip. Just get in the car. Director only gets one shot. Whatever ends up on film, that's what he's stuck with." Then he added, "And I wouldn't mind working with you again, kid. Just don't do anything stupid out there." "Don't worry, boss," Henry said, playing the part. "I got this." Of course, in his mind, Henry had already decided, this would not be a long-term partnership. He appreciated Channing's concern, sure. But he wasn't about to stick with a third-rate team using barely legal stunt rigs and praying nothing exploded at the wrong time. If he hadn't been superhuman, he'd never even have considered this. Still, it was nice that Channing looked out for him. Finally, the team gave the go-ahead. Henry perched on the window frame of the unmanned brown sedan, rigged to accelerate remotely. The crew cleared out. The red convertible revved beside it, and the chase truck rolled into position. 1, 2, 3, action. The most expensive shot in this entire B-movie kicked off. The brown car surged forward under automated throttle. The convertible, driven by the stuntwoman, kept perfect pace beside it. Wind blasted Henry's face. He braced himself, gripping the roof with both hands, his feet balanced on the window frame, facing outward. The first marked tree flashed past. Henry launched. At the exact moment his feet left the car, they passed the second mark. The explosion was immediate. With a boom, the back of the brown sedan launched skyward. Gasoline-fed fire whooshed into the sky, smoke and heat trailing the car as it flipped from the rear. The timing was perfect. From the director's vantage, it looked like the explosion hurled Henry clear just as scripted. In truth, it hadn't altered his jump at all. But in the magic of movie making, it looked real. In midair, Henry tucked, twisted, and flipped forward. The convertible caught him like a stagehand catching a flying acrobat. He landed squarely in the back seat, barely rattling the suspension. It wasn't flawless, though. His pants leg caught fire. Some of the flame-retardant fuel had splashed onto his clothes, and now a small flame licked at his calf. He patted it down quickly, but by then, the scene had played out. The red car screeched to a halt as crew members ran up, some with fire extinguishers to douse the still-burning brown sedan, one to blast Henry's smoldering pants leg. The stunt was complete. The director was ecstatic. His film might still be a low-budget mess, but now it had one hell of a scene in the can. Chapter 51, The Offer That Didn't Land. Truth be told, the explosion wasn't nearly as powerful as it looked. That wasn't surprising. If they'd actually packed the car with a dangerous amount of explosives enough to send steel panels flying like shrapnel, it wouldn't be a stunt, it'd be a full-on car bomb. So, the explosion was mostly for show. A few charges to shake things up, but the real spectacle came from the controlled fire effects rigged to the vehicle. As for the shot where flames licked at the hem of the protagonist's jeans and he slapped them away. Totally unplanned. But the director loved it. In fact, he was already planning to leave that exact moment in the final cut. Even if the stuntman's face was visible, whatever. In Hollywood, if the mistake happens fast enough, it doesn't count. And who really cares about background details in a wide shot anyway? You think every viewer has eagle eyes trained to spot a different guy in the role? The important thing was, the shot was a success. Assuming the cinematographer did his job and got the footage, the director was certain this explosive sequence, his film's big climactic moment, would be his legacy. Though, to be fair, every director thinks their latest film will make history. Either way, the man was currently bouncing around like he'd just won the lottery, literally hugging the producer and shouting in joy. As for Henry, the star of the scene, he changed back into his regular costume and went right back to being a background actor. This time, his role was terrified pedestrian fleeing from the explosion. Nothing fancy. As long as no one tripped or bumped into each other on set, it was a one-take job. Once the street scene wrapped, the crew scrambled to restore the location to its original condition. The city's inspection was no joke fail that, and the fines would be brutal. It wasn't even noon yet, but work was done for the extras. The rest of the day's shoot was dialogue scenes for the leads and supporting cast, no more crowd shots. Since they worked less than a full day, the extras would be paid for a half-day shift. Henry, however, stood out from the crowd. He just performed a dangerous stunt, and while he wasn't officially credited as a stuntman, his pay for that one explosive scene was $800 more than most extras made in a full week. But no one envied him. Everyone saw how dangerous it was, especially the part where his pants actually caught fire. It was clear he wasn't wearing flame-retardant gear either. For all anyone knew, he could have gotten burned. They all came to Hollywood chasing dreams of stardom. And risking your life for a paycheck, even a bigger one, wasn't exactly enviable. As the extras dispersed, Henry didn't get far before Channing, the stunt coordinator, called him over. The two sat down at a nearby cafe. Channing seemed pleased, still riding the high from how well the shot turned out. After buying them both a cheap coffee, Channing got right to the point. "You did great out there, kid. Ever think about sticking with me? Not just stunts, I know other ways to make money in this town." Henry didn't leap at the offer. He'd seen too much of the ugly side of capitalism in his previous life to fall for that kind of pitch. Whether it was carrot or stick, he'd built up immunity to every flavor of exploitation. Channing's tone wasn't aggressive, though. Still, Henry had no intention of joining that crew long-term. Their methods were just too sketchy. He didn't even have to think about a reason to decline. "Channing, I appreciate the offer," Henry said politely. "But to be honest, I still want to be a proper actor. You know, one with a face on screen. Stunt work's cool and all, but it's behind the scenes. It's not really my dream." Channing didn't back off right away. "You sure? You've got talent. You'll make more money than any extra. And hey, some stunt guys do become stars." "Oh yeah?" Henry raised an eyebrow. "You mean Buster Keaton? Harry Houdini? Or maybe Jackie Chan?" "Sure, but let's not forget Keaton and Houdini were from the silent film era, and Chan's from Hong Kong." Channing gave a long sigh, clearly disappointed. "That's a shame. You've got talent and you're young. This is the time to grind and build a track record. That's how real opportunities come." "I get that. But Channing, Hollywood's so specialized now. Once you're labeled a stunt guy, it's hard to break out. And in the end, what do stunt performers get? A busted body and no Oscar category to call their own." Henry's words landed like a bucket of ice water. Channing opened his mouth, then closed it again. Everything Henry said was true. Sure, stunt performers made more than extras, but a lot of that money ended up going toward hospital bills. If you wanted to hit it big, becoming a lead actor was the only real path. Even most third-tier actors had to pay out of pocket just for a shot at screen time. Seeing Channing's deflated expression, Henry figured he'd pushed a little too hard. No need to crush the guy's spirit. So, he smiled and added, "Honestly, I think it's fine the way things are. I mean, you've got your own crew to manage, you can't give every job to me. But if you're ever short-handed, or there's a special opportunity, you've got my number." He wasn't signing up for every future death trap gig, but he wasn't burning any bridges either. If Channing called again with another hellish stunt, Henry could always say no. The important thing was leaving the door open just enough to keep the relationship civil. Channing mulled it over, then nodded. It actually made sense. He wasn't some big-name agency. He just registered as a talent manager and assembled a crew of friends and freelancers to meet production demands. There was no fixed team. Just a rotating roster of regulars, filled in with whoever was available. When assembling a crew, the production's requirements came first. Then came the preferred picks. And if they still couldn't fill all the slots, they called outside help. Henry hadn't shut the door completely. He wasn't saying no to work, just that he wasn't locking himself in. And that was enough. Satisfied, Channing offered a hand. "All right. We'll be in touch when something comes up. Hope we get to work together again." Henry shook his hand, smiling. "Looking forward to it." Chapter 52, a very special BBS. Hey, you guys heard of that weird BBS? Which university set it up? None. Not any known school, and definitely not some research lab big shot either. Then what's so special about it? They say once you log in, you've got 10 minutes to prove yourself. When time's up, your computer gets hacked, and a virus takes down your entire system. I even heard a professor got hit. So. Sounds like just another digital honeypot. You log in, you get nuked. What kind of virus waits 10 minutes before activating? Come on, that's not how any real malware works. Either it executes right away or it doesn't do anything. Don't embarrass yourself. Viruses don't spread through syringes. Okay, forget the virus part. My question still stands: what's the point of logging in? What's on this BBS that's worth bricking your system over? When you connect, there's no landing page, no intro. Just 3 messages. The first one says, if you're reading this, you have 10 minutes to protect yourself and earn the right to leave your mark. Otherwise, walk away. Signed, CK. Ominous. What's the second one say? There's nothing here but bullshit. Don't fall for it. Signed, KM. Wait, KM. You don't mean that KM. And the third? That guy's the bullshit. This place is the real treasure. Signed, LT. Holy, if those are really who I think they are, then who the hell is CK? No one knows. That's why people are risking a full system meltdown to chase the mystery. Across American universities, whispers about this mysterious BBS were spreading fast. With the rise of personal computers now unstoppable, more and more people weren't content just being users. They wanted to push this new frontier to its limits. Just like how the invention of the automobile led to the birth of racing, the rise of computing had sparked a new arena for thrill-seeking minds, an arena of digital speed and skill. Call it genius. Call it recklessness. Either way, these were the extreme sports of intellect. Naturally, this special BBS spread like wildfire through engineering schools and elite science departments. Students and even professors were drawn in. But most who logged in walked away empty-handed. Before they could figure anything out, their systems would be wiped clean. Files gone. Their screens replaced by a grinning, glitched-out ASCII clown face. And if their machines had a sound card and speakers, they'd hear a haunting MIDI laugh. That same rumor soon reached a particular PhD candidate at Caltech's Aerospace Physics Department. He'd been accepted into MIT's electrical engineering program at age 14, later earning a doctorate in engineering physics. His reason for transferring to Caltech? Officially, it was the opportunity to collaborate with JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab that worked closely with NASA. Unofficially, he just liked being closer to Hollywood and its endless supply of beautiful women. MIT had prepared him academically, but Caltech had its own standards. He wasn't out of place, exactly, but plenty of people wished he was. Or maybe it wasn't his Ivy League background people hated. Maybe it was because of who he was, and the gaggle of girls constantly orbiting him. Tony Stark. The sole heir to Stark Industries. Walking through campus on a sunny day like a golden boy from a movie poster, instantly becoming the center of attention. Wherever he went, women watched. Men glared. But Tony couldn't have cared less. Whether admiring or envious, the people around him were smart enough to know better than to mess with the Stark family's only son. Even a dirty look could come with consequences no one could afford. In America, money was power. That was just math. And if you thought that equation didn't apply, that just meant you didn't have enough money. Only 2 things ever really held Tony Stark's attention. 1, gorgeous women. Even if his interest only lasted until the post-action cooldown, so to speak. And 2, anything unknown, unexplored, or intellectually exciting. So, when he overheard 2 scruffy students talking in the cafeteria about a very special BBS, his interest was instantly piqued. He swallowed the last bite of a greasy campus burger, made a mental note to hire a proper chef for the dining hall, and walked straight over to the pair of socially avoided nerds. Without any preamble, he asked, "What's the IP for that BBS?" One of the students blinked. "Wait, you're Tony Stark?" "Yeah, that's me. I don't do autographs. I just want the IP. Or is it some kind of secret I've got to hunt down myself?" "And no, of course not," the guy stammered, patting his pockets. "Let me write it down." "No need. Just say it. If you give it to me on a scrap of paper, I'll probably toss it 2 steps later." Brutally honest, as always. All right, the student said, and rattled off the string of numbers. For them, it was muscle memory. No self-respecting techie needed to write an IP down. If it was worth remembering, it was already committed to memory. If it wasn't, well, then it didn't matter. Tony Stark didn't say thanks. He simply knocked his knuckles on the table twice, turned around, and walked off. The two students stared after him. Do you think this means I've got a shot at landing a job at Stark Industries someday? One asked. You should have asked him while he was standing right there, the other replied, sighing. And gotten it in writing. Everyone knows Tony Stark forgets conversations he had 10 minutes ago, never mind ones he didn't. Damn. I totally missed my shot. They both slumped in their chairs. As working-class students who'd clawed their way into Caltech, they knew full well, they didn't even have the right to envy someone like Tony Stark. But that didn't mean they didn't want to ride his golden coattails. Too bad that when the chance finally came, they didn't know how to grab it. Chapter 53, The Joker Virus. After leaving the campus dining hall, Tony Stark headed straight for the public computer terminals in the university library. Sure, the Stark estate in Malibu had a computer setup that was vastly superior, top-tier machines and custom-built rigs. But it was a bit of a drive, and the on-campus machines were closer. In this era, personal computers were still luxury items. Most students already burdened with student loans couldn't afford one. So the school invested in shared access, hoping to nurture the next generation of tech talent. Naturally, with computers being both functional and fun, the library's computer area was constantly packed. Sometimes, people even had to line up. But Tony Stark didn't wait in lines. He spotted a terminal he liked, walked right up to the student using it, a chubby guy mindlessly chatting on some BBS, and tapped him on the shoulder. Then, without saying a word, Tony dropped a crisp $100 bill onto the desk and gave a look. The guy turned around, ready to curse out whoever dared interrupt his session, but the flash of green shut him up real quick. He recognized Stark immediately, plastered a sycophantic grin on his face, logged out, and got up. Before stepping aside, he even gave the seat a couple of pats to cool it down. That's the kind of bootlicking a rich kid like Tony could inspire. At this point in his life, Tony Stark hadn't yet developed the eccentricities and compulsions that would one day define him. The so-called quirks were more like scars, forged later by betrayal and pressure. Right now, he was just your classic rich genius, smart, cocky, and generous when it amused him. And anyone who's really lived knows this: true party animals don't have hang-ups. They don't shy away from mess, they dive in and turn chaos into a game. Tony didn't even flinch at the idea of sitting in someone else's sweaty chair. He plopped right down and got to work. The fat guy didn't leave. Instead, he hovered behind Tony, curious to see what the infamous Stark heir would do with a machine worth a fraction of his pocket change. Tony connected to the IP address he'd just memorized, the one the two nerds had been whispering about in the cafeteria. The moment the BBS login screen popped up, the fat guy's eyes lit up. He recognized it. That cursed BBS. The reason his home computer had been nuked. He hadn't dared reinstall the OS yet, too much hassle. That's why he was stuck using the public machines. Now, watching Tony Stark poke the same digital hornet's nest, he couldn't help himself. He clapped and shouted. Woo! Hey, check this out. Stark's taking on the Joker. That got attention. Fast. The quiet hum of keystrokes in the computer lab turned into a buzz of murmurs and footsteps as students rushed over to gawk. Tony didn't shoo them away. He simply turned to the fat guy and asked, "Does this BBS have a name?" Nope. No name. But 10 minutes after you connect, the whole screen gets hijacked by the Joker virus, so that's what we call it. Aren't you gonna check the timer? You've only got 10 minutes. Tony smirked. That's plenty. His fingers flew across the keyboard. This was the DOS era. No multitasking. No fancy window switching. Just command lines, and whatever program you were running was the only thing you could see or do. Tony wasn't trying anything fancy at first, just running random commands to see how the system responded. He wasn't expecting results. He just wanted to listen to the errors, to figure out what kind of system he was dealing with. And sure enough, he spotted the telltale signs. The system was running an old-school Unix environment, the kind used on legacy mainframes. From there, it was child's play. He began querying the OS version and checking the BBS's program structure. If the BBS didn't restrict command input, he could run scripts or commands directly. Behind him, the crowd grew larger. The fat guy was loving the attention, shouting like a carnival barker, "Place your bets. Will MIT's Golden Boy become the fourth name on the wall, or will he get jokered like the rest of us?" People started crowding around, whispering, watching, betting. Some even abandoned their own machines to see the action. Even the library staff got wind of it. The moment they heard Joker BBS, they ran over to shut things down. Didn't matter if it was a genius or a trust fund brat at the keyboard. But the crowd was too thick. They couldn't get close. Tony, meanwhile, was laser-focused. His hands blurred over the keys, typing out code that would make a concert pianist jealous, though the clack of the keyboard wasn't exactly music to anyone's ears. Soon, the BBS screen cleared. Tony had forced it back into raw command input mode. Then he launched a text editor and started writing his own script to hijack the system's admin privileges. He was so absorbed, he didn't hear the whispers behind him. Will he notice? He hasn't yet. No one ever does on the first try. Then, the BBS screen came back, this time with 4 lines of text. The original 3 were untouched. Tony's addition. This little trick is hardly worth bragging about. He clapped his hands, raised his arms like a magician taking a bow, and stood up, expecting cheers. But the room was silent. Everyone was staring at the screen. Then it happened. The screen flickered. A grotesque ASCII Joker face filled the terminal. The image scrolled downward, frame by frame. The system hadn't frozen, it was running something. He'd been jokered. And then came the cheers. Woo! There it is. The Joker beat Stark. Tony stared at the screen in disbelief, slamming the keyboard. No response. Behind the noise, one angry voice cut through. "God damn it, Tony Stark." The head librarian, now crouched with his hands on his head, shouted, "Do you have any idea how much of a pain it is to reimage a library machine? You've got more money than God, why don't you go crash your own damn computers?" Red-faced, Tony Stark had no comeback. Not this time. Chapter 54, the self-proclaimed rival. Tony Stark's public humiliation was quickly tossed to the back of his mind. He was never one to dwell on failure. After writing 2 checks, one as a donation to the university library, the other as hush money for the poor guy who had to reformat the infected machine, he turned and left without a second thought. Cracking the Joker virus would have to wait until he got home. He didn't like the feel of the clunky school keyboard, and the mystery behind CK intrigued him. That, he decided, was worth a deep dive. Now, seated in a lounge with a few fellow computer nerds, Tony was still digesting what had happened. "Wait, you're telling me I was hacking into a decoy server?" Tony's tone was half disbelief, half irritation. "Yup," one of the guys nodded. "That's the conclusion we came to after comparing notes with others who've tried. Also, you went about it wrong right from the start." "Wrong how?" Tony bristled at the accusation. He wasn't used to being told he was wrong. The first clue from CK literally said, "You have 10 minutes to protect yourself, not attack me." You were never supposed to hack in. You were supposed to defend. Tony wanted to argue that if he could have broken into the system, he could have stopped the virus from triggering altogether. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized. The actual host machine he'd accessed was just a sandbox. A fake. A dummy environment. That's why he never found any code linked to the Joker virus. It wasn't just a clever program, it was a trap. One he walked right into. "Has anyone tracked down where the BBS is hosted?" Tony asked. He was already thinking about taking this fight offline. "Yeah, we traced the IP to University of Chicago. But according to folks over there, no one from their server room installed it. Even their own server logs don't show the BBS existing." What the hell? In this early era of hacking, most battles were still just virus versus antivirus. Network deception and misdirection weren't common tactics, at least, not yet. It wasn't that Tony wasn't smart enough. He just hadn't imagined someone pulling that move. It was unprecedented. In the hacker circles, he could guess who KM and LT were, probably even traded barbs with them on other BBS forums. LT, especially, was known in some academic circles. But this mysterious CK. That alias was new. Who the hell is CK? Don't tell me it's Calvin Klein selling underwear online now. Tony snarked, earning a round of chuckles. "No one knows," someone replied. "So far, nobody's come forward claiming the handle." What no one realized was that the mastermind behind the Joker BBS was, at that very moment, browsing academic journals in the Caltech library. Henry, fresh off his movie stunt gig and a quick lunch. He'd heard about the chaos in the computer area but didn't care. He was more interested in combing through internal technical reports and unlisted academic papers, those rough draft studies not polished enough for publication but often brimming with raw creativity. And while Tony was still piecing together the Joker puzzle, someone else entered the lounge and headed straight for trouble, a foreign student from Monaco named Justin Hammer. Turns out, not everyone was scared of offending Tony Stark. While most people were dying to win the favor of the Stark heir and land a job at Stark Industries, Justin Hammer was cut from a different cloth. He came swaggering in with his entourage, immediately shooed away the nerds around Tony, and took a seat across from him like he owned the place. None of the geeks dared protest. It wasn't like Tony was about to stand up for them. Legs crossed smugly, Hammer said. Heard the Joker made you his clown. Some Stark genius you turned out to be. Your father would be so disappointed. He knew exactly which buttons to push. Tony clenched his jaw. Shut your filthy mouth. If it's already full of dog shit, don't open it and make the rest of us suffer. Oh. So the self-proclaimed genius fails a little challenge, and no one's allowed to mention it. What's next? You gonna start parading around in invisible robes while we all clap and pretend you're not exposed? I can accept failure. Can you? Or are you still plagiarizing other people's work and pretending it's yours? You swap a for a B and think it's original. Congratulations, genius. That's called refinement, Stark. I identify flaws and fix them. Results are what matter and mine are better than yours. You're just jealous. Jealous? Of you. Tony scoffed. Name one success you've had. Just one. I must be out of the loop because I haven't seen anything with your name on it. Hammer smirked and slapped a printout on the table. Remember NASA's Challenger launch, originally scheduled for July 22, 1985? The mission got delayed, but my calculations showed that even if they had launched, their re-entry trajectory would have been flawed. They would have burned up on re-entry. My math saved them. Tony gave the sheet a quick glance and sneered. NASA's math was wrong, but so is yours. You two mocking each other is just a comedy of errors. Where's my mistake, huh? Show me. If it's that simple, anyone with half a brain could spot it. Oh wait, sorry, did I just reveal your lack of one? Hope you don't sue me for leaking classified info. Bullshit. This isn't some middle school problem. Justin snapped his fingers at a passing student. Hey, you. Yeah, you get over here. Try solving this. The confused guy he flagged down was none other than Henry, who was on his way out after hearing a message on his answering machine. He didn't recognize anyone in the group, and for a moment considered just walking off. But since he was dragged in and asked for an answer, Henry, ever the helpful Kryptonian, glanced at the paper, did a quick mental calculation, and gave a third figure. One that differed from both Tony's and Justin's. That's the right answer, Tony immediately chimed in, eyes lighting up. It matches my number. Chapter 55, The Reason for Leaving. Being publicly roasted by Tony Stark and some random passerby had Justin Hammer fuming. He jabbed a finger toward the stranger and snapped. What the hell do you know? Just throwing out some random number and pretending it's right. Henry fired right back, calm as ever. The first number was clearly calculated using an old IBM mainframe. That kind of floating point error. Classic legacy bug. The second figure didn't even account for lunar gravity. You gave a specific date that means the moon's position is fixed. Unless the re-entry was a high-speed slingshot maneuver, lunar influence has to be factored in. Re-entry is about deceleration, not acceleration. And if the craft and moon are on the same side, yeah, that changes everything. He gave Hammer a pitying look. Unless, of course, you're an Apollo program astronaut in disguise. In that case, I'm worried whether NASA's people ever made it home alive. Tony burst into laughter, slapping the table. Justin. Same table slap but out of pure rage. He stood, trembling with anger. You dare mock me like this? Mock. Henry said, feigning surprise. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Any functioning brain can see it at a glance. Unless, my bad. I shouldn't have assumed you were neurotypical. I should really show more patience with the mentally challenged. His expression shifted from sarcastic to gentle sympathy, like he was consoling a kid who just dropped their ice cream cone. Motherphew. Justin was livid, practically ready to flip the table. You want to play hardball, he snapped. You have any idea who I am? I'll have you expelled tomorrow, you hear me? Henry gave him a confused look. Dude, you're not even wearing a name tag. How the hell would I know who you are? Then he pulled out a dollar bill, slapped it on the table. Tell you what, let's bet. I say you can't get me expelled. I win, I keep the buck. With a snort, Justin flung his own bill on the table, didn't even look at the denomination. Name your school. I guarantee you're out by morning. Henry snatched both bills with a grin. Joke's on you. I'm not in any school. So tell me, how exactly are you planning to expel me? Justin froze. Henry leaned in, putting on a mock apologetic look. Oops, I did it again. I should be more sensitive toward people with cognitive impairments. That outburst. Totally my bad. Sincerely. No offense to the disabled community. F****ku. Justin was ready to explode. His cronies couldn't let their boss eat that much dirt, so one of them stepped in. You think you're clever? Give us your name. We'll get your record scrubbed. Degree or not, you'll never work again. Henry gave them a lopsided grin that practically screamed, come at me, bro. I don't need to give you my name because I don't have a degree. Or a school. Just a Los Angeles Public Library card. You can cancel that if you want, I'll live. One of them looked doubtful. Who are you? How the hell do you know this stuff? He gestured to the paper with the Challenger re-entry math. Henry chuckled. Smart people know things. Shocking, I know. Don't be jealous just because you can't fake what I've got. And seriously, what kind of idiot would tell you who they are? Asking for trouble. He snapped his fingers mockingly in their faces. Next time you want someone's help, don't summon them like they're a damn dog. Show people respect, and you might get some back. Treat me like a mutt. Don't be surprised when I return the favor. With that, he gave them a lazy wave and strolled off. Tony Stark hadn't been the center of attention for once, which was weird for him. But he couldn't even be mad. He'd just witnessed a masterclass in humiliation. That performance. A+ entertainment. Besides, watching Justin Hammer lose his mind. Delicious. Tony didn't care who the guy was, even if he'd just solved a problem faster than anyone else in the room. It wasn't enough to impress Tony Stark. But man, watching Hammer get wrecked. Totally made up for losing the spotlight. Meanwhile, Henry wasn't just leaving for fun. Normally, if he set foot in a library, he wouldn't leave until dinner. But this time, he had a reason. His house phone was rigged with an answering machine, so he could pick up messages without rushing home. Still, with his Kryptonian hearing, Henry often listened in on incoming calls from a distance. This time, he'd caught a familiar voice, Marianne, the Film Actors Guild clerk he'd been bringing coffee to all week. He'd dropped off a cup that morning, and now she was calling to ask him to get in touch ASAP. That sounded important enough to make a detour. Reading could wait. Free knowledge wasn't going anywhere. When duty calls, you answer. Henry hopped into his car and headed straight for the guild. Northwest need to drive home just to check the answering machine. What was this, the pre-smartphone era? Wait. Actually, it kind of was. Still, Henry made one brief stop, at a trendy vegan cafe in LA, and picked up a boxed salad. Something light and thoughtful. Nothing won hearts faster than a good coffee and a well-timed healthy snack. When he reached the Film Actors Guild, it was the same as always, never buzzing, never dead. Somewhere between slow and steady. Marianne was behind the front desk, buried in paperwork, or at least pretending to be. Hey there, sweetheart, Henry said smoothly. Did you eat lunch? You look like you're wasting away. She looked up, eyes lighting up. Henry. You really think I've lost weight? Here. He handed her the salad. Late lunch, early dinner, surprise snack, dealer's choice. Oh, honey. You're too sweet, Marianne gushed, clutching the container to her chest. She wasn't the kind of woman who'd accept just any salad from just anyone. But Henry had taste. He always brought her stuff from places on her secret favorites list. Not too fancy, but good. Well-timed. Well chosen. Marianne appreciated the little things. Chapter 56, Audition Opportunity. Marianne didn't open the salad right away, of course. That wouldn't be polite or classy. Instead, she pulled a file from behind the desk and slid it across to Henry. "You got my voicemail, right?" "Yeah," Henry nodded. "The shoot today wrapped around noon, so I hit the gym. Heard your message once I got back." That was a lie, but a convenient one. If he said he'd been reading in a library all afternoon, it'd just sound weird for an aspiring actor. Hitting the gym fit the image better. After all, half the guys in Hollywood were built like superheroes and read like second graders. Marianne stood and tapped the folder. "You've still got time if you head over now. This one's huge. Under Siege, $35 million production." Henry blinked. 35 mil. Damn. They're casting background military roles, mostly soldiers, but it's a little different. The casting director's involved, sure, but the producer wants final say. They already tapped some agents, but they're short on people, so they opened it to the union. I sent your profile over with a few others. They just called asking for more candidates on short notice. First-round auditions are still going on, but if they get enough bodies, there might not be a second round. So the sooner you get over there, the better. Henry glanced at the file and gave a low whistle. Major production, huh? Before Titanic came along and sank both an iceberg and every studio exec's blood pressure, a budget like that was nothing to sneeze at. Considering he'd only been in the game for a few months and was already being considered even as an extra in a high-profile project like this. That was a pretty good sign. The film's summary jogged his memory. Yeah, Under Siege. He remembered this one from before he, arrived here. Directed by Andrew Davis. Produced in part by Arnon Milchan. Backed by Warner Brothers. But the real centerpiece? Steven Seagal. Producer. Lead actor. Walking controversy. At this point in time, Seagal was still riding high, a Russian-American martial artist whose Aikido-based fight scenes looked like one-hit kills. No flashy brawls, no dramatic reversals, just bone-snapping, nerve-pinching precision. It gave him a unique place in the action genre, especially compared to the more theatrical beatdowns of other stars. Under Siege, set aboard the USS Missouri, would go on to be one of his career-defining hits. But Seagal was also a complicated guy, far from a typical Hollywood meathead. Beneath the ponytail and spiritual-sounding interviews was someone a lot more calculating. Still, Henry wasn't looking to schmooze the leading man. He was just aiming for a helmet and fatigues background role. Hopefully, that kept him below the radar. After nearly 3 months on various sets, Henry had learned the social structure of Hollywood the hard way. Your on-set social circle directly correlated to your screen time. Extras and leads might share the frame, but they lived in separate worlds. Unless a lead chose to speak to you, initiating conversation only got you a cold stare or worse, a complaint to the AD. He checked the location. The audition was right on the Warner Brothers lot close to the Union building, but just far enough to make walking inconvenient and parking annoying. He tapped the folder lightly and flashed Marianne a wink. "All right, I'll go test my luck." "Thanks, sweetheart. Ask for Luigi when you get there, he's representing the Union on set. You know him." "Got it." Henry gave her a casual wave as he headed out. He didn't speed there using Kryptonian super speed. Nah. He drove like a normal guy. This wasn't a world-ending emergency, just a potential job. No need to blow his cover over a casting call. Besides, driving meant he could leave directly after without circling back to the Union parking lot. More efficient and more discreet. More importantly, he was building habits. Relying too heavily on his powers during everyday life made it way too easy to slip up when it mattered. Start casually lifting cars in the grocery store parking lot and suddenly your secret identity's trending on national news. He didn't want that. Didn't want to become one of those heroes, stuck between paranoia and public scrutiny. If someone else wanted to play Caped Crusader, fine. Henry just wanted to stay under the radar and not punch anyone's head off by accident. By the time he pulled into the Warner lot, the audition was easy to spot. It wasn't tucked inside a building but set up under an unused soundstage awning, with folding chairs lined up in the open air. A modest sign read, USS Audition Area. Clearly a codename USS in place of the actual film title. The setup was bare bones. Which made one thing clear. Extras were the bottom of the Hollywood food chain. Still, none of the waiting men complained. They sat patiently, quiet and composed, holding their forms and resumes. Henry checked in, handed over the file Marion had prepped along with his own resume. The process was smooth. This wasn't exactly Shakespeare in the Park, and they needed warm bodies, not award winners. Instead of joining the others under the shade, Henry stood in the sun, soaking in the spring light. And watching. Men of every race, background, and accent had shown up for this audition, but they all shared one thing in common. They looked like they'd just walked out of a military recruitment poster. Tall. Built. Square-jawed. The kind of guys the U.S. Army would love to clone en masse. Looking at them, and realizing he fit right in, Henry found that kind of hilarious. Chapter 57, The Audition. Henry Brown. The assistant, running herself ragged, called out several names in rapid succession. Henry followed the group into the studio building. A vacant set currently between productions had been converted into a makeshift casting space. A row of folding tables stood in place of a proper casting room. Off to the side hung a line of neatly pressed Navy and Army uniforms. No one was asked to change, though. The audition was more for presence than performance. They were simply guided to sit in a line before the casting table. Each actor's profile, previously checked in and verified, was placed before the casting director. Whenever he glanced down and found one worth a second look, he called the name and asked the candidate to stand and turn for inspection. Those who made a favorable impression were sometimes asked to don a uniform, then turn again. Just to see how they looked as a soldier or a sailor. When Henry's turn came, the casting director raised a brow. "You handwrote a stunt credit onto your resume?" "Yes, sir," Henry replied. "I just completed it recently, so I haven't had a chance to update the document yet." "How recently?" "This morning, sir." "Huh." The director leaned back slightly. "You mind telling me what kind of stunt work it involved?" "Within the limits of your NDA, of course." Henry had personally signed those contracts. He knew the confidentiality clauses well, and they were minimal, given it was a low-budget B-movie. So he gave a brief rundown of the scene, careful to highlight the physical action without revealing any plot details. Everyone at the table had been in the industry long enough to read between the lines. Even a vague description was enough for them to mentally reconstruct the setup. The casting director continued. "Which stunt team were you with?" "Channing." "Channing Williams." "Oh, that old bastard." The men chuckled. "So why didn't you sign on with him?" He glanced down again. "You're only registered through the guild." "Because I still want to work in front of the camera, sir," Henry answered honestly. "Stunt work's fine, but I'm aiming for speaking roles." It was the most reasonable answer possible. No one joins this industry to stay invisible. Everyone wants to be seen. The director nodded and moved on. "You get seasick?" "No, sir." "Sound pretty confident." "You come from a boating family," he smirked. "I worked crab boats in the Bering Sea last October and November Alaska runs. 4 trips out, no seasickness." "Mother of," the man next to the director exploded in surprise. It was Luigi, the Screen Actors Guild representative for the audition. "You've done crab boats?" "Damn, that's no joke. Must have been hell out there." He leaned over to glance at Henry's file. "It was rough," Henry admitted, "but the pay made it worthwhile." "But there's nothing about it on your resume." "Didn't feel like it was relevant to acting, so I left it out." "Sometimes your other work says more about you than your acting credits," Luigi said, nodding thoughtfully. "Might wanna include stuff like that next time." "Understood, sir." Normally, union reps were there to ensure the process was fair and transparent. In practice, though, production crews often sweetened the pot to keep them from interfering. Henry's mention of the crab boats had clearly piqued Luigi's curiosity, but he knew better than to push too far. The conversation was casual enough not to draw any ire from the casting director. To be fair, spending time on a crab boat was an impressive credential, especially in the context of a military-themed film. People were understandably intrigued. But the director didn't give anything away. With practiced neutrality, he simply nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Brown. You may return to your seat. We'll notify you if you're selected." Henry didn't expect much. No costume test, no follow-up questions, but he didn't let it bother him. He returned to his seat without any fuss. What he didn't know was that the director had already marked his name. In truth, Henry had just moved into the likely backup column. Why? Because their star had a bad habit of accidentally injuring people during scenes, whether from overzealousness or carelessness was unclear, but the result was the same: broken noses, sprains, bruised ribs. And word had gotten around. Many stunt professionals avoided working with him altogether, unless their fees were doubled or tripled. So the casting director needed extra coverage people who could take a hit, step in last minute, or be quietly reassigned to stunt duty if someone dropped out. Henry's brief stunt experience made him exactly that kind of backup. A short while later, 2 more hopefuls were asked to change into uniforms. While they were off in wardrobe, those who didn't make the cut began filing out. Another audition wrapped up, business as usual. Henry left the Warner lot without heading back to the library. He had a different stop in mind: a hardware store that stocked electronic components. Not the rare custom-built computer parts, of course. Those were hard to find. But basic circuitry, capacitors, and logic chips. No problem. After all, some of the biggest names in tech started in garages. But Henry wasn't trying to be the next Steve Jobs or Elon Musk. In a world where Hydra could upload minds into machines, or where PIM particles could shrink entire buildings, trying to disrupt the industry with basic tech felt like trying to sell flip phones in Wakanda. He didn't know if those kinds of technologies really existed in this timeline, but if they did, stepping on the wrong toes could get him killed. Or worse, recruited. And let's not forget, if you wanted to succeed in America's booming IT sector, you needed capital. Big capital. Wall Street capital. That meant dancing with the devils in tailored suits, most of them speaking fluent Yiddish and smiling while they bled you dry. Henry's true advantage wasn't his brain. It was his Kryptonian blood. He didn't need to be rich. Just resourceful. So, no. He wasn't planning to build a tech empire. But he was going to build some quality of life upgrades. First, build a proper workstation-level computer for cracking, compiling, and quietly laying down footprints on the still-developing internet. Second, a home theater setup with top-grade speakers, studio-level, cinema quality, and upgrade the hell out of his house's soundproofing. Because in this noisy, nosy world, music and movies were his one true salvation. And if he didn't treat his ears right, he'd lose his damn mind before Lex Luthor even showed up. Chapter 58, The Purpose and Mystery of a Super Brain. Ever since Henry got the green light to modify the kitchen, he'd quietly taken that as blanket permission to upgrade everything else in the house too. Structural stuff. Untouched. But anything he could tweak, replace, or improve, he did it himself. No contractors, no permits. Just tools, materials, and a Kryptonian brain backed by steel-forged hands. Gary, the landlord, didn't seem to care. He often dropped off food in Tupperware, and as long as the house didn't blow up and Henry promised to return it to rentable condition later, he kept his mouth shut. So when Henry picked up a few acoustics books at the library, it didn't take long for him to fall headlong into the glorious rabbit hole of high-end audio engineering. Because speakers had no era. No expiration date. They weren't beholden to tech trends or operating systems. They were all about physics and materials and intelligence. Sound was math. Sound was geometry. Want optimal audio? Then minimize interference, bounce waves the right way, and build your space so that the sweet spot, the acoustic focal point, was where you'd actually be sitting. Those principles hadn't changed in 100 years. And they wouldn't change in the next 100 either. The science of concert halls, recording studios, and listening rooms had always been the same. It was just the materials that evolved. And frankly, even modern alloys hadn't completely outclassed the classics. Copper was good. Silver was better. Most people didn't use it because it was expensive and a nightmare to process. But Henry wasn't most people. With heat vision, microscopic precision, and zero need to worry about patents, labor costs, or intellectual property, he bypassed every overpriced middleman in the supply chain. He bought raw materials. He handcrafted the rest. Take wiring, for example. Instead of settling for high-end copper, he went with silver, higher conductivity, cleaner signal, less resistance. Sure, silver was notoriously tough to work with, but not when you had Kryptonian fingers. He refined it to lab-grade standards, ensuring ultra-purity and tuning the crystal lattice density, not the physics textbook kind of density, but the microscopic uniformity in the wiring, eliminating gaps and inconsistencies down to the nanometer. It was the same reason ancient blacksmiths hammered molten metal for hours, reduce bubbles, increase structural integrity. Then came the braided shielding layer, to insulate the signal from outside interference. And finally, the rubber casing, not so much for sound quality, but for protection. That part required chemistry. In fact, processing the materials gave off fumes and chemical waste. So, naturally, Henry upgraded his kitchen exhaust system into something most labs would envy. A high-grade multi-stage ion filtration unit. Static filtering was child's play. He went full mad scientist. The result? An obsessive passion project that blended electronics, materials science, chemistry, and a little bit of overkill. But this wasn't some indulgent flex of his Kryptonian brainpower. This was training. Because no matter how many books he read or papers he memorized, raw knowledge was still just disconnected data. Just like a martial artist learning 100 styles but never sparring. Real mastery came from synthesis. From doing. To build this sound system, he had to consider the room's layout, acoustic geometry, available materials, and his own practical limitations. And in solving one problem after another, those books stopped being books. Those papers stopped being theory. They became intuition. He'd find himself asking, can this be improved? Is there a better way? What if I try this? Each tweak pushed him past what the textbook offered. He wasn't just recalling knowledge. He was testing it. Expanding it. Innovating. No wonder people said desire drives science forward. If you're not trying to solve something, you're not going to discover anything new. Unlike Superman, Henry didn't have a fortress of solitude packed with Kryptonian science and miracle tech. He didn't have an alien AI whispering universal truths into his ear. If he didn't read, think, or explore, his super brain would just sit there. Useless. Nothing more than a glorified calculator. And it was during this project, this audio temple he was building for his ears alone, that Henry realized something he'd never felt before. Genuine inspiration. Before this new life, he'd just been an end user. A cog in the system. His job was to plug values into templates, slap duct tape on problems, and get sign-off before deadlines. If something went wrong, he could always just submit a different version and pretend it was progress. Real innovation. Real elegance. Those were luxuries for people smarter, richer, or luckier than him. But now he had the tools. The mental horsepower. The freedom. When he hit a problem, he didn't just solve it. He started seeing alternate paths, new ideas that felt right. Not guesses. Not pipe dreams. These were viable. Operational. Solutions that could work, because the logic behind them was sound. That was what inspiration felt like. Not some magical bolt from the heavens. Just the natural byproduct of a solid foundation, clear logic, and the confidence to stretch just a little further. It was this feeling, this newness, that made Henry stop and wonder. Was this what real scientists felt like? Was this what Tony Stark lived with every day? Was this something I've always had? Because when he looked back on his past life, it suddenly felt fuzzy. He remembered things. Sort of. But now, with this engine running in his skull, his Kryptonian mind firing on all cylinders, he had to ask himself. Were those memories real? Or were they just constructs? An elaborate fiction generated by an alien brain trying to fill in the blanks? And if they were fake? Who the hell had he really been? For once, Henry didn't have an answer. Chapter 59, Good news, Henry, I've got good news. Marianne's voice chirped excitedly over the phone. Henry had just started dinner. The braised pork was still simmering, and the rice cooker had barely begun doing its job when the call came out of the blue. He glanced at the clock on the wall and raised a brow. I thought you guys shut down after hours. Don't agents go home and rest like normal people? Union agents are still agents, honey, Marianne said with a tired huff. You ever met one with regular hours? We don't clock out, we just run out of coffee. She paused. But come on, aren't you even curious what the good news is? It's about you, after all. Henry chuckled. Sweetheart, your well-being concerns me more than any casting notice. But sure, I'm glad to hear there's good news, and even gladder you thought of me first. Tisk, TSK, you silver-tongued devil, she teased. Now I feel sorry for all the girls who fell for that line before me. Unless wait, you're trying to rush me off the phone 'cause someone else is already in your bed. You wound me. Henry gasped in mock horror. I'm just a poor man, cooking dinner for one, eating in front of a soap opera rerun and quietly wasting away. Okay, that last part about the soap opera was made up, but the quietly wasting away part, that rang true. Evening life in this era felt dull for someone who remembered what came next. Entertainment hadn't evolved much yet. Henry spent most nights listening to music or tinkering with computers, tweaking code, testing systems. Fulfilling, sure. But fun? Not really. That was a different kind of satisfaction. Such a shame, Marianne sighed. If only you'd called me first. I'm actually still at the guild office waiting for my date to show up. Had you gotten in earlier, I might have given you a shot, you know. Henry let out a nervous chuckle. Yeah, he'd definitely been letting his mouth run a bit looser lately. Blame it on Alaska and all those rugged fishermen teaching him American male banter 101. But while his flirting had gotten bolder, he hadn't gone full playboy. Not in this town. Why? Simple answer, AIDS. Welcome to the 1990s. The most popular thing in America besides jeans and pop music. Sexually transmitted diseases. And sure, Superman once got a cold in a non-canon comic, proof enough for Henry that Kryptonian invulnerability had limits. Especially when it came to viruses. Sure, his X-ray vision could spot bone fractures and orthopedic screws, maybe even a tucked-away gun. But tell viral load from skin and posture? Not a chance. He'd even done his due diligence, spent a few days quietly hanging out at hospitals, watching patients of every stripe. The reality? Some diseases had no visible markers, even under alien vision. Mix in HIV, asymptomatic syphilis, or any one of a dozen bloodborne nightmares, yeah, Henry had zero intention of living like some party-hopping Hollywood gigolo. And let's not forget this was Los Angeles, with the San Fernando Valley right next door. America's adult film capital. No thanks. Besides, flirting was one thing. Going full Casanova. That was a liability. Too many entanglements, too many loose ends. If any shady organization caught wind of a Kryptonian with a trail of off-the-record dalliances. Yeah. Not worth it. Henry laughed it off and smoothly changed the subject. So, darling, stop teasing me. What's this good news you called about? Ugh, fine. You're clearly trying to get rid of me. I'm heartbroken, he replied, dramatically. I just didn't want to ruin your date. I do try to be considerate. He could hear a man's voice in the background. Baby, I'm here. You ready to go? Marianne muffled the receiver. One sec, sweetheart. I've got a work call. Didn't help. Henry still heard everything. When she came back on the line, her voice had a faint trace of regret. Okay, I can't stay long. The good news is, the production team from Under Siege got back to us. You're in. Hey. That is good news, Henry said, genuinely pleased. Guess I'll sleep like a baby tonight. Make sure you swing by the guild in the next few days and pick up your paperwork. You'll be needed on set soon. And heads up, they want full-time presence. Henry raised a brow. That's a bit unusual for extras, isn't it? Typically, only main cast were locked into full-time schedules. Extras' background actors got paid by the day or hour. Production crews would usually bunch all the crowd scenes together to minimize costs. Bringing extras in every day. That wasn't just expensive, it was weirdly generous. But hey, if they had money to burn and wanted bodies on standby, Henry wasn't about to complain. Paid downtime was still paid. All right, he said. I'll drop by tomorrow to grab the materials. Perfect. I've got to run. Have a lovely night, sweetheart. Shame you're not the one I'm spending it with. Marianne's wistful tone lingered for a beat before the line went dead. Henry smiled to himself and went back to his braised pork. Chapter 60, joining the production after wrapping up his B-movie gig, Henry transitioned smoothly into the Under Siege production team. No fanfare, no fuss. On day one, the first thing he noticed at the assembly point was that uniformed military personnel were handing out non-disclosure agreements to everyone, cast, crew, extras alike. Naturally, the stars, supporting cast, director, and producers weren't present. People of higher rank had their own procedures and privileges. Still, for a big-budget production like this, strict NDAs were par for the course. But this one. It was thick. Like, really thick. Now, the average Hollywood actor isn't exactly a scholar. More than a few suffer from reading disorders. Handing them a document this long without legal assistance was borderline cruel. Some of the newer faces Henry included dutifully flipped through the document, frowning and trying to make sense of it. The seasoned veterans, on the other hand, barely skimmed the contents. A few pages flipped, a shrug, and then scribble signature done. One wide-eyed newbie turned to an old hand, stunned. "Dude, you're not even reading it. Aren't you worried something shady's in there?" The veteran took a drag off his cigarette and smirked. "Nah. These movie NDAs are all the same. We don't get the script, so we're not leaking plot details. Basically, just don't snap photos on set or run your mouth to the press." He paused to flick ash from his cig. "This movie looks Navy-themed, so there's a military-specific clause too. No cameras without clearance, don't wander off in restricted zones, follow orders when on base, simple stuff. They'll explain it all when we get there. No point reading the whole damn thing now." With a wave of his signed contract, he strolled over to hand it in. "Hey, man," he asked the Navy rep, "you guys got a smoking area on board?" "The ship safety officer'll let you know where you can light up," the Navy guy replied casually. "Just don't toss butts everywhere, we don't want to make extra work for the crew." "Cool, I'm good then." With the old-timer paving the way, most of the crowd followed suit. They didn't bother reading the fine print, just flipped to the last page and signed their names. Henry didn't want to stand out either. But just to be safe, he activated his super reading and scanned the entire document in a flash. Took no longer than anyone else. Thanks to the law books he'd read at the public library, Henry now had a pretty solid grasp of American contract law. The NDA was boilerplate, nothing underhanded, so he signed it, Henry Brown. By the way, since tax season was looming, April 15th, Henry had already studied the relevant tax codes and filed his own returns. With his Kryptonian brain, it was a breeze. At this point, the only difference between him and a licensed accountant or attorney was the paperwork. U.S. law didn't let you take certification exams without a proper degree. Maybe someday he'd enroll in a correspondence course just to collect a few credentials. Once the NDA portion was handled, a second assistant director arrived and handed out schedule packets. "Everything you need to know is in there," he explained. "Here's the key part, we'll be spending some time filming at the San Diego Naval Base. You'll be housed in a local hotel during that stretch covered by the production. If you've got a second job or side gigs, you'd better get time off now. I don't care how you get to and from LA, but if you cause delays, be prepared to pay breach of contract penalties. This isn't a normal set. The military won't just give us a little more time because someone didn't show up. Screw this up, and you'll be on the hook for damages you can't afford in 10 lifetimes. Got it?" A few of the more eager newbies replied quickly. "Yes, sir." The first day wasn't a trip to San Diego just yet. Everyone stayed at the Warner Brothers lot for wardrobe and camera tests. Naturally, the main cast had it rough. They needed multiple outfits for various scenes, even duplicates of the same uniform for continuity. The director was already shaping the film's tone during these early sessions. Extras like Henry had it simpler, but don't underestimate background roles. Even if they had no lines, no names, and no written backstory, the script still specified exactly how many people needed to be in each scene and what kind of roles they were filling: military, civilian, hostage, or bad guy. In a film like this, there was a clear divide, those waiting for the hero to save them and those trying to stop him. Most productions kept background actors compartmentalized. You wouldn't want the same guy playing a good guy's sidekick in one scene and then showing up as a villain getting punched in the next. Even if most viewers wouldn't notice, some obsessive fans would, especially those who frame-by-frame movies looking for Easter eggs or bloopers. And let's face it, pointing out goofs online was becoming its own sport. To avoid embarrassment, and Reddit threads decades in the future, studios preferred to use the same extras throughout, altering their appearance with makeup or costume changes. Henry was surprised to be handed a submarine crew uniform, a role typically reserved for members of the villain team, and often filled by stunt professionals due to potential fight scenes. He wasn't part of a stunt team. Just a solo freelancer. Which made the look the props guy gave him all the more awkward, like a mix of pity and confusion. Henry half expected someone to pop in with a clipboard and ask if he'd washed his rear end in preparation. Fortunately, that didn't happen. And just like that, the hidden Kryptonian in Hollywood officially became part of the Under Siege production crew. Chapter 61, The Exclusive Dining Hall. Chef. One steak, please, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Henry strolled into the on-set dining area, a fully equipped cafeteria staffed by a private chef team hired by the production. The head chef was a big black guy, and big was putting it lightly. His waistline probably equaled his height. Just one look and you might not know if he could cook, but you could be sure the man knew how to eat. He waddled out of the break room adjusting his chef's hat, even though he didn't have a single hair on his shiny bald head that could fall into the food. Still, the man took pride in his appearance. Seeing Henry, he let out a hearty laugh. "Henry. Just wrapped for the day." Henry loaded a tray full of donuts from the sweets table, piled it high, then poured himself a black coffee. Director's a perfectionist. One wrong step and we reshoot the whole thing. Every time someone messes up, props has to reset everything before we can roll again. After a few of those, of course the day drags out. The chef chuckled while flipping a steak on the grill. "Don't tell me you're the one holding up the shoot." "If I was, I'd still be getting chewed out by the assistant director. The fact I'm here ordering food should tell you I'm not the problem." The chef raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, those two production teams are butting heads again." Mouth stuffed with donuts, Henry mumbled. With 3 producers on board, no one wants to take orders unless it's from Mr. Seagal himself. When the players are fighting over the board, us pawns get stomped on. Nothing new. Aside from lead actor and co-producer Steven Seagal, the other 2 producers each had their own loyal crew. They wouldn't openly sabotage each other, but they sure weren't above petty sabotage and turf games. "So how'd you stay out of trouble? Got someone powerful backing you?" "Spill it." "Sure. I'm backed by an undersea volcano. I'm just a background actor brought in by the union. A nobody. Not even worth using as a pawn. Nobody pays attention to me, which is great. Less drama, more donuts." Henry was telling the honest truth. As a complete nobody on set, he was having the time of his life, freeloading off studio food and wages. His pre-time travel dream had always been to get paid for doing nothing, and now, here he was, living it. No complaints at all. With no background or connections, Henry was completely ignored, but that gave him front row seats to all the drama. And the best part? Even if every single frame of his footage got cut, as long as he was on payroll for the day, he got paid for the day. The chef flipped the steak and asked, "Hey, I heard Erika Eleniak showed up today. You see her? Is she as hot as she was in Baywatch?" Henry downed his coffee and swallowed the last chunk of donut. Then he sighed in awe. "Oh man, you cannot imagine what it's like seeing her in person. She's so close you can almost feel her breath. You can see her skin pulse with every heartbeat. Every turn of her head, every toss of her hair, every smile or frown, she's alive. No screen, no TV, not even the biggest cinema can capture that. You have to see her in real life to know what true beauty is. No wonder all those rich and powerful guys are willing to pay just for the chance to be near women like her." Henry wasn't exaggerating. Even with a hard drive full of goddess-tier girls from his past life, Erika's real-life presence had stopped him cold. It was a reminder that what you see on screen is nothing like seeing someone in person. Not even close. The chef pressed the steak down on the hot grill with a massive fork, letting it sizzle. He grinned. "Motherf. Just listening to you talk, I'm getting a hard-on. Did you know Erika first appeared in Spielberg's E.T.? She was the cute schoolgirl the kid kisses. I thought she was adorable. Then when she showed up as a Playboy centerfold in '89, I was like, yup, she's back. And when she played Shawnee in Baywatch, man, I was in love." He flipped the steak onto a plate and handed it over to Henry, who by now had demolished most of the donut tray. No sides. Just steak. If anyone wanted greens, there was a salad bar nearby fully stocked. Henry picked up his knife and fork and cut into the meat. "No offense, chef, but was this steak recipe from the British? Or the Germans?" The chef bared his teeth in a proud smile. "You could be pickier than a Michelin inspector, and I'd still have my Le Cordon Bleu diploma hanging in my kitchen." Henry chewed and smirked. "That diploma taught you this?" Around him, the tables were full of carbs. Whether it tasted good was another matter, but it was definitely filling. Even the steak had that rough, cowboy cookout kind of vibe. If a Michelin chef saw this setup, they'd have an aneurysm on the spot. The chef shrugged. "Hey, we're in America. Doesn't matter what the dish is, good or bad, it'll all go down with a bottle of ketchup. You really think my garlic butter escargot would beat out those donuts over there? So you're just phoning it in?" They not paying you enough? The chef turned serious. Honestly, the pay's pretty damn good. But I'm confused too. Usually, I only work private gigs for rich folks' weddings, banquets, yacht parties. I do everything from wine to caviar. This is my first time working for a film crew. And it's a 24/7 gig too. If the money wasn't right, no way I'd be here. Henry frowned. Wait, so one of the producers didn't hire your team? Met all of them. None of them run in my usual circles, though. I thought maybe I'd see some old clients on set, so I cooked with some effort the first few days. But nobody showed. Honestly, I'm more confused than you are. Chapter 62, Hometown Cooking. When it came to the chef's question, Henry, ever the outsider, naturally had no answer. But embracing the philosophy of, since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable, he replied. Why worry? As long as people leave with full stomachs, you've done your job. And besides, haven't you already found the winning formula? The two of them glanced together at the freshly restocked donut stand, the salad bar, and the high-end coffee machine. The diligent working class of America really wasn't hard to please. Try serving some molecular gastronomy or clam and mushroom consommé, and half the crowd would flip their trays. Truth was, these folks were wild boars who had no taste for fine bran. Still, looking at the barebones spread, especially during off-peak hours when it got even more repetitive, the big chef started to feel a twinge of guilt. You think I should change things up? What if the guy who hired me sees this and thinks I'm not putting in the effort? What if this gig is actually some sort of secret test? Henry didn't sugarcoat it. Even the finest food, if you lay it out buffet style in huge trays for everyone to grab at, ends up feeling cheap. Doesn't matter if the ingredients are top shelf, it'll still taste like plastic. The chef rubbed his jaw. Then what do you suggest? Truth be told, of everyone in the cast and crew, Henry was the only one who could hold a real conversation about food and wasn't just blowing smoke up the chef's ass. A real foodie could be spotted a mile away, and chef could tell Henry wasn't just parroting Yelp reviews. That's why he valued his opinion. Henry thought aloud. Maybe you could try something from your own hometown. I mean, all the rich folks have had their fill of French, Italian, and Spanish cuisine, right? Something new could really stand out. The chef rolled his eyes. Hometown food. You mean you want to see grilled bananas, banana stew, banana chips, banana salad, banana mash, and banana soup? Henry blinked. Wait, why is it all bananas? Because bananas are a staple in my homeland, just like rice in Asia or bread in Europe and America. Want me to tell you more ways to cook bananas? 'Cause now that you mention it, I'm feeling inspired. Oh God, please spare me. The look on your face is making me feel like I'm about to be drowned in bananas. The chef grinned. Well, if bananas aren't your thing, how about another traditional dish, roast lion? He leaned in, face full of mystery. Henry's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. You guys roast lions? That's insane. Of course. It's a classic recipe from my village. We send out 3 or 4 hunters to catch one lion. Hold up, Henry cut him off. If it's such a long-standing tradition, what weapons do you use? Just spears, no guns. Guns ruin the taste. Wait, you're telling me 3 or 4 guys with spears can take down a lion? That's some real hunter-level skill right there. The chef puffed out his chest. That's because once a lion is full, it's sluggish and less aggressive. That's when the last man finishes it off and brings it back to the village for roasting. Henry's jaw dropped. Wow. That's just nuts. This dish isn't even about taste anymore, it's practically legendary. Then the chef suddenly burst into a huge grin, revealing a brilliant set of pearly whites. Ha! Gotcha. Fooled you, didn't I? Henry threw up his hands in surrender. Damn, chef. You really got me. I actually believed you guys went lion hunting like it was a backyard barbecue. They bumped fists in a playful bro moment. The chef shrugged. Well, maybe it's not all made up. I heard the story from my grandpa. And he said he heard it from his grandpa. But hey, you know how oral history works without a written record. Who knows how much of it is just old men trying to impress their grandkids with made-up stories? With that pure and dumb look of all we all had as kids. Exactly. That look. You ever notice how wannabe movie stars also love it when people stare at them like that? Just like my elders, they couldn't fool the adults, so they settled for tricking kids. Who knows? Henry chuckled, brushing the last crumbs off his tray. He polished off everything he'd grabbed, even draining a big cup of soda. Because this was a working film set, alcohol wasn't allowed in the dining area. Imagine a bunch of drunk actors trying to shoot scenes. Producers would have a stroke. Even if they joined in, they'd still blow up when they saw the budget report. Suddenly, Henry's ears perked up. He swiftly cleared his tray and utensils to the return station and said, "I think I'd better check on the set. Sounds like they're about to start filming again." "Go on then," the chef waved him off. He knew well enough that when filming called, nobody stuck around for chit-chat. And Henry wasn't lying. Thanks to his Kryptonian-level superhearing, he could pick up on the assistant director gathering the extras and background actors for another round of scene rehearsal. On a big production like this, background actors were usually handled by a few stunt teams. Each team kept a representative on set, ready to round up their people the moment they were needed. But here was the issue: Henry wasn't part of any team. So when those reps called for their groups, they wouldn't think to include him. Not that it was personal, nobody had a responsibility to cover for him. Sure, it sucked a little, but Henry had to rely on himself. He wasn't trying to integrate into any little clique either. Thankfully, being Kryptonian had its perks. With his superhearing, he could stay in the loop even without formal inclusion. As long as his movements looked natural, like he was just happening to walk by and he didn't delay filming, nobody would care. Why not let them think it's just good timing? Chapter 63, San Diego Naval Base. Filming inside the studio wrapped up quickly. Now came the real heart of the movie, everything that took place on the warship. But when the entire crew was relocated to the San Diego Naval Base, Henry couldn't believe his eyes. He had a pretty good idea what to expect. After all, Under Siege, the movie they were making, was a cult classic action flick in his past life. A must-watch for single dudes with nothing better to do on a Saturday night. Henry had loved that film. Loved it enough to go digging through behind-the-scenes articles and production trivia. Back in the day, movie press tours flooded every media outlet, and you couldn't avoid the promos even if you wanted to. He remembered clearly, the movie's main setting was a U.S. Navy battleship, the USS Missouri. But the interior scenes? Those were actually shot aboard a decommissioned museum ship, the USS Alabama. And the villain's submarine? That was portrayed by the USS Drum, another World War II-era Gato-class sub-turned museum exhibit. The real Missouri was used only for exterior shots cruising through Pearl Harbor, the Pacific, and San Francisco Bay. As for the film's explosive climax in the ship's CIC, Combat Information Center, there was no way the Navy would let anyone go in there and start rigging pyrotechnics. Even on a mothballed museum ship, you weren't allowed to leave scorch marks or bullet holes. The military took their hardware very seriously. And yeah, even if the tech inside was decades old, that didn't mean it was okay to show off how it was laid out. Sometimes the configuration was more of a secret than the tech itself. So naturally, any damage-heavy action scenes or classified-looking areas had been recreated on a soundstage. Henry assumed the same logic applied here. They'd probably haul the crew out to Alabama and shoot the necessary footage on the museum ship. Dragging an entire decommissioned battleship across the country or temporarily recommissioning it would cost a fortune. Moving the crew and gear to Alabama was way cheaper than moving a ship to California. That's what he thought. Until he saw it. Painted with the number 63, a behemoth of steel stretching nearly 900 feet, with a standard displacement of 45,000 tons, there it was. One of the legendary Iowa-class battleships. The USS Missouri. Not a stand-in. Not a model. The real deal. He spotted the telltale missile launchers installed on either side of the bridge, the same ones used in the movie's finale to fire off Tomahawk cruise missiles. A result of post-World War II modernization, not part of the ship's original design. And it wasn't just sitting there as a coincidence. He watched as crew members and Grip's familiar faces from the production began hauling gear aboard. There was no denying it. They were actually going to film on a fully armed, active-duty U.S. Navy battleship. Henry, the secretly Kryptonian movie extra, stood there in stunned silence. This world was insane. What kind of reality was this, where a film shoot had access to a functioning weapon of mass destruction? This wasn't just a rusting heap with its guns disabled. This was the largest surface war machine the U.S. military had ever built. Aircraft carriers might be the pride of the fleet, but they were glorified launch platforms. A battleship like this. It killed things. It felt less like they were filming an action movie and more like they were embedding a documentary crew with live fire support. Henry swore to himself. This isn't a movie. This is a Michael Bay wet dream accidentally turned into reality. He spotted a familiar assistant director walking past, lugging a crate of gear. "Dude," Henry called out, "are we seriously filming on that monster?" The assistant director grinned. "You bet we are. And you've got one woman to thank for it." He was hauling more than he could carry, so Henry grabbed two of the crates and followed alongside. Lowering his voice, he asked, "I heard Seagal and the other producers had a thing for casting women they, already had arrangements with. Are you saying Erica wasn't one of them?" Henry wasn't best buds with the guy, but gossip, especially the kind involving hot actresses, was universal social glue. Plus, Henry asked in just the right tone, not accusatory, not sleazy, just curious enough to invite a little off-the-record chat. The AD smirked and leaned in. Actually, Erica wasn't the first choice. Seagal and the others had a few actresses in mind, ones who were cooperative. But then we hit a wall. He nodded toward the towering Missouri. No Navy, no warship. That meant building everything from scratch or using models. Not only would that look like crap, it'd cost a hell of a lot more. So we needed someone to open the right doors. And Erica knew someone. Someone who knew someone else. Next thing we know, the Navy greenlights access to a fully armed, active-duty battleship. In return, Henry trailed off. The AD gave a knowing look. Let's just say the lead actress slot came with a trade. She became untouchable. Not just in the usual, don't harass the star way I'm talking, backed by firepower, kind of untouchable. In Hollywood, quid pro quo was the norm, favors traded under the table, dreams cashed in for casting slots. It chewed up countless talented women who were forced to play the game to survive. But Erica, whoever she had in her corner, had enough clout to get the US Navy to loan them a battleship. Trying anything with a woman like that. That was how accidents happened. And on a warship filled with heavy artillery, an accident could mean someone going missing at sea. And all the studio would have to do was slap a memorial note in the credits, in loving memory of so-and-so, maybe even use it as PR to boost the film's visibility. Tragic, moving, headline-friendly. Great for ticket sales. A funeral and a marketing campaign in one. Two birds, one very cinematic stone. Chapter 64, A Day in the Life of an Extra. Gunfire echoed down the narrow corridor of the warship. A squad of men, rifles blazing, swept forward with reckless aggression. Henry was the last in line. Suddenly, like a beast unleashed, a burly man lunged from the shadows. A flick of his wrist thunk. A throwing knife took down the point man. Before anyone could react, the assailant surged into the group, moving with brutal precision. 3 strikes. 4 bodies dropped. And then it was Henry's turn. A lightning-fast chokehold slammed into his throat like a truck, lifting him off his feet. He flew backward, smacked into the deck, and crumpled like a sack of potatoes. The attacker barely paused, dragging along a leggy blonde in a bomber jacket, bare-legged, fierce-eyed, and barreled straight down the passage. Cut. All right, reset for the next angle, the director called through his bullhorn. Behind the scenes, crew members scrambled to reposition cameras and reframe the shot. They'd only built a handful of sets aboard the real ship, so every scene had to be shot from multiple angles to create the illusion of complex movement through different compartments. Since they couldn't just wander freely on a working warship, clever editing would have to sell the illusion. Henry groaned, picked himself off the floor, and brushed imaginary dust off his uniform. Another take. Another death. That was the life of a background actor, especially one playing a generic goon on a Steven Seagal action flick. Henry had already died 5 times this week. And he wasn't done yet. Hell, he might not even make the final cut. That was part of the deal when you were just human scenery. He was basically on the same level as a hallway, a wall, or a stack of boxes. Other extras were part of coordinated stunt teams, with assistants fussing over them, towels, water bottles, costume checks, makeup touch-ups. Henry. He was flying solo. The reason for all this chaos. Steven Seagal's fight scenes. Every punch, every move, was timed down to the split second. React too early, and the fight looked fake. React too late, and you got actually hit and Seagal didn't pull punches. He wasn't just the star, he was also a martial arts instructor. One badly timed beat and you were going home with ice packs and a lawsuit waiver. That's why even Henry, a freelance extra with no formal stunt training, had been drafted into the goon squad. They were burning through bodies faster than they could patch them up. As long as you weren't dead or paralyzed, you were going back on camera. What once felt like a dream job getting paid to lie around and die dramatically now felt like glorified hazing. No wonder stunt performers had been complaining about Seagal for years, even taking their grievances to the press. Henry didn't mind the physical part. His Kryptonian resilience helped him fake the hits without actually getting injured. But still, he knew his place. Even if he walked away unscathed, he had to make room for others to get their own bruises on camera. When he wasn't in the shot, he had to report to the designated holding area on the deck. They'd roped off a section for cast and crew only, no wandering around. The corridors were too narrow to have idle people loitering in the way of cameras or actors. On deck, a makeshift lounge area had been set up. Cones, tape, and guardrails marked the crew's territory. The Navy sailors on duty weren't allowed in, and the film crew wasn't allowed out. That was the official arrangement. In practice, not so much. The crew lounge had snacks, drinks, even a smoking section. For bored sailors with itchy fingers and bottomless appetites, it was a magnetic force they couldn't resist. No one stopped them. If the supervising MPs didn't say anything, the film crew just pretended the rule didn't exist. Actors and sailors chatted like old drinking buddies, trading gossip and snack bars. Henry made his way to the edge of the deck. The Missouri was docked securely in port. She hadn't left the harbor, not even a little. All those wide-angle shots showing the ship cruising through endless ocean. Movie magic. Post-production would edit in the sea, sky, and grandeur. Being anchored meant there was no sway, no rolling waves, no risk of seasickness. The ship was as steady as a building. So yeah, that audition question about, do you get motion sickness, had been a total red herring. The resting area faced the dock, and just a few feet away was the gangway back to solid ground. Most of the gear props, wardrobes, even temporary makeup booths were set up on the pier, not the ship itself. Henry grabbed a coffee, downed it in a single gulp, crushed the paper cup, and dropped it in the bin. Then he strolled to the smoking area, lit up a cigarette, and joined a cluster of grizzled old smokers to shoot the breeze. He'd stumbled into one of the wildest pieces of Hollywood behind-the-scenes lore, an active-duty battleship being loaned to a movie shoot. And yet his daily life remained unchanged. No deeper curiosity. No digging for answers. No hunting down the mysterious benefactor who made it all happen. That old saying rang in his mind. When you gaze long into the abyss gazes back. It didn't just apply to cosmic horror or Lovecraftian nightmares. It applied to everything and everyone. Start poking around people like that, and eventually, they'll start poking back. Henry had no intention of ending up on anyone's radar. The person who could pull strings and bring out a real US battleship for a movie. That wasn't someone you investigated. That was someone you avoided. He wasn't a threat. He wasn't competition. He was just another nameless extra, a disposable face in the background. No one cared, and that was exactly how he liked it. He dragged on his cigarette, eyes half-lidded, fingers idly tapping a rhythm on the cold steel railing of the deck. Chapter 65, Finger Work List, a sailor asked, stepping closer and eyeing Henry's hands as they tapped out a rhythm on the ship's railing. Henry turned, a little surprised. Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2. Noisy, dramatic, a classic, he said with a small grin. Been reading a lot about piano technique lately. Just, don't have an actual piano, so I'm improvising. Well, your finger work and motion are legit. That's why I recognized it, the sailor said, taking a drag from a cigarette he'd just accepted from Henry. Unlike in some parts of the world, Americans didn't usually hand out smokes like business cards but offering one to kick off a conversation. That still worked like a charm. You play? Henry asked, flicking his lighter shut. The sailor nodded. Had an old upright at home. Loved it. Been learning for years. Enlisted to save up for music school, actually. Henry chuckled, not unkindly. You sure that's gonna work? I mean, joining the military to become a concert pianist. The sailor winced. Damn. Not even a sugarcoat, huh? I'm just being real, Henry said, holding up a hand. To break into music professionally, you either need a family with money or parents already in the industry. Talent helps, but without support, it's an uphill battle. If you're putting military wages toward tuition, you better know what you're in for. Wow. You sound just like my mom. You two in on this together. Henry smiled. Ever heard of Brian May? The guitarist from Queen. The sailor nodded again, this time more enthusiastically. He studied astrophysics. Taught for a while, too. Music was just something he loved, but he had the brains and fallback plan to match the talent. That's why he could pursue it without starving. If you're just chasing passion with no plan B, well, look around you. Henry gestured casually toward the rest area, where a ragtag group of extras and crew were lounging around. The real stars, those with names in the credits and lines in the script, were off relaxing in their own, far cushier part of the ship. These folks. Most of them get paid only when they're on camera. No scenes, no money. They hustle side jobs just to make rent. Think we're rolling in it? Think again. Of course, Henry wasn't one of them, not really. With the money he'd stashed from that Alaskan crab fishing gig, he was doing just fine. Still, the sailor didn't seem discouraged. Yeah, I've thought about that. But music isn't just about being a concert pianist. The piano's the king of instruments. You understand theory, you can do all kinds of things. Arrange, compose, teach. Henry nodded. Fair point. In the current global music scene, the US and UK led the way. Everyone else tried to squeeze into their charts. With massive audiences came massive opportunities, and the demand for new music was bottomless. Henry turned to the sailor with real curiosity. Since I'm mostly self-taught and flipping through books, maybe you can help. You've been playing since you were a kid, right? Got any recommendations? Like composers worth studying, or the order you tackle pieces in? The sailor lit up, figuratively this time. Whether in the East or West, no one can resist the chance to teach what they love. Especially when someone asks sincerely. He launched into a passionate explanation of his learning journey. His family hadn't been wealthy, but he'd managed to take lessons here and there. Combined with personal dedication and easy access to sheet music in the digital age, he'd come a long way. He listed composers, techniques, etudes worth mastering, and Henry listened, occasionally chiming in when a familiar piece came up. They even started miming fingering techniques on the railing together, like air guitarists gone classical. But Henry wasn't just pretending the piano. His fingers were dancing across the USS Missouri's railing for a very different reason. It had started by accident. He'd been tapping idly on the metal while smoking and noticed how the sound bounced back to him in subtle waves. With his Kryptonian superhearing and his superprocessor of a brain, those echoes became raw data that he started assembling, piece by piece, into a 3D model of the ship in his mind. The fun of it got to him. Before he knew it, Henry was deliberately refining his pings, building a more complete mental map of the Missouri's internal structure. Why? Honestly, he wasn't sure. He didn't need the information. He wasn't planning on selling it, leaking it, or using it to take over the ship. He was just bored. Curious. Kryptonian. It was his version of doing a jigsaw puzzle. Besides, real battleship schematics weren't something you could find at the local library. Even though the Iowa-class ships were relics from World War II, military engineers had never been particularly generous with public disclosures. Every country that could build warships knew better than to reveal everything. Take the Yamato, for example, Japan's legendary super battleship. It was supposedly the biggest ever built, but the actual specs still classified, even decades later. The official numbers have always been disputed. The Missouri, beneath Henry's boots, clearly had secrets of her own. The public spec said, 45,000 tons standard displacement. 56,270 tons fully loaded. 887 feet long, with a beam of 108 feet. Armor thickness. Nearly 20 inches on the gun turrets, 12 inches along the hull, 7.5 on the deck. But using a combination of sonar-style tapping and X-ray vision. Henry knew those numbers were wrong. Not just off by a little due to modernization, flat out wrong from the beginning. The only thing accurate was probably the ship's width, since it had to fit through the Panama Canal. Everything else. Smoke and mirrors, hidden behind steel and silence. And no one would ever know unless they were here. Unless they could do what he was doing. Was he planning to do anything with this knowledge? Absolutely not. He didn't need the attention. Didn't want the heat. This wasn't about espionage or subversion. It was just a guy with godlike perception killing time between takes. In other words, classic case of too much free time. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Benefactor. Hollywood might be the biggest movie factory in the world, but even it had its limits. Sure, it didn't crank out flicks as fast as those lightning-speed Hong Kong crews, but neither would it drag a single production out for years. Especially not one involving an active-duty battleship. Filming aboard the USS Missouri wasn't something they could do indefinitely. After all, the Missouri wasn't just some floating museum piece. It still had training drills, maintenance rotations, and deployment schedules. None of which included a bunch of civilians running around playing Navy SEALs with prop guns. With so much of the movie set aboard the ship, time was tight. The practical effects, the camera work, the stunts, everything had to be done fast and right the first time. Only a few destructive scenes would be handled in a studio. The rest had to happen here, and now. And it wasn't just the A-list stars burning the candle at both ends. Even Henry, still just an anonymous extra, was being run ragged. He'd spend hours running up and down corridors, sometimes from left to right, sometimes right to left. Sometimes they only filmed boots hitting metal, sometimes they needed full-body shots. And if anyone flubbed their mark, it was a full reset. It didn't matter that these were just background shots. The assistant directors were ruthless. If anything looked off, even lighting cut, reset, run it again. That was the difference between a blockbuster production and the kind of indie films that wrapped in 3 weekends and a cloud of cigarette smoke. The one saving grace. Chef Big Al and his divine gift to humanity, food. Henry couldn't understand why most of the Americans on set still wound up chugging beer in some grimy portside bar after a 14-hour day. Headache. Pop some ibuprofen. Still feel off. Break out the weed, or worse. It was like sobriety was a crime and good food a myth. They had a blue ribbon certified chef in the damn kitchen, and half of them treated it like background noise. Big Al and Henry, meanwhile, had become something of a culinary odd couple, two food nerds hiding in a war movie. Henry was now one of the very few extras to be granted the honor of Big Al's off-menu specials. As I'll put it, if I don't keep pushing my technique, I'll go soft flipping donuts and heating up frozen pizza all day. Today, Henry had even taken over the grill. He was manning the flat top, carefully searing a burger patty that looked deceptively humble. The blend of premium beef, aged fat, and custom spices had taken them days to perfect. It looked like diner food. Tasted like 5-star fusion. Cost. Somewhere north of a Michelin tasting menu if you knew what went into it. Exactly the kind of undercover gourmet rich people loved. Be honest, Henry said, flipping the patty expertly with a spatula. You really gonna take another gig like this after this nightmare's over? A job any fry cook off the street could handle. Big Al looked up from a tray of spice jars, visibly torn. After a long pause, he sighed. Motherfia. I'd probably do it again. Henry raised a brow. Really? Thought you hated turning your art into mass production. You've been treating this kitchen like a conveyor belt. Al grumbled and shook his head. Kid, the paycheck was that good. I ain't gonna lie. And besides, what do you think keeps Michelin chefs in business? They're one overpriced restaurant. Hell no. Oh. Henry asked, intrigued. It's cookbooks. Sauces. Meal kits, Al said, laughing dryly. The same crap you called assembly line food. That's where the real money is. You think running a high-end restaurant pays the bills? You're burning cash just to keep the mood lighting on. Henry had read similar takes in food columns before, but one phrase caught his ear. You said that paycheck was good. You mean, this wasn't one of the producers who hired you? He bit back the urge to add, those jackass producers, but he was still eating on their dime. Manners, and all that. Al smirked proudly. Nah. I work for a different class of people, son. You won't see my clients hanging around set. But if I had to guess, maybe someone who could casually loan out a battleship for a film shoot. He jerked his chin toward the Missouri outside, its massive turrets gleaming in the distance. Henry played it cool. So, mystery boss behind the curtain, huh? You have any clue who it is? Al shrugged. Not a damn one. My gigs come through a catering liaison. They tell me where, when, what the menu is, how much I'm getting paid. That's it. He paused, then chuckled. Honestly, I prefer it that way. Less chance of pissing off someone with enough money to make me disappear. Henry laughed. What, you don't show up and find everyone eating in masquerade masks and speaking Latin? Only on Tuesdays, Al deadpanned. Most of the time, I at least get a hello. I've met more billionaires than I can count, but this job? Total mystery. I've never had a long-term contract like this where I didn't meet the person footing the bill. He leaned back and sighed. At first, I thought it was a joke. Like me. Gourmet-level cuisine for a film crew. I mean, look around. They want food that's hot, filling, and fast. No time for truffles or 10-course tasting menus. You think the lead actor's gonna sit down for a 2-hour foie gras experience between stunt scenes? Henry shook his head. No argument here. He poked the meat with his spatula perfectly browned. Then he plucked it off the grill, let the grease drip, and set it aside, but instead of plating it, he walked over to the section marked, "Do not use, high-grade ingredients," and began rummaging. Big Al winced, half reaching out. Hey, easy on the contraband, son. That stuff's supposed to be for the very special guests. Henry grinned. I am a special guest. And just like that, he dove elbow deep into forbidden flavors. Chapter 67, Junk Food. Henry was on a mission, a culinary mission. He rummaged through the premium supply shelf like a man with purpose, collecting ingredients that would make any high-end chef nod in approval: fresh butter lettuce, vibrant kale, thick-cut heirloom tomatoes, and a brick of aged Parmesan he shaved down himself. Finally, he grabbed a massive, soft white bun, big enough to serve as a flotation device, sliced it cleanly in half, and laid it all out like he was about to perform a sacred ritual. Big Al, watching from across the kitchen with a look of betrayal, choked on his own disbelief. No. No. Tell me you're not doing what I think you're doing. Henry grinned. Oh, I absolutely am. You're desecrating the ingredients, man. This is a hate crime against flavor. I prefer to think of it as democratizing gourmet. Look, protein, vegetables, dairy, carbs. It's basically a complete, balanced meal. Ask any nutritionist. Big Al looked like he was experiencing an existential crisis in real time. I mean, technically, yes. With zero shame, Henry stacked the burger like a mad architect, beef patty sizzling with juices, crisp greens, roasted tomato, molten Parmesan, and finished with the pillowy bun. The whole thing looked like it belonged on a magazine cover titled, "Burgers for Billionaires." Lifting it up proudly, Henry said, "But isn't it weird? Stack all this gourmet stuff into a burger and suddenly everyone calls it junk food. Why?" Al opened his mouth to argue, and closed it again. He had no comeback. His soul was conflicted. And truth be told, part of him was already thinking about how to sneak this onto a private event menu as a limited-run novelty. Meanwhile, Henry grabbed a pristine white ceramic plate, plated his masterpiece with all the grace of a Food Network star, and found a spot in the mess area. He didn't bother with a knife and fork. Burgers were meant to be eaten by hand, damn it. Still, something felt incomplete. He looked at the lonely burger. Fries? Nah. But you can't eat a burger like this without a soda. That's sacrilege. With the solemnity of a sommelier picking the perfect wine, Henry returned to the bar fridge and pulled out a can of Coca-Cola. Sure, there were other options, Pepsi, Fanta, but when it came to pairing with artery-clogging joy, nothing beat Coke. Al spotted the soda and grimaced like he'd just seen someone dip a croissant in ketchup. That's exactly why burgers get a bad rap. Pairing it with that is culinary blasphemy. Henry popped the can with a hiss, shrugged, and said, "Come on, it's just like pairing wine with French cuisine. The right drink makes the meal. Don't look at me like that." Al crossed his arms. Coke is not wine. It's emotional wine. Coke is diabetic napalm. Not my problem. Kryptonian metabolism, remember. One sunbath and I'm back to factory settings. Henry turned to head back to his table, only to stop dead. His burger. His glorious, custom-built, handcrafted burger was in someone else's hands. And a quarter of it was already gone. The guy munching on it looked way too pleased with himself. Mother, Henry let out the most American of curses. Are you out of your goddamn mind? You just grabbed my food off the table and started chomping like some mangy raccoon. What if I'd laced that thing with testosterone gel or poison, huh? You'd be halfway to growing a second pair before you even noticed. The guy blinked. Relax, I checked. No gardenia scent, definitely not a hormone binder. But there is rosemary. So whatever crap you're spewing is just to scare me off. He gave Henry a smug look, lifted the burger, and took another massive bite. Then moaned like he was doing a food commercial in hell. Henry detonated. That was my lunch. The guy licked his fingers and smirked. Worth it. For a moment, Henry's Kryptonian fists itched for action. Punching someone into the sun had never sounded so tempting. He'd spent weeks keeping a low profile, never showing off, never letting anyone even suspect he wasn't just another background extra. And now this jackass had awakened something primal. Deep breath. He narrowed his eyes. You're not with the production team. I haven't seen your face around here before. That jogged a memory. Wait a second, weren't you with that dumbass from Caltech? The one who asked the director if the ship's radar was real. Don't tell me this is what passes for top talent at a world-class university now. The burger thief didn't react. He just kept chewing, one hand scooping up gooey strands of Parmesan and slapping them back into the bun. Henry stepped closer. Let me guess. You snuck into set to fanboy over someone. What's next, hiding in a laundry cart? I can have security boot your Ivy League ass off this ship before you finish that last bite. The guy blinked and asked, with zero irony, wait. You seriously don't know who I am? Henry blinked back. Oh, spare me. You think you're Green Franklin Roosevelt or something? Nobody gives a crap. The rich kid looked wounded, like Henry had just slapped him with a gold-plated credit card. I may not look like Franklin, but I've got enough Franklins to crush you like a soda can. You will remember this. Henry scoffed. Wow. Threatening someone with wealth. Original. Are you gonna rain money on me until I drown? Will you tip me to death? The guy shook his head, puffing up his chest. Henry smirked. Exactly. You're not giving me a cent, so why should I pretend to care? I don't owe you flattery, I don't owe you respect, and I sure as hell don't owe you my lunch. He leaned in, voice low and cutting. You think because you're rich, I'm gonna treat you like some sugar daddy? Buddy, you've got the wrong actor. I don't dance for free. Chapter 68, young Master Stark Henry still had 1,000 insults queued up, but his super hearing caught the assistant director calling for background actors. With a sigh and a muttered curse, he grabbed a few donuts, shoved one into his mouth, chased it down with a final swig of Coke, and stomped off toward the set, his rage smothered under the weight of professionalism. Behind him, the smug young man who had stolen his burger, still chewing, stood frozen, flustered, and fuming. Tony Stark had never been dressed down like that in his entire life. He wasn't sad or embarrassed, he was calculating a comeback. The perfect line. The nuclear-grade zinger. Too bad the guy was already gone. Tony glanced at the remains of the burger. Still warm. Still delicious. He thought about chasing after the guy, then looked back at the burger and muttered, damn it. That's when he noticed the big black man in a chef's coat approaching. Wesley Big Al Washington hadn't moved during the verbal slugfest. He'd been too stunned. Not because of Henry's outburst, no, he'd seen him sharp-tongued before. But because the man on the receiving end of that storm of profanity was Tony freakin' Stark. Now, with the scene over and half the cast gone, Big Al finally found the courage to speak. Mr. Stark. Tony gave him a look of faint annoyance, half a glare, half confusion. Al took a breath. Sir, I'm Wesley Washington. Head chef of the catering team you contracted. Tony squinted, then nodded slowly. Right. You're the guy making the food. He lifted the burger. This thing. Solid. Definitely wasn't a waste of money. Al wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sir, I should be honest. That burger wasn't on the original menu. It's a new recipe, a collaboration between myself and the guy who, just screamed at you. Tony stopped mid-bite. I'd be honored to add it to our future offerings, Al added quickly. And I'd like to humbly ask that you don't take that little incident personally. I'll speak with him. He didn't know who you were, and once he does, I'm sure he'll. Tony cut him off, eyes glinting. So, he just yelled at me, then ran off like a sore loser. He got called back to set, Al said. Extras were needed. He's just a background actor. Not a lead. Not even supporting. No, sir. Total nobody. Just a face in the crowd. Al smiled awkwardly. Really not worth your time. Tony chewed thoughtfully, then smirked. Shame. I was going to offer him a job. Al blinked. You were. I mean, this burger's great. If he helped design it, maybe I'll just poach him. Bring him on as my personal chef. Al stiffened. With all due respect. I don't think he'd say yes. Tony raised an eyebrow. And why not? Because I already tried. Al chuckled sheepishly. I offered him a full-time position as my sous chef. Even proposed helping him open his own spot someday. He turned me down. Tony blinked, caught off guard. What, you didn't offer enough money? I offered him $150,000 a year, plus bonuses for private events. It's triple what most people make in this country. Tony paused. He had absolutely no frame of reference for what counted as normal income. But something else clicked. Wait a sec. Caltech. Dumb question. Dumbass. He rubbed his chin. He mentioned that. What was that, sir? Nothing. But Tony's mind was spinning. That burger thief, he was the same guy from the Caltech library a few weeks back. The one who'd casually corrected Justin Hammer's nonsense with a lightning-fast aerospace calculation. Superb mental math. Sharp tongue. Weirdly good cook. And now, a background actor in Hollywood. Tony's brain, equal parts brilliance and ego, did what it always did, jump straight to fixation mode. Anyone could be a genius. Plenty of East Asian kids at Caltech could calculate trajectories in their sleep. But geniuses with style. With taste. With restraint. Those were rare. And yet here was one, working as a glorified extra, flipping off billionaires and building gourmet burgers like it was nothing. Who the hell was this guy? Why is someone that talented wasting time as an actor? Tony muttered. Al answered honestly, he said he's not really trying to be famous. Just a big fan of Audrey Hepburn. Wanted to come to Hollywood to see what it's like. Said maybe one day he'll get bored and do something else. Tony repeated the phrase under his breath, lips curling into a sly grin. Maybe one day he'll get bored. Chapter 69, You're fired, I'm sorry to tell you this, Henry. That was the very first thing Henry, the Kryptonian castaway from another world, heard when he came face to face with the star of the movie. Steven Seagal stood before him, face solemn. We heard about the altercation yesterday in the dining area. No matter the circumstances, the language you used was inappropriate. Mr. Stark hasn't made any demands, but the other producers feel your continued presence on set would be a risk to the smooth running of the production. Let's be honest, without Mr. Stark's support, we never would have gotten access to the USS Missouri. If there's even a chance of further incidents, it's better to avoid the problem altogether. You understand that, right? Mr. Stark. Mother of. Henry's mind clicked through the facts like a slot machine hitting jackpot. In this world, there were only two Starks that held that much weight. 1. Howard Stark, the legendary inventor and industrialist from World War II. 2. Tony Stark, heir to the Empire. And judging by the age, the burger-stealing little bastard from yesterday could only be one man, Tony freaking Stark. And Henry had cussed him out, top to bottom, front to back. Not unjustified, in hindsight. But, still. The fact that Henry hadn't socked him with a full Kryptonian punch. Probably only because fate didn't want to risk messing up the MCU. Now, thinking it through, Henry's face turned serious. I understand, Mr. Seagal. So, what happens now? Seagal produced a check and handed it over. Today's your last day. This covers your wages up through now. If there's any issue with the amount, talk to accounting. Henry took the check without protest. He was a disposable extra, after all. Digging in over a contract would only make things worse. Seagal, relieved that there would be no drama, gave a tight nod and extended a hand. It's a shame, really. I liked working with you. You were better in our fight scenes than half my own guys. I even considered pulling you into my action team. But, well, it is what it is. Hopefully, we'll work together again someday. Thank you, Mr. Seagal. Whether genuine or just Hollywood diplomacy, it was still a classy send-off. The star left, and as expected, two crew security guys casually accompanied Henry as he packed up and got ready to leave set. He changed out of his villain henchman outfit, tossed his gear into a duffel bag, and headed toward the mess area. On his way, he turned to the 2 guards trailing him. "Hey, fellas. Mind if I say goodbye to the chef before I head back to the hotel to pack?" They exchanged a glance. These were guys Henry had shared smokes with on deck. They weren't the kind to give him trouble. "Yeah, sure. Just don't linger too long," one said. "The leading lady doesn't have any morning scenes, so you probably won't bump into him. Just, don't stir anything up, all right?" Henry held up a hand like he was swearing on the Bible. "I'm not here to cause trouble." The message was clear enough. The production was keeping Tony and the actress apart, for obvious reasons. When Henry reached the galley, he found Big Al, Wesley the chef, directing cleanup after breakfast. The 2 exchanged a fist bump. "Didn't see you at breakfast, brother," Big Al said, his voice practically rhyming like always. "Had a little meeting with the star of the show, Steven Seagal himself." That should have been good news. But Big Al picked up on Henry's tone right away. "What happened, man?" Henry pulled the check out of his pocket and gave it a little wave. "My job ends today. I'm out." "What? They can't just..." "They absolutely can. Termination clause was clear from day one," Henry said with a shrug. "And to be fair, they didn't short me a dime. Even gave me a clean exit." The chef scowled. "This about yesterday? About that spoiled brat?" "Yup. Turns out, the burger thief was none other than Tony Stark." Big Al winced. "Damn. You just found out?" "Just now. I talked to him yesterday, man. Told him you didn't mean anything by it, that you didn't know who he was. He said he wasn't gonna press it." Henry raised an eyebrow, surprised and a little touched by Big Al's loyalty. But then he sighed. "I don't think he pushed it. If it were personal, I'd be getting roasted in front of the whole crew. Tony doesn't strike me as the kind to handle things behind closed doors." "Then why the boot?" "Probably the producers. They're protecting their golden goose. Nobody wants a repeat clash. And if Tony did pull strings to get the Missouri, then yeah, he's irreplaceable." "I'm not." Wesley sighed deeply. He knew Henry was right. In the world of the elite, powerful people didn't need to demand favors. People offered them preemptively, hoping to be noticed. If Tony Stark so much as frowned in someone's direction, a dozen sycophants would scramble to fix the problem before he even asked. Wesley had seen it before. And as much as he liked Henry, he couldn't change that. Meanwhile, Henry was thinking about something else entirely. Yesterday's burger thieving punk was, technically, the first superhero in the making he'd met since arriving in this universe. Sure, he wasn't Iron Man yet, but he'd get there. Eventually. Still, the guy looked nothing like the actor from the movies. Out of nowhere, Henry asked, "Hey, Big Al. You ever heard of Robert Downey Jr.? Chapter 70, The Difference Between Reality and Memory." "You mean that junior actor who played in Chaplin and His Lovers? Heard he's got a Hollywood dad, kind of a legacy baby, right? Funny you're the one asking me about him. You know him?" Henry blinked in surprise. "Well, I was curious about which actors today are cast to play the Golden Age starlets, so I watched it. Gotta say, I was a little let down. But the Chaplin kid's acting wasn't bad. I could see the skill. So, do you think Robert Downey Jr. looks or feels like Tony Stark?" At that, Big Al's eyes bulged like brass bells. He lowered his voice, leaned in, and asked, "Wait, you got insider gossip? Like they're half-brothers or something?" Henry laughed. "No, nothing like that. I just want to know, in your eyes, do they seem similar? In looks, personality, vibe, whatever." Big Al pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Nah. Not at all. Especially if you put them side by side. That Hollywood kid wouldn't stand a chance next to the Stark heir. He'd be crushed by the man's presence alone." That answer was enough to give Henry a reality check. He couldn't rely on familiar faces or actors to identify superheroes. Because here, actors were actors, and heroes were heroes, separate, distinct individuals. And knowing how comic book canon rewrites itself constantly, even Henry's encyclopedic memory of Marvel lore might not be reliable. Who knew how this version of Earth worked? Take Nick Fury for example. Was he going to be white or black in this world? Was Tony really Howard Stark's biological son? Would he become Iron Man or Sorcerer Supreme? And when they finally thawed out Captain America from the ice, would he wake up and say, "Hail Hydra"? He couldn't even be sure if this was the real MCU. After all, there were mutants everywhere, that alone ruled out the classic film universe. Hell, there might even be stuff here beyond Marvel canon. Henry could guarantee that last one, because he himself was the strangest anomaly of all. A suspected Kryptonian dropped into what might be the Marvel universe, with no idea how the hell he got here. This meant one thing: the moment S.H.I.E.L.D. or any intelligence agency started nosing around, he wouldn't be able to identify agents by face alone. No, hey, that shiny-headed guy must be Agent Coulson, shortcuts. No, assuming the Latin American-looking bald dude with top clearance but low-level assignments was part of the Snake division of HYDRA. It was all too much. Henry's brain felt like it was overheating. Once again, he reaffirmed his golden rule: if you can keep a low profile, for the love of God, do it. Just because you meet a black actor with a sailor mouth doesn't mean you've bumped into Nick Fury. No need to have a PTSD flashback. Maybe it was Henry's sudden silence that made Big Al nervous. Even though it was just a few seconds, the chef asked, "Hey man, want me to talk to Tony Stark for you? Try to smooth things over." Henry was surprised, but he quickly shook his head with a smile. "Thanks, Big Al, but no need. It's just a job. No film crew lasts forever, right? Ending this one early just means I get a head start on the next." He continued, "And like you said, Tony Stark didn't press charges. I'll take his word on that. I figure the firing came from the bootlickers trying to curry favor. Asking Tony to step in would just make things awkward. Besides, Henry didn't think Big Al's clout would be enough to sway those kinds of people. And if things backfired, Big Al might end up looking bad, possibly even blaming Henry for it. That'd be the end of their friendship." After wrapping up their talk, Henry stood up to leave. But Big Al grinned and asked sheepishly, "Hey, that burger recipe." Henry chuckled. "Use it however you like. Publish it with your name, whatever. You helped come up with it, and you supplied all the ingredients. I've mooched enough free meals off you to call it even. Thanks, brother. And hey, if you ever get tired of acting, give me a call. My offer still stands, and I'll pay even better next time. Appreciate it." Henry shook hands with the chef, whose size was nearly double his own. A fist bump, a shoulder bump, a couple back slaps, and Henry was off. That's the thing about working in Hollywood: you're always meeting new people, and always saying goodbye. The California summer was just starting to settle in. Henry drove his second-hand Cadillac with the windows rolled down, letting the breeze bring just the right amount of cool air. He pointed the car north. Sure, he'd gotten fired, but he'd spent nearly a month in San Diego. And Los Angeles was just a couple hours away by car. No rush. Henry cruised along the highway, relaxed and whistling to himself. Getting canned didn't bother him much. If someone tried to steal his food again, Stark, Doom, didn't matter, he'd still throw a punch. That was non-negotiable. Looking back, there'd been some wins. Seagal's compliment, likely just for show, and more tangibly, real offers from several stunt teams. Those guys had tried to recruit him before the firing, not after. Henry had declined. At the time, it had just felt too soon to commit. Now, those same teams were probably thanking their lucky stars he didn't say yes. If they'd picked up someone who'd clashed with Tony Stark, they'd be sweating bullets right now. Lost in his own drama, Henry grinned and whistled along with the wind as he cruised toward Los Angeles. First stop: a hearty meal at Aunt Saria's Italian restaurant. That place was his favorite. He couldn't say if the food was authentically Italian, but it was damn tasty. Plus, every visit was a chance to practice his Italian. Sometimes he'd test out cheesy pickup lines with Saria's husband, straight from the Italian playbook, then try them on Auntie herself. It sounded absurd, but yes, that really happened in the middle of the restaurant. And the old couple didn't mind at all. In fact, every time Henry complimented Saria's beauty or cooking, her husband just beamed with pride. What could he say? Italian romance, he still had a lot to learn. Chapter 71, a different kind of job offer, bonus. Henry swung by the Actors Guild again, half hoping to try out some newly learned flirtation lines on Marianne, and maybe check if there were any new casting calls posted. But the always-seated front desk goddess was nowhere in sight today. In her place sat a middle-aged man with square-rimmed glasses. Henry had no intention of flirting with a middle-aged man, so he silently nodded as a greeting and kept his thoughts to himself. Disappointed, but not surprised, he found no suitable job postings on the bulletin board. No new audition notices either. Another day of going home empty-handed. Joining the Under Siege production had been a move to pad his resume with something eye-catching. But getting kicked off halfway through. Yeah, not exactly a shining line on a CV. Should he even bother listing it on his actor profile? Henry mulled over the dilemma. After picking up groceries for dinner, he didn't feel like hitting the library, so he headed home early, to his long-neglected rental apartment. It hadn't been totally uninhabited for the past month. Whenever the film crew was on break, Henry would still return. Southwest, the place wasn't blanketed in a layer of dust. Using his super speed, he gave the apartment a full once-over. Groceries that needed refrigeration were tossed into the fridge, and he cracked open a cold beer from the side compartment. Not that Henry could get drunk, he just wanted something cold and refreshing. Screw all those drink warm water health theories. Soda was another option, but believe it or not, some of the off-brand rural beers were cheaper than Coca-Cola or even bottled water. Ah, America. After analyzing it, Henry concluded that there was nothing particularly high-tech about beer. The only reason these dirt-cheap local brands weren't popular. They were bitter as hell. So it came down to this, either super sweet fizzy drinks or icy bitter beer. The third option was tap water, but the old plumbing in this building gave it a rusty taste. For someone with Kryptonian-level taste buds, it was torture. Maybe it was time to buy, or build, a proper water filter. Henry made a mental note. He was just about to throw on a record and let his Kryptonian slacker soul dissolve into music when the phone abruptly rang. Hello. A voice came through. Yo, Henry. Heard you got yourself into some serious trouble. Channing. Goddamn, that news traveled fast. I only just got back from San Diego this morning. This is Hollywood, bro. Gossip rags got nothing on the actual industry rumor mill, said Channing, the head of the stunt team Henry had worked with, sounding amused. So what now? Word on the street is I'm about to get blacklisted. That's the talk. You really stirred the pot this time. But the funny thing is, the guy at the center of it all hasn't demanded anything, which has everyone else confused as hell. Why not just go scorched earth and boot me out? Make it clean and easy. Oh, come on, man. You clearly don't know how tricky it is when it comes to the Stark family. People in this town think they're getting signals, act on it, and then bam, end up getting publicly humiliated by them. The Starks. Henry perked up. That was interesting. He had assumed Tony Stark was still in college, unaware that the guy was already pursuing a doctorate. Unless Tony was out seducing starlets while barely out of puberty, he shouldn't have had that much influence yet. Which meant, it must be Howard Stark. Back in his original timeline, Henry recalled that Howard Stark's character was loosely based on a real-life tycoon, Howard Hughes. Hughes had been a legendary businessman, pilot, aviation engineer, philanthropist, and movie producer. He'd even run one of the Big 8 studios in the 1930s, RKO Pictures. A dyed-in-the-wool Hollywood insider. So it stood to reason that this world's Howard Stark had a similarly intertwined relationship with the film industry. As if to confirm his suspicion, Channing said over the phone. You didn't really think Stark Industries had nothing to do with Hollywood, did you? Their film equipment is still some of the best in the business. Most of the cutting-edge tech used in movies comes from them. Oldman Stark. He was a producer, cinematographer, even acted in some of his own films. And don't even get me started on how many Golden Age actresses he had on speed dial. The old Stark was a playboy, and his son clearly inherited the genes. No doubt about it. Well damn. The Starks really are a different breed, Henry muttered. So, Channing, let me guess. You didn't call just to laugh at me, right? At this point, no one cares about the truth, it's all gossip and damage control. Nah, man. I called to help. This whole mess can actually be fixed real easy. Just go apologize to Tony Stark, give him a little bow, and if he lets it go, boom, problem solved. Don't tell me you're too proud for that. Apologize. Henry mulled it over. Sure, if he were being the noble, prideful Kryptonian type, Tony Stark would only get to see the top of his head if Henry was headbutting him. But this wasn't comic book morality. This was real-world survival. And based on his pre-reincarnation life experience working thankless jobs, Henry knew all too well, swallowing your pride wouldn't kill you. And it had nothing to do with whether you were from Krypton or Kansas. His real concern. Tony Stark might not have been an A-lister in the comics, but in the movie universe, he was the central figure. Getting close to someone like that might break Henry's stay low, grow slow strategy. Still, before worrying about all that, there was a practical issue to resolve. Wait, Channing, you're saying you can arrange for me to meet Tony Stark? How would I even apologize to him if I can't get near him? Bro, be serious. You think I have that kind of pull? I appreciate the compliment, but no. I did hear about an opportunity though. What kind of opportunity? Channing's tone turned serious. Sometimes my stunt team moonlights as bouncers or security at private events. I just landed a job like that. It's a private party, mostly Caltech rich kids and their Silicon Valley alumni. Word is, Tony Stark will probably show up. They're bringing in some small-time celebs, a few models, make it all fancy. You want in? Come work as one of the staff. It's a shot at clearing your name. That kind of opportunity, huh? Henry dragged out the words, clearly not enthused. All right, I'll level with you, Channing sighed. I'm a bit short on manpower. So consider it a favor. The job's easy, there'll be pretty girls, and you can probably sneak a drink or two. Chapter 72, The Rich Party. In the end, Henry agreed to Channing's request and became a staff member at the party. The decision was simple enough. After all, he knew that no matter how much he tried, he wouldn't have easily been invited to such a high-class event. So why not take the opportunity to work as a staff member and experience it firsthand? There was also the matter of returning a favor to Channing. The stunt performance he did for the B-movie was partly thanks to Channing's recommendation. Although Henry had contributed to the production team, it was Channing who had opened that door for him. Now, Henry was in a bit of a jam, and Channing's call had offered him a chance to resolve things, whether he needed it or not. This was one of those favors that, if not needed, could be politely declined. But right now, it was something Henry could take or leave, so he decided to accept. So here he was, wearing a rented black suit, standing at the corner near the poolside of a mansion, playing the role of an emotionless bodyguard. The reason he didn't work as a reception staff member was simple: the male staff uniform was a white sleeveless shirt with a black bow tie, paired with suspenders and very short shorts, finishing the look with knee-high socks and black shoes. The whole outfit was frankly absurd, and Henry didn't have the fortitude for it. Even though the reception staff got paid more, it wasn't about the money, it was about dignity. And Henry didn't have the right mindset for that job. As for the host of the mansion, Henry had no idea who they were. The mansion had been rented by the event company specifically for the party. Food and drinks were plentiful. The reception staff's job was simple: carry trays, walk around the venue, collect empty glasses, and provide food and drinks to guests. Party decorations like balloons, streamers, and party poppers were scattered everywhere. Anyone who wanted to play with them could just grab them. The DJ booth and speakers were set up near the main area by the pool, and the music blasting from the speakers was early-stage electronic dance music that felt like a mental stimulant, buzzing through the air. What surprised Henry the most, however, was the smoking area inside. People who smoked regular cigarettes didn't come in here. Anyone who entered was soon engulfed by the potent smell in the air, gradually becoming intoxicated and slipping into a trance-like state. The party had a decent crowd. You could tell who the invited guests were by their attire. The staff, including the receptionists and the companions, were dressed in outlandish costumes like bunny suits or cowboy outfits. Henry, dressed in a smart black suit, was just there to serve as a backdrop, standing motionlessly like the bodyguard he was meant to be. The invited guests, mostly the wealthy, had a more relaxed dress code, mostly t-shirts and sweatpants, dressing for comfort over formality. But just because they dressed casually didn't mean they were wearing cheap clothes. From Henry's observations, these were people wearing clothes worth thousands of dollars. There were 2 bikini-clad beauties floating on pool loungers. They were among the companions. Every now and then, some guests would jump into the pool without even bothering to strip down, splashing water all over the place and making the 2 girls laugh. If one of the bikini beauties got invited upstairs by a guest, the other would be replaced by someone else. It was all about ensuring that there was always something pleasant to look at, with plenty of attractive playmates available. For Henry, it was an eye-opening experience. He'd never seen such a decadent, hedonistic scene before in his past life. But what really stood out was that this wasn't even the top-tier flesh market event. This was just a regular Hollywood party organized by a company that had to call in Channing's team for extra help. If someone like Henry, an outsider with no real background, could casually join the event, it just went to show that security and privacy weren't exactly top priorities here. The level of confidentiality at this event was low, and no matter how high the status of the guests, it was clear that this wasn't an exclusive gathering. Henry didn't want to feel sorry for the parents who had worked hard to raise these young men and women, even if they were being treated roughly or disrespectfully. If he truly wanted to be high-minded, he would just leave. But instead, Henry chose to wear sunglasses, pretending not to care, and observing everything with a cold eye. As bodyguards at these events, their main role wasn't to protect anyone in particular. Their job was to step in when someone got too carried away and help them cool off. It wasn't about worrying that these guests would hurt the girls or boys, but more about preventing them from taking out their frustrations on the other invited guests. Also, when someone got too drunk to care for themselves, the bodyguards had to step in, find an empty bed or sofa, and ensure they were taken care of, not let them pass out in unsafe conditions or choke on their own vomit. Most of the people at the party were young, and they were more likely to push things too far, potentially hurting themselves or causing trouble. The bodyguard's job was to make sure no one died at the party and kept things from getting too messy. Henry was starting to regret his powerful senses. With his heightened perception, he could sense everything happening throughout the mansion. Just a few days ago, after testing his abilities on the echoing hull of a battleship, Henry had learned to use sound to create spatial images in his mind. He could perceive almost everything, except for color, which he still needed to rely on his vision for. He wished he could turn off his superpowers. Unfortunately, Henry had no switch to do so. The only thing he could do was distract himself and ignore the unpleasant things around him. Standing still as a bodyguard, though, was a little different from the action-packed work he was used to. He hadn't trained himself to be able to zone out like that. As a result, the constant barrage of stimuli from the mansion was starting to get on his nerves. Had it not been for Channing's favor, he would have left by now. But as things were, Henry decided to wait and see if Tony Stark would actually show up at the party, resolving the mess Henry had found himself in. The real question was, though, would Stark even show up? Channing had made sure to emphasize that Tony Stark's name was on the guest list. But just because someone was invited didn't mean they'd actually show up. Henry had heard plenty of stories about parties where they'd invite a bunch of high-profile people, only for none of them to actually make it. As he stood there, wondering if he should focus on the lip colors of the girls around him to pass the time, a sudden distraction arrived in front of him, a guest with a loud and obnoxious snap of their fingers. Chapter 73, Enemies Cross Paths. Hey, man, I know you. The guy who snapped his finger said to Henry, stepping forward and rudely plucking the sunglasses off his face just to confirm who he was. Being treated with such disrespect, Henry had no choice but to get a good look at who this man was. Though he didn't know the guy's name, Henry recognized him as that same arrogant student, perhaps a grad student or a PhD candidate, who had once ambushed him with smug questions at the Caltech Library Lounge. Back then, they had no real ties. Henry had happily thrown the guy's arrogance back in his face. But now, fate had brought them together again, this time at a party where Henry was working. And as an employee, he couldn't act out against an invited guest. He still had that much professional discipline. So, he feigned ignorance and said with a polite tone, "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" With women on both arms, Justin Hammer continued snapping his fingers in Henry's face, now using his free hand to wave for more attention. "Hey, don't pretend you don't know me. I remember you, very clearly, in fact. Weren't you the guy who claimed you could solve any problem at a glance? Real genius, huh? So how come you're standing here in a monkey suit now? Oh, I get it. You're broke, right? What other reason could there be?" Damn, Henry thought to himself. This guy's really proud of holding a grudge. Why else would he emphasize how clearly he remembers? Henry kept the internal monologue to himself and tried to shift his gaze elsewhere, anywhere but at this smug rich kid. He didn't trust his fists not to act on their own. Just then, a pudgy guy in a sports jacket and a sideways baseball cap noticed the situation. Ditching the woman at his side, he sauntered over. "Hey, Justin, what's going on here?" "Oh, I just spotted someone I know. You know this guy's a genius. Claims he can solve anything with just a look." "Really?" the pudgy guy said, turning to Henry. "Hey, bro, why are you doing a job like this then? Come work for me. I'll give you $100,000 a year. Perform well and there's room for more." Justin shoved the guy's shoulder with a scowl. Hey, what the hell? You know this guy humiliated me, right? And now you're offering him a job. Well, the pudgy guy shrugged, $100K salary is kind of a humiliation. So you could say I'm just returning the favor. Are you *****ing serious? Justin growled. I was about to ask the same thing, Henry thought. Their anger may have had different targets, but the disbelief was mutual. But the pudgy guy was clearly someone of influence. He understood the value of people, or at least knew when to pick sides. From the beginning, his loyalties were clearly with Justin. Without hesitation, he pulled out a 1990-era Nokia Cityman 190, a sleek, high-end mobile phone by the standards of the brick phone era. And then he casually hurled it over his shoulder into the swimming pool. Plop. Putting on an exaggerated expression of shock, he said, "Oh no. Look what happened. My phone fell in the pool. Sir, would you mind fishing that out for me? That's an electronic device, you know. Water'll ruin it. Maybe if you hurry, it can still be saved." Henry very much wanted to put his fist through the guy's fat smug face. But unfortunately, he remembered something from his job briefing: retrieving items accidentally dropped into the pool was part of his duties. The manager had added, of course, that most guests wouldn't be so careless, and that usually it was just playful accidents between guests, and they'd fetch their own stuff. But, just in case, the bodyguards were expected to help, especially if someone was struggling or drowning. Now, what's the protocol when someone intentionally abuses that clause? Henry mentally screamed, "Any HR reps online right now? Urgent." Not moving immediately, Henry simply stood still, staring at the smug brat who seemed to be the party host. Dressed more like a bootlegger than a real rich kid, the pudgy guy turned menacing and barked, "What are you looking at? Go fetch it. If it's broken, you'll pay. Or do I need to say the magic word? Please. Is that good enough for you?" The suit Henry was wearing was rented. If soaked, the cleaning fees would be steep, maybe even full replacement. Jumping into the pool was not a decision to make lightly. But in the end, Henry complied. Without a word of protest, he brushed past them and walked to the poolside. And then, with the elegance of a stiff plank, he stepped forward and dropped into the water. The pool wasn't deep. Standing up, the water came up to about his waist. Perfect for swimming, not so much for diving. No need for any fancy moves. Henry simply walked over to where the phone had sunk and bent over, submerging just his upper body to grab the luxury Nokia from the bottom. His entire suit was now drenched. So was his head. He was only able to pinpoint the phone's location thanks to his superhuman senses, otherwise he would have had to dive around blindly. On the poolside, the pudgy guy laughed uproariously. See? Wouldn't it have been easier to just do that from the start? Pleased to see the men he was trying to impress smiling smugly, the pudgy man added, "Justin, if you want to really get back at this guy, I've got a suggestion. Ship him to the island." "What island?" Justin raised a brow. "You mean that orgy island?" "I dunno, this big guy doesn't really seem like the type." "Hey, the island's got more than just parties. But you know, I can't really talk details in public." They thought they were speaking quietly, but Henry caught every word crystal clear. His attention had been focused on them the whole time, super hearing made it impossible to miss. So when Henry retrieved the phone and stood up in the pool, he didn't head for the ladder. Instead, he raised the phone, waved it at the pudgy guy, and chucked it over the fence. Splash, clatter, gone. "Oh no," Henry said with a dramatic wince, "I slipped." Arms out in mock helplessness, he wore the world's most punchable expression. Chapter 74, The Late Arrivals. Henry couldn't care less about the chubby kid throwing a tantrum by the pool. He casually exited the water via the metal steps on the other side. Stripping off his soaked suit jacket, he slung it over one shoulder. With his free hand, he loosened his tie and walked toward the villa's front door with all the style of someone who gave precisely 0F*****KS. The little fatty tried to cut him off. "Motherfucker. Go get my phone or I swear I'll fire you." "Oh, no need for that, sir. I quit. You can save the trouble of firing me and maybe go shop for a new phone while you're at it." Honestly, considering the current price of electronics, Henry figured soaking that fancy little cell phone with his suit was a pretty fair trade. He came out ahead. So instead of sticking around to argue, he simply shoved the spoiled kid out of the way. Gently, too. If he'd used even a fraction of his real strength, the guy would have pancaked against the nearest wall. What was more amusing? The event staff, other greeters and bodyguards hired for the party, acted like they hadn't seen a thing. And that was probably standard protocol handed down by the event company. If conflict breaks out, don't escalate, just disengage. As long as no one got hurt, everything could be smoothed over later. But if fists flew, that was a whole different legal beast. Clearly, the party planners knew exactly what kind of trash they were dealing with. Probably had a whole chapter in the manual dedicated to rich assholes, handling with care. No one wanted to play bodyguard versus billionaire drama every weekend. Just as Henry reached the front drive, the gates parted to let in a gaudy red Ferrari, practically nose-to-nose with him. The driver stepped out. It was none other than Tony Stark, one of Henry's primary targets at this party. Tossing his keys in Henry's direction, he said, "Park it." "Oh, it's you." Recognized instantly, Henry tossed the keys right back. "Which I told you I was valet. You looking to replace your leather seats or something?" "Well, you look like shit." Not an unfair observation. Henry's soaked clothes were still dripping. "Then you really shouldn't be bossing around this pile of crap, or it's gonna end up all over those nice Italian seats. Unless, of course, you want an excuse to upgrade, I'd be happy to help you decide." With that, Henry didn't bother explaining himself. These were all rich pricks anyway. If he'd already burned this bridge with Stark, then so be it. If Hollywood didn't work out, so what? He was a goddamn Kryptonian. It wasn't like he could be taken out by hunger, bills, or bad press. So he moved to walk around the flashy Ferrari and get the hell out of this circus of a villa. But fate wasn't done yet. Just then, a car crashed through the half-closed gate and skidded to a stop, blocking off the Ferrari's escape path. Two armed men jumped out. One of them pressed a pistol to Henry's head. Nobody moves. The second gunman trained his sights on Tony Stark. Henry had no desire to play hero. Sure, his Kryptonian body should be bulletproof, but he hadn't tested it yet, and now wasn't exactly the ideal time for a live experiment. So he played along, hands raised, posture compliant. "Where's Josh Hilton?" the guy holding Henry at gunpoint demanded. "Who?" Henry replied innocently. He had seen that name on the guest list earlier, but without a photo ID next to it, there was no way to link names to faces. Oh, and while mentally flipping through that guest list, Henry also noticed that only one name started with Justin Hammer. Wait, that Justin Hammer? The bumbling antagonist from Iron Man. This one didn't look anything like Sam Rockwell, or the balding 60-something from the comics. So much for matching people to faces. Henry sighed and glanced at Tony Stark, wondering if he could spot even a trace of Robert Downey Jr. in him. And then he blinked, hard. Tony Stark didn't seem remotely bothered by the gun in his face. The guy had probably seen too many movies, or the gunman was just dumb enough to get within arm's reach. With a swift redirect, Stark deflected the weapon's aim and knocked it from his attacker's hands. The guy holding Henry turned, ready to shoot his buddy's opponent. And that left Henry no choice. He couldn't let Stark get shot. And realistically, surrendering hadn't earned him any mercy. These clowns weren't interested in hostages, they just wanted bodies on the ground. A single bullet could decide everything. These two might not be pros, but they had no hesitation about pulling the trigger. So Henry struck. Grabbing the gun's barrel, he twisted it away and, with a measured punch, clocked the guy across the jaw. Hard enough to knock him out cold, but not fatal. The attacker dropped like a sack of potatoes, and Henry caught the gun mid-fall. Tony, meanwhile, was still in the middle of a sloppy brawl. Neither man had proper technique, it was just flailing fists and gritted teeth. The kind of messy scrap that made bystanders cringe. This wasn't a movie fight. It was just two dudes windmilling at each other, awkward and exhausting. That said, Tony clearly had some boxing training. He landed a few decent punches, but the thug powered through, grabbing at him in desperation. Without the raw strength to end things quickly, Stark was stuck in a clinch. But even in the heat of the fight, Tony noticed Henry had finished his guy and now had a gun in hand. FK. Don't just stand there, shoot him. Tony shouted. The attacker didn't flinch. He was dead set on subduing the young billionaire and didn't even glance back. Henry didn't fire. He raised the gun, faked a couple of tracking motions, and pretended he couldn't get a clean shot with the two men grappling and moving so much. Chapter 75, Full-Scale Assault. Moving the gun aside, Henry said. You seriously want me to shoot? I'm not sure I wouldn't hit you by accident. Truth be told, he just wanted to let Tony Stark suffer a bit more. It's not like those two idiots could actually beat each other to death with their bare fists. FK. Arg. One was Tony cursing, the other the attacker howling in frustration. But if it was just those two going at it, one of whom Henry had already dealt with, this fight would last until the heat death of the universe. If Stark took a punch to his smug little face, Henry might even clap in appreciation. However, having ignored his surroundings due to the earlier altercation with the spoiled fat brat, Henry's Kryptonian supersenses finally came back online. He picked up on multiple people rapidly converging on the villa, encircling it. The closest were already at the perimeter walls, preparing to scale them. Judging by the shifts in airflow and body posture, many were already armed, rifles or handguns. And these weren't paparazzi with telephoto lenses and flashbulbs, they were bringing guns that fired lead, not BBs or paintballs. Even at the rear gate, 2 more vehicles were speeding in. Henry wasn't about to bet on whether they were allies or more assassins. So, without hesitation, he aimed and fired, nailing the thug grappling with Tony Stark. The guy was mid-pounce, and even after taking several punches to the face, hadn't changed course. He slammed into Tony and tackled him to the ground, mission accomplished, sort of. Unfortunately for him, Henry's shot had hit him square in the chest, near the small pulmonary artery. It was a carefully chosen target, based on the medical knowledge Henry had absorbed from library textbooks. If treated quickly, he might survive. If not, he'd bleed out. Simple as that. And now, the unconscious attacker, a solid 200-pound sack of meat, was crushing Tony under his full weight. Mr. RGH, FK, ***, Tony groaned from beneath the human meat bag. Henry walked around the car just as Tony finally shoved the guy off. Looking at the bloody face of the now comatose assailant, Henry asked. I didn't hit you, did I? You goddamn bastard. I'd rather you had shot me. At least then I wouldn't have been flattened by this whale. Tony wheezed, pissed off and winded. Before he could get to his feet and resume yelling at Henry, the front gate burst open again, 2 more vehicles storming through with roaring engines. Definitely not a good time for banter. Henry didn't care what kind of spoiled brat Tony Stark was, he yanked him by the collar and dragged him toward the house. By sheer coincidence, Tony managed to scoop up the pistol he'd dropped earlier. Henry didn't run toward the pool to warn the others, it was too exposed. Yelling out there would make him a perfect target. And Henry wasn't interested in testing his Kryptonian bulletproofness in front of a crowd. So instead, they dove inside the villa. Taking cover behind a marble countertop, gunfire erupted from all directions. Tony Stark, reckless as he was, didn't charge out guns blazing. He crouched low beside Henry, gun in hand but wisely holding fire. Aren't these kinds of parties supposed to have private security? Tony hissed. Shouldn't they be doing something? Henry snorted. The event company strictly forbade us from carrying firearms. You think it's a good idea for a bunch of coked-up trust fund babies to get their hands on weapons? Hell, their self-control's worse than a junkie on withdrawal. If it was just somebody else getting shot, fine. But when they blow their own brains out, or someone else's, that's when the organizers can start prepping for a lengthy offshore vacation. Damn, now you've got me wanting to plant a claymore mine here. Add a timer, see how long they last. Maybe we'd finally get a proper thrill out of these spoiled bastards. Tony muttered. Honestly, I think it'd make a great hangover cure. Even the drunkest guy here would sober up instantly. Henry said, shooting Tony a knowing look. That look made Tony shift uncomfortably. Thinking back to earlier, when he'd been the first to resist despite having a gun to his head, he wasn't exactly sure why he did it. It hadn't been bravery. Just impulse. To distract from his own awkwardness, Tony reached out and said, Tony Stark. A formal introduction, finally. Henry was surprised. He didn't want to leave the future Iron Man hanging, literally, but still hesitated. Did he really want to get mixed up with this ticking PR time bomb? In the end, he shook the hand. Henry. Henry Brown. There were no sparks, no fated connection, no tingling sense of destiny. Just a brief, dry handshake. Tony didn't really like other people's body heat anyway. Casually racking the pistol slide, Tony checked the chamber. So. Should we deal with the guys out front? Shouldn't we? I don't know, call the cops first. Henry asked. He was also silently screaming, "Why are you like this? You don't even have the damn suit yet." But thinking about it more, it made sense. A kid desperate to prove himself, starved of paternal validation, could easily end up doing reckless crap. Of course, Tony had no idea the guy crouched next to him was a dimension-hopping Kryptonian judging him from the inside out. Tony pulled out a flashing device from his pocket. "Already sent an alert. My private security will be here within 20 minutes. Way faster than arguing with some granny over at 911. Henry blinked. "Then we should wait for help. Don't you think we're outnumbered, and most of the guests are basically walking hostages? Even if you don't care if they live or die, how many rounds do you have in that pea shooter?" Before Tony could answer, a new wave of attackers burst into the villa's front hall. They didn't say a word. They just raised their rifles and opened fire. Bullets sprayed across the room. The marble counter held, for now, but shards and dust exploded everywhere. Both Tony and Henry hunkered down, minimizing their exposed surface area. The countertop might block bullets temporarily, but focused fire could definitely chew through it. It was cover, not armor. "So what now?" Tony growled. "You planning to just sit here and die, pussy?" Chapter 76, Counterattack. As soon as the gunfire from the attackers stopped, and the sound of magazines being swapped echoed in the hall, Tony Stark suddenly lunged out from behind the marble counter like a war god possessed. He held his pistol in one hand and began firing rapidly at the intruders storming into the villa. Henry wanted to stay in cover and keep playing dead, but when a main character tier superhero dashed into the line of fire, how could he keep cowering behind a counter? After all, it wasn't every day you got the chance to earn a favor from someone like him, someone whose future last name would probably be followed by Industries. Besides, if Tony Stark died here today, who knew what Old Man Stark would do? Maybe he'd go nuclear and start purging everyone even remotely related to this villa incident. Sure, the rich might buy their way out of it, but Henry? He didn't have money or power. He'd be stuck using his superpowers to go on the run for life. That calculation took all of half a second. As Tony charged out, Henry rose from behind the counter at the exact same moment. Each time Stark pulled the trigger, Henry would check if the shot would hit. If so, he'd aim at a different target. If not, he'd finish the job for him. Sounds impossible. Not for someone with Kryptonian-level reflexes and processing speed. For Henry, it was as simple as breathing. It was like flipping a mental switch. The more he focused, the faster he moved, the faster he thought. His body didn't just act, he flowed. To an outside observer, it looked like Henry had entered some kind of bullet time. To Henry, the world around him had simply slowed to a crawl. He'd already used the same ability during his stunt gigs, letting him pull off jaw-dropping feats others deemed suicidal. This wasn't some last-minute miracle, it was practiced. Now that he was finally using that ability to shoot people, hitting his targets was child's play. And avoiding being hit? Impossible not to, no matter how good the other guy was. Sure, Henry could just go full Kryptonian, tank bullets with his chest, punch heads clean off, but that'd blow his cover faster than a nuke in Times Square. No, subtlety was key. His cheat code reflexes would stay hidden under a layer of Oscar-worthy acting. After all, Clark Kent wasn't Superman just because of his glasses. The bumbling, clumsy persona was part of the mask. And nobody suspected the guy who tripped over his own feet of being the Man of Steel. If Superman had gone into acting instead of journalism, he'd have Oscars lining his fortress of solitude. Henry understood this now, deeply. So while Tony Stark emptied his clip with dramatic flair, Henry lazily fired once or twice behind him, pretending to be a total amateur. He even deliberately ran out of ammo just in time, letting Tony think he was doing all the work. And just like that, between the two of them, 6 armed assailants lay sprawled on the floor. Not all were dead, but they were all out of the fight. Tony glanced smugly at Henry, clearly convinced he had done all the real work. 1 shot, 1 kill, baby. And to be fair, his accuracy was impressive, 4 out of 6 hits, 2 critical. That was better than your average gun nut at a range. Henry, holding his now empty pistol, gave Tony a sheepish look as he opened the slide and confirmed he was out of rounds. Then he stepped forward to check on the bodies. He didn't go full executioner, but at least disarmed them, just in case someone tried the old, "surprise I'm still alive," trick. Henry fumbled with one of the handguns he'd picked up, trying to figure out how to eject the magazine. Tony approached and, with a deadpan face, asked, "What the hell are you doing?" "Trying to figure out how to check the ammo count." Henry admitted. Tony pointed to the mag release. Press here. The mag'll pop out. Henry followed the instructions, but wasn't ready to catch the magazine, sending it flying through the air like a loose tooth. He scrambled to catch it. Fortunately, it didn't hit the ground. Reloading. Also took him 2 tries. Racking the slide. Equally awkward. Once done, he finally assumed a decent shooting stance, only for Tony to roll his eyes and mutter. You left the safety on. Oh. Henry blinked, looked around, finally spotted the safety. It was at least helpfully labeled. Tony stared at him. Have you ever used a gun before? Henry hesitated, then admitted. Today's my first time. That was the truth. Pre-reincarnation, he'd only seen guns on TV. Even in Alaska, he'd never played with John's shotgun. Tony's face darkened. He turned away, clearly reevaluating his life choices. If it weren't for the fact that Henry could at least draw enemy fire, Tony would have ditched him already. Instead, Tony grabbed another pistol for himself and tucked it into his waistband, then slung one of the recovered rifles over his shoulder. He checked the mag by feel, satisfied with its weight. But he didn't hand Henry a rifle. These were newer models, more complex, and honestly too much for a guy who just now figured out which end goes boom. And long guns. Not ideal indoors anyway. As for the still-breathing enemies, Tony casually knocked them all unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Not exactly gentle, but effective. When Henry noticed Tony glancing around nervously, clearly listening for other gunfire, he realized this guy wasn't planning to sit tight and wait for help. Look, they're not here for you. They're after some guy named Josh Hilton. You said your backup would be here in 20 minutes, why risk your life for this? Tony looked him dead in the eyes. How do you know they won't kill everyone to eliminate witnesses? If we don't counterattack now, once they control the villa, we're just lambs waiting for slaughter. Look at their gear. You think anyone else can hold out for 20 minutes? He paused, then added. If you're scared, feel free to sit this one out. Henry, the Kryptonian, had no words. Chapter 77, The Nature of a Hero. To become a true superhero, one indispensable quality is the courage to step forward. That was precisely why, even with his Kryptonian abilities, Henry never considered himself another Superman. Because when danger struck, his first instinct was always self-preservation. Sure, ever since crossing over to this world, he'd spent nearly 20 years like a blank slate, caged or suffering. But before that, he'd lived for 30, maybe 40 years in his original life. The fire of youthful idealism. Long gone. But Tony Stark, he truly was someone destined to become a superhero. Some might dismiss him as just a rich guy hiding in a metal suit. But they often forget that his first armor was forged in captivity, surrounded by enemies, built from scraps purely to survive. And even when his Mark 42 was still charging, he had no hesitation breaking into enemy territory with nothing but improvised hardware from a hardware store. The Iron Man suit was a symbol of his wealth and genius, but not his bravery. That came from within. Honestly, though, Henry thought the teenage Tony Stark was just reckless. The kind of reckless that only came from youth and inexperience. It was like he was desperately trying to prove something, throwing his life on the line far too easily. And now, as this young man once again dashed toward the densest cluster of gunfire, Henry seriously considered shooting him in the leg just to make him stop. But in the end, he followed. Someone had to watch the idiot's back. With all his Kryptonian senses fully active, Henry was like a walking radar dish, tracking every potential enemy around them through walls and doors. And that's when he noticed something off. There was no doubt the attackers had a target, and that the target was here at the party. But for a force this large, their coordination was surprisingly poor. It felt less like a disciplined strike team, and more like a bunch of armed freelancers playing soldier. The evidence? Their encirclement was full of holes. If someone picked the right direction and sprinted hard enough, escape was possible. Even their room-to-room sweeps were sloppy, more focused on not stepping on each other's toes than on efficiency. That reminded Henry of something. While looting extra pistols from fallen attackers earlier, he'd also found a gold coin. It looked eerily similar to the ones he'd seen with Tom, the shady fixer from Alaska. Tom, who had ties to the underworld. And if memory served him right, wasn't that coin associated with the Continental Hotel? The secret international assassin network. Where gold coins served as a universal currency, and bounty contracts were fair game to any number of killers. As long as you brought proof of the kill, the full reward was yours. Whether you shared it or stabbed your partners in the back was your own call. Everything outside of Continental grounds was fair game. Inside the hotel, killing was strictly forbidden. If this was a Continental contract, then the only upside was that the quality of their assassins was all over the place. Not everyone was John Wick, aka Baba Yaga. Case in point, the goons they'd already run into. Those two at the entrance. They'd gotten so close, yet still casually took their gun off target. Any real pro would have never made such a mistake. Same with the 6 guys who stormed the foyer. They'd burned through entire magazines at the same time, creating a perfect window for Tony to counterattack. These guys might have the guts to kill, but clearly lacked the experience. If they'd been just a little more competent, Tony wouldn't have stood a chance. Henry could only hope the rest of them were just as sloppy. Just then, a shadow moved past an unlit window. Bang. Henry fired a single shot toward it. What the fuck? Tony instinctively hugged the wall and hissed back. Henry replied casually, I thought I saw something move. Maybe I was wrong. Nothing happened. In truth, someone had just been climbing in through the window. Henry's shot had nailed the guy's hand, sending him tumbling to the ground outside. Alive, but definitely out of the fight. Tony grumbled, watch it. Don't give away our position. Yes, sir. Tony had just taken 2 steps forward when Henry grabbed the collar of his jacket and yanked him backwards, hard. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets shredded the air right where Tony had been standing. If Henry hadn't pulled him back, he'd have been Swiss cheese. The 2 of them hit the floor hard, just as the wall above them was torn apart by a wave of gunfire. The decorative wood paneling didn't offer much resistance. Tony rolled aside, making sure he wasn't crushing Henry. What the hell room is that? He asked. Smoking lounge. Tony sniffed the air. Doesn't smell like cigarettes. Henry deadpanned, you know. The kind of smoke that hits real hard. The addictive kind. Tony raised his brows, understanding immediately. He didn't comment further. Instead, he twisted around, lying flat on his back, and barked, push me in. Henry understood. He grabbed Tony by both ankles and shoved him forward across the floor like a human battering ram. Tony's rifle peeked out from the doorway, rat-a-tat-a-tat. The shots rang out. Then, silence. Just as Tony began to rise, another shooter, hidden behind a couch, popped up. Bang. Bang. Henry, who had already moved in behind Tony, fired 2 clean shots. The first one did the job. The second was just for show. Tony shifted from lying to a crouch. Though he didn't say thanks, at least he didn't insult Henry again. He stood and swept the room quickly. Half the people were high out of their minds, the other half already had holes in their heads. Gunfire echoed elsewhere in the house. Tony didn't waste a second. He bolted toward the next fight. Henry trailed behind with a sigh. So this is the difference between a hero and a couch potato, huh? Chapter 78, Who's the Target? Tony Stark, full of fire and fury, surged forward like a man possessed, like some kind of gun god. He advanced with textbook tactics, gunning down anyone armed in his path. Shot after shot, it looked like he never missed. In truth, it was Henry covering from behind, silently cleaning up any of Tony's missed shots or dropping enemies the young Stark didn't fully down. And if Tony's rifle ran low, Henry would quietly land the kill shots. Strangely enough, the attackers hadn't gone on a killing spree. Most of the guests and staff had been herded into corners like quails, made to squat down and keep quiet. Most of the earlier gunfire had been more warning shots than outright executions. Only a few out-of-their-minds partygoers, likely high as hell, had tried to resist, and they were swiftly put down. In contrast, Tony and Henry were the real killers here. Henry's shots were clean and non-lethal if possible. As long as emergency care was prompt, his targets would live, and even walk again. Tony's aim. Less merciful. Some bullets found skulls. Others tore through torsos and left survivors wheezing on the ground. Thankfully, Tony didn't have the habit of finishing people off. His priority was neutralizing threats, not body count. Eventually, they cleared the entire first floor together. Anyone left breathing, Tony warned them, Stark security will be here soon. Stay hidden, stay low. Help is coming. Still, a few bold ones grabbed fallen weapons and bolted for the exits. Couldn't blame them. No one wanted to be caught in a full-blown shootout, even if Tony Stark himself was leading the charge. Henry couldn't stop Tony from running into danger, and Tony couldn't command strangers to stay put. In this chaos, everyone looked out for their own hide. Stark just wasn't that kind of figure yet. He wasn't the symbol of hope or leadership he'd become someday. At best, he was just another rich brat with a gun. The next decision, move upstairs or face the chaos at the poolside, wasn't really a decision at all. Tony had already crept toward the massive floor-to-ceiling windows and peeked outside. What he saw at the pool made the choice for him. Two groups of gunmen were controlling the crowd, one from the front, one from the back. Even the floating girls in the pool had been hauled out and herded to the side. Guests, escorts, staff, all squatting in fear, herded like cattle. One group of shooters was shouting, interrogating the crowd, waving weapons. Tony, now with only a pistol after discarding his empty rifle, asked, "You think you can handle one of those groups?" Henry pulled the magazine from his gun, checked it, then slid it back in. 2 rounds left. That said it all. Tony didn't say a word. He already knew better than to expect much from his backup. Instead, he tried to think of a way to take down the gunmen without harming the hostages. But he didn't get the chance. Either the sound of their voices or the faint clack of Henry reloading had tipped someone off. One group of gunmen turned toward the house and opened fire through the windows. To make things worse, a third group of shooters suddenly joined in, flooding the poolside like an unstoppable tide. Shit just hit the fan. Tony didn't even blink. He charged through the shattered glass, gun blazing at the closest group. The sudden ambush startled all 3 shooter teams. The one closest panicked and split up, ducking behind cover as they returned fire. The other 2 teams raised their weapons and opened up. Tony's lucky shot dropped one man mid-run. The other 2. Henry took care of them. Together, the 2 scrambled behind a short planter box, barely large enough to shelter them both. Bullets pinged and ripped across the planter's surface. Even the future Iron Man had to curl up tight, and Henry did the same, placing himself closer to the danger, making sure Tony didn't catch any stray rounds. Tony checked his magazine, empty. Only 1 round left in the chamber. "You got ammo?" he asked. Henry held up his pistol, slide locked open. "Empty." Tony growled, "Fuck." Across the pool, gunfire finally stopped. Sirens could be heard in the distance, police or private security, hard to tell. The shooters were getting nervous. "Damn it," one shouted. "Anyone find the target yet?" Another barked at the hostages. "Where's Josh Hilton? Anyone seen him? Don't think those 2 idiots who charged in can save you. They're screwed too, you hear me? Screwed." The third group, the newcomers, had a calmer tone. "Doesn't anyone even know what the target looks like? Fuck you. If we did, you think we'd be out here playing 20 questions?" One of them fired a shot into the crowd. Screams exploded. The newcomer shook his head. "Easy. No need to scare them. At least they're loyal." "That's admirable." "What the hell are you talking about?" Another gunshot, followed by a scream so sharp it could only belong to one man. Henry winced. He recognized that pig-like squeal. It was the chubby jerk from earlier. Of course. Then came the voice of the shooter, clear, cold, leader-like. "Josh Hilton. You've got some loyal friends. But unfortunately, that's not enough." "Why?" That was Hilton again. His voice rising like a pig at the slaughterhouse. "You're lucky," said the gunman. "The client gave explicit orders. We had to tell you why before killing you." "You're going to kill me? You really think we brought all these people just to put a bullet in your ass and walk away? Please. I'm begging you. Spare me. Begging me won't help. You've said too much. Too many people know. Our employer doesn't like losing control. You know that. I'll shut up. I won't say a word again. Please, just this once. You're begging the wrong man, Hilton. We're not here to forgive. We're here to kill. Take my advice, pray to God. Wait. Tony shouted, suddenly rising from behind cover. But Henry yanked him down again, hard. Bang. Bang. 2 bullets flew just over their heads. Clearly, the gunman had been waiting for them to pop up. A third shot rang out. Hilton's screams fell silent. Chapter 79, The late but lawful arrival of the American police. The effectiveness of their suppressive fire and coordinated movement left no doubt. The third group of gunmen was nothing like the amateur cannon fodder they'd faced earlier. These guys were pros. Tony wanted to stop them. But crouching behind the stone planter, he was clearly pinned down by a few well-placed warning shots. If Henry hadn't yanked him back earlier, he'd already be sporting a new hole somewhere important. The lead gunman shouted, "Target eliminated. Time to go. If we stick around any longer, the cops will be here." "You really want to deal with the LAPD?" One of the jumpier gunmen panicked. "What about the witnesses? You want to shut them up for good?" "Don't be an idiot," the leader snapped. "Our employer chose this kind of scene specifically to make an example. To send a message. If you kill everyone, who the hell's left to get the message? And you know the risks here. Any one of these rich kids dies, and we'll be the ones on every damn bounty board tomorrow. You kill everyone. We might not even live to see tomorrow. Motherf. So we're just walking away." They're not stupid. They know what they can and can't say. And if they don't, their daddies sure as hell do. If you want to stay here and worry about it, go ahead. I'm out. What about proof of the kill, huh? My guys helped hold this side down. We want a cut. Once our client sees the news, they'll know the job's done. You want a share? Make sure your guys live to claim it at the hotel. Your real problem ain't me, it's the people heading this way right now. The sirens, those blaring LAPD sirens, suddenly cut out. They'd arrived. Two of the gunman groups fired synchronized bursts into the air, 3 shots each, sharp and deliberate. Clearly a signal to regroup. Then the leader raised his voice, calling toward the flowerbed, "Hey, you two heroes back there. We're leaving. As long as you don't pop up and try something stupid, we'll all walk away peacefully." "Cool." The son of a, Tony started to rise again, face twisted with fury. Henry yanked him down again. 2 more bullets zipped overhead. Motherf. Tony cursed through clenched teeth. Realizing for the second time that he was not bulletproof, Tony Stark finally chose the smarter option. He stayed down. Moments later, voices rang out loud and clear. "LAPD. Drop your weapons. Hands in the air." Henry had already ditched his empty pistol and raised his hands high. Tony did the same, casually tossing his sidearm and raising his hands halfway. "I'm Tony Stark," he announced. "I'm a victim here. I won't be answering any questions until my attorney is present." With the air of Stark Industries front and center, Henry didn't face any serious trouble. He just had to wait on the scene until Tony's legal team showed up. Besides the police, ambulances, and even FBI agents began arriving shortly afterward. But by far the largest response came from Stark Industries' private security team. They just didn't have arrest authority. After all, everyone involved in this incident was either rich, famous, or otherwise problematic. And the line between victim and perpetrator wasn't exactly clear-cut yet. The LAPD officers, for all their street smarts, still looked out of their depth. Dealing with celebrities. That was one thing. Dealing with rich people's kids. That was another beast entirely. Because here's the deal, celebs worry about reputation, endorsements, press coverage. Rich kids don't give a damn. They've got lawyers and power backing every move. And in this town, when a pop star gets in trouble, it's a PR bonanza, tribute albums, memorial concerts, re-released classic films, it's a whole business model. Someone dies. That's a marketing opportunity. But if rich nobodies from powerful families start getting killed at high-end parties, that's political dynamite. So when the FBI stepped in, the head of the local precinct practically threw the case into their lap. The feds were better equipped for this level of mess anyway. Ironically, things got easier for Tony Stark the higher up the investigation went. FBI agents knew how to deal with this social tier. Beat cops. Not so much. So Henry and Tony found themselves sitting together at the back of an ambulance, protected by Stark security personnel, while a big paramedic fussed over them, checking for injuries. The 2 young men sat quietly, watching as cops and federal agents scrambled around the crime scene. EMTs rushed to treat the wounded, while the dead remained where they fell, awaiting forensic teams for documentation before removal. No one dared question Tony. He'd made it clear, no talking without his lawyer. LAPD didn't want that kind of trouble. Instead, the officers turned to the event staff. The party girls and catering crew didn't have lawyers on speed dial, so they got grilled first. It was all about figuring out what had happened, and who actually mattered. Compared to Tony, who sat calm and composed like he was at brunch, Henry looked like absolute hell. His suit was soaked from the pool incident. He'd been running around all night, clothes wrinkled, shoes scuffed, hair a mess. If Tony was the picture of wealthy elegance, Henry looked like he'd just been mugged by a sprinkler system. Then Tony turned, looked Henry up and down, and asked, "Why'd you help me?" Henry blinked. "What?" Tony elaborated, "Most of those people we saved bolted the second they had the chance. You stuck around. Didn't do much, but you stayed. This is the third time we've run into each other, isn't it?" "Didn't do much." Henry internally screamed, "Excuse me. If it weren't for me covering your shiny billionaire ass, you'd be looking like a piece of Swiss cheese right now." Before Henry could voice his rage, Tony threw out another question. "Oh, right, aren't you supposed to still be filming that movie? I thought it wasn't done shooting yet." Chapter 80, another invitation. Henry gave an awkward expression and said bluntly, "The producer fired me, wanted to avoid any further conflict between us." Tony asked directly, "So, do you want me to help get your job back? Or maybe introduce you to something else? And just so we're clear, I'm not doing this because I feel obligated." "I know. And no need," Henry shook his head. This was just everyone being cautious and making decisions for themselves. Even if you hadn't said anything, they'd still have made the same call after tonight. Same logic applies here, because I helped you, as long as you don't go out of your way to blacklist me, people will naturally figure out what to do. Even if they don't hand me new opportunities, at least they won't actively block me. That's all I need. That's all." Tony looked puzzled. "That's the only reason you helped me?" Henry scoffed. "Come on, Mr. Stark, use that genius brain of yours. Maybe you couldn't tell at first, but looking back now, were we ever actually in danger? Their target was that fat bastard, Josh Hilton. As long as everyone else complied and didn't resist, nobody was ever going to get hurt. You could say you acted to save people, but in the end, they still got to their target. You didn't save the guy, did you? So your intervention just ended up with you shooting a few people, some of whom might have died. That's what you wanted. Tired of shooting inanimate targets and couldn't pass up the chance to try live ones." He went on, "So yeah, helping you wasn't some noble act. It was low risk from the start. All that life-threatening danger you felt was self-inflicted. You brought it on yourself. And I didn't help you because I thought you could get me my job back. My goal became making sure you didn't get yourself killed, because if you had gotten shot tonight, the fallout would have been massive." Tony bristled. "How could anyone know that in advance? In the beginning, you couldn't guarantee those gunmen wouldn't hurt bystanders, right?" Henry nodded honestly. Tony continued, "Then someone had to step up, couldn't just let the bad guys do whatever they wanted. So why shouldn't that someone be me? And as for the fallout, come on, do I even have that much influence?" "TCH, classic Stark air," Henry muttered. It was like people born on Earth taking oxygen for granted, never realizing how precious it was until it was gone. Talking to this guy about privilege felt just as pointless. The same way, arguing with this trust fund kid just made Henry painfully aware of his own poverty, not just in money, but in every possible aspect. Once Henry realized that, he lost interest in continuing the conversation. Yep, best to stay far away from main characters like this, lest he get sucked into their disaster-prone gravitational fields. Even if Iron Man wasn't cursed by fate, he was definitely a magnet for trouble, or worse, someone who created it. Henry stood up and glanced around, looking for a cop or FBI agent. Time to give his statement and go home. The sooner he left this walking catastrophe behind, the better. Tony noticed and asked, "Where are you going?" "Turning myself in. Do whatever they want with me." "You're not gonna wait for my lawyer to get here?" "I'll represent myself. The law's written in books, right? A quick skim should be enough." It was an insanely cocky thing to say, but coming from Henry, it didn't even sound that crazy. Tony wasn't offended either, probably because he felt the same way. He usually let his lawyers handle things just because he didn't want to read. But what did bother Tony was how desperately Henry seemed to want to get away from him, like he was some kind of plague. Luckily, Tony had an excellent memory. Maybe he didn't care about a lot of things, but he sure remembered details when it mattered. "If I invited you to another party, would you go?" he asked suddenly. No thanks, Henry replied immediately. Pretty sure I've developed an allergy to rich people parties. A few more of these, and I'll end up in a body bag. Seriously, are you sure you're not part Russian? You act like you downed a bottle of vodka and shouted "Yura" before showing up. Tony actually didn't take offense. He just said, it's not one of those parties. Just a small dinner. A gathering hosted by a relative of mine. Then I definitely don't belong there. You think I'm gonna show up and do party tricks? Or maybe serve as the token poor guy so everyone can feel grateful for their trust funds? Henry said, walking away. Tony pulled an exaggerated pout. A shame. Ms. Hepburn's dinners aren't something just anyone gets invited to. Then again, what would I bring you for? You don't know anyone there. You wouldn't fit in. Henry stopped. Then turned back around. With a dramatic shift in tone, he approached and bowed slightly, face full of humble sincerity. Mr. Stark, I believe there's been a misunderstanding between us. If I've done anything to offend you, please accept my deepest apologies. Your lawyer should be arriving soon, right? I can give them the full rundown on tonight's events. You'd only need to add a few details yourself. Save you some breath. He wasn't done. Of course, I'll emphasize your bravery. The heroic conduct, your noble character. As the heir to Stark Industries, you risked your life to save so many people. A true role model for American youth. And hey, we're in Hollywood. Maybe we should get this story on the big screen. Let the world see your perfect aim, your fearless courage. A movie deal might not be a bad idea. He went on, voice dripping with faux reverence. If the whole body count thing hurts your image, we could say I did the shooting. You, using your genius intellect, provided expert tactical guidance that saved my life countless times. Without your command, I'd have died for sure. The barrage of flattery left Tony speechless. He stared, visibly disturbed, at this shape-shifting Kryptonian. Was that a bit much? Henry asked with a sheepish grin. Bit much. Tony backed away a few steps. That was like 10 different personalities at once. Are you schizophrenic? Henry grinned wider. It's still me, sir, your most loyal friend. Or if that's too much, your most loyal servant. He nearly lunged forward to hug Tony's thigh. Tony cursed, for God's sake, talk like a normal person. And don't call me Mr. Stark. That reminds me of the old man. Call me Tony. Then maybe I'll think about bringing you to Hepburn's dinner. Chapter 81, attending the dinner. Walking behind Tony Stark, who wore a tailored suit, collar unbuttoned, no tie or bow tie in sight, Henry was extremely glad he'd given up on the waterlogged suit he'd once bought. Instead, he had wisely chosen to rent a new one for the occasion. Though he couldn't yet distinguish the difference between custom-made and bargain-bin suits, at least he didn't look out of place. In his hands, he carried a bouquet of yellow roses and lilies, a traditional American courtesy when visiting someone for the first time. Of course, a small gift or a bottle of wine would also have been acceptable. But considering the host's wealth, Henry figured anything he could afford probably wouldn't leave much of an impression, so he went with the flowers. From the moment he showed up with the bouquet, Tony Stark had been smirking nonstop. That sleazy grin made Henry's Kryptonian fists itch. He had to summon all his willpower to suppress the urge to slug the future Iron Man right in his smug face. Instead, Henry forced a warm, polite smile onto his face using 120% of his Oscar-worthy acting ability. The effect was chilling. Tony actually shivered. The dinner was being held at one of the Stark family's estates in Beverly Hills. Tony didn't live there, so the two of them had come from another location. During the drive, Henry nervously asked, "So why is Miss Hepburn staying at your family's villa?" "I told you," Tony replied. "She usually lives in Connecticut now that she's retired. But when she visits LA, she either stays at a hotel or borrows our place for small get-togethers. Sometimes she even stays here." "So, your family and Miss Hepburn are that close?" Henry muttered, a dawning expression of realization creeping across his face. "Oh, I get it. Could it be that?" "Shut up," Tony snapped. "Whatever you're thinking, it's probably incredibly inappropriate. You say one more word, I'll throw you out of the car." Tony Stark clearly didn't want to discuss the past romances of the older generation. Henry, on the other hand, couldn't help wondering, was Howard Stark really that wild back in the day? Were there any Golden Age starlets he didn't hook up with? The Stark estate in Beverly Hills was just as luxurious as the villa Henry had seen during that earlier event. Only this place had more of an old-world mansion feel to it, like something left over from the last century. Honestly, Henry had no idea whose aesthetic that was supposed to reflect. As they pulled up to the wrought iron gates, Tony simply rolled down the window and said, "It's me," into the intercom. And just like that, Henry witnessed firsthand what it meant to be someone who could literally get past security with nothing but their face. The gate swung open automatically. With a rev of the engine, Tony's obnoxiously red Ferrari sped up the driveway. Henry had to admit, sports cars were all flash and no comfort. Given the choice, he'd much rather ride around in that beat-up, second-hand Cadillac he'd picked up in Alaska. But he didn't have time to worry about his sore backside. The only thing occupying his mind now was the overwhelming anxiety of meeting his idol. The moment he stepped out of the car, Henry instinctively used his free hand to smooth out the wrinkles in his rental suit. "They're here." A woman's voice called from behind the grand entrance. Henry's nerves skyrocketed. His heart pounded like a drum. As the door opened, he immediately bowed his head and extended the bouquet. "Ms. Hepburn, it's an honor. I'm a huge fan of yours." "Oh. Really now?" The voice wasn't quite what he expected, it was sharper, more assertive. He'd imagined something softer and huskier. Henry finally looked up, only to be greeted by the sharp, elegant face of an aging beauty, her features striking and her gaze piercing. "Oh, this Miss Hepburn." The disappointment in his voice was unmistakable. Katharine Hepburn narrowed her eyes and said coolly, "You want to try making that disappointed face even more obvious? I'll make sure not to miss your nose when I punch it." Realizing his blunder, Henry immediately tried to recover. "Ah, Miss Hepburn, please forgive my rudeness. I really am a fan. Your Oscar-winning role in Morning Glory was unforgettable. Bringing Up Baby and Holiday are two of my favorites. And of course, your later works, The African Queen, Summertime, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, left lasting impressions. You're a brilliant actress with both beauty and unmatched talent." Peeking out from behind the bouquet, Katharine looked past Henry to the familiar young man behind him. "Little Tony, care to explain who this smooth talker is?" "He's just a small-time actor in Hollywood," Tony replied. Her tone made it clear she wasn't buying that for a second. "He's got a bit of street smarts." Her voice rose slightly. If someone from the Stark family said someone had a bit of cleverness, that meant they were dangerously sharp. "You remember that shooting incident from a while back that made headlines? He's the guy who helped me take down those assassins." Katharine's eyebrow arched. She gave Henry another good look. Henry gave a polite nod. "Henry Brown. An honor to meet you, Miss Hepburn." "Call me Katharine, kid," she said with a sly smile. "Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll start confusing me with the other Miss Hepburn." Henry chuckled. "Yes, ma'am. Come in." "Tony, this is your house." "Nope," Tony replied immediately. "It's the old man's. Nothing to do with me." "Humph, typical Stark man," Katharine scoffed as she stepped aside to let them in. Henry politely took her place at the door, holding it open until it closed automatically. Katharine smiled and said, "If little Tony doesn't want to come in, let him stay outside and cool off. Come on, kid." "Yes, ma'am." Henry trotted after her cheerfully, leaving the sulking heir to Stark Industries behind. "Hey, Katharine, I'm your friend." "And since when do friends have an obligation to babysit children?" she shot back. Tony grumbled as he opened the door himself. "I'm the one who arranged for today's chef, by the way." "Well, you can always send them home," Katharine said airily. "Gives me a chance to show off my culinary skills." Henry chimed in, "I've got some experience in the kitchen too, happy to help." "Oh, how wonderful," Katharine beamed. "Well, it seems we've already figured out who the most useless person here is, haven't we?" Chapter 82, Spirited Conversation. In the end, no one cooked. They left that to the professional French culinary team. And since it was a proper dinner gathering, naturally the attendees weren't limited to just Henry, Tony, and Ms. Katharine Hepburn. Also present was a high-profile couple from the financial world, Alex Hart, the CEO of MasterCard, and his wife. Perhaps because Henry was clearly an outsider, Mr. Hart didn't try to dominate the conversation with financial jargon. Instead, he fulfilled the role of an ideal guest, offering timely and thoughtful reactions. But much to Tony Stark's frustration, who typically enjoyed being the center of attention, this evening, he was completely overshadowed by Henry. Henry could name nearly every one of Catherine's films off the top of his head. He even quoted contemporary positive reviews. Not only that, he could analyze each film's strengths and weaknesses with insight and nuance. To someone unfamiliar with film, the conversation might have sounded like total nonsense. But Katharine Hepburn. She wasn't some actress who never watched her own performances. Born from theater, she was one of the rare Golden Age actresses who truly studied the craft, not just relying on natural charisma. So naturally, she understood everything Henry was saying. And this connection clearly stirred something in her, a sense of encountering a kindred spirit. Katharine said, "So when you said you were my fan, and not just of that other Ms. Hepburn, you weren't lying after all." "Ms." Henry began. "Call me Katharine," she said warmly, smiling. "All right, Katharine. I wouldn't dare lie to such a talented and beautiful lady like yourself. If I were just making it up, I bet you'd see right through me." From the side, Tony muttered, "What a damn suck-up." Everyone heard it, but no one paid it any mind. They just chuckled and continued talking. It was clear they were all quite used to Tony Stark's personality. Katharine added, "Well then, Henry, let me quiz you." "Please, go ahead. Critics often accuse me of dragging out my career, saying that after 40, I've only managed to cling to the box office with nostalgia. What's your take on that?" "Take their words for what they are, Katharine." "Bullshit," Henry said without hesitation. "There are many reasons why a film might underperform at the box office. But in my opinion, the fault lies mostly with the Hollywood system." "Oh. That's a fresh answer." "Finally, someone who doesn't just blame the audience for lacking taste," Katharine said. Henry continued with sharp criticism, "Hollywood defines female roles in the narrowest of ways. You're either a pretty young girl, a sultry mature woman, or a bitter old hag. That's it. But women are far more complex than that. Studios use box office numbers to justify only casting those three types. And then they force female actors into those roles, regardless of whether they're a good fit. If the result flops, they dump the blame on the actress. But it's not your fault. Acting is just one part of the filmmaking machine. Even with your beauty and youth and your phenomenal acting skill, it's possible to end up in a film that looks like crap thanks to bad lighting or a terrible edit. Directors, editors, producers, any of them can ruin a movie. But how many of them ever admit fault? Hardly any. The actor always becomes the scapegoat. Given the right script, a capable director, and a producer who isn't blindly overconfident, someone like you could easily deliver yet another classic performance. A successful film is a perfect storm of many things going right. And likewise, failure is rarely just one person's fault. In my view, the actor is usually the least responsible. Actors are selected through auditions. They perform under the director's vision. If an actor truly delivers a bad performance, isn't it the fault of the casting team? There are hundreds of actors in Hollywood. If this is the best one available, then the failure lies elsewhere. And if the actor does a fantastic job and the film still flops, well, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who's really to blame. And honestly, what's wrong with selling nostalgia? Would the audience rather watch a newbie who just looks the part but can't act? Or someone seasoned and talented who knows how to bring depth to a role? What sounded like a passionate defense still didn't entirely sit well with Katharine. She raised an eyebrow and said, "While I agree with most of what you said, there's still a tone in your words that says, you're old now, so go play old lady roles. And that, my dear boy, is infuriating." Henry winced and said sheepishly, "That wasn't the point I was trying to make." From the side, Tony burst out laughing and said, "Right, Katharine. Don't let him off the hook. This guy's got a bit of wit and suddenly thinks he's smarter than everyone else. Time someone put him in his place." Everyone at the table turned to Tony with a look that said, "Seriously?" Katharine gave the death blow. "Little Tony, have you listened to your own words? Why is it that you think that flaw only applies to others?" That one hit home. Tony looked like he wanted to argue but wisely held his tongue. Katharine Hepburn had a way of spotting exactly where to jab the knife with her words. Even a genius like Tony Stark wasn't immune. That had been confirmed across 2 generations of Starks. Trying to escape, Tony turned to the relatively quiet Mr. Hart and said, "Alex, how about we go chat in the study? My father kept a stash of rare whiskey there." Howard's stash. Now that's worth tasting. If I waited for him to offer it, I'd be 6 feet under before it happened. The financial tycoon got up and followed Tony, leaving his wife behind with Catherine and Henry. The fact that Henry had been left with the two women, both of whom were intentionally steering the conversation toward film, was a subtle but clear signal. The real discussion was happening elsewhere. Henry wasn't so dense as to demand a glass of whiskey at a time like this. In truth, Alex Hart and his wife had only come because of Catherine. Tony had asked her to extend the invitation. It just so happened that Hart was vacationing in California, a rare occurrence since he typically worked out of New York. That gave Tony an opening. And of course, Hart hadn't accepted the invitation out of friendship. If anyone in the Stark family could pull that off, it would have been Howard. For Tony, who was essentially just some rich kid to him, there had to be an agenda behind the invite. Hart was curious what that agenda was, and that curiosity is what got him to this private dinner. Chapter 83, A Secret Meeting in the Study. Howard Stark's study was nothing like the kind of room you'd expect in a typical wealthy household. There weren't shelves of leather-bound books or antique tomes left untouched for years, purely for show. Instead, the room was filled with journals, bound manuscripts, and printed book drafts. Some stood upright, others piled up haphazardly. Every single book, or book-like item, in this room looked like it had been flipped through countless times. Sticky tabs poked out from the top and sides, and some open volumes lay stacked on particular pages. Upon entering, Alex Hart immediately noticed that while the books seemed to be in disarray, the room itself hadn't seen its owner in quite some time. Even with regular cleaning, a fine layer of dust was still visible in the corners. Tony Stark closed the door behind them and poured 2 wide glasses of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, one for himself and one for his guest. Taking a sip, Alex swirled the amber liquid in his glass and said, No doubt about it, Howard's private stash. This is excellent. Tony took a sip too. Although it didn't taste quite like it had when he sneaked in here as a teenager, after sampling his fair share of cheap bar booze, he could now tell the real thing from the garbage. Tony, Alex began, I can call you Tony, can't I? You can. Well then, Tony, I assume you didn't go through the trouble of inviting me here through Catherine just to raid your father's liquor cabinet. The pleasantries had been exhausted in the living room, so the financial tycoon got straight to the point. Tony didn't bother beating around the bush either. You remember that recent shooting incident, the one I was involved in? Oh, that one. Yeah, I heard something about it. Word was that a number of Silicon Valley, what do you call them? New money types got caught up in it. But the story just sort of disappeared. No follow-up from the media. Exactly, Tony said. But what if I told you the FBI agents who showed up that night weren't real agents? And that the gunmen I helped take down, including the bodies, completely vanished afterward? Does that sound normal to you? Alex paused for a moment, then asked, You've been digging into this? I was there, Tony said flatly. Of course I wanted to know what happened next. You didn't ask Howard. I'm an adult. I don't need some so-called father figure looking out for me. Alex let out a soft sigh. All right then, go on. Tony continued, I asked the LAPD, they insist all case materials were handed over to the FBI. But when I contacted the FBI's Los Angeles field office, they swore they'd never received the case. No records, nothing. I also spoke with other people who were at the party. But all of them kept their mouths shut, as if nothing had ever happened. So I started digging deeper. Trouble is, this runs deeper than I expected. And frankly, I don't have the leverage to get the people who do know something to talk. But here's the thing, one of the shooters said the whole thing was meant as a warning. That's why they did it so publicly, in front of people they knew they couldn't afford to cross. So I thought, rather than chasing down shadows, why not find someone who understands what that warning means, and just ask them directly. So you came to me? Alex said with a bitter smile. I'll say it again, you should have asked Howard. That'd be the smart move. I won't, Tony said firmly, pointing at the men in front of him. The message was clear. Alex downed the rest of his whiskey in one gulp and refilled his glass. You're entitled to know, so telling you doesn't cross any lines. But once we step out of this room, I'll deny everything. If you try to drag me into it, I'll say this was just the paranoid delusion of a so-called genius. Let's not get to that point. Tony zipped his lips in pantomime. I just want to know what's behind all of this. Alex cleared his throat and began, there's an island off the coast of California. On that island, some very wealthy people enjoy certain private entertainments. Activities that might not align with the laws of any U.S. state. So, everyone involved keeps quiet out of mutual understanding. You mean something like that Hollywood red couch rumor? Tony asked. Maybe even wilder, Alex replied. Then quickly added, and don't get the wrong idea, I've never been there. Yes, they do send out invitations, but whether or not to go is up to the individual. Tony frowned. Wilder. What else could they possibly be doing out there? Even without the island, these people aren't exactly saints. Don't assume the only thing going on is debauchery, Tony, Alex warned. That island also offers medical services, the kind you won't find at any legitimate hospital. That clue was all Tony needed. Suddenly, it all clicked. Many of the roadblocks in medicine weren't due to technological limits, but ethical ones. As the realization sank in, Tony felt a surge of revulsion toward this so-called island. Alex noticed the change in his expression and offered a word of caution. Don't be so quick to label this as evil. The fact that it exists means it fulfills a need. Think of it like contraband, no matter how hard you try, you can't truly get rid of it. One day, you or someone close to you might need something they offer. And if that day comes, you'll be glad the island exists. So what does that have to do with the so-called warning? Tony asked, abandoning the moral debate in favor of the practical one. Alex said, because services like that, ones the average person could never afford, aren't meant to be known by the general public. What would happen if poor people found out? People who can barely make rent. They'd do one of two things. Demand the same services for free, or try to make sure nobody gets them. Either way, it's a problem. Just like that old saying, they never ask what they can do for the country, only what the country can do for them. So the guy who got killed, he was a loudmouth? Tony asked. Exactly. He told too many people who hadn't been properly vetted. The powers behind it all don't want anything happening out of their line of sight. That's why they shut him up. And at the same time, sent a warning to the rest. Chapter 84, Perspective from the Heights. Who's the one in charge? Tony Stark asked. Alex replied candidly, at my level, I don't know their identities. But there are two people currently vying to become the public face. Who? A little guy named Epstein, and a black man they call Puff Daddy. A black man? Tony was stunned. Yeah, that's how bizarre this world is. A guy who clawed his way into a considerable amount of Hollywood resources through vulgar means now thinks he's on equal footing with us. I remember that guy. Wasn't he? A fairly new upstart rapper. He's got some smarts, I'll give him that. But no self-awareness. Tony asked, so one of those two hired the assassins? No. The killers were just hired help, I think. Same goes for the fake FBI agents you mentioned, they were probably part of a cleanup crew. Which assassin organization has the strength to pull that off? CIA. Maybe the CIA has a hand in it behind the scenes, I can't say for sure. But if I had to guess, the only group on the West Coast capable of impersonating the FBI and covering things up like that would be that one organization. Which one? The Continental Hotel. Ever heard of it, Tony? No. Never. How do I find them? Why bother? Alex said. It's just a tool. Even if you do find them and demand justice, as long as you pay enough, the people who crossed you will disappear the next day. But the organization itself will remain. You can't destroy them, unless all you want is a bit of catharsis. Isn't anyone going to do something about all this? Tony growled, visibly frustrated. Alex took a drink and spoke some harsh truths. It's still a part of America. Just like how we live on a planet where you can't keep only the daylight and wish away the night. Tony fell silent. After a moment, he downed the rest of his whiskey and asked, there's one more thing I want to know. Go ahead. But I can't promise I'll have an answer. My father. Howard. Was he involved in any of this? I'm not sure if you're more afraid that he was involved, or disappointed that he wasn't. But I can tell you the answer, he wasn't. You're sure? Let's put it this way, Tony. These dealings have been around for a long time. Howard was a genius, no doubt. And with that genius, he won the military's favor and amassed considerable wealth. But he still wasn't qualified to join those circles. Alex added, I hope that answer doesn't offend you. But it's the truth. Howard was smart, he had resources, but not enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Maybe if you take over and keep growing Stark Industries over the next few generations, improving and expanding, then one day, without even applying, you'll be invited into that circle. And who are they? Tony asked. Raising his glass, Alex listed off calmly, whether you've heard of them or not, the Red Shoe Club, the White Robe Society, Freemasons, the Illuminati, Yale's Skull and Bones, Old Money, Blue Blood Aristocrats, or even Hydra. Some are still active, some have vanished into history, others simply went underground. But all of them are just small subsets of a much larger whole, a collective without a name, rituals, or public identity. There's no formal gatherings or oaths. But once you reach a certain height, your vision will naturally begin to see that landscape. Disgusting, Tony muttered. They actually think it's an honor to be part of their little club. Of course not everyone wants in, Alex said, following Tony's tone. That's why they stay in the shadows. They can't become a formal power or organization. That's the only comforting fact in all this. Just as the two of them were about to continue talking, a servant knocked on the door. Young Master Tony, dinner is ready. Alex finished off his whiskey and said, that's about all I know. If you want to dig further, you'll have to find the rest of the answers yourself. I don't know anything more. All right. I handpicked tonight's French chef myself. Let's hope his cooking won't disappoint. Let's go, then. At the dining table, Henry and the others had already taken their seats. Since the two new arrivals were men, no one stood up to greet them. When Katharine Hepburn saw Tony return, she immediately chuckled and said, "Little Tony, where exactly did you meet this friend of yours? He doesn't quite feel like someone a Stark would know." Her smiling words held a blade. Tony Stark found himself momentarily speechless. Henry, however, responded with a laugh, "How should I put it? Let's just say our first meeting wasn't exactly a friendly one. Katharine, are you sure you want to hear this kind of story?" "Oh, unfriendly, huh? That makes it even more worth hearing, doesn't it?" Katharine replied with a grin, eyes fixed on the flustered Tony. Tony pointed at Henry and said, "You, don't say a word." Then quickly turned to the servant and added, "And you, serve the food, now." Katharine laughed joyfully. "Anything that can make a Starkman this uncomfortable, I'm dying to hear more." Tony stubbornly retorted, "There's nothing interesting about it. And besides, I was the one who looked after him. If I hadn't, he'd be dead." "Oh. Henry, is that true?" Katharine turned to him, asking with interest. Spreading his hands with a smile, Henry replied, "Absolutely. Just as Mr. Stark said. It was unwise to get too familiar too quickly. Going around poking fun at someone when the relationship wasn't deep enough only bred resentment." Henry had no desire to offend Tony, though, ironically, this deferential attitude annoyed the younger Stark even more. Luckily, before Tony could say anything in return, the service team had already brought out the aperitifs, marking the official start of dinner. Tony downed his glass in one gulp, then gestured for a refill. The cool liquor helped him calm down a bit. Finally, he said, "I know what you're going to say, that if we'd done nothing, those gunmen would have left on their own. But how were we supposed to know that at the time?" "All right, I get it," Katharine said. "But what's this about gunmen? Little Tony, care to fully explain yourself?" "Oh, hell." Tony felt a chill run down his spine. He just spilled something he wasn't supposed to. He'd had two official stories, one for close acquaintances, saying he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, looking for a place to hide. The other, more public version was full of exaggerated bravado about taking down assassins single-handedly. No one expected that version to be true. Chapter 85, Questions at the Dinner Table. Western dining has no such taboo as no talking while eating. In fact, the slow pace of serving courses is designed to let guests enjoy the food and engage in conversation, building connections in the process. Under Katharine Hepburn's firm insistence, Tony Stark reluctantly recounted how he first met Henry. Just after chewing through an asparagus spear, Katharine quipped, "So, what you're saying is, on your very first meeting, both little Tony and that other fellow got thoroughly embarrassed by Henry." "I did not. The one who got embarrassed was that guy, not me." Tony protested, trying to defend himself. Katharine turned to Henry. "And you, Henry? Could you really solve such complex problems just by glancing at them?" Henry smiled and replied, "Of course not. Even the most brilliant mathematicians need tools to work through some problems. How could I possibly know the answer at a glance?" "Then how did you do it?" "Well, if you speak with enough confidence, sound dead serious, those lacking confidence will naturally believe you. That's why people love movies so much. If audiences scrutinized every plot hole, logical gap, or impossible physics in films, nobody would watch them. Catherine nodded, satisfied. Now that sounds like a real filmmaker. If you don't believe in your own work, how can you convince the studios or the audience to believe in it? Finally finding a chance to cut in, Tony muttered, but that's not scientific at all. Even now, he wasn't entirely sure whether Henry had really guessed the answer back then or had just bluffed, though oddly, it had matched his own answer. Catherine countered, Tony, we're talking about the movie channel, not the Discovery Channel. If science dictated everything, Star Wars would have flopped decades ago. Tony grumbled under his breath, still not scientific. Catherine continued, so, during your second meeting, Tony was actually rude enough to just start eating off the table without asking. She always had a knack for approaching any topic from a completely fresh angle. Tony defended himself, that meal was funded entirely out of my own pocket, including the chef team and ingredients. Why shouldn't I eat the food I paid for? Henry nodded quickly and chimed in, exactly. Of course you can eat it. But maybe you could, I don't know, introduce yourself first, so people realize that stranger eating everyone's food is actually the host, not some homeless guy. Then he turned to Catherine and asked, is that just a Stark family trait? Thinking everyone should recognize them wherever they go. Sounds like a chronic overconfidence issue. It's a full-blown hereditary illness, Catherine replied with a straight face. One can only hope the next generation improves. She pivoted. By the way, Henry, I know that the third time you two met, you were following Tony around shooting people from behind. But what happened before that? Why were you soaking wet and looking like a mess? Tony had never asked that question himself, but it didn't mean he wasn't curious. So when Catherine brought it up, he stayed quiet for once, waiting to hear the story. Henry recounted the incident where he bumped into Justin Hammer again, and how a chubby little rich kid threw his expensive phone into the pool and made Henry retrieve it. After the story, Tony said, so that's why you didn't want to save him. Because that fat bastard pissed you off first. Henry explained, I should clarify, I didn't even realize that guy, Josh Hilton, was the target of the hit until later. At the time, a name was just a name. I didn't connect it to a person. Tony asked, if you had a second chance, would you save him? Still no, Henry replied, uncharacteristically serious. Let's set aside what the job required. Bodyguards at parties are there to deal with drunks or rowdy guests, not people with guns. Besides, I was already off the job. I was just a civilian by then, unarmed. My first priority was protecting myself, not cleaning up messes made by rich kids. But you still helped Tony, Catherine pointed out. Tony interjected, hey, I brought him along, not the other way around. He wasn't some gunslinging rookie, so I figured at least he'd give the bad guys something to think about. That's why I kept him around. Exactly, Henry echoed, voice dripping with sarcasm. Not that any of the Americans at the table could catch the sarcasm. Henry wasn't about to explain it either. He just let Tony boast about his own heroics while he focused on wrestling the asparagus on his plate, which, strangely enough, was the main course tonight. Considering the age of their hostess, Katharine Hepburn, who was already 84 years old, Tony had ensured the chef and nutritionist worked together to design the optimal menu. There was some meat served, but it was soft and in small portions, easy to chew for elderly guests. Alex Hart and his wife, both at the age where health-conscious eating was a priority, found no reason to complain. As for the two younger men, they devoured the meal with equal enthusiasm. In fact, Henry's table manners were noticeably more refined than Tony's, even going so far as to chat with the servers in fluent French, complimenting the food. These little things quietly earned Henry even more goodwill from the elders at the table. With a kind and gentle gaze, Catherine asked, so, Henry, what are your plans for the future? Tony says you're a small-time actor in Hollywood right now. Was she planning to use her connections in the film industry to help Tony repay the favor? It seemed the old star still had a soft spot for this young man, who was about the same age as her grandchildren. But Henry politely declined the offer. Shaking his head, he said, I came to Hollywood just to see the world. It's been less than 6 months, but I already feel I might change careers sooner or later. Catherine smiled. You don't want to become a big star. Rather than say I don't want to be a big star, I'd say I'm unwilling to pay the price it takes to become one. I'd prefer to live more freely. What Henry didn't say aloud, Even though Catherine still held sway in Hollywood, she wasn't some kingmaker. If she really wanted to make someone, she wasn't the kind of golden ticket to bet your life on. Besides, the favor Tony owed him wasn't big enough for Catherine to go all out repaying it. If this was just a chance, a casual opportunity, Henry wasn't going to risk his future in Hollywood on it. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Job Offer. After hearing Henry's response, Katharine Hepburn sighed, "What a shame. When I was young, I loved acting so much that I let it blind me. I didn't see what kind of place Hollywood really was. By the time I finally saw clearly, I was already caught in the whirlpool, unable to escape. If I had the chance to do it all over again, maybe I would have stayed in that little theater instead." Henry said regretfully, "Then the world would have been short one major star named Katharine Hepburn. I don't want to keep walking down the road of film because I just don't think I have the hope or the fit to become a real star." "Oh. But you seem to perform quite well," Katharine replied, her eyes narrowing with a sly glint. "Heh, so you noticed." Henry didn't deny it, but he didn't confirm it either. "In that case." Katharine sipped her wine, thought for a moment, and asked, "Can you drive?" Henry nodded. "I can." She turned toward Tony. "Tony, what did you think of Henry's performance?" "What performance?" Tony blinked. "His performance during the gunfight," Katharine clarified. Tony scoffed, "He did okay. At least he didn't hold me back." Then he frowned. "Why are you asking this, Katharine?" Katharine explained, "Well, you know I'm also friends with the other Miss Hepburn." She made air quotes around the name as she said it. "Her driver recently retired. Ever since she became a UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador in 1988, she's been traveling the world. She's got another trip coming up to Somalia, and I heard things there are a bit unstable. So I thought, maybe I could find her a reliable driver, preferably someone who can also serve as a bodyguard on these trips." Henry's eyes lit up like fireworks. He nodded vigorously, pointing to himself repeatedly. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging fast enough to lift him off the ground like a helicopter. Katharine didn't seem annoyed by his self-recommendation, but she said, "I just want to know if you've got enough weight behind you, something that would make me confident enough to recommend you to Audrey as her new driver." Henry understood her concern perfectly. After all, this was his first meeting with Katharine. Recommending him to her close friend just because she had a good impression of him would be risky. If anything were to go wrong, even if she wasn't held liable, the guilt might weigh on her for the rest of her life. For people in their circles, hiring someone wasn't just a matter of sitting through an interview. They often ran background checks, reviewed 3 generations of family history, and tested loyalty before even considering someone. If she only wanted a professional, she could easily hire a former soldier with a clean record. So, did Henry have something of greater value that made him worth recommending? As Katharine spoke, her eyes shifted to Tony Stark. She wanted to know if Tony's opinion of Henry was enough to give her confidence. But Henry wasn't about to bet on Tony's goodwill. He knew very well that their bond wasn't that strong. If anything, he suspected Tony only invited him to this private dinner to see him squirm in front of Hepburn, using her as bait for some personal amusement. Whether or not that had paid off, Henry didn't know. But he certainly wasn't going to rely on Tony's endorsement. He'd rather raise his own stakes. Even if it meant exposing some of his secrets, a thing he usually avoided, for the sake of his peaceful Kryptonian slacker life, meeting Audrey Hepburn in person. Yeah, for that, a little exposure might just be worth it. He made his decision almost instantly. "Tony, my friend," Henry said, "do you have a gun?" "A pistol is fine." "Lend me one." "What the hell? What do you need a gun for?" Tony frowned. "You don't strike me as the type who believes in hell, but if you're thinking about going there, try a different method." Tony jabbed back without missing a beat. Henry turned away from him and looked to the financial mogul at the table. "Mr. Hart, I know this is a strange request, but I promise I don't intend to hurt anyone. I just want to prove a small point, one that's better shown than told. Do you happen to have a firearm?" Alex Hart gave him a thoughtful look. "Maybe my driver has one. Want me to call him in?" "I'd appreciate that." Soon enough, a tall, broad-shouldered white man in a black suit arrived at the dining room, led by one of the villa's servants. Henry looked him over and said, "Sir, are you carrying a firearm? If so, may I borrow it for a moment?" The bodyguard immediately looked to his employer. No way was he handing over a weapon to a stranger, not while unarmed himself. Even Alex Hart, who was admittedly curious about what Henry was planning, hesitated. Letting a stranger handle a weapon could be a very bad idea. Seeing their reluctance, Henry amended, "Okay, new plan. You don't need to give me the gun, just shoot me in the hand." "Excuse me?" The bodyguard blinked. "Yes, just shoot me in the palm," Henry said calmly, stretching his right arm out to the side, away from his body. "You can stand a bit closer if you're worried about missing." Now Hart nodded to his bodyguard, having made up his mind. The man carefully drew a Beretta 92F from his shoulder holster, then leveled it at Henry's outstretched hand. He kept a safe distance, even while double and triple checking. "Sir, are you absolutely sure you want me to shoot your hand?" "Yes, I'm sure," Henry replied. "You won't regret this later." "What's to regret? Just pull the trigger. And don't be a pussy." Bang. The shot shocked everyone at the table. But Henry's palm only dipped slightly under the impact, his hand recoiled a bit, but that was it. No blood. No bullet hole. He calmly turned his hand to show everyone. "See? I'm fine," Henry said with a smug grin. Chapter 87, A Genius Who Acts Like a Fool. "Wow." Catherine was the first to exclaim in amazement. "Little Henry, are you seriously bulletproof?" "Well, I'll admit, it does hurt. But the bullet doesn't go through." Henry told a small lie. Truth be told, there was no pain at all. Even the slight indentation in his palm and the recoil were just for show. He didn't want to come across as too inhuman in front of others. "Wait a minute!" Tony Stark shouted, cutting off everyone else before they could speak. He lowered his head in deep thought. "Let me think this through first." What is there to think about?" Henry asked, confused. "So you're saying," Tony began, "during the shootout, you were basically walking around in an invisible bulletproof suit behind me. And I, like an idiot, thought you needed protection, so I kept shielding you, putting myself in danger. Is that it?" Henry shrugged, wearing an infuriatingly innocent expression. "Mr. Stark, I seem to recall advising you not to get involved in the gunfight. I told you to hide somewhere safe. And as for what happened afterward, why can't you see it as me covering your back from surprise attacks? Not that anyone actually tried to shoot you from behind." Tony jumped to his feet, getting more and more agitated. "So I was like some naked fool, charging at professional killers with a pistol, while you could have just walked up to them and knocked them out one by one. That's what you're saying." Henry answered seriously, "That's impossible. Any sane person, upon realizing their bullets don't work on the enemy and seeing them walking forward unscathed, would just run away. No one's stupid enough to stick around." He cleverly dodged the part about punching people into next week. "So what you're saying," Tony slammed his hand on the table, "is that what I thought was a life-or-death battle was, for you, basically like playing paintball in a backyard survival game." "Well, sir, if that's how you want to put it, then I wouldn't say you're wrong. But I'd suggest calming down and looking at the bigger picture." "How the hell am I supposed to calm down? You never told me any of this." "If you had, I could have come up with a better plan instead of playing hero like an idiot." "Seriously now?" Henry widened his eyes and put on a mock-shocked face. "Who in their right mind goes around announcing, 'Hi, I'm Henry Brown. I'm bulletproof'? 90% of people would think I'm crazy. The other 10 would assume I'm joking. And even if I wasn't, how would I prove it to them?" "Well, you just proved it tonight." Tony snapped. "That's because this is a job interview. I had to provide proof that I'm qualified as a driver and a bodyguard. Otherwise, what do you want me to do, pull out a gun and shoot myself every time I meet someone new? Even a lunatic wouldn't go that far. But you could have told me. Whether I believe you or not is my problem." "Oh. So tell me, Mr. Stark, do you go around introducing yourself like, 'Hi, I'm Tony Stark. My dad is Howard Stark, I'm heir to Stark Industries, and I'm a certified genius at Caltech.'" "Wait." Tony interrupted indignantly. "I enrolled in MIT's electrical engineering program at 14 and earned my PhD in engineering physics. I'm only visiting Caltech while working on another doctorate in aerospace engineering. So yes, I am a genius. But I'm definitely not just some random Caltech student." Sure. Henry rolled his eyes and raised his hands dramatically. "But do you go around bragging about that to everyone you meet? Like a peacock flashing its feathers?" "Of course not. I don't need to flaunt it. And let me just say, I've never taken a cent from my family since I turned 12. I paid all my tuition and expenses using patent royalties I earned myself. Exactly. So why expect me to announce my abilities to everyone when you don't? Seems a bit hypocritical, Mr. Stark. Maybe Henry's sarcasm hit a nerve, because Tony's anger suddenly took a sharp turn. His tone dropped. I told you, call me Tony. The only thing I share with that other Stark is DNA. Nothing more. Heh. Henry looked around at the lavish mansion, the five-figure outfit Tony was wearing, and the multi-course French meal in front of them, already at dessert. He couldn't help but jab, and I suppose your genius brain thinks the only kind of support that counts is cash in hand. What, inheriting Stark Industries doesn't count? Everything you have here, this house, your clothes, your lifestyle, you earned all of that yourself. Tony stiffened, clearly struck by the remark. He grumbled, having a place to live, clothes to wear, food to eat, that's normal, isn't it? If I refused even those, wouldn't that be a little too dramatic? Sure, Henry replied with a shrug, whatever helps you sleep at night. Tony hesitated for a moment, then said, so, you could have saved Josh Hilton, right? No, I couldn't. Not in a million years would Henry admit he could have saved the guy. And besides, he didn't want to. What was Tony going to do about it? That's impossible. You're bulletproof. You could have taken the shot for him. You're telling me you let an innocent man die because you held a grudge? I don't know if that guy was innocent, I'm not a judge, Henry replied coolly. And if I were going to save him, I'd have had to run across the pool, beat the bullet, and jump in front of a man wider than I am tall. You really think the gunman would have let me do that? Considering the pool layout and the hostages being controlled by the shooters, it really would have been impossible to get there in time, unless you had literal super speed. Still, Tony protested, but you didn't even try. And wasting effort on something I know I can't do, that's what saints do. Me. I'm just an average guy, with a little something extra. Chapter 88, A son pays his father's debts, but with your abilities, you could help so many more people, Tony insisted. Henry didn't bother wasting time in a philosophical morality debate. He shot back directly, Tony, your family's rich, right? Actually, forget your family, you yourself are rich, no question. Though a little annoyed, Tony didn't deny it. Yeah. Being rich isn't a crime, is it? Of course not. So let's say you, or your family, took all that money and gave $10,000 to every poor person. Wouldn't that eliminate poverty in America? Sounds great, doesn't it? Tony blinked, surprised. That's not how wealth redistribution works. Want me to lend you a few econ textbooks? Besides, what does my wealth have to do with poor people? Exactly. Your money is your business. You're under no obligation to share it with anyone, Henry said smoothly. So just because I'm bulletproof, I should be required to throw myself in front of every bullet. Every time someone gets shot somewhere in the world, am I to blame because I didn't step in? Tony wasn't convinced by the analogy. Stark Industries does fund charitable programs, you know. We do help people, just not by blindly handing out cash. And no, it's not your fault when strangers get shot. But when someone's getting gunned down right in front of you and you don't step in, that's a waste of a gift. Wow, Henry thought. This guy really is destined to become a hero. With his wealth and connections, Tony Stark could have helped people in 1,000 ways. Yet in the future, he'd still choose to put his own life on the line. Henry respected that. Deeply. But that didn't mean he had to follow the same code. So Henry responded sincerely, in my opinion, not using my powers for evil is already the greatest kindness I can offer the world. I don't mind helping people, but I'm not going to sacrifice myself for everyone indiscriminately. I have no obligation, and frankly, not enough incentive. How about this, Tony said, finally flexing his greatest power, money. $1 million a year. Work for me. Take my orders. Henry smiled sweetly, then immediately said, nope. Why not? It's basically the same job as being Audrey Hepburn's driver and bodyguard. Or are you saying it's not enough money? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Henry wagged a finger. I don't know exactly what you'd hire me to do, but I'm guessing it's bodyguard work, a human meat shield. Or, more likely, playing vigilante, running around looking for trouble. I mean, helping people for free, just to stroke your own ego. You're paying me for it, not demanding I work for free. That's admirable. But serving you and serving Miss Hepburn, those are two very different things. They're totally the same. Tony protested. Henry leaned forward, voice earnest. Working for Tony Stark. 1 million a year. Sure. But how much would I have to spend on therapy to recover from the trauma of being bossed around by you? Working for Miss Hepburn, well, I don't know what the going rate for a private driver is. 30 grand. 50. Doesn't matter. Serving someone like her, and her namesake, is priceless. From her seat, Catherine clapped her hands. Oh my, that was the most delightful thing I've heard all evening. What a sweet boy. Come here, I'll feed you a spoonful of pudding. Henry obediently leaned over like a good grandson. Catherine, smiling like a doting grandmother, spooned pudding into his mouth. One looked delighted to feed, the other made a show of savoring the taste like it was nectar from the gods. Their exaggerated theatrics were utterly shameless and absolutely hilarious. Henry sighed dramatically, eyes half-lidded with joy. Ah. Pudding fed by Katharine Hepburn herself. The taste is on a whole other level. Tony, visibly annoyed, shouted, "It's the same pudding." The exact same. Then he grabbed his own dessert and dramatically stuffed the whole thing into his mouth in protest. Henry shook his head and clucked his tongue. TSK TSK. This is the problem with scientists, they don't understand an artist's sense of romance. Sure, the chemical composition and physical properties are identical. But the experience of how it's delivered. That makes all the difference. He added with a sly smile, if Mr. Tony here ever gives someone a gift, I bet he'd just tell them to go buy it themselves, say, "Happy birthday," to themselves, and then submit the receipt to Stark Industries for reimbursement. He probably wouldn't even care what they bought. As it happened, that was exactly something future Tony Stark would do. Catherine burst into laughter. A real, full-throated laugh. The rest of the table looked confused at first, then dawned with realization. Henry asked, "Wait, don't tell me, Old Man Stark actually did that?" Tony winced. Catherine nodded enthusiastically, tears of mirth in her eyes. "I was beginning to think you'd heard that story from someone. That's exactly what Howard used to do. If anyone says the Starks aren't blood relatives, Henry thought, I'll fight them on the spot." Whatever other adventures Howard Stark had gotten up to, clearly his son had inherited the quirks and the consequences. How did Tony and Catherine know each other, anyway? With a 60-year age gap, it wasn't like they'd met at a bar. Probably something to do with Howard's colorful past. Henry figured he'd better not push that line of questioning too far. That was a surefire way to attract unwanted heat. Besides, Catherine's mental armor was maxed out. Even the future Iron Man wouldn't dare lay a finger on her. She was the ultimate tank, and she took great pleasure in charging full force at Tony every chance she got, as if making up for all the slights his father had ever dealt her. A classic case of a son paying for his father's debts. As a committed slacker and chaos enthusiast, Henry couldn't help but feel disappointed he didn't have a camera on hand to capture this historic moment. The footage would have made a killer blackmail reel, maybe even last someone straight into their grave. Still, Catherine knew her limits. She wouldn't push Tony so far that he'd lose face. That ability to read the room with laser precision. That's how she survived in Hollywood for decades. Everyone at the table was a seasoned player, except, perhaps, for future Iron Man himself. Tony Stark, in this moment, was nothing but a wide-eyed little bunny. Chapter 89, The Farewell Ride. After dinner, unlike other soirees filled with after-parties or late-night activities, this gathering ended quietly. Alex and Mrs. Hart were the first to leave. Before going, Mr. Hart handed Henry a private business card and also took down Henry's number. The look in his eyes was hard to read. Catherine, meanwhile, was staying in the Stark family's Beverly Hills villa. This was her temporary home while in Los Angeles. She wasn't going anywhere. But she still exchanged contact information with Henry and said warmly, "I'll reach out to Audrey about the job. Neither of us lives in LA, so if you want to meet the other Hepburn lady you admire so much, you'll have to wait for us to arrange something. The decision's hers, of course. I hope you understand that, child." "I do, Catherine," Henry replied politely without saying more. After all, saying too much might just provoke the green-eyed monster in this Hepburn lady. And an 80-something-year-old vintage jealousy. Even a Kryptonian might not survive that. As Henry stepped out the front door, he was surprised to see that flashy red Ferrari still parked out front. Tony was leaning against it, puffing on a cigarette. When he saw Henry emerge, he stubbed it out and said, "Get in. I'll take you home." Well, Henry teased. And here I thought I'd be walking back tonight. Tony scowled. I brought you here, didn't I? Sending you back is only fair. Besides, I'd rather not have you wandering through rich people neighborhoods all night. You probably won't run into a mugging, but nosy cops. That's a given. So get in. Unless you want me to kick your ass, then you'll be riding in the front trunk. This Ferrari had a mid-engine layout, so its storage compartment was up front. Henry's X-ray vision confirmed, to fit inside, he'd have to fold his arms or legs like a pretzel. No thanks. So he obediently got in. Tony slammed on the gas, and the car surged forward. Henry was plastered against the seat as the engine roared up to redline, as if the car itself was venting Tony's frustration. Despite being a grip-heavy sports car, Tony managed to pull off a drift on the narrow drive. The iron gate had opened just enough to let them through as they sped out, clearly timed to perfection. Henry had to admit, Tony Stark was a gifted driver. No wonder he could compete in actual races, like the Monaco Grand Prix in the films. Okay, maybe it wasn't F1 level, probably F2, but even getting that far was no joke. Racing licenses weren't easy to get, and not just anyone could race competitively. But once they hit public roads, Tony calmed down. He stayed within the speed limit, and the engine settled into a low hum, neither sluggish nor revving high. That's when Henry knew Tony had something to say. Otherwise, he would have just dumped him off at the curb. Still stewing over being rejected, Tony finally said, "Why didn't you take the job I offered?" Henry chuckled. "Bringing this up again, huh? Well then, what do you think I can do, besides take a bullet?" Tony was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he tried. "Actually, someone like you, a mutant, should be using your gifts to blend in better with regular society, shouldn't you?" "So he thinks I'm a mutant?" Henry didn't bother correcting him. Instead, he asked, "Tell me, Tony, who hires the top lawyers in America? Who can afford the best legal minds in the country?" Tony had no answer. Henry went on. "If someone needs to hire me to take a bullet, they must have done something to make people want to shoot them. And let's be real, 9 out of 10 people like that. They're probably scumbags. The one decent guy probably couldn't even afford my rate. So if I make money by turning a blind eye to morality, is that really something to be proud of? Now let's say I go full vigilante. Run around playing hero, saving people for free. But by the time I show up, they might already be dead. And just my luck, I'll get tackled by police and arrested as the suspect. What kind of idiot signs up for a job like that?" Tony didn't respond. Henry shrugged. "So working for Miss Hepburn as a driver and bodyguard. That's the best deal I can think of. She's a good person. I'll be useful in a place like Africa. And she'll at least pay me a proper wage, unlike broke people who expect me to work for free." Tony realized then, Henry wasn't refusing to help people. He just had standards. And honestly, they were hard to argue with. Henry added, "If turning you down upset you, I'm sorry. But I want to be clear, I wasn't really rejecting you, per se. Surely that much is obvious, right, genius Tony Stark?" "Just call me Tony," he muttered. "Enough with the Mr. Stark crap." Then he asked, "You were really trying to reject Alex?" "Of course. Didn't you see how his eyes lit up when he saw me take a bullet? But I couldn't exactly be blunt to someone I just met. You and I have met a few times. Plus, with Catherine around cracking jokes, I figured I could turn down your offer without offending anyone. That was the best outcome I could hope for. Honestly, I don't want to know what someone like him would use me for." Tony thought back to what Alex had told him earlier, those dark secrets. Could someone like that really be as uninvolved as he claimed? "If you were worried about him," Tony said, "you could have kept your abilities hidden. Made a more normal offer." Henry scoffed. "If I acted like a regular guy, someone with your resources could find 100 more qualified candidates. People better trained, more trustworthy. What do I have to offer? Charm. Oh, wait, I forgot. Stark family heir. Your life's been on easy mode since birth. You have no idea how hard it is for nobodies like me to even step foot in your world. And if I don't flash something truly extraordinary, how would you even remember me? You think having a few chats, most of them unpleasant, makes us friends? If we were really friends, when Catherine asked you about me, your answer would have been a hell of a lot more confident. And you wouldn't have dangled the other Hepburn lady in front of me like bait, just to see if I'd make a fool of myself. But I'm not mad. Whether tonight's performance satisfied you or not, I gave it my all. This was my way of repaying you for giving me the opportunity. Truly. I'm grateful. No sarcasm. He smiled thinly. Besides, let's be honest, our paths probably won't cross much going forward. I'm not the son of a billionaire. I don't belong to your circle. The car pulled up at Henry's place. He stepped out without being asked, then turned and gave a deep, theatrical bow, the kind you'd see at an opera. Farewell, Mr. Tony Stark, he said with a charming, professional smile. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. I hope we never meet again. Tony Stark remained silent. And that silence said everything. Chapter 90, Airport Pickup. Returning once again to the Stark family's villa, Henry arrived driving his vintage 1965 third-generation Cadillac DeVille. Standing beside the passenger seat, he held a single red rose in his hand, waiting to welcome Katharine Hepburn aboard. The 84-year-old lady stepped out in a violet ladies' suit, a wide-brimmed silk sun hat, and white opera-length gloves. Her look was unmistakably retro, yet radiated refined elegance. Henry offered her the rose and complimented. Katharine, you look especially beautiful today. You've got a silver tongue, don't you? But I see there's only one flower for me, Katharine teased as she caught sight of a whole bouquet in the back seat. One blooming red rose is more than enough, Henry replied smoothly, opening the door with a gentlemanly flourish. Katharine tapped his head lightly with the rose and said, Such a quick wit. I'm starting to wonder if I were 60 years younger, would I fall for that mouth of yours? It would have been the honor of a lifetime, Henry chuckled. Once seated in the passenger seat, Katharine tapped the glovebox cover and said, Well then, get moving. Today's the day you finally meet your movie idol. You wouldn't want to be late picking her up at the airport, would you? Relax. Her flight's scheduled to land at 10 a.m. We've got plenty of time. By the way, Katharine, have you had breakfast yet? I have. We elders don't keep irregular eating schedules like you youngsters, she replied. Southwest the drive passed with pleasant small talk until they arrived at LAX. After parking, they made their way to the arrival hall, where Katharine and Henry began playing a game, guessing who among the crowd were paparazzi. Being the airport closest to Hollywood, there were always tabloid reporters lying in wait, hoping to catch a glimpse of some A-lister arriving. Katharine's appearance didn't attract much attention, she was no longer in the limelight, after all. To the young reporters, she was just another well-dressed old lady. But before long, a poised, elderly beauty emerged from the terminal, wearing an ivory-white polka-dotted t-shirt, a peach-pink pleated skirt, draped in a silky white scarf, oversized sunglasses covering her face, and low pink heels. She carried two vintage-looking LV handbags, one large, one small. Despite the years, her dignified grace turned heads throughout the airport. Just as the younger crowd didn't recognize Katharine, no one recognized this elegant older woman either. Only Katharine stepped forward, arms open for a warm embrace. Audrey, it's been far too long. Katharine, you look as radiant as ever, replied the other Hepburn, returning the hug as the two old friends greeted one another warmly. Henry stood frozen like a statue, eyes wide with awe. It wasn't until Katharine gave him a nudge that he snapped out of it. He hurried forward with the bouquet he had prepared and stammered. Miss Hepburn, welcome. I'm one of your biggest fans. It's such an honor to finally. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't even finish a complete sentence. His eyes welled up with tears. Truth be told, even meeting someone like Tony Stark didn't affect Henry this deeply. Stark had always seemed like a smart aleck kid to him, not exactly awe-inspiring. But Audrey Hepburn. Even though age had taken its toll, no cream or silk scarf could hide the fine lines on her face. Still, that emotional surge, of seeing someone who once represented light in a dark time, was indescribable. Perhaps it was because, after 20 years of chaos and torment since arriving in this world, those weeks he spent in Alaska binging on old films became more meaningful than he ever realized. In a way, the golden era Hollywood actresses had been the dawn that shattered his personal darkness. When John rescued him in Alaska, it was a salvation of the body. But seeing Audrey Hepburn in person, that was salvation for the soul. Thank you. These flowers are beautiful, Audrey said, taking the bouquet. You must be Mr. Brown. Yes, Henry Brown. But you can just call me Henry, he said, finally regaining control of his voice. Catherine, seeing how flustered Henry was, jumped in to ease the tension with humor. "Hey Audrey, do you know what this guy said the first time he saw me?" "Oh. Let me guess, claimed to be a huge fan." Audrey smiled. "Nope. He went, 'Oh, so this is that Hepburn lady.'" With a face so full of disappointment I almost considered straightening his nose for him. Audrey blinked, then burst into laughter. "He really said that?" "Sure did. Can you picture the look on his face?" "I think I can," Audrey chuckled. "Do you remember Hubert de Givenchy? When I first visited him, he thought I was you, and he looked just as disappointed." "Well then," said Catherine, "I guess we're even. Is that something you even keep score over?" Audrey laughed, looping her arm through Catherine's. Their cheerful reunion began to attract curious glances. Two older ladies meeting at the airport might not be breaking news, but if one was named Catherine and the other Audrey, both referred to as Miss Hepburn, that was a headline waiting to happen. Having been famous long enough to sniff out paparazzi, both women sensed eyes on them. Catherine said, "Let's get to the car. You must be tired from the flight from Switzerland." "I got some rest on the plane," Audrey replied. "But jet lag's still a thing." Catherine turned to Henry and said sternly, "Child, go get your movie idol's luggage. Honestly, I'm starting to question if you're really up for this job." "Why yes, right away." Henry scrambled to grab her bags. "Allow me, ma'am." "Thank you, handsome," Audrey replied with a grin, still arm in arm with Catherine as they chatted non-stop about life, friends, and everything in between. Henry escorted them to the waiting area, then jogged off to the parking lot to bring the car around. He knew the interview for the job of Audrey Hepburn's personal driver had already begun. What he didn't know was what kind of first impression he'd made. Chapter 91, A Job Offer. "Is Robert not coming with you?" Catherine asked. Since her 1982 divorce from Andrea Diddy, Robert Wolders, the Dutch actor 7 years Audrey's junior, had become her officially acknowledged life partner. Though they never remarried, they maintained a relationship that was clearly more than friendship. Audrey often brought her younger partner to public events, the two had even met with then-President Ronald Reagan together. By comparison, Catherine had remained single since her divorce back in 1934 and never had children. That didn't mean she wasn't interested in her friend's love life, hence the question. Audrey replied helplessly. "Robert isn't all that interested in the charitable trips to Africa, so he wasn't too keen on coming along this time. And I didn't want to force him." "Humph, men," Catherine scoffed, launching into a sweeping critique. "They'll rush to bars and restaurants, but ask them to accompany someone somewhere meaningful and it's like asking for their life." From the driver's seat, Henry called back with a helpless tone. "Hello, ladies, I'm being very well behaved and driving properly here. Surely I don't deserve to be lumped in with that crowd. I'm wounded, you know." There, good boy. Just focus on the road," Catherine said dryly. "And no matter what you hear back here, just exclude yourself from it. That'll make you feel better." Sharp-tongued as ever, Catherine's remarks left Henry feeling slightly aggrieved. Audrey, ever more graceful, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Henry, how long have you been driving? Your handling's very smooth." Henry replied honestly. "I've had my license for about 6 months now. I learned driving in Alaska, you know, one of those no-man's land places. I guess I've got some natural talent." All three statements were true, though there were plenty of unspoken details in between. But the quality of someone's driving is best judged by those actually riding in the car. And both Audrey and Catherine had plenty of experience riding with terrible drivers, those who couldn't keep a steady speed, constantly jerking the gas pedal like they were trying to simulate ocean waves. Even on a straight road, some people could make you car sick. Catherine chimed in to support him. "Little Henry's doing pretty well, I'd say. At least he's not bouncing me around in this vintage car so badly I vomit up my breakfast." Henry feigned innocence and replied, "Catherine, I did ask if you wanted me to rent a different car for today, didn't I? Relax, dear child. No one's complaining about your old Cadillac," she reassured him. The third-generation Cadillac DeVille, a 1965 model, was considered a full-size luxury vehicle back in the day. While it might not compare to top-tier names like Bentley or Rolls-Royce, in its time it was plenty flashy, especially in the eyes of Hollywood's B-list stars. But these two aging beauties had seen it all. At their age, they no longer chased after glitz or glamour. Safety and comfort were what mattered most. And once Henry knew he'd be using this car to drive the two distinguished guests, he'd meticulously cleaned and detailed it, almost to the point of a full interior restoration. He paid particular attention to areas often overlooked, like odors and tight crevices, holding himself to the standard of a Kryptonian perfectionist. He nearly disassembled the whole thing just for thorough upkeep. As for performance, the car's previous owner had maintained it quite well, and had no bad driving habits. That was a major reason Henry agreed to take it off his hands. All things considered, the car's only real flaw might be the paint, just not glossy enough. Even after waxing, it didn't quite gleam like a new model. But for two long-faded stars, that little imperfection was just right. They had no interest in reliving the old cat-and-mouse games with paparazzi. Oh, right. Audrey suddenly pulled a business card from her handbag and handed it forward. Henry, are you familiar with this address? Henry glanced at the card as he drove. Ronnie Insurance Management Agency. Though similar to insurance agents, insurance managers act on behalf of the policyholder, not the insurer. Their job is to design optimal coverage plans tailored to the client. They typically work with multiple insurance companies and don't push any one brand. Their added value lies in helping clients meet eligibility for specialized coverage, maximizing protection while lowering premiums. Audrey's next words aligned perfectly with that understanding. Ronnie told me that if I want to purchase insurance for this upcoming trip to Somalia, I'll need to be accompanied by a professional security team. He helped me get in touch with one. One reason I came to LA this time was to meet with that team. If everything checks out, I'll sign a contract with them. A security team, huh? Henry's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. The two aging women were sharp as ever, their observational skills honed by decades of showbiz. Even without Henry saying much, they immediately picked up on the emotion behind his voice. Audrey chuckled warmly and said, "Don't worry, Henry. From the moment I saw you, the job was already yours, unless you don't want it." Beaming, Henry exclaimed, "How could I possibly say no to an opportunity like this? To serve Miss Hepburn is the honor of a lifetime." His whole demeanor screamed loyal puppy. Even the tongue he'd never wagged in his previous life now fully embraced its new, enthusiastic role. And yet, Henry was far from oblivious. He simply hummed silently to himself, "Young men don't appreciate older women, till they taste the sweetness of soft rice." But Audrey didn't smile at his instant agreement. Instead, she turned serious. "This job isn't going to be easy, Henry. Rather than calling it a driver role, I'd say it's more like being a personal assistant. The most important thing is that you'll be following me all over the world, most of the time in Europe. Anton, who worked for me since my Hollywood days, finally retired after my work as UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador became too taxing. I became an ambassador in 1988, and I've been traveling constantly for visits and charity events ever since. The job just became too much for him. That's why I need someone new. I want to be very clear, it's not just about driving. It's not insanely difficult, but it is extremely detail-heavy. Most of all, you'll need to accompany this old lady on all her travels. Are you still willing?" "Of course I am, ma'am. I have a knack for languages, too, maybe I can be of some help," Henry replied, before repeating the same sentence fluently in French, Dutch, and German. Chapter 92, A New Job Secured. "I'm truly surprised," Audrey said, not hiding her astonishment. She turned to the older woman beside her. "Catherine, is this the little surprise you said you had for me?" Catherine, being a born and raised American, only spoke a bit of French, and not very fluently at that. By contrast, Audrey was a British citizen born in Belgium, with Dutch noble roots. She could speak several major European languages as if they were her native tongue. And the three languages Henry had just used were, coincidentally, Belgium's official languages. In truth, Catherine hadn't expected Henry to pull that stunt, but it didn't surprise her too much. Tony's sharp tongue was ever ready to lash out at Henry, but he had never once called him stupid, which said quite a lot. So Catherine shook her head and replied, "That wasn't the surprise I was talking about. The reason I recommended this boy to be your driver is because of a particular gift he has." "A gift?" Audrey was intrigued and looked at the young man through the rearview mirror. Catherine continued, "Little Henry here is, well, bulletproof." "Bulletproof?" Audrey blinked. "Do you mean what I think you mean?" "I'm pretty sure it's exactly what you're thinking," Catherine said, miming a finger gun to her temple and pulling the trigger, then shaking her head in mock disdain. This time, Audrey Hepburn was truly stunned. People with special abilities weren't exactly common in the world, but for some mysterious reason, the world they lived in seemed relatively tolerant toward mutants and gifted individuals. So Audrey wasn't disgusted or afraid, just curious. She asked, "Henry, if you really have a gift like that, surely you could land a much better paying job. I'm afraid I couldn't possibly offer a competitive salary." "Well, ladies," Henry replied with a tinge of helplessness, "think about it. What kind of person would be willing to pay a fortune to hire someone just to take bullets for them? Good people? Probably not. More likely, the worst kinds of people." Audrey and Catherine understood instantly. These weren't naive women raised in a greenhouse, they'd seen the world's darker corners. Henry said plainly, "I never intended to make a fortune off this ability. I don't even need to use it. What matters most to me is being able to work for you, Miss Hepburn. As for compensation, treat me like any regular driver or assistant. I'd even be willing to pay you to let me do this job. So tell me, ma'am, how much should I pay to earn the chance to serve you?" "Oh, Henry, are you serious?" "That's so sweet of you," Audrey said, hand over her heart. "Of course I am. The chance to work for a beautiful lady like you doesn't come to just anyone. Meanwhile, there are crooks everywhere who want someone to take a bullet for them. To make money from people like that, well, I'd have to toss my conscience to the dogs." "That's right, Audrey," Catherine chimed in with a rare hint of earnestness. "Take this good boy with you. Your health is worse than mine, even though I'm 20 years older, and you still insist on running all over the place. Without someone reliable to look after you, how much longer do you think we'll have together?" A perfectly timed assist, Catherine cut off any chance Audrey might have had to raise philosophical questions like Tony had earlier. Why not use your gift to help the world? Besides, all this traveling really had taken a toll on Audrey's health. She had reluctantly let go of the long-serving Anton, not just because the man himself could no longer keep up, but because she had also noticed signs that he wasn't quite up to the task anymore. What she needed now was new blood to support her humanitarian efforts. In the end, Audrey Hepburn relented. "All right then, Henry. Welcome aboard," she said with a warm smile. "I'm just a faded star who's long since stepped away from the spotlight. I hope you won't be disappointed by the paycheck." "Of course not, ma'am. Call me Audrey," she said playfully. "Otherwise, if you're calling Catherine by her first name but still addressing me as Miss Hepburn, I'll get jealous." Was it some kind of natural skill that let women use jealousy as a form of charm? Henry had no defense against it, not even Kryptonians were immune. "Okay then. Audrey," Henry murmured sheepishly as he drove. "Actually, I do have one little wish." "Oh. Please, go on." "Well, if it's not too much to ask. I'd really love an autographed photo from you," Henry admitted. "I've scoured all of Hollywood, can't even find pictures of either of you at souvenir shops or auctions." Catherine couldn't resist taking another jab. Who'd want photos of washed-up old ladies? It's no wonder you couldn't find any. "Isn't it more likely," Henry countered smoothly, "that the people who do have your signed photos treasure them so much that they'd never part with them?" "Oh heavens, Catherine, what's up with this boy?" Audrey asked with mock exasperation, gently smacking Catherine's arm and clutching her chest. "Well, I have to admit, anyone introduced by the Stark man is bound to be unreliable, father and son both. Maybe it's time you reconsidered your assistant choice." "Hey now, ladies," Henry protested. "I don't talk like this to just anyone, you know." "Ah, yes, that familiar flavor," the two elder ladies said in unison, exchanging looks of mock suspicion before bursting into laughter. Feeling awkward under their scrutiny, Henry quickly changed the subject. "So, shall we head over to the insurance manager now?" "No," Audrey replied. "Our appointment is this afternoon. And it's nearly lunchtime. I think we should find somewhere to eat first. Any recommendations?" "I had nothing but toast and coffee on the plane, I'm starving." "How about Italian?" Henry offered. "It's a small family-run restaurant owned by an Italian couple. I can't say if it's truly authentic, I've never been to Italy myself, but it's really good. Unless either of you had somewhere else in mind." The two older women glanced at each other. Audrey perked up. "No, let's try that Italian place. Let's see if their cuisine is authentic enough for us to judge." Catherine added. "Yes, I'm sick of people treating me like I'm too old to eat anything. Don't eat this, don't eat that, I've had enough of it." Henry looked visibly embarrassed. He hadn't even thought about that. He was about to take it back, but seeing the two stars already deep in enthusiastic discussion about Italian food, he could only steer the car toward Mama Salia's restaurant. For the elderly, happiness is often more important than dietary restrictions. Chapter 93, The Insurance Brokerage. As expected, Aunt Salia's Italian cuisine was so delicious that it completely won over both movie legends. Audrey chatted happily with the proprietress in Italian, discussing not just the food but everything under the sun. Henry acted as the interpreter, relaying the conversation to Catherine, who didn't understand a word of Italian, while also helping her chime in at the right moments. By the end of it, even without Henry translating, Catherine seemed to keep pace with their Italian chatter. She knew exactly when to laugh, when to react appropriately, almost like she understood the language herself. Henry observed that, beyond the unspoken understanding between women, the real key was how much body language Italian uses in conversation. More than the words, it was the animated gestures that made it so expressive, and apparently teachable by immersion alone. Catherine had quickly picked up on the rhythm, almost like a natural. After the meal, as per tradition, came the classic moment, the owner posing for Polaroids with the two stars. This was still the era when Polaroid cameras were all the rage. Most celebrities didn't mind taking a photo with one, since it lacked negatives, meaning the chances of it being altered or misused were practically zero. If the photo was damaged or lost, it was gone for good. That uniqueness made each Polaroid shot feel precious. So, both Hepburn ladies took individual photos with the restaurant's owners, even leaving a few handwritten notes. That kind of Polaroid charm was something the younger generation, raised in the age of digital photography, could never fully appreciate. Once their bellies were full, Henry drove the two ladies toward downtown Los Angeles. The Ronnie Insurance Brokerage was located on one of the upper floors of a commercial office building. But not just anyone could walk into this building, press the elevator button, and ride up freely. There was a front desk and security personnel in the lobby, who were very strict about screening visitors. If you weren't a building tenant, you'd better have an appointment. Fortunately, the arrival of the two Hepburn ladies wasn't met with any pushback. That's because Mr. Wales Ronnie himself was waiting downstairs in the lobby to greet them personally. He was a distinguished older gentleman, likely not even younger than Audrey. His broad frame and impeccably tailored suit made it clear, this was an old-school professional through and through. He and Audrey were clearly long-time acquaintances. As soon as they met, they exchanged air kisses. "Miss Hepburn," Mr. Ronnie said warmly, "it's an honor to serve you again. Little Wales, you won't turn me away unannounced, will you?" Catherine stepped forward a moment later, also exchanging a kiss on the cheek. "Ah, another Miss Hepburn," Ronnie chuckled. "I couldn't welcome you too fast enough. There's no way I'd turn you away." Then, he noticed the young man standing just behind the two stars. "And this gentleman is?" "This is Henry," Audrey explained. "My newly hired assistant." Henry took the cue perfectly. From the paper bag he carried, he pulled out a bottle of champagne tied with a red ribbon and offered it with both hands. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ronnie." A small token from the two Miss Hepburns. "How thoughtful." Ronnie replied, taking the bottle and placing it carefully back in the bag. "Now, please, this way. The security team I wanted to introduce is already waiting in my office." With Mr. Ronnie leading the way, the lobby security guards didn't dare stop them. Instead, they respectfully pressed the elevator button and held the door open until everyone stepped inside. As was customary in high-end American businesses, no matter how messy their private lives might be, professionals always had a well-appointed reception space to meet clients. That's where the Hepburn ladies were led, into a cozy and meticulously arranged meeting lounge. Inside were already 4 burly men standing at attention. Though both Hepburns were long past their youthful prime, they hadn't faded entirely from the spotlight. Even if they weren't the radiant beauties of their heyday, they were still recognizable to many. These men, well-built and professional, clearly knew who they were there to meet. As soon as Audrey walked into the room, they all rose from their seats in greeting. Even if she hadn't been their employer, it was still proper gentlemanly etiquette to rise when a lady entered the room. Ronnie made the introductions. "Miss Hepburn, this is the security team I wanted you to meet. The team lead is Brian Mills. These gentlemen are Sam Gilroy, Mark Cassie, and Bernie Harris." Audrey shook hands with each of them. They're all former U.S. Army Special Forces, Green Berets. Now, they run their own private security company specializing in VIP protection. Although their company is newly established, I personally contacted their commanding officers from their military service, and every reference spoke highly of them. All of them have been deployed overseas more than twice and were honorably discharged. Their only drawback is that they don't take on long-term assignments. But that actually suits your trip to Somalia, Audrey. They'll be responsible for your safety throughout your visit, until you return to the civilized world. Audrey frowned slightly. But I'm only going as a UNICEF ambassador to inspect local child aid programs, conduct evaluations, and take some photos to help with fundraising. Is all this really necessary? Brian Mills stepped forward then. His years in the military had stripped away all signs of youth, leaving him with sharp, angular features and piercing eyes that exuded authority. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo, he said, "Ma'am, we too wish this world were safe and peaceful. But it isn't. The insurance company's recommendation is simply an extra measure to ensure your safety." An insurance company recommended this team. Catherine raised a brow and asked, "Wales, I thought you were the one who found these boys." Ronnie explained. "Catherine, I always put my clients' interests first. I inquired with several insurance companies and selected the provider that offered the most favorable terms. In this case, Pacific Mutual not only gave the best premium but also proactively offered a professional security team to ensure everything goes smoothly. That's why these fine gentlemen are here. But make no mistake, their credentials and reputations were all personally vetted by me. I don't just pass along whatever an insurance company says. These men are trustworthy. I guarantee it." Chapter 94, The Security Team. This was an era when America had just concluded the First Gulf War. With the reunification of Germany and the collapse of the Northern Red Empire looming, U.S. soldiers of the time were basking in their sense of invincibility, utterly convinced that no one in the world could match their might. Even if these soldiers hadn't personally taken part in that war, simply using the same equipment gave the impression that they could have. And honestly, that wasn't entirely an illusion, it was more or less true. Even after discharge, a soldier's habits didn't just fade away from a few months of civilian life. That said, Brian and his team didn't exude any aggressive sharpness. Instead, they were calm and restrained. To two veteran actresses who had seen all kinds of people in their lives, this kind of demeanor earned them a few extra points. After all, someone who remains composed and steady under pressure is far more trustworthy than some hot-blooded rookie who charges in without thinking. The latter is far more likely to mess things up. Even so, Audrey didn't give her trust lightly. After sitting down, she pulled a folder from her handbag and slid it across the table. "This is the itinerary drafted by the UNICEF team," she said. "Take a look and let me know how your team could provide support for each location, or if there are any parts that might require adjustments. I'd appreciate a brief overview of your approach." Neither of the Hepburn ladies were strangers to security teams, whether bodyguards or security escorts from film crews during cross-country publicity tours. So Audrey used this itinerary as a test. Even if she didn't have professional training, after years of being the one under protection, she had developed a keen sense for who was capable and who wasn't. If all the team did was stand around stiff as statues, their effectiveness would be questionable at best. Fortunately, Brian Mills was an organized and thorough man. As he read through the schedule provided by the UN, he began explaining how his team would coordinate for each leg of the trip and what kind of deployment they would use. He also pointed out gaps in the original plan and made suggestions for adjustments, each explained clearly, item by item. To the non-experts in the room, Brian sounded very competent, like someone who genuinely knew what he was talking about. Naturally, Audrey couldn't find any faults in Brian's assessment or corrections. She said, "Mr. Mills, could you organize everything you just mentioned into a proper proposal? You understand, we'll need to justify any itinerary changes to UNICEF with clear reasons. It can't be some last-minute demand forcing others to accommodate us." Brian Mills allowed himself a rare, somewhat shy smile. "I suppose that means, we've got the job." "Of course." "Welcome aboard," Audrey said, rising from her seat to shake his hand. Brian added, "In that case, may I keep a copy of this itinerary for reference while I prepare the plan?" "Of course." "It's not a classified document," Audrey replied. Immediately, one of the office assistants stepped forward and took the folder to be copied. "I do apologize," Audrey added, "but time is tight. There aren't many days left before departure, so I'm afraid I'll have to ask your team to move quickly." "We understand," Brian nodded. "How should we send over the proposal once it's ready?" "Please hand it off to my new assistant, Henry Brown," Audrey replied. Henry hadn't sat down with the rest, instead, he had been standing silently behind the two ladies. Upon hearing his name, he nodded in acknowledgement. Audrey turned back to him with a question. Henry, do you have a fax machine? I only have an answering machine. If I need to use a fax, I'll have to apply for a second phone line first. In this era, when the internet was still just emerging and email barely existed, fax and postal mail were the main means of transmitting documents. Fax machines were easy enough to buy at any appliance store, but to avoid clashing with the home phone line, you'd have to request a separate line, something that required scheduling installation with the phone company. So Audrey turned to her insurance broker and asked, "Wales, may I borrow your fax line?" "Of course, Mississippi." "Then, Mr. Mills." Brian quickly interjected, "Please, just call me Brian." "All right, Brian. Then please call me Audrey," she smiled. "If you need to send over any documents, fax them to Mr. Ronnie here. If you need to schedule a meeting, contact Henry." Henry jotted down a number by hand and passed it along. "Apologies, I don't have business cards yet." From a background actor to personal assistant of a global star, the leap was considerable. Henry hadn't had time to update all the trappings that came with his new identity. Luckily, Brian wasn't a stickler. Taking the number, he asked, "And how many people will be in the travel party?" "I'll need to know exactly who we're responsible for," Audrey replied. "UNICEF will send peacekeeping personnel for their own delegation. You'll mainly be responsible for me and my assistant, Henry." While that bulletproof young man technically didn't need protection, Audrey had no intention of broadcasting that fact. Henry himself had asked her not to go around announcing it. And in her understanding, Henry was only bullet-resistant. If he were left behind or outnumbered, he'd still be in danger. Brian's gaze then fell upon the other star in the room, Catherine. Sensing it, she waved him off with a chuckle. "Oh, please. You don't think an 80-something-year-old woman is about to haul herself off to Africa, do you? Leave the dark continent adventures to you young folks. I came today just to tag along, to see what kind of people you all were. If you want to protect Audrey, don't send us some puffed-up rookies." "Anne, do we pass?" Brian asked with a nervous smile. "Miss Hepburn." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "Which Miss Hepburn are you asking?" The two unrelated but now inseparable Hepburns burst out laughing. And it was then that Brian Mills finally showed his youthful side. He blushed and scratched his head, a little embarrassed. His teammates, of course, didn't let him off easy. They started teasing him on the spot. Thankfully, they still remembered they were in someone else's office, and in front of ladies, no less, so the teasing didn't get too wild. But they did mess up Brian's carefully combed hair, leaving him looking rather disheveled. The two Hepburn ladies were now laughing even harder. Chapter 95, Journey to Africa. Hotels in Africa weren't exactly five-star getaways. No central air conditioning, no modern luxuries. If you were lucky, your room might come with a rickety electric fan that sounded like it might give out at any minute. Otherwise, you'd be left at the mercy of mosquitoes, windows wide open in the desperate hope of catching a breeze. And when the breeze did come, it was usually just more hot air. Henry's accommodations were no different from Audrey Hepburn's. Each had their own modest single room. The only exception was that, as her assistant, Henry's room was directly next to hers, for convenience and quick access. But he wasn't staying up into the night because of the heat or jet lag. No, Henry was up late writing reports. See, just because it was a UN-sponsored charity trip didn't mean Audrey could show up, snap a few photos, and call it a day. Every visit had to be carefully documented, notes, observations, photos as evidence. And once the whole trip was complete, there needed to be a formal report summarizing everything: the condition of children's aid organizations, education efforts, living standards, everything. That report would be key in persuading donors to open their wallets. In the past, Audrey wrote those reports herself, with the UNICEF photographer providing the visual material. But now that Henry was officially her assistant, he'd taken on the drafting work, handing her polished first drafts for revision. That alone saved her hours of labor, something her former assistant Anton, lovely as he was, had never been able to do. The old typewriter Audrey had brought along. It was now collecting dust in Henry's room. Yes, Henry had basically retired it. Or, more accurately, he used it sparingly. He'd opted for handwritten drafts instead, mostly to accommodate Audrey's worsening eyesight. A typewriter couldn't enlarge font size like a computer could. So Henry simply wrote everything in clean, clear block letters, big enough for her to read without needing reading glasses. And to be honest, writing by hand was faster. With his Kryptonian speed, Henry could fill pages in moments, far quicker than the mechanical pace of a typewriter hammering out each letter. Trying to use superspeed on the typewriter only resulted in the poor machine jamming, smoking, and its arms getting tangled like spaghetti. So yeah, pen and paper it was. As long as he didn't accidentally punch a hole through the page, it worked just fine. As for the content, that was easy. After reading a few of Audrey's past reports, Henry had a template down pat. All he had to do was plug in the new info, adjust for the new site, and voila, instant report. This wasn't creative writing. There was no need for foreshadowing, suspense, flashbacks, or any literary gymnastics. These were government-style documents. The structure was rigid, the tone dry, and every paragraph needed to say exactly what it meant, nothing more, nothing less. For someone who grew up under the grind of exam prep, Henry could write this stuff in his sleep. No need for superintelligence or deep thought, just crank it out like a machine. Years of soul-crushing 996 work culture had made him a natural. And Audrey noticed. Quickly. With Henry doing the heavy lifting, she could actually sleep at night, assuming she could tolerate the oppressive heat, that is. Even photography had become his job. Audrey provided the camera, film, and developing materials, and Henry handled the rest. So during the day, you'd often see her assistant zipping around with a camera hanging from his neck, snapping photos from every possible angle. At night, he'd set up a darkroom in his hotel room using blackout curtains and develop the pictures himself, no red lights needed, thank you very much. Kryptonian vision made working in the dark a non-issue. By the next morning, he'd already have contact sheets ready, sitting down with Audrey to review the photos and finalize the report content. The end result? Audrey had significantly more energy to focus on what mattered. Her workload was lighter, her stress reduced. Henry might not have had prior assistant experience, but between his eidetic memory, near-limitless stamina, and powered-up productivity, he had basically turned himself into a one-man 007. And the wild part? He didn't even mind. Sure, his boss wasn't some hot young starlet. Audrey was decades past her silver screen prime, but those soulful, intelligent eyes of hers, they had only grown more profound with time. Her voice still carried that same gentle warmth he remembered from her films. And her kindness, genuine, thoughtful, radiant, was utterly disarming. Before all this, Henry had always rolled his eyes at people labeled saints. He thought the term was just another virtue-signaling mask for hypocrisy. In his experience, most so-called saints were full of contradictions, preaching kindness while lacing their actions with ego and self-righteousness. The moment you challenged their logic, they'd either lash out or fall apart. But Audrey, she was different. She wasn't just playing a role. She'd earned everything, the goodwill, the admiration, the legacy, through years of quiet, tireless service. Of course, it helped that she was financially comfortable. It's easier to be selfless when your own needs are met. As the old saying went, when in poverty, focus on your own virtue, when in prosperity, aid the world. Audrey Hepburn had clearly entered the second phase. She wasn't just some idealist crying over sad stories. She felt every tragedy she witnessed, genuinely grieved for the children, cried when she saw suffering, laughed with joy when they smiled. It was honest. Pure. The rest of the team? Not so much. Let's just say the UN delegation was a mixed bag. There's a reason they say diplomats are half spies. Behind every charitable mission, there's almost always another agenda. Henry kept his opinions to himself, but he saw the signs. These so-called humanitarian observers were all juggling side tasks that had nothing to do with education or aid. And as for the security team that the insurance company had recommended, yeah, not as squeaky clean as they looked either. Audrey had reluctantly agreed to allow them to carry weapons, thinking it was standard protocol, maybe some handguns for emergencies. But what Henry saw with his X-ray vision? Light machine guns. Grenades. Landmines. Stuff that had no place in a personal security detail. Not that he could call them out, how would he even explain knowing? Telling Audrey would only put her in a tougher spot. In a way, her fame was the only thing keeping the wolves at bay. So Henry stayed quiet. He played the role. Assistant. Photographer. Ghostwriter. Bodyguard. Whatever was needed. Because in a world full of shadows and lies, Audrey Hepburn's light was worth protecting. Chapter 96, Hidden Agendas. Henry didn't believe for a second that Brian Mills and his so-called security team had any designs on a retired movie star. No, their interest in Audrey Hepburn had nothing to do with her celebrity status, it was more likely that she was the perfect cover. Just like those diplomatic UN staffers, they were using her as a human shield while carrying out their real mission. And when it came to shady American agencies pulling strings abroad, you didn't need to guess. 3 letters practically flashed in neon: CIA. The entire visiting delegation in Somalia, besides Henry and Audrey herself, was basically a traveling circus of ulterior motives. It was like someone had dropped a Halloween party into a war zone: spies, agents, double dealers, pick your poison. And tonight, while Henry sat alone in his sweltering room working on reports, his Kryptonian vision and superhearing kept tabs on the others. Audrey, predictably, had gone to bed early. But the rest of the crew? Very much awake. One was on a shortwave radio, tapping out coded transmissions. Another was oiling and inspecting weapons. A third was having a hushed conversation with a local warlord right outside the compound walls. No, Henry wasn't arrogant enough to think he just happened to walk into the one visit where all this was going down. He figured every one of Audrey's missions had this crap happening behind the scenes. It's just that, until now, nothing had exploded. No scandals. No collateral damage. So it all stayed hidden. In fact, keeping Audrey's image clean and saintly was in everyone's best interest. If the public ever caught wind that her goodwill tours were a smokescreen for covert ops, the backlash would be devastating. And then what? No more cover. No more protection. No more missions. So Henry didn't interfere. As long as his employer was safe, he saw no reason to shatter her idealistic worldview. Let her live in the fairy tale. Let her keep doing the work she loved. He'd protect that dream, no matter how rotten the world around it might be. Still, he was curious. With all these people crawling around under his metaphorical nose, how could he not peek? A little X-ray vision here, a little eavesdropping there. It wasn't like he was spying. He was monitoring. Okay, fine, he was snooping. He got into the habit of scanning through their briefcases, documents, and gear whenever things got slow. Eventually, he got so good at it, he could flip through papers with his eyes like a speed reader, without ever leaving his seat. The contents. As expected. Communications with Somali warlords. Plans to destabilize the current regime. Diagrams of troop movements and equipment inventories. Assessments of firepower, mechanization levels, everything you'd need to engineer a coup. The target. President Mohammed Syed Bar, a dictator hanging onto power by a thread. Henry wasn't sure whether the plan was to hand the data to the president as a test of loyalty or to one of the factions plotting to overthrow him. Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe the CIA had something bigger in mind. It was impossible to say. But it all smelled familiar. The same old vultures, circling the same broken nations. Superheroes or not, the world hadn't gotten any cleaner. Powers had changed, faces had changed, but the game. Still the same. If anything, it had gotten worse. In Henry's old world, before the powers, before the Second Life, he'd seen how even medicine or data could be turned into weapons. Anything could become a tool for domination. The sharper the tool, the more devastating the result. The real question was always, who's holding the blade? Henry didn't try to stop them. It wasn't his war. Not his country. Not his fight. This was a world with mutants, with Captain America, with Tony Stark. It already had heroes. Henry wasn't one of them. Not by his own reckoning, anyway. After 20 years of being imprisoned, 20 years of silence, isolation, and a life half erased, he'd learned how to avoid the pressure points that might make him snap. Because he knew himself. He knew that once he crossed that line, there would be no going back. If he ever gave in to the darkness, let himself truly unleash the power of a Kryptonian without restraint, the ending would only go one of two ways. Either the world would break, or he would. Of course, there was always the third option, the fan-favorite fantasy ending where he became so powerful, he ruled the multiverse itself. Life, death, reality bent to his will. A cosmic puppet master playing God. But that kind of godhood required a kind of detachment Henry didn't want. Not really. Because what stops someone from falling into the abyss isn't power. It's anchor points. A reason to hold back. A place to return to. A home. Without a home, it's easy to go full villain. Even easier to justify it. Because once you start, Every step forward burns the bridge behind you. Even if you wanted to stop, you couldn't, because the consequences of turning back would swallow you whole. And that's the kind of person who scares the hell out of the world, someone with nothing to lose. For Henry, watching black and white films on a dusty old TV in Alaska had once been his way of staying sane. Those classic images, those performances, they'd kept the shadows at bay. But serving Audrey Hepburn, the woman now sleeping peacefully in the room next door, had become something far more powerful. She was his anchor. No one knew the full truth of Henry's past. He hadn't told anyone. But some people, Audrey and Catherine included, were perceptive enough to sense it. And they'd responded not with suspicion, but kindness. They treated him like a kid. Not in a patronizing way, more like an adopted family member. Catherine had no children of her own. Audrey did. Maybe that's why the way she looked at Henry wasn't like a boss, or even a friend. It was like she was looking at a son she hadn't seen in years. Henry had no illusions. He wasn't looking for a mother. And he definitely didn't have any twisted feelings for a 60-year-old retired actress. But he couldn't deny the warmth that came from being seen. Cared for. Remembered. Like maybe, just maybe, he belonged somewhere in this crazy world. And if anyone tried to take that from him, he might just break his own rules. Not to the point of bloodshed, no. Not unless it became absolutely necessary. But if someone did endanger Audrey, well, he wouldn't just sit by and watch. Because this wasn't his world, and he wasn't its Superman. That cape, that burden. He never wanted it. But he'd be damned if he let her light get snuffed out by some government spook chasing power plays. Outside, the stillness of night was broken by a distant dog barking. The warm breeze carried with it the scent of dust, heat, and tension. This was Henry's first time stepping foot on the African continent. He didn't feel particularly moved. The wind was still wind. The heat didn't bother him. The bugs couldn't bite through Kryptonian skin. But the darkness. That never slept. Henry sat there in silence, watching. Waiting. And as long as the storm didn't come for him or the woman in the next room, he'd let it rage on. Chapter 97, A Change in Plans. Hey, buddy. Want a cold one? Henry leaned on the back of the truck, pressing down on the lid of a styrofoam cooler packed with ice. He looked over at Bernie, the oldest member of the security team. The retired Green Beret glanced at his teammate Mark, then nodded. Sure, Henry. Crack one open. Henry pulled out 2 ice-cold cans of beer and tossed them over with practiced ease. Then he grabbed one for himself. Crack. All 3 popped their tabs at once, took a long pull, and exhaled in unison. The chilled beer felt like liquid magic, driving the African heat from their bones. Not far away, Audrey Hepburn was playing with the children at the local shelter, accompanied by UN staff and a few Somali officials. At least, she was. The others had already stepped aside after the photo op, deep in conversation, their expressions clouded with concern. Henry, thanks to his super hearing, had already caught wind of the topic: unrest in the region, instability, tension. The kind of thing you didn't see in press releases, only in the furrow of brows and tight whispers. The only time they really smiled at the kids was when someone raised a camera. At that point, their warmth could rival a summer's day. Henry had just finished shooting a roll of film and returned to the car to reload. He took the chance to hang back, sip a beer, and catch a breather with the 2 private security guys. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a few local uniformed men, police or soldiers, hard to say, looking their way with clear envy in their eyes. Henry grabbed a few more beers from the cooler and walked over, greeting them in broken Somali. Hey, friends. Hot day, huh? How about a little gift from a friend? One of the men grinned wide and replied, You are too kind, my friend. They accepted the beer with delight. Henry had picked up a little Somali before the trip, but it hadn't come easy. Textbook language and real-life conversation were 2 completely different beasts. The first few days, his robotic phrasing got him laughed at. But he kept trying. And over time, the jokes turned into camaraderie. Of course, if he wanted to, he could mimic their dialect and accent perfectly, right down to the rolling consonants and local cadence. But that would have been suspiciously impressive. So he played dumb and learned slow. Back by the car, Henry turned to Bernie. Where's Brian and the rest? Bernie grunted. They're working on tomorrow's arrangements. Henry let out a sigh. Figures. Before we left, Everyone kept insisting no sudden plan changes. But the second we land, boom. Chaos. Bernie chuckled wryly. Nobody saw things getting this bad. We figured it'd be a walk in the park, tour a few spots, snap some photos, and go home. Henry raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He didn't believe that for a second. If anything, it was the meddling of Bernie and his CIA buddies that helped stir the pot here in the first place. But of course, he couldn't say that. So instead, he went along. From what I've heard, Somalia invited us over. But once we got here, whole country spiraling, and there wasn't a word of that in any report. He cracked another grin. I'm starting to think President Barr didn't ask for more aid money, he was trying to lure in UN peacekeepers to prop up his crumbling regime. Bernie nodded grimly. You're not wrong. We've known these damn Africans for a long time. No wonder the old plantation owners just used the whip instead of trying to negotiate. Henry didn't react. This wasn't the kind of world where you could call out that kind of blatant racism and expect it to change anything. Not in the early 90s. Back home in the States, political correctness hadn't tightened its grip yet. People like Bernie could say whatever they wanted, and they often did. Even in the future, that kind of hate didn't vanish. It just got better at hiding. Henry sighed and changed the subject. And now we're supposed to visit a site that's already in the middle of a civil flare-up. The Somalis say Audrey doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to, but they're insisting the peacekeepers do. He laughed dryly. The way that guy made the request, with his nose in the air, I almost laughed out loud. He seriously think we're just his personal army? Bernie grinned. Nose in the air? You mean those big-ass nostrils of his? I don't think he can look down. Thanks to him, we've got to split the team and send people in two directions, Henry said with a groan. Honestly, I'd rather just tell Miss Hepburn to call it and head home early. Bernie shook his head. You and me both, kid. But nobody can talk that woman out of something once she's made up her mind. Hell, even Brian just shrugged and started reworking the plan. Henry gave him a look. You've seen movies, right? You know how it goes. As soon as the team splits up, one group gets screwed. Worst case scenario, full wipe. Always happens. Hollywood logic. Bernie laughed again. This is real life, Henry. We don't follow scriptwriting rules. No commander with half a brain splits forces unless he's got a solid plan. And Brian's got one. He went on, we're not going in blind. Tomorrow's site was already listed as a backup in the original itinerary. Brian's just shifting deployments and locking down the area in advance. You'll be safe. That's our job. Henry muttered something under his breath, just loud enough to sound like the grumbling of a slightly nervous young assistant. Then Audrey waved from across the lot. Henry straightened up and grabbed a crate of candy and biscuits from the back of the truck. She's calling me. Gotta go. Go on, kid, Bernie chuckled. I've got your ass covered. The others laughed. Henry rolled his eyes. He didn't dislike these covert CIA boys masquerading as security. In fact, he kinda liked them. They were too rough around the edges to last in the intelligence game for long. They'd probably end up back in some war zone, or in a body bag, before they got used to the stench of real espionage. Still, he shot back with a smirk. Then if some psycho charges in here with a rocket launcher pointed at my ass, make sure you block it with your mouth. That way we don't all have to worry about yours later. Oh, damn. Mark finally spoke up, whistling. Kids got bite. Chapter 98, The New Destination. I still can't believe this is really happening, Henry said, leaning back in his seat and staring out the window of the private jet. Blue skies, white clouds, it looked like a painting. Sure, the aircraft wasn't one of those ultra-luxurious Gulfstreams, but it was a far cry from some rattling old propeller plane. Comfortable enough to make you forget you were flying into chaos. Across from him, Brian Mills, the head of their security detail, stretched his legs and said, "Count your blessings. The place we're headed actually has a proper cement runway. If it didn't, we'd be bouncing around in a prop plane, and trust me, you'd feel every damn bump like you were on a roller coaster from hell." Henry gave him a sidelong look. Do I strike you as the kind of guy who gets on a plane and starts giggling like a kid on his first trip to Disneyland? No, what's blowing my mind is how the UN staff are acting like they're on strings pulled by President Barr of Somalia. They said we wouldn't change the itinerary, and by God, we're sticking to it. No matter how bad things get. They even sent a whole unit of peacekeepers to escort the other group. And let's be honest, sending in that squad is more about optics than protection. I'm not saying those guys are useless, but there's only so many you can spare. If anything goes wrong, all they can do is throw themselves between the UN and a bad day. Brian didn't reply. He didn't have to. Henry's rant wasn't aimed at him. And that dictator, Henry added, he probably thinks we're going to swoop in like superheroes and clean up his civil war for him. Might as well hand us Qurans and call us prophets. What Henry didn't say out loud was the thought nagging in the back of his head, maybe the real reason Somalia's descending into chaos is because of us, because we're here. There were 8 people on board: Audrey Hepburn, Henry, Brian's foreman team, a lone female flight attendant, and the pilot tucked away in the cockpit. With such a small group, Brian had opted to charter a small private jet. The UN picked up the tab. The destination airport was already briefed, with rental cars and a local official waiting. Henry glanced around and asked, "So who exactly decided we're going here?" Across the cabin, Audrey glanced up from her seat, a soft smile tugging at her lips. She didn't call him out, but if she hadn't already known about Henry's invulnerability, she might have believed he was actually nervous. He played the timid assistant well. Still, she played along. It was a group decision. We chose a location in the southern region of Somalia, furthest from the northern conflict zones. We figured distance equals safety. Henry scoffed silently. That kind of logic was exactly the problem. These people still thought the world worked on old rules. That if you kept the trouble isolated, it would just stay put. No one wanted to accept that chaos had a way of spreading like wildfire. In truth, no one had learned the lessons that would come years later with the Arab Spring. They were still living in a fantasy where American military might solve everything. Henry, of course, had no authority to change plans. Hell, he didn't even have the right to suggest alternatives. He could only drop hints to Audrey in private or quietly grumble to himself. But in the end, she was the employer. He was just the help. As the plane began its descent, they passed through thick clouds, revealing a wide swath of African savanna below. The view stretched out endlessly, golden and wild. Henry's enhanced vision zoomed in, catching sight of a massive herd of zebras running across the plains. He blinked, then said with disbelief, "We're supposed to find a children's center out here." Brian explained, "We'll be landing at a small airstrip. From there, it's about a half-day drive to a village. That's where the UN has a children's aid facility." Bernie, the team's grizzled old vet, added, "Officially, it's for housing and caring for orphan children. But where the funding actually goes? Let's just say the books are probably more fiction than fact." Brian shot him a glare. Audrey wasn't exactly thrilled by that kind of cynicism. Bernie caught the look and added, "Still, the place is legit. Clean, organized, actually better than most. That's why it made the shortlist and eventually became our fallback site." As they chatted, the plane touched down smoothly. The Italian pilot handled the landing like a pro, hardly a bump. The airstrip was a small, open-air one. It had staff, sure, but animals could be seen meandering across the tarmac like it was just another trail. Once the plane taxied to a stop, 2 unattended Land Rover Range Rovers sat nearby, waiting. Brian and his men were the first out. They formed a loose semicircle at the base of the stairs, scanning the surroundings in practiced sync. Henry followed soon after, pausing only to offer his arm to Audrey as she stepped down. Henry gestured to the nearby SUVs. "Are those ours?" Sam and Mark moved in to check the vehicles. Brian answered, "I looked into the terrain before we left. The roads out there are practically non-existent, more like trails through grassland. A standard sedan wouldn't last 10 minutes. He motioned toward the vehicles. "For this kind of ground, off-roaders are the only way to go. But if we want any comfort at all, an SUV is the best compromise. These rangies are as good as it gets out here." Henry raised a brow. "Nice vehicles. Must have had CIA strings pulled somewhere to get these on standby." He didn't say it out loud. No point drawing attention to their Black Ops sugar daddies. Brian turned back to Audrey. "Apologies for the bumpy ride ahead, ma'am. These next couple of days won't exactly be luxury travel." Audrey smiled gently. "No need to apologize. I've ridden in worse. Compared to some of the off-road vehicles I've seen, a Range Rover feels downright civilized." Chapter 99, New Arrangements. Henry dragged a folding chair into the shade beneath the aircraft hangar and set it down with a courteous smile. "Boss, we've got a decent load of supplies to haul off the plane. It'll take a bit. Why don't you rest here for a while?" Audrey Hepburn gave him a mild glare. "I've been sitting on that plane for hours. And now you want me to sit some more?" She brushed him off with a smile. "Go on, sweetheart. I'll take a walk, stretch my legs. If I get tired, I'll sit on my own." Henry relented with a sigh. "All right, boss. Just don't wander off too far. We'd like to keep eyes on you." The rest of the team rolled up their sleeves and got to work unloading the cargo they'd brought with them. Unlike a commercial airliner, their jet didn't have a designated cargo hold. The supplies had been packed into storage compartments or strapped directly to the floor of the cabin. There was a lot to move. "Henry," Brian called, pointing toward a stack of taped-up cardboard boxes, "grab those and start loading up." On it. Henry and Bernie tackled the boxes, relief supplies collected for the children's shelter. Mostly food, clothing, and some well-meaning but completely impractical stuffed toys. They also had their own survival kits, bottled water, dry rations, sleeping bags, basic essentials. Brian and the others, meanwhile, were moving heavier crates and metal cases, the kind of supplies they didn't want Henry anywhere near. Ammunition, maintenance kits, and a few things that fell under the "don't ask unless you want plausible deniability revoked" category. For the sake of discretion, the team kept their weapons tucked away. No assault rifles on full display. The last thing they wanted was to terrify the children they were supposedly here to help. In a place like this, guns weren't just objects, they were trauma incarnate. Many of the kids in these shelters had lost their families to the barrel of a rifle. Audrey had been firm about this before they even left Europe, no long guns visible around the children. Once everything was loaded into the two waiting vehicles, Henry turned to watch their Italian pilot taxi the jet carefully into the shade of the hangar. One of the airport staff came by, casually collected the hangar fee, and strolled off with all the urgency of someone on island time. With everything prepped and packed, the group remained at the airfield, waiting for their local contact and guide to arrive. Wandering off into a rural region of Somalia without a liaison would be a bad idea, especially when the locals weren't expecting a convoy of white foreigners. As they waited, Henry turned to Brian. "So, what's the plan from here?" Brian nodded. "This place doesn't have night landing capabilities. Even if we leave for the village right now and haul us back, we'd miss the cutoff and get grounded here overnight. So we're stuck here?" Henry asked. "Yep. We're spending the night one way or another. Where depends on what the local officials arrange. I've brought camping gear, just in case. Worst comes to worst, we sleep under the stars." Henry gestured toward the plane. "And what about the pilot and the flight attendant? They sticking around?" "They'll stay at the airfield," Brian replied. "Clean the cabin, do a maintenance sweep. And let's be honest, this isn't exactly the kind of place where you can grab a drink at a bar after work. If they try to stay in a local inn, they'll probably end up missing the plane. Comfort-wise, the jet's better than anything they'll find here." He gave Henry a pointed look. "Also, if they stay with the plane, they can keep an eye on it. You leave a jet out here unguarded, next thing you know, every bolt and panel's gone missing. Locals treat aircraft like a buffet of spare parts." "Seriously?" Henry raised a brow. Brian chuckled, gesturing at the open surroundings. "See any fences? Barbed wire? Security guards? Hell, look at the hangars. Any plane inside? There's always someone next to it. Watchdogs with rifles or just mechanics coincidentally hanging around." He shrugged. "It's Africa, kid. Anything can happen. That's why I insisted on bringing firepower. Hopefully we don't need it. But if we do, better to have it and not need it than the other way around." The last part was aimed at Audrey. Back before the trip began, she'd objected to Brian's team carrying weapons. In her eyes, this was a humanitarian mission, just visiting children. What possible use were guns? But when even the UN showed up with armed peacekeepers, she'd reluctantly relented. Her only condition: don't wave the guns around in front of the kids. They waited for a good while before their local contacts finally arrived, two Somali men, one heavy-set and one lean and wiry. The big guy was dressed in a loose linen t-shirt and slacks, surprisingly upscale for the region. The thin one, meanwhile, looked like he could snap a man in half with his biceps. Clad in a tight camo shirt and worn jeans, he had the energy of a guy who didn't need a gun to make you hand over your wallet. The two started arguing in rapid Somali, their tone just shy of a full-blown shouting match. Eventually, the heavier man stepped forward and addressed them in halting English. "You are UN visitors, yes? Miss Hepburn's group. I am your liaison. This is your guide." Audrey stepped forward with a diplomatic smile and extended her hand. As she shook hands with the official, Henry instinctively lifted his camera and started snapping shots. Politicians loved photos that made them look useful. But Henry noticed something odd. The men seemed uneasy with the camera. Not the usual "don't catch my bad side" kind of discomfort, more like he didn't want his face documented at all. Still, no one pressed the issue. The men hurried them along. "Please, we go now. The drive is long." Everyone loaded up without protest. The two Somalis took the lead in a battered jeep. Henry took the wheel of one of the Range Rovers, with Bernie in the passenger seat. Audrey and Brian sat in the back. The second vehicle had Mark driving, Sam riding shotgun, and the rest of the cargo crammed in the back seat, stuff that didn't quite fit in the trunk. Without any more delay, the convoy rolled out of the dusty airstrip and onto the open plains. Mark had no trouble keeping pace with the erratic jeep. The real question mark was Henry. Brian kept a watchful eye from the back seat. But after a few minutes, it was clear Henry could handle himself. He held formation perfectly, 3 car lengths behind the lead vehicle, wheels falling exactly into the same ruts. Not bad at all, especially for someone driving on makeshift trails. Still, something nagged at Brian. He knew Henry could speak Somali, had heard it himself just days ago. Henry had even gone out of his way to befriend local soldiers, guides, and airport staff. But today, he was oddly quiet. No effort to chat. No showing off his language skills. He wasn't even pretending to understand. Maybe others would write it off as embarrassment over his rusty grammar. But Brian trusted his gut. And his gut was almost never wrong, especially when it came to trouble. Chapter 100, The Children's Shelter. Brian didn't ask the question on his mind, not right away. He'd noticed it too. Audrey Hepburn's young assistant was subtly, but deliberately, keeping anything ugly or unsettling well away from the woman's line of sight. And bringing things up now, without proof. That would only cause unnecessary worry. Brian trusted that this sharp young man knew the boundaries. When the time came, he'd talk. That wasn't blind faith, it came from watching him. Everything Henry did was calculated yet natural, always hitting the right note. That level of self-control didn't come from luck. So, Brian kept his eyes on the road, scanning the terrain, watching for any unfamiliar vehicles that might be tailing them, and checking in with the car behind them via radio to make sure all was quiet. Henry, meanwhile, was playing the part of a chatty young man perfectly, nudging old Bernie into storytelling mode. Some military tales were classified, of course. But a man who'd worn the green beret for decades. He had enough bizarre stories and embarrassing memories to last a lifetime. Henry leaned in, eyes wide like a clueless civilian, hanging on to every ridiculous anecdote. Even Audrey, riding in the back seat, was laughing out loud, completely charmed. She kept asking for more, like a curious child listening to bedtime stories. With 2 eager listeners cheering him on, Bernie got bolder. He gleefully sold out Mark and Sam, who weren't even in the car to defend themselves, recounting their early rookie screw-ups with glee. Using a toothbrush to scrub a toilet and then using it again to brush your teeth. That was nothing. Emergency midnight drills where recruits showed up half-dressed, someone brought a folding chair in full workout gear, another arrived in full camo gripping a washbasin instead of a rifle. Now that was the real entertainment. Even Brian, sitting up front, couldn't help but wince a little. If Bernie had this much dirt on the others, what stories did he have about him? Time passed quickly, rolling by with laughter and the endless expanse of the African savanna outside their windows. Eventually, the convoy of 3 vehicles reached their destination. This particular children's shelter was the largest of its kind in southwest Somalia. In fact, it was the heart of the entire settlement. The shelter came first, and the village grew around it. The scale was impressive by local standards. Still, the term village was generous. You could see from one end to the other standing at the entrance. The houses were scattered, barely forming streets, and urban planning was clearly not part of the equation. Brian frowned. The layout made him uneasy, hard to defend, easy to ambush. The only saving grace was the wide, open terrain. Anyone approaching from outside would be spotted early. Their three-vehicle convoy pulled through the shelter's main gate, though gate was a bit of a stretch. It looked more like an old-fashioned cattle fence from a pioneer ranch, wooden beams, a makeshift latch. Easy enough to crash through in a vehicle, not much of a barrier. That, at least, gave Brian some comfort. No real security meant no real reason to break in. They parked the cars and stepped out. Instantly, a crowd of children greeted them in rows, clapping and singing in heavily accented English. Some of the younger ones looked lost, unsure of why they were there, glancing around curiously. Beside them stood several sturdy African women, clearly caretakers. Teachers, nurses, maybe both. Their smiles were genuine, nothing performative about it. Seeing the children's bright eyes and cheerful faces, Audrey Hepburn clasped her hands over her heart. "Henry," she said, her voice brimming with emotion, "just look at them. Aren't they precious?" The Hollywood legend stepped down from the car, graciously accepting a modest bouquet of wildflowers from a tiny girl's outstretched hands. She took the girl's hand, gently walking with her toward the others. Henry followed behind, raising his camera and snapping photos, click, 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 capturing every angle. Brian's eyes followed the guide's vehicle, which had stopped some distance away. The overweight official came over to help translate for Audrey, but the muscular guide stayed back, huddled with a group of local men. They didn't approach the visitors, just stood there talking. Nothing overtly threatening in their behavior, but Brian took mental notes. Something didn't sit right. He assigned himself and Sam to unload the supplies bound for the shelter. Bernie and Mark stayed with the vehicles, guarding them. As the crates came out, the women, more matronly teachers than security, brightened at the sight. They pointed under a large shade tree, indicating where the supplies should be stacked for inventory. Brian didn't need to understand the language, their gestures made everything clear. The supplies weren't going into the warehouse until they were officially logged. A solid rule, especially at a UN-backed facility. He was mildly disappointed he wouldn't get a look inside the actual shelter, but with the sun blazing and the air thick with heat, fewer steps sounded like a win. Still, something kept gnawing at him. The guide, the soldierly one, was still lingering near the outdoor stage on the shelter's tiny playground. He and his group of men had positioned themselves with a clear view of the guests. That wasn't normal. In every other site they'd visited, the local muscle usually disappeared the moment their job was done. Sometimes you had to go hunting for them before you could leave. And sure, sometimes they stuck around, but only if they'd been paid to do so, to make a show of presence and ward off any curious or dangerous elements from messing with the rich white visitors. But this felt different. Henry was still wandering around with his camera. While most of his shots focused on Audrey and the children, he'd also begun capturing wider angles of the shelter itself, his lens scanning the perimeter, the buildings, the people. Then he called out suddenly, voice bright but purposeful. "Mr. Mills." He jogged over, camera in hand. "Have you seen the bag where I put the extra rolls of film?" He popped open the back of the camera, rewinding the finished roll with the click of practiced fingers.